Hill climbing is one of the most popular forms of motorsport. Drivers compete against the clock over a tarmac course, typically around 1 to 1.5 kilometres long. It attracts a whole range of cars, from road-going saloons to specialised single-seater racing cars. The British Hillclimb Championship is the pinnacle of the sport, with over 150 drivers tackling 14 events around the UK, including Northern Ireland and the Channel Islands. The contest for the title of British Hillclimb Champion is dominated by powerful race cars, with reigning champion Wallace Menges driving a Gould single-seater powered by a 3.3-litre Cosworth engine designed for the Indy race car series in the USA. The BHC Cup runs alongside the main championship and is fought out between a wide range of cars, all running in classes of similar type of vehicles, from road-going saloons all the way through to specialised single-seater race cars.
Well, good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning. Welcome to Shelsley Walsh on a beautiful morning. The cloud is just burning off. I think it's going to be a fantastic day. My name is Billy Grace. It's my pleasure to be talking to you this morning on what promises to be a fantastic day of hill climbing, if yesterday is anything to go by. We've got lots on. We're just finishing the first practice run of the day. So this is the last practice run that everybody gets. After this, it's for keeps. So we're on batch 4 or so of practice. We will have, after this, we'll have the timed runs starting, and every competitor will have 2 timed runs, one this morning and one this afternoon, to decide their places in their classes, and also to decide the qualifiers for the 4 runoffs that you'll be seeing here today. The 2 runoffs for the British Hillclimb Championship and the 2 runoffs for the Top 10 Tin Top Challenge, which takes quite some saying at this time in the morning on a Sunday, which is specifically designed for tin tops, closed roof cars, and which is been ferociously competitive this year with the 2 Subarus that you've just seen, Roger Moran in his Skoda. We've got the SBR Chrono to come, so that's going to be fantastic as well. So we've got a brilliant day ahead. It's absolutely beautiful. It's nice and warm. The track is in great condition. Talking to the drivers yesterday, compared to how it was when we were here 2 months or so ago, it's a lot grippier. A lot of rubber has gone down. So we're hoping for some really good times. We actually had a class record go yesterday in the one-day meeting, the Ferrari Challenge that competed yesterday. The class record went in that. So you never know. We could have some class records. Could we see a hill record, or maybe or we could even see the closed car record under threat? Let's see. So the cars are coming back down the hill from their practice runs. We've got about 4 or so batches of practice to go. I think I just heard in my ear that somebody else's microphone is on, so I think I'm joined by Mr. Chris Ponsford.
No.
Hello. No, I am. Yes, I am.
You are. Oh my goodness, is that Lloyd as well?
It is.
We're all talking at once, so someone else. Okay, so.
Hello, Mr. Chris Ponsford.
Good morning to you, and isn't it wonderful to be back? I tell you what, yesterday was a buzz, but today I am buzzing madly. It's fantastic, isn't it? Going to be a brilliant day.
It is indeed, and also, judging by the echo that Chris Ponsford had, Lloyd Hackett is in the top box. Hi, Lloyd.
I'm in middle box today. I thought I'd have a change of scenery,
you're all confusing
Billy.
me.
I have a change of scenery, Billy, so thank you. So yes. Yeah, my name's Lloyd Hackett. I'm in middle box today, and normally I find myself at home at top box, but me and Chris decided to have a little swap-a-rooney for the morning, and then we'll be.
Oh, lovely.
Business will be resumed this afternoon, I think.
And how full's the car park looking already,
It's
Lloyd?
looking pretty darn good so far, to be honest. I think there's a lot of people that are excited to see what happens today. If you've been following the British Hillclimb Championship this year, you'll know it's a very, very close run affair. Are we tied on points on but with box scores? There's always.
Oh yes. So let me take. Yes, exactly. Well said. So the British Championship has dropped scores. So obviously not everyone can do every round. So the drivers drop their 6 worst scores of the year. And if you take into account 6 drop scores at the minute, we are currently have tied at the top of the championship Matthew Ryder and Alex Summers. By the way, if you're watching the stream, very handily, Rich just put up the championship standings. So we have tied at the top. We have Alex and Matthew on 108 points. Third in the championship at the moment is Will Hall, having a great season in the Big Gould. Then we've got Trevor Willis having a very good year as well. Then Wallace, our reigning champion, with a bit of work to do there in 5th place. Dave Uren's in 6th, followed by Sean Gould. Dave Warburton in the 1600s having a fantastic season and is in 8th. Jack Cottrell is in 9th in the championship at the minute, and can he put a number on that car for the first time, with Paul Hames in 10th. So that's how the championship stands. Obviously that will all change today, as there are there's actually 22 points up for grabs, because if you break the record in the runoff, you get an extra point. If you break the record in both runoffs, you get 2 points, and that's exactly what Matthew Ryder did last time out at Wiscombe, when he won both runoffs and broke the record in both runoffs, which was incredible. So yes, there's lots to see and that's coming up today. One other thing is, I know you're having a fantastic day. Can I just suggest you go up to the MAC members hut on the halfway up the hill and look at becoming a member of the MAC, which helps keep Shelsley Walsh running for the next 118 years. In addition to that, if you sign up today, you'll get your entry fee for your tickets back today, so you'll be refunded that, and the membership will run for the rest of the year and all the way through 2025 as well. So you get a Brucey bonus there of some of the events at the end of this year and all of next year. So do go and talk to the friendly team in the hut and talk about how you can become a member. And it's fantastic to support this incredible venue.
It is indeed, and we've got it's not just the hill climbs we've got amazing breakfast mornings. So if you're a car enthusiast, there's such wonderful
car enthusiast that likes breakfast.
Even if you're just a breakfast enthusiast, which I certainly am, they've got a great breakfast in the courtyard cafe. We've got Thursday evenings, noggin and natter, the bar's open, so it's just a great place to just come and drive your car out to and just come and sit and talk to like-minded people about breakfast or cars, whatever your thing might be.
Now, flags are in, by the way, at the bottom of the hill, so we'll have some cars any minute now, but I think it's important to just ask quickly what sandwiches you've got in your Midland top box today, because there was that was fascinating yesterday.
Chris, you go first.
Well, yeah,
smoked salmon yesterday, wasn't it?
To be fair, unfortunately, I've got the same again. Smoked salmon and cream cheese, which it's okay, and some quiche. I think there's a bit of quiche left. I think it was rather good. I did request an apple today, actually, because I thought
you are pushing the boundaries.
I am, and really? There's other goodies in there as well. There's an everlasting energy bar thing that never gets eaten.
Well, it's going to last forever anyway.
It'll always last forever. So yeah, I'm fine. Listen, I'm all good. I'm absolutely buzzing, looking for this first runoff. It could be so exciting. We know that.
Indeed.
And I got home last night and I had a slight issue with my knee, which actually kept me awake a lot of the night. But I thought hell and high water will not keep me away today.
No.
And so I scrounged the lift up with the marshals this morning. And here we are. We're ready to go.
And we're off. We've perfect time. We've got Robin Wood on the hill. Second time that they've been here at Shelsley in this car, in the Little Force PT, 1100cc car with you.
Indeed he is, yeah. He takes a nice line through crossing and flat to the boards, as you generally can be in the 1100 class, and he's breaking his bottom already.
Yes, he's come all the way from Newcastle on time as well. He's here with his brother. Lovely little force, off up towards the finish now.
Let's see what time he can do. He was into the 29s yesterday, solidly into the 29s again, so 29.335. Good time for Robin there. Next on the line we have Tim Thompson. Great to see Tim back hill climbing. They had a few issues with this car yesterday, a bit of gremlins, but hopefully they're sorted. He's with you.
Indeed he is, yeah. One of the latest of the OMS variety, the OMS 28. Races past my commentary box, flat to the board through the kink and breaking into bottom already.
Experienced hill climber back in the day, now sharing with Jonathan Flesher, and in fairness, Jonathan's been going quicker and quicker too, so great to see that car going well.
Tim crosses the line to do a 29.13. We've got Steve Morgan on the hill now in the bright blue Empire, already with you.
Indeed he is. Just a slight lift as he just gives the bank a little bit of a berth at crossing, but he's already just a slight lift through the kink, but this is still a practice run.
It is indeed, and he's here with his son Tom, who will be up later on in this car. Anyway, good to see that car built last year. Absolutely beautiful car from Empire.
Time for Steve Morgan, 28.94 into the 28s. Well done, Steve. Next on the hill, we've got Kirsten Dodd. Kirsten sharing with soon-to-be mother-in-law Caroline Ryder. Kirsten getting quicker and quicker in this Formula Ford. She's already with you.
Absolutely, yeah. She has a slight lift, but only really a very slight lift through crossing, so lots of bravery there from Kirsten. She's going to be flat through the kink. Absolutely fantastic. I think she's been talking to Matt.
Well, she's got a good tutor in Matt, hasn't she, to be fair, but these little Formula Fords are all very even. Usually the quickest driver wins, and she's making great progress, isn't she?
She certainly is. I've got Paul Harris already into my sight, who's really been going well in this, in his RF85. Fantastic flat through the crossing. He's going to be flat through the kink, no doubt, and on his way very quickly to you.
Yes, Paul. Sorry, time by the way for Kirsten Dodd was a 35.32.
Excellent. Okay, I've got Paul Harris with me now. Yes, no great dramas coming through here at the moment. Quiet up here for crowds, but I'm sure that'll change.
Yes, meanwhile we've got Paul Jones on the hill in the Force TA with you.
Indeed, already he's just had a little lift through crossing. He's told me this morning that he needs to find the extra minerals in Kennel and Crossing to try and get himself into the 27s today.
One of the marshals was telling me on the post here that going up the straight, he said it's really difficult to keep it straight because there's such narrow little steering wheels and steering rack.
This is going to be a good time from Paul. It is 28.10, 28.10, 112 miles an hour across the line. Paul Harris, incidentally, in the Formula Ford, did a 35.94. Another good time. We await a car to the start line. I can see a Gould GR59 being prepared of Alan Warburton. So this is the 1600cc Gould GR59. Alan David went very well in this car yesterday, and very, very kindly put me up last night as well. So
Hotel Warby, I heard. Yes,
so,
fantastic.
Yes. So Alan brings the Gould to the start line, lines up driver's side left of the start line, so actually slightly off the sort of the very rubbery side, which the traction control, some of the cars prefer that. So car lined up on the start line, visor down, builds up the revs, off the line, here we go. Alan Warburton off the line, good start, 2.15 seconds, already into Kennel to you. It'll be flat through crossing, I expect.
Let's see. Very slight lift, if I have to say so, but I think this is only practice, but he's certainly flat through the kink. This car's always on rails.
Absolutely fabulous car. This was the first GR59, I'm told, and this one runs a motorbike engine on methanol.
Heading up the finishing straight now. Is it going to be into the 25s? Not quite. 26.51. 26.51. Good time for a first practice run of the day. Next off the line, we've got Liam Cooper in the Cooper Force TA. Another 1600cc high booster in the back. They go very well in this car. To you.
Indeed, already going well with me at crossing. Takes a nice line through crossing. Little lift, but back on the power. Up through the gears, through kink. All good. Into the braking area for Bottom S.
Unmistakable colour too. It's this is a modern colour, isn't it? You see this on modern cars, and very nice too. A bit squirrely out the top and away.
Heads towards the finish. Time for Liam Cooper. It's a 27.47. Becky Manton on the hill now, so we're back into the Westfields and Caterhams. Becky, with you.
Absolutely, yeah. The bark of the big throttle bodies hanging out the side of this car. Fantastic sound as it comes past my commentary box. Flat through the kink. No dramas at all. We're doing 76 into braking.
Yeah, I've not seen much of Becky before, but I think she's here with another Manton, whether that's her partner or not. Anyway, she's off up towards the finish.
As she heads towards the finish, Ben Fisher's on the hill in his Westfield.
He's already past my commentary box. He's a little lift through the kink, bit of a sighter for the morning. Should be going quick this afternoon, I would have thought.
This is their new car for this season. They got a nice fleet of cars, but this one he's sharing this with Dad, and off he goes.
And he heads towards the finish. Phil Goff on the hill now in the Caterham with the Hayabusa in the front. This is a good car, quick car.
You can hear this car popping through the gears, as you probably heard through my microphone there. This car, a lot of these cars running traction control, sequential gearboxes, very clever stuff. Yeah,
he comes from Maghull in Liverpool. He's one of the clerks up at Lurton Park on other meetings, but here he is having a bit of fun.
Now, whilst he heads off the hill, this is another contender for the Tin Top Challenge later on. It's Roger Moran currently leading the Tin Top Challenge with you in the Skoda.
Indeed he is. This started life as an R2 rally car. This has now got a much bigger turbo on it to try and keep up with the big bad Subarus from later. He's already in the braking zone for Bottom S.
This car actually was an ice racer with a 600 brake horsepower engine. He's now got a 2-litre engine with about 400 horsepower.
And he heads towards the finish. Is he going to be sub 30? He might very well be. He is 29.60. 29.60. He'll be pleased with that. Right, Steve Mundy on the hill now in the ex-Rallycross Ford Fiesta.
Look at that, 1.96 off the line. That's quicker than the force of gravity, ladies and gentlemen, of the acceleration of this car. Rallycross cars are designed to need a quick getaway off the line. As he makes his way into Bottom S, hopefully he doesn't get too sideways.
Huge horsepower in this little car, 4-wheel drive. What a piece of kit this is. I think now we're blasted up the straight towards the finish.
As we awaited time, Stephen King's on the hill now in the Radical with you.
Indeed he is. Bounces it off the rev limiter as he just pops another gear through crossing. He's a slight lift through the kink, but he's using that aerodynamics to get him slowed down for the Bottom S.
Yeah, John McQuillan actually.
Oh, sorry, John.
John
Yes.
McQuillan, yeah. This is the Team Valley Motorsport Radical, and he's off to the finish.
Heads towards the finish as we await a time. Now we've got Stephen King on the hill in his Radical Pro Sport. Their Radicals come late. They're like buses, so it got me confused. With you.
Indeed. Well, this is the starter Radical, you could say, but no less furious as he picks another gear flat through the kink as you can in this one. I think this one might be running a 600. I have a red flag in front of my commentary box here at crossing. I'm not sure why.
He's stopped between the S's at the moment, reversing back down into S, and looks like he'll go back in and probably get a rerun. But I don't know what the problem was.
No, not sure. I've got flag. I can see flags.
He's in the. I've got the stream cameras, so it helps a little bit. I can see cars in the top paddock. So the Radical, the SR1, made it to the finish and is in the paddock. So it may be a Pheasant, or it could be a bit of wildlife up the finishing straight that needs to be returned to
what do
the
you think, Chris?
countryside.
Are the cows coming to have a look, are they, Chris?
Well, actually, they're remarkably quiet today. They're staying out of the way, probably because I'm here. So, anyway, but I expect they'll come back later on.
But waiting for the runoff.
The Red Radical's on its way back down, isn't it?
It is indeed.
Yes.
Just rolling past my commentary box. Well, not sure what that was about, but the one thing that we had a stoppage last time because of, I think we had some spectators that got over the fence on the final straight last time. So I think we need to remember, it could be possibly something to do with that, but could not be at the same time.
Not this time. There's only one spectator up here at the moment has made it to the top.
Well done.
Without oxygen.
Yes.
And very good. But I'm sure it'll be perfectly ram later on.
Well, if you are listening to this in the paddock, or indeed the courtyard, we do obviously have our big screen on in the courtyard so you can watch the live stream. But if you do want to get up the hill, there are facilities, there is food. The air gets a bit thin up the top, but it's
there's base camp halfway up as well.
It's wet. The Ray Mears. You might find a couple of Ray Mears types at the top, but you will not regret the view that you get if you come and sit at my commentary box here. Not in my commentary box with me. I mean, although I'm welcome. Or if you want to bring me an ice cream, you're very welcome to. But if you head halfway up the hill, from the moment that you can see them entering Kennel, the really quick stuff's already doing 100 miles an hour.
So flags are in. The Radical, the Pro Sport, which got red flags, has returned to the paddock, so we'll run again. But we also have a SR3 on the line, so this is Matthew Price. So we're underway. Matthew Price on the line in the white SR3, so this is the bigger brother of the SR1 you saw earlier. 1300cc Radical bike engine in the back with you.
Absolutely, yeah. Flat to the boards through crossing. Fantastic. Really, really quick. Very purposeful, these things. Amazing on the circuits, but great on the hills as well.
Actually, it's a 1600 and he spins it at bottom S. There's no big dramas, no problems. Anyway, he's going to see if he can reverse. The marshals are walking out now. That one actually is got 286 brake horsepower. It's a 1600 and it is his first season in on the hills, which is remarkable.
Have either of you ever had the opportunity to take a passenger ride in a Radical?
Never.
No, have you?
No.
I have. I was fortunate to have a couple of friends that had a couple of them, and I went to a track day with them. And Silverstone, it was impressive, but Silverstone's such a big circuit, it doesn't really give you the impression. Where it really, really altered my perspective on things was at Anglesey and Donington Park. When you get in a Radical and you go around for a couple of passenger laps with someone that can drive one, and you think, well, we should have broken, but let's brake there. Let's brake. No, let's brake now. Let's brake now. And then you don't. It makes the corner with about 50 yards to go. Once you go out in a Radical, and then somebody says, "Would you like to come out in my TCR Golf?" which is also it's an amazing race car, brilliant touring car series. But everything does seem a little bit tame after a Radical.
So I'm just looking at the images on the stream of them what happened. Absolutely no damage to the car by the looks of things. He just came in a bit hot to bottom S. It's quite cambered bottom S, so if you're slightly wide and you're not on the camber, it is a tricky one. So he just lost the rear, looped it round, and ended up with his front wheels on the bank on the inside, but the flat bit of the bank. So no damage at all from what I could see. If you're going to do it, it's practice. This one doesn't count, but it's a shame because he was very quick up. Matthew Price very quick up to that point, going very well indeed. So he's rolling back down the hill, should be running underway again any moment. No damage done.
No, it looked as if he was coming in very hot to bottom S, which is obviously the point of a Sunday. You've got to go flat out, but perhaps he came down the box a little bit quick and locked the rear axle up. Who knows? I could just see the rear of the car rotating as it just went out of my sight. So
yes,
he obviously didn't catch it, but no problem, no harm done.
So flags are in. We have a Malik on the line, which fires into life. He was struggling to get the Malik started, but it's now started. The battery trolley wheeled away from the back of the car. It is Robin Nicholson on the line. So Robin and Sam Nicholson sharing the venerable Malik Mark 20 that has been through countless hands and a very quick car still today. So on the line, we've got flags in. builds up the revs, drops the clutch. Here we go, we're away. So we're back running. Robin Nicholson in the Mallet Mark 20, 2.15 second start, which is nicely done. Already through Kennel to you.
Absolutely, yeah. This car's really well driven, really quick dialed in car, superbly engineered, flat to the boards, past the commentary box, certainly flat through kink, coming down the gears into bottom S.
As Billy says, this is a well-travelled car, but doesn't it still look magnificent? Runs a 1700 crossflow forward in the front, which seems to be very effective indeed.
Time across the line for Robin Nicholson, it's a 30.28, good time. Stephen King back on the hill in the Radical Pro Sport, so second attempt at this run after he was flagged earlier.
Absolutely, yeah, got red flagged as you say. He's taken a nice line through, crossing back on the power after a small lift, picks another gear, through King, slight lift and into bottom S.
And here he comes now, yeah, so they are proper little race cars, these, I can imagine. You know, buying one of these is a great way of, once you've got one of these, you're doing proper road racing, aren't you?
You are indeed a very good way of getting into hill climbing. Little Radical, 33.94 for Stephen King. Now we've got Alan McDonald in the supercharged Force SR4.
Rapid car, this is already with me crossing. You couldn't have got a cigarette paper between him and the bank at crossing. Fantastic, and he takes a slight feather off the throttle through King on the brakes, popping a banging to bottom S.
Yes, Alan, ex-TT racer, but Rob Stevens still holds the class record in this car, so can Alan beat it?
Heads up finishing straight, 29.36. Graham Lokes now on the hill in a lovely sounding Lola with the flat 6 Porsche engine in the back.
Indeed, a wonderful sight. Those Martini shots are fantastic. Little lift through crossing, but flat to the boards, back on. We're getting another gear through kink. Little lift, back on the brakes through bottom S.
Yeah, beautifully turned out motor car, always immaculate, sounds incredible, drives it really, really well off to the finish.
Heads off towards the finish. Next on the hill, another contender for the top 10 challenge later. It's Simon Bainbridge in this monstrous SBR chrono with you.
It is an absolute spaceship, this car. You can hear the turbo sucking in air of that big Audi R8 derived V8, and small lift through the kink using that aero to get him on the brakes into bottom S.
Frighteningly quick car too. He's a farmer from near Middlesbrough, and it growls its way off to the finish. What a piece of kit, won at Wiscombe last week.
Heads towards the finish, it's 30.67. Next, Duncan Barnes on the hill. He's very quick in this Norma.
He is indeed. Supercharged Honda Civic Type R engine in the back of this. This is normally used on the European scene, but going really well. And the beautiful line through kink, nice and tight to the Armco into bottom S. Fabulous
car. Duncan's with Wallace is his team as well, but he drives it brilliantly. What a car that is.
What's the time going to be? It's going to be quick. It's been 27s already. Yes, it is. 27.29. 132 miles an hour across the finish. That brings the end of the batch. Simon Bainbridge did a 30.67 incidentally, so right in the hunt there for later on when we have the Tin Top Challenge. I'll quickly take you through a few of the times for the key runners and riders for the Tin Top Challenge. Simon Bainbridge has just done a 30.67. Roger Moran did a 29.60, which is very quick indeed, given he's giving away about 300 horsepower, 250 horsepower to the big Subarus. And then all the Subarus, how did they get on? Well, Damien Bradley did a 29.26, that's very quick indeed. And Stephen Darley did a 30.53 as he dials in the dark purple Impreza that's brand new. So there's some really quick times coming in there. It's going to be really, really close later. And Stephen Moore, that's the other car to keep your eye on, the Evo, did a 30.76. So we've got, what's that, 5 or so cars within about a second in the sort of high 29s, low 30s category. So really exciting for later on.
Shaping it nicely.
Very. Yeah.
Well, they're coming back down the hill now, Billy, and we're getting quicker and quicker. We're getting into these single-seaters slowly, and we won't be long before we'll be with the really big bangers, won't we?
Yes, we will indeed. And yeah, we've got, so we're rattling through practice. What time is it? It's not 10 o'clock yet, so we're doing very well indeed. Everyone's getting their final run of the day before the runs are for keeps. So what have we just had? We've just had the Sports Libra classes, which was the big SBR Chrono and the Norma and such. So we've not, next batch we're going to have, we're really getting to the single seaters proper. We're going to, first we'll have the dual driven 2-litre class cars, and then we will have the main batch of the 1100 and 1600 class cars. Cars to keep an eye on. In the 1600 class, it's going to be really fierce. It's really, really tight between, well, 3 or 4 cars, but you'd expect Tom Weaver to be right up there in the Empire, Dave Tatham in the DJ, Stuart Bickley in the Force. Those 3, I'd say, are going to fight it out tooth and nail for the class win today. And then also in the Formula Fords, that's a fantastically close class. I was speaking to Sarah and Caroline and Jimmy Harris earlier, who will be fighting for the win today. It's a really close battle, which is great to see. And then the 1600s, I think was it Andy or Adam that popped into the 24s?
Andy, it was Andy. First time into the PB, that was. Yeah, fantastic, wasn't it?
Yeah, and same with Dave Warburton. I was speaking to a lot of the drivers last night. They think it's going to be a mid to high, sort of mid-ish 24 is what you're going to need to qualify for the runoff later, which is going some in a 1600.
It's not slow, is it?
So it's going to be really close. That's what we've got to come.
That's going to be epic, isn't it? So, but actually, this 1100 class it's quite staggering, isn't it? They're all running the same, basically Suzuki GSXR bike engines. The old Kenrick car, I guess actually Richard Matozin is here, yes, in the BMW version.
He is, yeah.
And that is the car that Robert Kenrick holds the class record with an incredible 24:58.
I don't know how you do a 24-second run up Shelsley in a car that's an 1100. It doesn't compute in my brain. Incredible time. And he went very well yesterday, actually. He's still getting used to the car, and Richard learning the hill as well, but I think he was into the 27s, maybe even a high 26, so doing well.
You say this, but is this are we seeing these times now as a result of modern turbocharging and engine management systems? Is that
well, that's a naturally aspirated car.
That's
I think
incredible.
I think that the Raptor's a fantastic chassis, and Robert Kendrick's a very good driver, and the engine is a BMW engine, basically out of a World Superbike. It's a very, very good engine.
We're pushing on then.
Oh, a good 1000cc engine, a fantastic chassis, and a great driver.
That'll do it.
Nobody else is using that engine, though, are they?
No, but so I was at. I went to the dinner last night, the Gould dinner, so it was 40th anniversary of Gould, so they had a lovely little dinner last night, and in the programme they were talking about that they're building a GR59 with that same engine in it.
Oh, that's interesting. I knew Sean was on the case, but didn't know he was going to use that engine.
Well, that's going to have a BMW engine in it, so that could be very exciting.
I think that's got pretty tricky cams in it as well, which allows a bit more power, I think.
Yeah, so yes, it's exciting to see. Right, flags are in. We've got Nicola Cottrell off the line in the Pilbeam, not the X-Works car. I was corrected yesterday, but in the same kind of livery as the X-Works car was in. But Nicola's on the hill now in the MP82.
Indeed, she's already passed my commentary box. She's had a small lift through Crossing. She's had a small lift through King, but no dramas into bottom S.
Yes, indeed. Old school car, isn't it? But running a lovely 2-litre engine in the back of that beautifully turned out car, isn't it? And she shares that with husband John.
Heads up the finishing straight now to record a 31.72, 103 miles an hour across the line. Next on here we've got Aaron Colborne in the ex-Formula Ireland Van Diemen. They go very well in this car, getting quicker and quicker.
Indeed, I think this might be Andrew, but he's slight lift, a slight wiggle through Crossing, no problems at all. Slight lift through the King, no dramas, into bottom S.
Yes, they are going quicker and quicker. This is always one of my favourite cars to look at. It just looks incredible, doesn't it? It reminds me of a little works Mercedes to look at.
Yeah, lovely little car. Crosses the line now, 30.46. And now we've got Nicola Dearden on the hill in the venerable Gould Delara.
Exactly, yeah, very narrow body with this car, but big wide up wheels sticking out from the chassis. Fantastic car, no dramas for Nicola. She's already into the bottom S.
Yeah, I think you said, Billy, yesterday this was has had FTD, hasn't it, this car?
Yeah, not here, but it has won runoffs actually. It was a wet runoff. It was, I think Ben Butterfield was driving it at the time, so it's a very quick car and very, very well sorted. And Nicola does a time at 35.73. Paul Alexander on the hill now.
Already with me, already past me. I was struggling yesterday by the sounds of it with some gear change issues across the finish line. See how this sounds, Chris?
It's a little bit popping and banging a bit really, but anyway, he's he's up going up straight, so it sounds all right.
Heads towards the finish, 29.20. Here's one of the contenders for qualifying for the runoff later. It's Zach Zammit in the supercharged Empire.
Just watches the traction control fighting the car from the rear. He's so close to the arm car on the exit of crossing his flat through King. This is a really quick drive and a really quick car.
Oh my goodness me, yes, he is absolutely flying. This looks like the quickest thing I've seen all morning. My goodness me, Zach from Malta. Go, Matt.
Let's see how he does. It's a 25.69, 25.69, 117 miles an hour across the line. Yeah, looking at the, he used all the road coming through crossing, didn't he?
120 through the speed trap, which looked entirely believable, 7.72 minutes.
Next we've got Kelvin Broad, storms off the line in the supercharged Force. With you.
He is already absolutely flat to the boards. He's going to keep it flat, slight lift through crossing, understandably so. You can hear that supercharger working hard as it fires the car up the hill and into bottom S.
Wow, yes, and of course young Alex Coles will be out in this shortly, and Alex is definitely a runoff contender potentially. He's certainly been doing it in other rounds.
Yes, he has. Fires up the finishing straight for Kelvin, does a 26.94, 26.94. Next we've got coming to the line, it's a Greenan, but which one? I didn't see, I thought one of them was supposed to go in the last batch, but I didn't actually see the car, so they may have had a little issue, but it's all sorted now because it's on the line. It's Adam Greenan, drops the clutch, here we go, past me, 2.16 second start into Kennel.
Always very entertaining when the Greenan brothers are in town. Absolutely drives the wheels off this car, flashes past my commentary box, got a hint of a lift through crossing, got a hint of a lift through the King, already into bottom S.
And actually a beautiful line through it, just a little bit slidey, but nowhere. Already on the way up towards the finish, quick car.
Heads up towards the finish, is it into the 25s? Not quite, 26.36, 26.36. Next on the line, it's a route, it is a turbocharged route, it is James Chalmers, Jamie off the line, shares with Dad John, going quicker and quicker with you.
Absolutely, yeah. Did somebody say anti-lag? Just you listen to this thing running lots of anti-lag, get that turbocharger spooled up, using all the torque of the engine to spark its way through the King, coming down the gears into bottom S.
Yes, this so reminds me of Roy Lane's old car. There's all silver bodywork on this one. It's a very complicated little engine and very quick though.
Yes, it's going to be a quick time, 28.08, 28.08. Gary Warren on the hill now.
Screaming into my sight at about what seems like 20,000 RPM, flashes past my commentary box, flat to the board through the kink, doing 101 miles an hour on S approach.
He's pretty spectacular as Gary comes down from Scotland. He's really got this car going well, a little bit sideways coming out of the top S. Brilliant, lovely to see.
And he heads towards the finish as Anthony Wood passes me in the Force that he shares with his brother. He's already passed me and to you.
He is slight lift out of Kennel, gets back on the power, slightly through crossing, nice and tight to the inside of crossing, possibly could have taken more of the circuit, takes a nice tight line through the kink and already into bottom S.
Incredible, the sound of these little 1100 cc's revving the grains out of them, fantastic, off to the finish.
Heads up towards the finish. Let's see what he can do. He might just, is he going to do sub 30? Yes, he is. 29 seconds dead. 29 seconds. Well done. That's a second improvement from yesterday. And actually 3 seconds overall. So fantastic. Right, Gavin McLaren with you in the OMS.
Already with me. Takes a nice line through crossing, gives the bank a little bit of a berth, but he's flat to the board. Takes another gear as he goes through the kink. Little bit of wheel spin as he locks the rear up to go into bottom S.
Yeah, this early OMS built in 2000. You can see the engine all exposed at the back there, but he's had this car a few seasons now, really enjoying it too.
Heads up the finishing straight to record a 29.68. Next on the line we've got the car we were just talking about earlier. It's Richard Matossian in the Raptor 2 with the BMW engine in the back. Sounds amazing, this car, and it's incredibly quick.
So quick, you can just hear that engine doing everything again. Screams past the commentary box, takes another gear as he gets himself ready to go flat through the kink, which he does indeed, down the gears at 121 into S approach.
I tell you what, now he is going really well. Now it's great to see Richard getting some real enjoyment out of this car. This is a class record holding car.
This is going to be a quick time. Is it going to be into the 26s? It may be. It is 26.980. Well done, Richard. Right, Richard Walker on the hill now.
From one Richard to another, already with me now, running methanol this car, hence the red stickers on the side. You can see takes another gear through the kink, already at bottom S.
Yeah, carbon fibre OMS this one too. It's an early car, an 04 car, but still looks fantastic. Built by Steve Owen up in York.
Heads up towards the finish. Let's see what the time's going to be. It's a 30.06 for Richard Walker. That's a good time. 2 100s quicker than he went yesterday, so that's good. Right, off the line, Jonathan Flesher in the OMS 28 that he shares with Tim Thompson's had points this year, Jonathan, in a run-off. He's with you.
It is indeed. Stunning car. That's really, really nice. Beautiful through crossings. Gives almost no room between the tyre and crossing. Already up to bottom S now.
Yeah, this is superbly turned out. He's a dental technician from Harrogate. His son Dylan drove the car last year, but he's moved to Australia.
Heads up towards the finishing straight, and it's a 27.88. 27.88, so into the 27s for Jonathan, which is great, and I think he'll go quicker again later. Right, next on the line, it's another OMS. It's an OMS 3000 with Nigel Pitt aboard, so another 1000cc car. Already with you.
Indeed he is, yeah, just comes into my sight, takes a slight lift through kennels, flat to the boards through crossing is Nigel, and he's flat through the kink. He's doing 103 miles an hour into his approach.
Always a trier is Nigel, and he calls himself Shoestring Racing, and he's off up to the finish in the shoestring car.
Heads up towards the finish. Let's see what the time is. It's a 27.20. Tom Morgan on the hill now. Tom's quick in this Empire.
He certainly is. He looks quick. Gets off the power and back on the power through kennel. Slight lift through crossing. You can hear that engine doing loads of work as he finds the car sparking its way up the hill. 124 into bottom S.
Yeah, that's really quick, isn't it? The car looks immaculate. I love his pink helmet as well. Well, he's got this dialed in now, hasn't he?
Yeah, this is going to be a quick time, and I think Tom could be in the hunt today in the class. 27.31. 27.31, quicker than he went yesterday. Good run. Who's off the line now? It's Clive Austin in the 1100cc Empire Wraith.
Absolute regular here at Shelsley Walsh. A broad church of cars in his garage. Fantastic to see him out in this Wraith, which is going well. You can hear it sucking the air in through those big intakes as he gets on the brakes. Slight chirp of brakes lock as he gets into bottom S.
Yeah, it looks a bit mean and menacing in that black, doesn't it? To be fair, the black helmet as well. He can literally walk home across the hill to his house.
Right, time for Clive Austin. It's a 28.48. Right, here's the first competitor I think's in with a hunt of the class win today, and it's Tom Weaver.
He is absolutely flat out through Kennel and crossing. There's not much more to come from this Empire. Absolutely fantastic. Already into bottom S.
Yeah, this is their new car this year, and my goodness me, oh, he's sliding at the top as he just held it, and he's away.
This is going to be quick. Is it into the 25s? Not quite. It's a 26.41. 26.41. Slightly slower than he went yesterday. Now we've got Dave Tatham on the hill in this beautiful DJ Firehawk, another 1100 with you.
Beautiful line through kennel, beautiful line through crossing. This is how to do it, Dave. Absolutely fantastic. He's flat. You can hear the bottom of the car scraping along the ground as the aero works its thing.
Brilliant driver too, I tell you what. He's a farmer from Malton in Yorkshire, and he's here with his brother Pete as well, who's also out today.
This is going to be quick. What is it? It's a 26.35. 26.35. Slightly quicker than he went yesterday. Not quite as quick as Stuart Bickley did. And here is Stuart Bickley in the Dayglow Green Force TA. Very quick in this car.
Let's see what he can do. He's absolutely rapid into kennel. He's rapid through crossing, flat to the boards. Nothing in it between him and the bank. Flat through the kink. He's doing 123 into bottom S.
My goodness me, Stuart can really drive this car. He's made massive improvement too since he's had this car. Fantastic. Off to the finish.
He's so neat and tidy though. Inch perfect on the stream. Anyway, he's across the line. It's a 26.35. Identical time to Dave Tatham. I think they can both go a little bit quicker, so I'm looking forward to seeing battle resume this afternoon. Right, we go back to the Formula Ford class. We've got Max Hawkes on the hill with you.
He is indeed. He's going to be slightly lifting through crossing, but using that Formula Ford power to get himself up the hill, flat through kinking into bottom S.
Yes, I think they've got a Force as well that's got an engine issue, so he's driving their little Formula Ford. He's also one of our ace photographers, is young Max. Off up towards the finish.
And as we await the time for Max, we've got Carol Nichols on the hill in the Nike. Was it her father that built this car, wasn't it?
Her father designed the Nike range, so yes, she's driving the car that her father designed, which is great.
The Formula Fords, not the trainers?
Yes, the Formula Fords, not the trainers.
Good to know.
Yeah, here comes Carol. Look at her laid-back driving style. She's usually out competing most weekends in this car. Fantastic. Comes from Abergavenny, and it's great to see her back out. A little bit smoky. The engine's probably looking a bit tired.
Heads up towards the finish. By the way, the time for Max Hawkes was a 36.60. Carol Nichols is a 39.82. Mike Gallery with you.
He's already with me and past me, and he's going to do with Chris now.
Yeah, he is indeed. Local man. This is a beautifully turned out little Van Diemen, to be fair. He hasn't come far. He's certainly trying hard. He was very wide out top S.
Nicely done from Mike as he heads towards the finish. Les Buck on the hill in the Pringgett. Les, again, a regular competitor in this car.
Pringgett Mistral, one of the best names of a car that I've heard. Pringgett Mistral, I enjoy saying it, I enjoy seeing it. Lovely car. Les Buck's already flashed past my contra box and into bottom S.
Yeah, and he's deceptively quick. He's not the youngest of men, but my goodness me, he drives that lovely old Pringgett very, very well. He's quite a bit older than some of the other models, I think.
It's also, yeah, the car is a bit older, but he's sat fourth in class at the minute. And Mike Gallery, by the way, did a 34.87, so second half quicker than he went yesterday.
We've got Sarah Bosworth on the hill in front of me now. She just missed a gear a couple of times as she came out of Kennel into crossing. How's that going to affect her time?
Yeah, Sarah Bosworth, the Demon Barber of Sheffield. I tell you what, she was quick at Wiscombe. She beat the class record last week.
Was that the Sheffield version of Sweeney Todd, was that?
Well, I wouldn't want to,
yeah.
yes, don't upset her.
So Sarah crosses the line, 36.05. I think that missed gear did cost her a bit of time. Les Buck did a 35.18, by the way. Caroline Ryder is now on the hill in her Van Diemen.
She is indeed. Her and Sarah always trading blows when it comes to times in their Van Diemens. Brilliant little race that they have between them. She's flat to the ball, slightly better run than Sarah, but no missed gears on this occasion, so we're already into bottom S.
Yes, and she's one of our driving instructors on the driving schools, and very capable she is too. And those are a great event if you want to try and get into one of those. They're usually fully booked.
She wanted to be into the 33s. Will she do it? I think she probably not quite. 34.33. I think she'll get a bit more time off that later. Right, Jimmy Harris in his Formula 4 did a 33.03 yesterday. Can he get into the 32s?
He's been going really, really well. He's absolutely flat chat past me. That's about as quick as I've seen a Formula 4 go past my contra box.
He locks it up. I heard the squeal of the tyres, but actually his lines are brilliant. I tell you what, I'm not surprised he did so well.
Yes, he's a quick driver. I think this is going to be a quick time. Whilst we wait the time, Gary Hill off the line in front of me in the orange OMS with you.
Indeed he is, yeah. Flashes into my sight. You can just hear the gearbox working its magic as it goes second, third, fourth. And he's in fourth, takes fifth past my contra box. Will he take sixth before he gets to the end? No, he's just going to get on the brakes. 99 into bottom S.
Yeah, this is a nicely turned out car, isn't it? Immaculate. Oh my days, he just got away with that out of the S.
Yeah, had a bit of a wiggle as he came out the S's. By the way, Jimmy Harris, a 32.99, so into the 33s. Well done, Jimmy. Time for Gary Hill, 28.92. Mark Schlanker with you.
Already with me and past me, just pops as he changes through the gears, as he blasts up the hill, through the kink into bottom S, 128.
Yeah, he's really enjoying this X-Item price car, 1600cc Hayabusa with methanol, so it's quick.
Heads towards the finish, does a 26.82. Stephen Potter on the hill in the 1600cc Empire.
Yeah, great looking car. This Stephen drives it really well. Its front wing looks a little bit wobbly, but that could just be the flex in the wing. Flat through the kink, aero doing its thing.
Yeah, he's not had it long. I think he's retired now, but this car's beautifully turned out, and he's starting to get quicker and quicker and quicker in this car, so great to see it.
Heads up the finishing straight, crosses the line, does a 27.33, 109 miles an hour across the line. I've got a car in front of me on the line. It is Robert Capper. This is another Empire Wraith designed by ex-Formula 1 aerodynamicist Willem Towett. This one again with a 1600cc engine, leaves the line. He's into Kennel to you.
He is indeed. Big aero car this. Let's see what it can do. Is it going to be flat through crossing, slight lift, but back on the power. Great looking car this. Takes single gear as flat through the kink, bangs down the gears, 103 miles an hour into bottom S.
Yeah, I'd love the colour scheme on this one, but this is just like Zach's really, that's got all the right bits on it. And he's a legal executive from London.
He's driving it very nicely indeed, 26.50 as he crosses the line, 109 miles an hour across the line. Some people going slightly quicker than they went yesterday afternoon, some within a couple of tenths, but it is only practice. Right, Darren Gumley on the hill. Let's see what Gummers can do in the Force TA.
Indeed, Gummers has been in the 25s before here. What can he do today? Hopefully he can get himself into that time limit today. He's sharing the car with Paul Jones, absolutely flat out through the kink.
Yes, he certainly knows his way up this hill too, doesn't he? And my goodness me, if he could get in the 25s, that'd be fantastic.
Yes, let's see what it can do this afternoon. This morning it's a 26.46. Olivia Cooper leaves the line. Took the record, the ladies' record, further loaded at Wiscombe last weekend out. She goes very well here as well.
She's one of my favourites to watch up this hill. She drives absolutely beautifully through the crossing as ever, flat through the kink, flushing past me into bottom S.
Super capable driver, isn't she, to be fair? Car's unmistakable. It just looks so smooth. She's rocketing to the finish.
She is very smooth indeed. She's across the line. 26.95. 26.95. Who are we waiting for next? It is the Gould. Again, I think I haven't seen the Green and car go for a second time.
I think the Green and car's at the top of the hill still.
Ah, that'd be why.
Earlier, didn't he, in this? Because I think he was meant to be in the last batch, but he obviously maybe they had an issue or something.
Right, so we've got on the line, we've got David Warburton in the Gould GR59. You listen to this as he comes past you. He will be the lightest of feathers through Kennel and flat through crossing. Dave's rockets through Kennel.
The lightest of feathers indeed. Billy's going to be absolutely flat through crossing. Of course he is. It's Dave. He's fast and furious through the kink, flat out and into bottom S.
Oh yeah, this lad knows how to drive this car. Beautiful line through the S's there. It's howling off up to the finish.
Yeah, good S time, 7.66 S time, and you could tell that in the finish time. 24.84, 24.84. That's a quick time.
That's a really quick time.
Slightly slower than he went in his second run yesterday, but it's first practice run of the day. Shaking off the cobwebs. He'll need to do a 24. Well, speaking to him this morning, he thinks he needs to do a 24, a good 24 to qualify for the runoff.
It's got that feel about it, hasn't it?
Well, it's a power hill, Shelsley, and Dave's only got 1600cc, and he's not got any forced induction. So
how much power has he got compared to the other GR59s?
Good. Well, I don't know how much the 1600s have now. Mid 200 and lots. Don't think it's quite got 300, but 200 and lots.
I think he's got about
250 maybe.
260.
That's what I expect.
Yeah, with the methanol.
But we're still talking what kind of power to weight ratio in.
Oh, brilliant! The car weighs 300 kilos,
yeah.
But the big Gould GR59s have anywhere between 650 and knocking on the door of 700 horsepower.
Are you telling me that they're only 300 kilos?
About that in 1600 spec.
Wow.
Maybe slightly more, but
wow, that's
310
but actually,
max.
Now, I thought I heard that the big cars were lighter than some of the smaller cars. You know, the big GR59s with the 4 litres.
Oh, they are heavier than the GR59 and the 1600, but they're still very light indeed.
For what they are, yeah,
yes.
Incredible. Well, they're on the way back down. The sun's out at the top here now. So I'm starting to see a few more spectators as well, which is great.
You're going to get your tan on, Chris?
Oh, I've already got a tan. I've got my loud shirt on today. I even brought my sun hat thing.
Sorry, so yesterday wasn't a loud shirt day.
I was about to say, do let us know when you're bringing a quiet shirt.
Yeah, well, this is my Magnum PI shirt today. Yes, definitely.
Oh, really?
Yeah, definitely got to be done. I want that Ferrari that was down in the paddock. Do you remember?
You need a moustache then.
Ah, well, that's true.
Get a stick on one, and then you can just take the Ferrari.
Yeah. I'd have to dye my hair as well, wouldn't I?
Yes, that'd be a look, Chris. I can see you in that Ferrari.
I've always got a look.
Yes. So cars returning to the paddock, and as you said, it's becoming a lovely, beautiful day here at Shelsley. Perfect conditions for hill climbing and perfect conditions for spectating as well.
People are sat on the terrace here. It's great to see them now. They're actually in full sun now below the ice cream van, which you so cruelly talked about yesterday while we were in the wilderness.
It was so tough that I was brought an ice cream by the lovely ice cream van man here in
I think it was Kevin the ice cream man, wasn't it?
It was.
Bob's here as well, I think. He hasn't got any customers yet. We've got the burger type breakfast bar up here at Bottom S as well, so that's all good. And sun's out. No cows in the field today though.
Well, they're obviously waiting for the time runs. They're having a lie-in.
The pheasants are getting ready to fly across and cause havoc, no doubt.
Yes. But no, I must say the car park's getting ever more full, which is great. There's a great little football pitch down at the bottom of the hill as well in the car park for those that have children that like to you want to burn some energy off for the end of the day. Take them down there and go for kickabout. It's completely free.
Oh yeah, they have a free kids play area, don't they? Which is great.
So yeah, go and take. So if you have children with too much energy, take them down there and leave them to it.
Yes, so cars are coming back down to the bottom of the hill. We had a talking about yesterday evening, we had a lovely evening celebrating Gould, which was fantastic to see and hear all about the stories, and had ex-champions and 40 years of Gould this year, hence the celebration. And the original Gould is in the paddock. And did you see the Puma is here that Gould built?
Oh, now did I? Now that was the Gould Puma, I think they called it. And I was looking at it this morning because the front of the bonnet was off, and how far back that engine is mounted.
Oh, it's mid-engined.
It's a serious bit of kit, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it was next to, of course, the wonderful original Gould that Sean took up the hill. Is he bringing that up today?
I don't know. I haven't asked him. He may do, but if he's got time, obviously, if he's qualifying for runoffs and stuff, he might need to focus on that. But hopefully he will.
Billy, I have a question for your fountain of knowledge.
Yeah.
Between 1985 and 2023, Gould took a fair amount of British Hillclimb Championships, did they not?
Yes.
Are they the most winning
manufacturer ever? Yes.
Ever? Right. I wasn't sure with a pill beam or anything like that, but yes.
No, they're quite a way ahead, actually. So since 1998, they've won every championship bar 3, which Trevor in the OMS has won 3. But yes, so they won a lot of championships.
Trevor hasn't won 3 championships.
Was it 2?
One.
No, it's definitely more than 1.
I think I've just counted 23 championships for Gould since 1985, and 3 of them were your dad.
They were, yes.
Which is wonderful, which not many people know, Billy.
Who I met for the first time last night, and I was real thrilled, actually.
Yeah.
Great. He's fantastic guy and driver as well.
Yeah, he was on good form.
3 times on the bounce as well, which is even more impressive.
Yeah. So yeah, no, I think Trev's definitely won 2, but I thought it was 3. I'll have to check. That's really bad.
Well, I'm sure Trev, he is the most winningest driver in the OMS, but I think he's the only one to win the championship in the OMS, and I think he won it the once, but I may be wrong. That's another one for you to check out, isn't it? I hope I'm not doing a disservice to him.
I will check. Right, we've got flags in, and we've got the wonderful sound of a bellowing 2.5 litre V6 Cosworth engine signalling the arrival of the AFS P40, the car that's built by the Summers family, designed by Alex, built by all of them really. They all had a hand in getting it finished. It's absolutely stunning. It's a very quick car indeed, and I'm expecting Simon Mather to be in it. This is his first time at Shelsley, by the way. First time driving at Shelsley. I think it's the second time he's driven this car, and he was already into the 27s yesterday. 1.99 second start. Let's go, Simon.
He's not hanging around, is he? Takes a little lift out of kennel. This car sounds fantastic, doesn't it? One of the best looking cars in the paddock. Takes a slight lift through crossing, takes a slight lift through the kink. This is practice. He's not going too crazy, but into bottom already. Yeah,
and Simon's a race engineer. Does a lot of work with on the Firestorm. But anyway, he comes from Scotland, and that car sounds terrific.
Heads up the finishing straight. He might just into the 27s again. 27.62. Well done, Simon. 128 miles an hour across the line. Incidentally, by the way, I did check. It is 3 championships for Trevor. 2012, 2017, 2018.
Thank you, Billy.
Right, next on the hill, we've got Sandra Tomlin. Sandra goes brilliantly well in her pill beam with a big 4 litre Judd in the back.
She does. Fantastic car. The lovely noise this car makes. Takes a slight lift. I've got my commentary box window open so I can hear it. Taking it all in. Fantastic. Sandra's already in bottom end.
Yeah, and isn't it one of the best turned out cars? One of the very last hill beams built for hill climbs, and this one still looks immaculate. I think built in 2013.
Yes, and she drives it brilliantly well, doesn't she? She's across the line, 28.89, 132 miles an hour across the finish. That's going some. Right, who have we got next? It is Bernie Kevil in the OMS 28, already with you.
Absolutely, yeah, this is a fantastic car, really sounds great. Bernie drives it brilliantly, beautiful line through crossing, gets nice and close to the bank, pops and bangs through the gears as it powers its way up the hill, already into bottom S at 101 miles an hour.
Yes, I think he told me it didn't have a radical V8 in the back or something like that. Shares it with Simon Andrews, pops and bangs to the finish.
Yes, heads up towards the finish. This one is actually this is unique, this has the big TKD engine in, so they only made one bigger one, it's in this car, but the Radical engine is on the hill now, in the hands of Lynn Owen, in the identical chassis to OMS 28.
Indeed it is, flashes past the commentary box, little lift through crossing, just gets a handful of gears as we go up towards bottom S, 94 miles an hour.
Yeah, this is the Works OMS, immaculately turned out as you'd expect. Steve will be up later on in this car.
He will indeed, as Lynn heads up the finishing straight, crosses the line 28.92, 28.92. Well done, Lynn, that's a quick time. So we've next got on the hill. By the way, we've got Nicola Mingis on the hill, ladies record holder here, in the car that used to hold the outright hill record here as well. They had an issue with it yesterday. They were allowed to practice as well this morning, so they're getting 2 practice runs in, which is great. Nicola is with you.
Indeed, it is. I got the thumbs up from Nicola earlier to say everything was all okay, which is great to see. And yeah, she flashes past the commentary box, no dramas, everything seems to be working as it should.
And Martin Groves, the previous owner, was with your dad, wasn't he, in the paddock last night?
Yes, he was. He's here today as well.
Brilliant, brilliant.
Heads up the finishing straight. This is going to be a good time. It's in the 27s, 27.74, 27.74. Good that the car is fixed and working very well. So we await. We await a DJ. This is the DJ Firestorm with, says Alex, but I think it's Lindsay aboard the car, unless they've swapped. I'm pretty sure it's Lindsay. We shall wait and see.
Would Alex be entitled to jump in?
No, Lindsay, definitely Lindsay in the car. She rockets past me. She's into the first corner. She's to you.
She is indeed through Kennel, no problems at all. Lindsay is nicely through crossing. She's on the power. She heads through the kink, slight lift, already at bottom S.
Yeah, great to see they got the car fixed, and already she's with me at the S's now. It's very dappled light through the S's at the moment, probably quite tricky to see.
Lindsay heads up the finishing straight. I think this is going to be quick. It is. It's a 26.83, 26.83, which is slightly quicker than she went yesterday. So well done, Lindsay. Next on the hill. Sorry, go on.
Just 142 miles an hour across the line.
Amazing, isn't it? Amazing. We've got Sean Gould on the line, current hill record holder here at Shelsley, in the car that he built, that he is currently sat in, the Gould GR59. 4-litre Judd in the back, leaves the line. What is it? It's a 2.02 second start, which is quick. He disappears through Kennel to you.
He's already with me. That flashes through Kennel. That's fantastic. Sean's on it. He's quick through crossing as well. He's going to use all of that 1600 brake horsepower per tonne. Let's get him up the hill. Already into bottom S.
Yeah, he's a clever guy, and he can still certainly pedal a racing car too. My goodness me, this is becoming a history car, this one, isn't it, with the hill records?
It is indeed. He crosses the line. Is he into the 24s? Yes, he is well into the 24s. 24.29, 24.29, 136 miles an hour across the line. Next off the line, it's Amanda George in the car that I said yesterday I'd like to take home, the beautiful little Chevron.
It's fantastic, isn't it? Such a pretty car, puts you in mind of 70s Targa Florio, doesn't it? It's absolutely stunning as it barks its way past the commentary box, slight lift through the kink. We're doing 80 miles an hour through the speed trap.
Ex-Eiger Racing, Joe Siffert owned, and I think it was Gerard LaRouche used to drive this car back in the day.
It's a lovely car, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Heads up the finishing straight. Crosses the line now. 33.09. Anime Furnace on the hill now in the Swallow. Had a few little gremlins with the car yesterday. Hopefully it's cleared its throat today. Indeed, it sounds very healthy as it takes a whisker just between the car and the bank. We're through crossing the Kennel already into bottom S. Really nice.
Yes, partner is Ollie Wright. This is a Team Valley Racing car, which is also with Mike West as well. Good luck to Team Valley Racing.
That's better. 30.03. 30.03 sounded okay as it came past me. So well done to Ollie and the team for working their magic. I've got a Greenan car coming to the line.
This has got to be Andy this time.
This will be Andy. Brought to the line now after a rapid driver change. He did a PB yesterday. He's first time into the 24s, which is great to see because he'll need to be in the 24s if he is in with a shout of qualification for the runoff in an hour or two's time. He's on the line, settles himself down, builds up the revs, launch control on, popping and banging, sounds amazing, rockets past me, disappears into Kennel to you.
Already one of the most flamboyant drivers that you'll see this weekend is Andy, so committed as he is through Kennel and crossing, absolutely no hint of a lift through the kink. He's doing 120 into bottom S.
The Greenan brothers like a pair of gunslingers, aren't they? What a pair these two are. Oh my goodness, he is trying. My goodness, what's he going to do?
It was impressive through the S's. What is it? It's in the 25.16, 25.16. I think he was a little bit wide into bottom S and lost him a bit of time, but yeah, quick time, 25.16. John Cottrell on the hill now in the family Pilbeam. We'll see Sun Jack a little bit later on in the DJ Delara, another key contender for the runoff. But now we have John on the hill in the venerable Pilbeam MPD82, 2-litre engine singing away in the back as he disappears through Kennel.
Absolutely, you can hear it barking through its intakes. Second gear, third gear, slight lift through crossing, probably going to get fourth and fifth before the end of the straight. And we're already through Kink and into Bottom S.
Such an impressive looking thing, isn't it? Beautifully turned out, colour scheme. And the light's fantastic up here at the S's now because they're coming in and out of the sun through the trees. Fabulous.
Good as he rockets towards the finish. What is it? It's a 32.33. Ian Tucker on the hill now in the OMS 28.
Indeed he is, yeah, absolutely. Little wiggle as he just gets it through crossing, no problem, takes another gear through King. Slight lift on the brakes, ready for Bottom S.
Comes from Cornwall, and this car is about as big as you can get a Hayabusa engine out to. Anyway, he's got lovely OMS, beautiful Hayabusa. What a lovely combination.
Heads up the finishing straight. Ian Tucker crosses the line into the 29s. Well done. 29.42. Aaron Colborne now in the 2-litre Formula Island car. Oh, clips the grass on his way into Kennel, but he's with you.
He's going really well. Didn't seem to affect him too much. He slides the car through crossing as he's absolutely committed on this run. They're getting quicker and quicker in this car.
They certainly are. Yeah, what's he done do here? Yeah. Oh, somebody's come off the car. Okay, somebody come off the wing. It's the marshals are flagging it.
Yes, I think it was a front wing end plate. They're going to be a flag, yes, because Tim Elmer's just left the line, but there is a red flag for Tim. Has he seen it?
He hasn't seen it just yet. He has
now, so that's good. Just a front wing end plate, I think it was, that I'm getting a replay on the stream, so I can talk through it. Yeah, so as Aaron comes into, I think he's touched somewhere later on, because actually he didn't touch the bank on the way into... and the way into Bottom S, I don't think, or did he just? Yes, he had a nibble of the bank. Right, so he turned in a little early into Bottom S and just had a little nibble of the bank. Thank you, by the way, for the replay. Fantastic to see. So had a little nibble of the bank on the way into Bottom S, which just dislodged the front wing end plate, but still managed to carry on to the finish to do a 28.04, which is a pretty impressive time. So they'll, I'm sure, recover the end plate. Tim Elmer's stopped in front of you, Lloyd.
He has indeed. He's just getting fired up. They're just going to send him back up to, I think they're probably going to send him up possibly to Bottom S, turn him around and send him back down. Obviously, you've got the live stream in front of you, Billy. We do not have such luxuries on the hill because it is a bit of a signal black spot up here. But if you do, ladies and gentlemen, have any footage, we'd love to see your videos, your photos. Please do hashtag Shelsley Walsh and at Shelsley Walsh. We would love to see everything that you can provide us with from your social media, because it's a lovely day today, some great cars, lots to see. Do share them with us.
Oh, can I just say, so I'm right in saying this, so HillClimb.TV, Rich and Eleanor are bringing this to us today on the live stream. We've usually got viewers from all over the world. Like and subscribe, that'd be fantastic. I think we're up to about 11 or 12,000 at the moment. There's also a small subscription channel as well that you can help fund it, really, because Rich does a magnificent job and on a very little budget, really. So
13,800 subscribers now. Just got it on the screen in front of me.
Fantastic. Now I think he's got the first one is something like 99p a month or something like that, and then there's about £5 odd and about 12. But anything you can put towards the channel will help continue to bring the stream, to us, which is amazing, because this is a relatively new thing, isn't it, Billy?
It is, and it's amazing. We get viewers from as far away as New Zealand. We've often had them on oil rigs as well, which is amazing. Just, by the way, they're turning the Delara round at the Bottom S, but it just had a slight problem with the front wing running aground because there's a bit of a kink. But tell you what, this will get you an opportunity as it comes back past you. I'm really happy he got flagged, because it means I get to see this car again, because it's lovely, absolutely stunning.
What do we know about this car then? And Tim Elmer, tell us more about that.
So it's great to see Tim back. He's had the car a while. It's another ex-Formula 3 car, a chassis that's been turned into a hill climb car with bigger wings and front and rear. And in the back it houses one of the Davies incredibly lovely 2-litre V8s based on sort of two Yamaha V8 top parts and common block. So it's another TKD engine. I think there's 5, and I don't know if that includes the slightly bigger one that's in the in the OMS. But yes, so we've got 2 of those engines here today, and it's great to see Tim back. Haven't seen him for a while.
Indeed, indeed. And I think just a very quick public service announcement. I'd just like to say hello to my 2 good friends, Blake and Alex, have just sat down at one of our grandstands at Crossing, which is a great place to sit and watch, but they've applied their sun cream, and they've got big bottles of water with them, which I think is a fairly good reminder that if it is going to be hot today, ladies and gentlemen, do please stay hydrated. Do please apply the sun cream. Let's not be having any issues, and keep everything moving, shall we?
And wear a silly hat. I think it's definitely silly hat day and flowery shirts.
Definitely flowery shirt.
Definitely, yeah, Hawaiian shirts are the
yes.
ones. Yeah, 100%.
I'm actually stood up in the commentary box because I'm too hot if I'm sat on the seat.
Yeah, well, the other part that reminded me to this is the sun is starting to come through the window now and starting to heat up middle box. But so yeah, just another friendly reminder if anyone fancies bringing
What are those things? What do we call them? Thunderbugs or something yesterday? They were bugging nuisance, weren't they?
They got a bit vicious yesterday after.
They were.
Yeah.
It wasn't just me. I thought. I hear cars.
Well, you do hear car. You hear a car. You hear a Force. You hear a Force PT of Andy Bogood. By the way, I've just got a message on the stream. Kia Ora from Christchurch, New Zealand. There you go. We have a viewer watching from New Zealand. I told you. But hello, Kia. Thank you very much for joining us. Or was that hello in New Zealand? Anyway, they're definitely watching from New Zealand, which is great. We've got a Force on the hill. We've got Andy come all the way from the Channel Islands, going quicker and quicker in this car. He's with you.
He is indeed. Little wiggle out of kennel, just gets the car straightened up. Little lift through crossing, no dramas at all. Uses all that power to get through the kink. Little lift through the kink. We're doing 97 through into bottom S.
Yeah, he has quite a journey from the Channel Islands in this car. He gets set up early in the week often. But anyway, he's got a big higher booster in the back and drives it very well indeed.
Yes, stretched as much as you can stretch it. So actually in the 2-litre class, because he's 1650cc, I think. So over the 1600 mark, so up into the 2-litre class. Time for Andy was a 28 seconds dead. I've got Tim Elmer being fired back up, because Tim will get to do his run again, because of course he got flagged, which means we get to hear and see this beautiful Dallara again. So it's an F399, so a 1999 year chassis with more aero and a much better engine. So what a Formula 3 car should look like, in my opinion. Sits on the line now, just getting everything ready as it ticks over. Visor goes down, builds up the revs, and he drops the clutch, and off we go. Here goes Tim Elmer again. So 2.21 second start, and he's with you.
He is indeed. Big wide car this actually. It sits purposefully on the road. Beautiful through crossing. Takes a nice middle of the road approach to it. He's slightly lifted through the kink, but he's going to be banging down the gears into bottom S.
Yeah, doesn't this car look good? I've got to say, it looks absolutely fabulous. He's trying hard in this car from Stratford-on-Avon. I'm trying to remember what he drove before.
I don't know. It's got quite a while, but rockets towards the finish. Does a 28.47. Mike Tregoning now on the hill in the Pilbeam.
Great looking car, this Pilbeam. Sounds fantastic as well. Takes a slight lift through crossing, but back on the power. Big intake noises. He takes a little lift through the kink, doing 102 into bottom S.
It's actually quite a special old car, this one, isn't it? It's got a super engine in the back of it. He travels up from Cornwall as well. Been a long-time competitor and still enjoying his hill climbing.
Now, I've got a red flag on the track. I'm not sure why. I can't see anything obvious in front of me on the hill. Anything you can see, Chris?
No, I can't. I've got red flags here too, and I'm just looking up the track and I can't spot anything obvious. But nevertheless...
Well, over to the king of investigative journalism,
Me?
Billy Grace.
What do I need to investigate?
You're the king of why we have red flags on the track currently.
Oh, well, I don't know, actually. I didn't see anything. So the Pilbeam's at the top. Oh, I know what it was. So Tim Elmer didn't quite make it round the right-hander in the top paddock. So when you get to the top, he didn't go off. The car stopped. So the marshals have had to go and give him a push, which means that eventually you'd end up with a traffic jam on the top of the hill. And as you come over there, it's quite a big stop. So they're just pushing Tim Elmer's Dallara into the return paddock. I don't think he hit anything or anything. It just stopped.
Well, we were talking about this yesterday. Do you think there could be a lack of fuel in the car after 1.5 runs, or?
That's a good call.
I'm not just a pretty face, Billy.
Well, I wouldn't go that far either, Lloyd. But stunningly handsome was what I was going for there.
Oh, but I'll take that.
And modest.
I'll take that.
But yes, I think probably that's what it was. Just because obviously, if you end up with, otherwise you come over the finish line at 100 and lots, and there's a car park in front of you. So They're just putting cars into top paddock, but I can see Tim is now in the top paddock.
Flags are in
Fuel
as well.
is a good shout. On the line, Andrew Henson, by the way. We are getting flags in here at Kennel. We've got flags in here at the start line, and we've got a flag in at the start. So Andrew Henson will fire up the Gould Delara, a slightly earlier Delara Formula 3 car. I think it's a 94 car, this, yeah, an F394, so 94 tub. Was done by Gould, actually, so the work to remove the side pods, put in the different engine and do the wings was done by Gould. Car originally was run by Ben Butterfield and Leon Bocellier, and Ben Butterfield has won runoffs in this car. It's a very well sorted car, and Andrew drives it very well, and he's with you.
He does indeed, yeah. Beautiful out of Cannon. He takes lots of speed as he comes through crossing. Really sparking along the ground as the aero pushes it into the ground. We're doing 160 to bottom S.
Yeah, got a very, very potent Vauxhall red top in the back, pushing about 280 brake horsepower, so it should be quick.
Heads up the finishing straight, maybe into the 27s. Yeah, 27.55 across the line. Next on hill, we've got Jonathan Varley in the beautiful GWR Predator with another 2-litre TKD engine in the back.
Absolutely, yeah. He turned it really sharply into Cannon. Had to get out the throttle slightly, but makes up for it with commitment through crossing and kink, and he's already into bottom S, flying along.
Yeah, he is, and he's leading the Midland Hillclimb Championship, currently on 80 points at the moment in this GRW thing with the Terry Davies thing. What a piece of kit that is.
Absolutely stunning. 25.31, 121 across the line. Richard Alexander now in the family force.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a red flag. But
it's a red flag after, so it seems like we've got a red flag at Kennel, but I can't see why. But
just a little tiny piece of stuff that had just been removed at top S here. So anyway, that's back. So Richard's just turning round. He's going to come back to you.
Yes, the flag went out after he went past at the start line and at Kennel, but I think they've caught him at the kink, haven't they?
They have, yeah. They're just reversing him in. Same story as whoever, Tim Elmer. So they're just turning him round.
Maybe it's a blue car thing.
Maybe it's a blue car thing, yes. Could be, couldn't it? But yeah, not entirely. Can I see them up there? Chris, you can probably get a better view than I can.
Yeah, no, he's literally at bottom S. He's just turning him round, and we've cleared the little obstruction that was on the track. It was only a small piece of something or other. But I know this, the Predator that's just gone up, Jonathan Varley. Now, I remember the car when Graham White had it with was it the Arrows V10 Formula 1 engine?
It was, yeah.
What a car that was.
Oh,
it was a brute to get off the line, wasn't it?
The noise it makes. I think actually Toby Moody was commentating on that day and said, this is what a race car should sound like. And he was right. It sounded incredible. Never quite got it working to its maximum potential, which apparently was the gearbox that just couldn't hack it to try and put all that power down. But it was a quick car. But then, yes, the car sort of sat in the at GWR, and then Jonathan's bought it and installed. Well, it had his BDG, or was it BDA he had at first. Then he put in this lovely V8, and it's just gone really, really well.
I'm guessing that Graham probably flogged the engine. It probably came out a rolling chassis. Yeah.
I'm just going to take my leave for a short amount of time. I'm going to hand over to the dulcet tones of Mr. Chris Druitt.
Thank you, Billy. It'd be great to hear from Chris, one of our regulars. You will know Chris Druitt's voice. He's an absolute world of information, so looking forward to hearing from Chris.
Morning, Chris.
We're going well today, aren't we already, Mr. Ponsford?
We are doing all right, aren't we? Yeah, to be fair, we're rattling through. It's great. The sun's out. It's beautiful. Shelsley Walsh, this meeting's a special meeting. We're going to see some incredible hill climbing later on.
There's a real buzz about today, isn't there? It feels.
Good morning, both.
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Chris.
I'm dulcet.
Dulcet you are.
Oh, dulcet tones. We've been discussing with Billy the runoffs, and the agreement down here is I'll do the first car runoff, he'll do the first tin top runoff, he'll do the second car runoff, and the tin top second runoff is a fight between you two, if whoever wants to do it. Who's the biggest?
No fighting. No, we don't do fighting, do we, Lloyd?
Who's the biggest?
Well, I'm probably the fattest, but...
No, right.
I'll probably run faster than you, Chris.
Oh, that is a million percent you can.
Give you a good kick in the shin.
Yeah, I know. It's all brutal stuff, isn't it?
Pete Tathan off the line with 2.15. Good start. Hustled it through Kennel.
He certainly does, already with me crossing absolutely flat out. You can hear that supercharger really doing its thing as he just clips the ground as it pushes the car with the aero into bottom S.
The second of the brothers Taser, both extremely quick too, aren't they? Both great sportsmen. Anyway, Pete off to the finish.
With a time of 26.12, that's okay. 120 over the line, and on the line we've got William Lockridge sharing with Zach Zammit. Zach being very generous, sharing his car.
Absolutely rapid machine this car, really is. They both hustle the thing up the hill, absolutely flat out, already into bottom S.
Yes, indeed. Yes, William's quick too. He's got a woodwork business. Anyway, he comes from Northern Ireland. He has actually won the Northern Ireland Championship in the past.
With a 26.10. Look at the start to 64 feet, 2.04. That is quite quick. In fact, it's very quick. Jonathan did the same. And off the line now, Alex Coles.
Wow.
Force TA.
Super quick off the line, 1.91 off the line. Amazing. It's absolutely rapid. I think Alex is in with a shout. Little wiggle through kink. He's really on it. In with a shout with a run-up, I think.
Brilliant young driver from Plymouth. He's an apprentice electrician at the moment. That's in the woodworking game. Anyway, so over the finish.
In the 24s, 24.77, not far off the record. Look at that start time and the bottom S approach, 141.
And it looked, sometimes we have the odd glitch, don't we, where sometimes cars look a little bit like that, where the timing might be assisted with a fly or something, but that looked every bit of 141 miles an hour.
That is amazing, because that's up with the big cars, or in fact it's quicker than most of the big cars. Brilliant run. 24.77. Here we go, John Chalmers sharing with James. I told James as soon as he beats his dad he won't be allowed to drive it anymore.
He's already with me. Beautiful line through crossing, lots of anti-lag on this car, fantastic, sparks its way through the kink. That'll make for great photos.
Yeah, doesn't it? And the lighting up here is fantastic. 1400 turbocharged Hayabusa. What a piece of kit that is.
Fantastic, and the time clicking up, 27.28, 113 into bottom S, 111 over the line, and on the line we've got number 9. We're number 9, ninth in the championship, Paul Hames in the Gould GR59 with a turbocharged bike engine producing well over 500 horsepower. Amazing.
Absolutely. Paul Hames is one of my favourite car combo drivers. He's always so reliably quick, and the car is absolutely on rails as it goes through crossing and canal. Absolutely fantastic through the kink, already into bottom S.
Yeah, you won't see many better looking cars either. Very committed driver as well. My goodness me, that is going to be rapid. He could do 24s.
Let's see, yeah, a low 24.26, 133 over the line and 130 into bottom S. Brilliant run. 102 is Richard Alexander in this lovely force.
Indeed, we see him again. He got flagged just a moment ago. You saw him rolling back down the hill. He just rolls off the throttle as he goes through crossing. You can hear that turbo spooling as it gets its way up the hill and down the gears into bottom S.
Yeah, it's got 1300 turbo, so it's going to be very rapid. He's come up from Poole to compete today, and he's heading up there with the finish.
And he achieves a 28.37, 123. It's a funny thing about the speed into bottom S, because sometimes people appear to be going relatively slowly. They get their braking done fairly early and then produce a really quick time. Roy Lane used to do that. He said there's no point in rushing into bottom S too quick, because then you fumble to get it all sorted out.
Yeah, absolutely. But I have to say the 141, or the alleged 141 miles an hour speed from Alex Coles, it looked every bit of it. I haven't seen that car bottom out all weekend, and
wow.
That's the first time I've seen that car bottom out. I can only assume because it must have the force of God on the wings pushing it into the ground. It is so quick. It's hard to believe.
It is. I'm very glad that the club saw the sense of putting a really good catch fencing in there, because people on those benches are seeing these cars coming straight towards them at 130, 140 miles an hour. But we've got Recticel, we've got good catch fencing, and that, well, it stops Motorsport UK from laying down the law about how quickly these cars are going.
Young Alex Coles, you know, I'm a massive fan of young Alex. He's from Plymouth. He was super quick in the Formula 4s. He held the records in that, and now he's progressed into this, and he's got a car now that really is rapid with that turbo ahead, and with the commitment of a youngster like he is, he's a star of the future.
How old is he?
He's at 19, I think.
19 years old.
Yeah.
Good grief. The future of Hill Climb's in good hands, isn't it?
Dad's having a season off this year, but young Alex, they've bought a share in this car with Calvin Broad, and they're rejuvenating both of them really, and the car is going incredibly well. They've had a few issues to deal with it, but they seem to have it really dialed in. So to get in the runoffs potentially in that little car, I think he managed a 5th or a 6th at Wiscombe last week, which is an incredible performance against these 700 horsepower Goulds and the like.
It's incredible, isn't it? Absolutely fantastic. I mean, the commitment was just was palpable through the King. I mean, the car almost did a 4-wheel drift. I keep going on about it, but that was one of the most committed runs I've seen all weekend from Alex Coles. That was fantastic.
I'm very glad to see youngsters coming in, and in my day, which was a long time ago, it was becoming a little bit of a middle-aged sport, hill climbing, but to have Matt Ryder, Alex, and the other youngsters coming in.
Tom Weaver, another absolute superstar, isn't he? Yeah,
he's a hot shoe.
He's a hot shoe,
I think the thing is, though, from a youngster's perspective, you're never too old for adrenaline. You know,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? And what an adrenaline rush! Those 25 seconds of absolute fury up this hill is incredible. I drove the hill for the first time a few weeks ago, and it really gave me a proper feeling of getting up the hill. It really was.
Now, Chris, you've competed here in the past very successfully. Tell us what it's like going up Shelsley Walsh.
Well, it's like running a 100-metre sprint, because by the time you get to the top, you're absolutely knackered, which is surprising. It's only 24 seconds or something, 28 seconds or something, but you really feel it. Now, there was a good hill climber, my name's just disappear, who won the championship quite a few times. He had a cigarette pack taped to his monocoque, and the minute he got over the finishing line, shaking hands, he grabbed a fag.
Oh wow, how lovely! Those were the days, weren't they? Eh? Fantastic. Because I know you were competing in your March, and the Gould, of course, which is down in the paddock today, the ex-Chris Kramer car. That was such a pleasant sight, wonderful sight to see. You competed against that, didn't you?
I did indeed, 1980 3 or so. And I was talking to James Chalmers, who was very pleased to do a 28.3 up his last run, and I said, well, I did a 28.4 in my old March 20 years ago, but to be honest, I think the road surface was better in those days.
That's really interesting. What do you think? The tarmac was smoother? I mean,
I think it was less bumpy.
Oh, less bumpy.
And maybe had more grip. I don't know, but I was extremely pleased with my run.
So now we're seeing potential. Well, we've got a hill record in the 22s to Sean Gould, which could be under threat today after what I saw yesterday.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Chris. At least I can't make any mistake with you, can I?
No, indeed.
Toby Moody here in the middle commentary box, just for a moment. Lloyd's catching up with a couple of people. Welcome to Shelsley. What have you? What have you?
And Toby, we are thrilled to see the live stream, which has made such a difference, and B, the big screen in the courtyard. I think that's fantastic.
Yeah, but we've organised the weather. That's the main thing.
Yeah,
that's the thing that really makes the difference for people who are trackside. Welcome if you've never been to Shelsley before. It's great to have you here. If you've wondered what hill climbing is all about, then, well, just watch the next 20 minutes or so. And yet, as Chris and Lloyd have touched on already, and Billy so far today, it's only practice. It is only going to get quicker here at Shelsley.
Now the question is, if it's very hot this afternoon, 30-31, they were threatening. Does that slow cars down or does it speed them up?
No, it slows them down. Remember that the combustion inside the cylinder is not as efficient the hotter the air is.
Sure.
The tyres, they're specialist HillClimb tyres with Avon.
They should get nice and sticky.
They should get nice and sticky, but if you're dual driving, they can get over sticky and they can go over. They can get so like a plasticine, if I can use that expression, feeling to them, and then they don't turn in at kennel, and then you lose the confidence. You know what that feels like, Chris. It just doesn't turn, it doesn't bite. You need them just right. So,
and you get terminal understeer around crossing, which puts the heart in the mouth.
You don't want to do that.
We've got a car on the line. If it had a number on the front, I would tell you who it is. Well, we'll see. We'll see. It should be, if we're into over 2-litre racing cars, it's not Simon Mather, it's Graham Wynn. Graham Wynn not sharing with Scott Moran this year.
No, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Gould GR59, 4-litre V8, 700 horsepower. This is the first few of the really quick cars today.
And yes, it is. Graham Wynn, OBE, what car this was. Scotty Moran was winning runoffs in it last year, and here comes Graham to the finish.
With a 25.8 and 149 over the line. Nice, sensible run, 106 into bottom S. I think Graham really enjoyed his year or two of sharing it with Scotty. We've got...
Could be Harry Pick.
It is Harry Pick in the OMS 28 XD. Does that mean it's got an XD engine? 2650, yes, it probably does. That's an ex-IndyCar engine, isn't it?
XD, yes.
2650 without the turbo, without the methanol.
Correct. Sounds wonderful.
It does. Now, is this a new car for Harry?
I believe so this year. Here comes the OMS. You were talking about it earlier, the fact that OMS have won the British Hillclimb Championship 3 times already in their career. Into bottom S, into the shade.
It is indeed, yes. It was actually added towards the back end of last year. This is a brand new OMS with a big Cosworth engine, going to be quick.
It is quick with a 26.7, 130 over the line. And on the line, we've got Jack Cottrell with another XD engine in the Delara. A bit heavier than some of the little cars.
This will be a good run. This is how a HillClimb car should really sound. It's getting quicker, building speed up to 6th. Bit of a wobble through the top left-hander, up with you.
Seriously talented young driver too. He's got a lovely combination of car and engine. Owls it off towards the finish very quickly.
To record a time of 24.46, good time, 140. Richard Summers, Dad
of Alex, in the car that the entire Summers family have created over the last 2 or 3 years with the V6 2.5 litre, similar to the type that Graham White Jr. held the Shelsley record with.
Built this car in their garage. What an achievement that was, to build a car that qualifies for runoffs potentially.
It's a work of art, a work of family art. Beautiful. And it records a 27.8. I see it's being shared by Simon Mather. Sandra Tomlin with a 4-litre Judd engine in the Pilbeam, always immaculately presented. It's 13 years old. Doesn't look its age.
Here we go. This is what the Judd V8 should sound like. He's having a good go. Yeah, this is a Pilbeam, remember, that dominated the British Hillclimb Championship mid-late 70s all the way to the early 90s.
And still looking fantastic. One of the last of the big Pilbeams built for hill climbing. Owls to the finish.
Simon Andrews is on his way. Morgan Jenkins finishes with a 25.95. Simon and his partner Bernard are sharing this car, which has got the first TKD Terry Davis engine, 2.8 litre V8.
Yes, this is their regular big car. They also own a Formula Ford, which they often campaign early in the season, but now they're out in the big car for the sunshine.
And recorded 27.38. And on the line, is it the Works OMS? It is.
Yeah.
With the boss at the wheel, Steve, they've been so successful. I think they've sold well over 200 cars.
They have indeed. Here's Steve Owen. This will be a good run up through the S's. He's a real fighter through the corners.
Yes, he's fighting it round through the S's, but he's getting it round. Yes, quite close to the bank, but he's up the straight now, looking very good.
And into the 26s, 26.29, you see only 108, well, only, the benefit of a fairly early braking into bottom S, get it all sorted out, get the right track between bottom and top S, and you save a lot of time. David Wren.
Here's David. He got best time of day here at Shelsley a couple of Junes ago. This is the car that held the record here with Martin Groves, a 4-time champion back in 07, and he held it for 9 years.
Yes, it was a fabulous record. Martin's here this weekend. David Duran still drives it incredibly well. He's off to the finish.
That's a good run. 24.3 in the low 24s is brilliant. 139 over the line. I thought Trevor had taken off and stalled, but his back wheels haven't gone over the line. So, as long as that's not a transmission failure, I have a horrible feeling he's going to be wheeled into the slot at the side. I do hope that's not a drive shaft or something. Trevor, in fact, has won one runoff already this year, which is really good to see because he's not enjoying nearly as much power as the majority of these cars. I don't know what his RPE engine produces, but probably not much more than, what, 420 or so?
I think he's probably got around about 500 perhaps on a good day, but he's probably a couple of hundred down on some of the big ghouls.
Yeah, but he's a brilliant driver, and it was Booley Bay that he won the runoff, and that is pure driving skill.
He won at Harewood too, Chris, earlier.
Oh, did he?
In the year, so he's had 2 runoff wins this year,
Brilliant.
which is and a runner-up, I think. So
yeah.
He is back on form. Well, he's never not been on form, but as a driver, he's impeccable, isn't he?
Yeah, 3 times champion. Let's hope Trevor's car comes out for the competition runs.
Yeah, disappointing if he doesn't make it, because he knows his way up. He's one of our instructors here on the drivers' schools, isn't he?
Will Hall. Good GR59, new to him just over a year ago. Really enjoying it. With a 4-litre Jard. They are amazing cars with a one-piece body.
Here we go, and into my view, coming through crossing, 125 miles an hour, build the speed, 130, 140 miles an hour as he brakes for bottom S, and this is just practice.
Supremely turned out car. This is the latest speckle. He nearly nips the bank on the way out of top S up to the finish.
23.42, 144. Look at his speed through into bottom S. I've never seen that. That's broken the record into that by
that's
a lot.
That he wasn't doing 154.
Was it a pigeon flying across the front?
No, that he was quick, but not 154. Let's see. Next up.
Here's Alex leading the championship, or sharing the lead with Matt.
Alex Summers on the hill, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go with the DJ building the speed, flat out through the top left-hander, hard on the brakes for bottom S. Through S approach at 133.
What a talent this young man is. This engine screams to 14,000 RPM. He's off up towards the finish now.
23.74, 145, 133 into bottom S, as Toby said. But look at the start. The first 64 feet, 1.88. That's an incredible start. Now, is this Matt Ryder? It is. Matt's having a fantastic season.
Championship leader on the hill, ladies and gentlemen. Here we come, Matt Ryder, quickest ever driver up Shelsley last year and the year before, so close to the barrier. S approach, it says 158, but it'll be about 140.
Beautiful lines through the S's. He's already straight up the straight. He's nearly finishing now.
146 over line. 22. First car in the 22s this weekend, I think. But what a run.
First one, first 22.
It is.
22.37 is the record here, ladies and gentlemen, so we're in business. Next up will be the reigning champion, 4-time British Hillclimb champion.
Wallace Mingus. Watch, if you're down near the start line, watch Wallace off the line. No fuss, very relaxed, and suddenly there he was gone.
So Wallace Menges, he's done a 22.5 up Shelsley with that magnificent run we had here 3 years ago.
1.92 off the line.
Here's the reigning champion in the Ferrari Red Gold, the 3.3 V8 Cosworth, building the speed, 700 horsepower. It's just practice. He's careful on the brakes into bottom S.
Is there a better looking car here today? I don't think so. Beautiful helmet. He's going to ride back on form this weekend. I predict great things.
23.78, 159 over the line, which probably is genuine. Really good run, sensible run for Wallace. Change of scenery. Simon Durling in the lovely Alpine A610. Great success in rallying in Europe.
Yeah, Monte Carlo up through the Alps and everywhere. Just to go back to the quick cars though, you know, they're using old tyres. They've got their best tyres for the runoff, which will happen before lunchtime. So this is just practice. Then we have the class runs, and then we've got 2 runoffs at lunchtime. One for the tin tops, the rally cars, the saloon cars, the touring cars, and then another runoff for the single-seaters, the monopostos that we have just seen. So just bringing you up to speed if you're new to Shelsley. Simon's to the top, Stephen Palmer on his way.
In the old car, the new car has got clutch slip.
Yeah, lovely little Lotus 69 here, pretty little thing, immaculate. It's just built like it's concourse standard, that one, fantastic to see.
Here's Sarah Thorne, who is always quick and aggressive. She was a champion cross-country runner in her youth, which wasn't all that long ago.
Yeah, quickest lady driver here at Classic Nostalgia for the last 2 or 3 years. Victorious this year with the Lotus.
Yeah, and a resident of the Team Valley just across the way there, but here with the husband Malcolm, they've got a nice collection of Lotuses, and this is just one of them.
And a time clicking up is in the 30s, a 35.2. Now I'm dribbling because this is my favourite car. This is Richard George in this lovely Chevron.
Yes, shades of 70s sports car racing, Eiffel racing, ex-Joe car, Targa Florio-esque, isn't it? Particularly here at Shelsley with the view that we've got.
Super pretty. I believe Gerard LaRousse was the works driver back in the day. I think a couple of us now fancy this is the car we want to take home. Billy certainly does.
Andrew Tippett in the prototype Brabham BT30, which was built for the era when they had wings on the end of long sticks. Do you remember? And it all felt a bit in the Spanish Grand Prix, and they banned them. But you can see, if you look at the uprights on this car, you can still see the holes where the long sticks went in. And Malcolm Thorne on his way. Malcolm got best time of day at I think it was the last Chateau Impney.
Yeah, well, they had another Chateau Impney hill climb last Friday for the VSCC, didn't they? So yeah, I think it's the last one ever. Last Friday.
Well, yes, here comes Malcolm. Yes, it was. I was there, actually. It was a lovely day out at some beautiful old cars.
And here's Roger Deans in the venerable Lola. Interesting car, Formula 5000.
More cubic capacity that we've got here after the Formula 5000 with Tippett. Roger Deans, he knows his way up this hill, growling its way. It's all about torque. It doesn't quite change the rotation of the Earth with the torque that it's got, but nearly.
It nearly changes the commentary box up here as it growls away and vibrates its way, and it's near to the finish.
Porsches. Well, the first of our Porsches. This is Peter Herbert, the 3.8 litre 911, fairly early car.
Now, this was driven exceptionally well yesterday. Peter will be continuing his speeds with the Carrera. You know, oh, by the way, there's a Carrera RSR in the car park. My head fell off when I walked past it. Go and find it. It's wonderful. It's just uphill at the ice cream van.
That's super rare, is it, Toby?
Oh, that's proper stuff. Whoever's brought the white Carrera RSR and parked it on the front row of the car park, applaud that man.
Now, for some reason, these cars don't seem to feature in my program after 131. This is 132. John McKenzie in the Cortina.
Well, the Cortina on its way, D-Reg, so that's a 66.
Same age as my younger son.
Here he comes now. He's travelled all the way down from Scotland, actually. He drove down through the night, Friday night, he was telling me. And I think this one runs an old Crossflow engine in it, and it's a well-campaigned car. Nice to see it.
Yep. 59, slight change of speed from the last lot. 46.26 for John. Car number 132. I'll find him in the program eventually, or not, as the case may be. Lotus Exige on the line, 717. But is it a Rover-powered one? Or
We're now back on the start of the meet again, Chris. So
right,
yeah, we've finished now. So we're now back in batch 1, which is only a class of 3. These are dual drive cars. Michael Thompson in the Exige, yeah.
Yep, the Exige with its fixed. You can't take the roof off.
So these are class runs. These are runs that are going to count. You've got 2 class runs throughout the day, ladies and gentlemen. If you're new to hill climbing, 2 class runs and it's your best time that goes forward. So this Exige has already had a practice. This is now its first class run.
Yeah, Michael Thompson, he's very rapid. He also owns an S2000. He's driving this car with his wife, Zoe Shearman.
He's followed by Robert Wilson in the Elise.
Having a go is Rob, knows his way up so many of the hills. He's been part of the Moran Championships as part of the Moran team for so long as well. Always driving, always committed.
Certainly is committed, yeah. It's got this soft top job on this one there, nicely out of top S, heading up towards the finish.
729 is Mark Lawrence in the Cayman. 2.5 litre turbo engine. Robert Wilson's time 32.89. End of a batch now.
Close to the barrier, sorry, Chris. Not leaving much to play with on the left-hand side, but all safe through the S's, I'm sure.
So these are competition runs. We're going right through the program, I think. Have the big boys have their second practice? Oh, they only get one.
Only get one on a Sunday, Chris.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
So we go right through, and then the runoff. Wow.
We're on page 17 of your programs, folks, in A1 road cars, series production cars up to 2 litre, but actually the Porsche, that's a dual drive, so that's not a different class.
Okay, we must extend our warm welcome today to heroes of hill climbing, one should say. Chris Kramer, a British champion. He won the first championship in a Gould racing car, the red Gould 84G that's down there in the paddock. David Grace, 5 times British Hillclimb champion. I haven't seen Martin Griffiths, another 5-time champion. I haven't seen ADO, Alistair Douglas Osborne, and I haven't seen Ray Rowan, but I have seen, obviously, Wallace Menges, Roger Moran, Scott Moran, Martin Groves, who held the record here in the zeros and only had the record tumble in 3 years ago.
I feel a group photograph coming on.
Yeah, Martin Bolsover's here. I saw Martin yesterday, 3-time British champion, 82, 83, 84. And we've also got, motorsport world champions as well in the shape of Willem Towett, who was part of Benetton with Michael Schumacher era, went to Ferrari and was winning world championships as part of Ferrari as chief aerodynamicist, chief head of technical. So great to see Willem here. So from little acorns here at Shelsley, things always progress. Wonderful to see them here. So if Martin Griffiths, if you're here, Alistair Douglas Osborne or Ray Rowan, then haven't seen you, but it'll be great to see you up the hill in the paddock somewhere as this afternoon progresses.
I hope Chris Kramer gets the demo drive in the in the little Gould.
In the 84G.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Good idea. Good idea. But we'll put the two cars together, shall we, in the lunch break? The latest GR59 Judd and the original 84G that David Gould designed, constructed, and then drove in 1984 when it won the championship.
With help, I'm told, by Patrick Head of Williams.
Yep, it's got a Williams 1982 Keke Rosberg FW08C rear wing.
Well, that's a start, isn't it?
Fell out of Station Road in Didcot, home of Williams Grand Prix engineering, don't you know it? Another warm welcome to two Italians who are here today, Matteo Nodari and Ashley Tomaselli, who, by coincidence, I bumped into during the week, and I managed to convince them to come to Shelsley, and they're here today. They're big into hill climbing in Italy, and they're big into their rallying in Italy. So
it's funny how...
Una bella giornata in inglese per una corsa salita oggi.
Grazie.
Grazie. So yeah.
I was somebody in Europe said, your hill climbs in England are ridiculous. They're so short. We have proper hill climbs up the side of a mountain. Yeah, okay, but if you're a spectator at a European hill climb, all you see is about 100 yards, cars coming past you. Don't see the start, the finish. The great thing about British hill climbs is that most of them, you see the whole thing from start to finish.
Yes, you know, particularly if you're standing in the middle of the hill here at Shelsley, you can see them come into view. You know, they're doing over 101, 102 mile an hour, come past you at 120, 30, yes, approach 140. So, yeah, you know, do also just make a quick expedition to the top of the hill on the right-hand side and see and feel what it's like to have a car come past you at 155, 160 miles an hour. It's
or coming straight towards you into bottom S.
Yeah.
Scary.
You know, it's not as quick when you're in the car. You know, when you're in the car, you always want to go quicker. It's never quick enough.
I know.
And it looks quicker when you're watching than it actually feels like when you're in the car.
Nice also that we don't have a return road, so everyone gets a chance to see these cars coming down at sensible speed. In the good old days, we didn't have to wear a helmet, so everybody hoped to attach their helmet to the roll bar and came down with the hair blowing in the breeze. And it was nice to be able to wave to your family, and they could recognize you and wave back. And then Motorsport UK decided in their wisdom that we had to wear helmets coming down.
A reminder, if you're a first-timer here at Shelsley and you've purchased a ticket online or on the gate to be here today, if you then decide that this is a bit of you and you would like to come back with 2 season tickets throughout next year, then if you become a member now, you are a member from now until the end of 2025.
736 is Paul Evans in the Westfield.
On his way up through the top left-hander at a speed of 88.
Yeah, always entertaining, these little Westfields. This class always hugely entertaining. Most of these are running car engines, but some have got bike engines, which we'll see later, off up towards the finish.
Yeah, he's got a Vauxhall engine in the front of this. Here comes Joy Hoyle, always extremely competitive, always sharing with Ray Law.
Into my view, up towards crossing past railings on the left-hand side, nice and smooth with the red gloves on the black suede wheel, through the top left-hander, through the speed trap, and again, 88.
Yeah, this is a well-turned out little car too. She's a super driver. She's done her instructing in her time, and she comes locally from Bromyard.
And this car, the engine is labelled Opel, which means it's a Vauxhall probably, but it's over 2 litres, 2068. Porsche 751.
Here comes the Porsche into view.
Laura, it's nice to see Laura back, having injured herself.
Yeah, Laura usually sharing with Jonathan. Quick car off the line this, quick car up the hill, full stop in fact. It's got all the traction with that engine over the rear wheels, hasn't it?
Old school 911, air-cooled, what a fabulous looking thing. Great to see her back too. She's had most of the season out after early injury, but she's back with Jonathan Williamson, who'll be out later.
Lloyd alarm, it's a clear.
Oh, Lloyd is watching. Lloyd is getting excited, but unfortunately he doesn't have the microphone. But now, as it rushes past, the Clio rushes through the trap at 83. Lots of va-va-voom.
Andrew Feekins, one of the Feekins clan. Dad Tony's out later on in the 205, but they always are triers, and this little car goes very well.
Joy did a 32.09, Laura did a 36.19, Andrew has just finished with a 35.38, and here we are, Richard Pace in this surprising Rover.
I'm not quite sure what the long bridge is for va-va-voom, but the Rover is on its way.
It's va-va-voom.
It's va-va-voom, it's great,
It is.
Yeah, here he is in the MGZR. Yeah, these are quite popular little cars in rallying circles these days. They're not a huge amount of money.
What would you have to pay for one of these?
You could get one.
200 quid?
Yeah, and the rest. Add a few noughts onto that one, young Chris.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, they're become quite popular now.
Now, is Lizzie Weaver Tom's sister?
Yes, indeed. Now, this is Zoe Shearman. This is the wife of Michael Thompson, who was driving the car earlier. But yes, Lizzie is part of the Ludlow Massive, and she's doing very well in her little car.
Yeah, good run, middle of the road. Giving herself space through the top left-hander, middle of the road, all good. Don't brake, now brake.
That's it, she's coming round there. She's doing very nicely too in the little family Saxo. It all started in this one, I reckon.
It's a great thing to start with. Start hill climb with a Saxo or a little Clio. Off the line, Bruce Aitken, car number 19. It's a Citroen, another Citroen Saxo VTS, which is quite a quick little hot hatch. Lizzie did a 39.67. She'll be pleased to be under the 40-second mark.
Good lines from Bruce up through the top left-hander as we speak. Wait for the brake lights. Now they come on.
Yeah, he was on three wheels through there earlier. To be fair, he's driven all the way up from Dover as well, so he's come a long way to do his hill climb this weekend. But as I say, these are great little starter cars.
Here's Jonathan Langmead in the
It's quick. He's rattling on. He goes up a gear after the commentary box. Middle of the road, keeping his toe in. Good run, 90 as approach.
Yeah, John Langmead holds the class record actually at 32.63. He's a golf pro, I believe.
Hole in one approaching, is it? What's the record?
32.63.
Done it! Record!
Oh wow, that's good. Yeah.
Fantastic, amazing, beautiful, great drive.
32.50, speed 91. So our first record has fallen. David Wilson on his way in another Elise.
Yeah, I've got him in sight now. He slides through bottom S there. Yeah, he's good approach. Now he's on his way up the straight to the finish. What can he do?
He can do a 33.22. Richard Jorgen, very nice Cayman.
Oh yes, not quite sure of the correct name of the colour, but I call it a kind of a baby blue. But that is a quick road car. But as we all know, quick road cars sometimes struggle against gravity here at Shelsley, but it'll still be a good run. 77 S approach.
What a fabulous looking thing too. 4 litres of Porsche power, about 400 brake horsepower. Puts it down up towards the finish.
Is that a flat 6 or is it a 4?
I think that's a 6.
Here's another 6, here's another GT4. This is a great run by Duncan Andrews. He knows how to pedal a Porsche up Shelsley. This will be a cracking run.
Here he comes now from Stourport. Yeah, he got his lights on. The engine's absolutely screaming now. What a beautiful sound that's making off to the finish.
Will he get into the top 10 for the tin tops? E92 BMW 4 litre V8 on its way. Revs to about
time.
Come on, quick.
Duncan Andrews 32.34.
32.3. In the meantime, the BMW's on the hill. We've got to concentrate on that. This will be good fun. It's a cracking engine.
Crowling V8, isn't it? Yeah, the BMWs are rapid things, aren't they? This model is particularly good. He's off to the finish.
records a 34.81. Tony Adams on his way. Car number 24 is an Elise, but it's supercharged.
Yeah, well, we've already seen a Lotus take a class record already today. Tony has approached 87.
Yeah, rapid thing with the supercharger on it. He's trying hard to be fair, but there's good lines through the S's. He's already accelerating to the finish.
Followed by Simon Tarling, first of our GT3s. Tony Adams records a 34.23.
GT3 on its way, one of the older generations, GT53. Wow, what a plate for the Porsche. The 911 on the brakes at 78.
Yes, the 996, the first of the water-cooled Porsches. Proper thing, though, I'll tell you what, becoming very, very collectible and desirable now.
David Meek on his way. Vauxhall VX 220 Turbo, which is a kind of civilized Lotus Elise, also built by Lotus up in
chassis constructed in Worcester.
Really?
With hydro aluminium. I drove one of these at Bedford Autodrome, spun it in top at 6th gear and ended up in the middle of a stubble field, but thank goodness it was Johnson Farmer's car.
Very pretty, worth lots of money now. You're paying about 35-40 grand for one of these now.
He has got to the finish with a 33.9. Record 31.27 is Porsche Cayman with a 2.5 litre turbocharged engine. Interesting. Robbie Birrell, record holder, 2.5 litre turbocharged. Is that the 6-cylinder or the 4-cylinder?
That's the 4, that one.
It is.
Yes, 500 brake horsepower 4, and he's out later on.
Right. Here's Richard Snow in the 3.8 litre GT4. I think the Cayman is the prettiest of the current Porsches.
I'm going to go for a GT3 personally, but it's got the Martini stripes similar to the Le Mans cars. Porsche winning Le Mans now 19 times. 91 on S approach for Richard.
Yeah, Martini colours, very pretty. Sounds absolutely terrific. Off up to the finish now. What can he do?
Robert Langster-Gay, relatively new to him, Cayman. To begin with, he wasn't matching his 911 times, but now he is.
Yeah, this will be a good run. He is always committed up Shelsley, through the top left-hander, through the trap, 89.
Yes, Robert Lancaster-Gay. He's really got the hang of this car now. He's certainly matching and bettering his times when he had the white car. This is the automatic gearbox too, I think.
Now we've got Robbie Birrell.
This is quick.
Well, this is the record holder.
Yeah, here we go. This is going to be very rapid. It doesn't sound quick, but it is. It's rapid. The turbo's whooshing away. He goes up a gear after the top left-hander. Bravery, 95.
Yeah, he's looking very rapid, but he's always quickish, young Robbie. Anyway, he's got a slight bend in the front of the wing, but he's up to the finish. Can he break his own record?
31.46, not quite. James Stock's on his way.
Here we go, shades of Thousand Lakes. We're not quite on Empoya. We're not quite at Uvascular. We're here at Shelsley, but the Yaris is on its way.
It's been such a success, hasn't it? Sales success, the Yaris.
Has indeed. Yeah, he's on his way. We've had a few Yarises here lately, but we've got Pete Richards up next in the Golf R. He's changed from a Yaris to the Golf R and is a lot quicker.
They've launched a new one, haven't they? Which I think they've increased the price by 12 grand.
Oh, wow.
Another 12 grand.
That's right.
You mean?
32 on the line, Peter Richings from Coventry. Golf R, which is a very quick car, even in standard form. I think this one is modified, 4 exhaust pipes. Kind of gives that impression.
Yeah, very rapid B road car. Whispering its way up the hill, glistening in an all-black colour scheme through the trap.
And here he comes now. He was telling me yesterday he's a second and a half quicker in this Golf than he was in his Yaris, which he had for a couple of years. Anyway, let's see what he can do.
He can do a 36.01. Friends of mine who've got a Golf in London say all their friends with Golf Rs have had them pinched.
I wasn't going to mention that.
Is that right? Right?
They go for a walk very easily.
Do they really?
Yeah, I think the insurance companies are probably fairly...
Yeah. A friend of mine who's probably listening here today, they sold theirs because they didn't want it to float away in the middle of the night.
Do you know I was refused insurance on my Alfa Romeo Giulietta because the insurers looked at my occupation on my application and said, motorsport commentator, that's a dangerous pursuit. We can't insure you.
Yeah. Tell me about that.
Can you believe it? Well, I don't. I just put retired now, which is retard. I said I'm a retard.
No, none of that. Well, it's a perfect day for hill climbing, isn't it? And we've already had a class record with that Lotus. Absolutely fantastic to see. It was visibly quicker when it came out of kennel, really leaning on it. And after crossing all the way up to top left-hander, bottom S, top S, it was no surprise that he got the class record. So congratulations, well done indeed. That's the end of a batch, so those cars will return.
They will. I learned something that I didn't know. Well, I do that every day. But I've always admired the Mark I Elise as the prettier before the second one came along. And then I read somewhere that Lotus had decided that the Mark I Elise was going to be primarily a track day car and it wouldn't sell all that many, so they left various things undone that maybe for a road car should have been done, which made it light and a bit delicate. And then because it started selling like hotcakes, they realized that they had to toughen it up a bit for road use, hence the Mark II, which had a stronger body, easier to make as well. It's interesting how people get it slightly wrong, thinking where's the market for this car?
Did they sell? I mean, they're starting to make pretty good money, aren't they? And did they make many in the first place?
In the first place, they only made a few hundred. Then they realized it was selling like hotcakes. Before the Mark II appeared, they had sold thousands of Elises, which you can understand. I wonder about their current policy with just to design 2.5-ton electric estate cars and build them in China. I suppose it doesn't matter because very few people realize the history of Lotus, particularly in China. But I've seen one or two on the road, the Electra and the whatever they're called, and I can't say I fancy them.
Do they not make any sports cars at all now?
Well, they're still making the what's the very pretty rear-engined Amira.
Ah, yeah, I followed one the other day. Actually,
yeah, they're nice, lovely.
Quite rapid too, aren't they?
They are. Not as rapid as the pure electric that had a bit of a whoopsie off the start line at Goodwood.
Oh, yes, that had very big whoopsie, didn't it?
It really did.
Yeah.
And I think it was a transmission. Something broke in the transmission. It pulled itself sharp right.
Yes, the whole electric mobility question is something that is very emotive to a lot of people. But the way that I look at it is that not one car will do all journeys.
Well, that's right.
You cannot have a car that will take you to, if you do the proverbial leave the south of France at 6 a.m. in the morning and you will get to London by kind of 8 p.m., 9 p.m. An electric car is not the car to do that journey.
Yeah,
however, there's something like 60% of all daily car journeys in the UK are less than 35-40 miles.
That's right.
60%. It's north of 95% of all daily car journeys, not van or truck, car journeys in the UK are less than 100 miles.
Yeah.
So, for every day running around, supermarket, going to see your friends, going to do an errand, it's a 20 miles there, 20 miles back, which an electric car does suit, it does fit, and it's just a transportational device. And then you can bring your nice car to Shelsley. Then you can drive at Shelsley, and then sustainable fuel is coming in. 100% sustainable fuel will be in Formula One in 2026. It's already at Le Mans 24 hours. Sustainable fuel is running in the World Rally Championship with P1 Fuels. With the Dakar team that I've been part of, we finished on the podium for the last 3 years. We've run sustainable fuel that's 85% eco, no CO2 emissions. So
and the same at Goodwood Revival. All the cars are on sustainable fuel.
Exactly, and there's no modifications needed to the engine. Sebastian Vettel at the Festival of Speed last year ran the 93 Senna McLaren and the 92 Williams of Mansell on sustainable fuel. They just poured it in the tank and fired it up. Didn't have to go on a dyno. The Beast of Turin ran it. A 250 GTO ran it with sustainable fuel. It's a plug and play solution.
What does it cost?
It is expensive at the moment, but just like a space race, it will get cheaper. It's just like a mobile phone. You all think back to a mobile phone 30 years ago. It will get cheaper. It just will.
It's like computers.
Exactly, Chris. And the sustainable fuel is beginning to be a solution for the big manufacturers, because a lot of the big manufacturers in Germany, first of all, they've convinced the government that 2030 is an unrealistic target. Germany have moved that target back to 2035, but they're producing a lot less EVs that are big cars.
Here's Graham Manton leading away the modified specialist production cars. Record is Ash Mason's with a 2812. This is Graham in the Westfield FW with a, not sure what the engine is, 2 litres anyway.
Well, we've got Graham Manton here. You boys were chatting about your electric cars. Anyway, Graham Manton in the little Westfield. He's heading up towards the finish.
And records a time coming up, 36.42.81. Phil Fisher in another one with the 2-litre Vauxhall engine. Good engine, capable of plenty of power.
Yeah, it's got Phil Fisher now. Yes, this is their new car for this season. They've got a lovely little fleet of cars, including a lovely little Malak. But anyway, this is the car of choice at the moment, and they're learning their way with this one.
Followed by Mike West in the Radical, which had trouble with the chain yesterday. Phil Fisher, 33.53. Mike well on his way.
Yes, Mike West, they've got the Radical. He's out with John McQuillan this weekend, and Mike is part with Ollie Wright of the Team Valley Motorsport Sinks, where they've been rebuilding cars, including Bill Drysdale's Porsche. They built that one again.
So Mike heads for the top and finishes with a 33.1. The record here is going to be a bit of a challenge. Ash Mason was incredibly quick in his Westfield. Talking of which, is it a Caterham or Westfield on the line? I think it's a Westfield. It's Stuart Hook, car number 20. Back a page in the programme. We've seen some double-driven cars. Westfield with a 1300, presumably Hayabusa, I guess.
It's quite right, Chris. It is a Hayabusa in that one. He's from Cirencester. We're on page 19 of your programme currently. This is a car I haven't seen a great deal of this year, but it's certainly well turned out.
He'll be followed by Paul Evans. Off the line with a 2.54. Stuart finishes with a 36.61, speed 87.
Simon with me now through crossing. I'm back. See ya. He rattles past my commentary backs. He's absolutely flat out through kink. Not much room between him and the Armco through the kink.
Yes, he's trying very hard in this little car. As you say, Simon Price, he's got a 2-litre Vauxhall, I think, in the front of it. He's very sideways out of top best. He's trying hard.
Followed by Tim Higgins. 2.66 off the line, 33.97 for Simon.
Tim's flying along now, takes another gear, then another gear. Just as a slight lift through crossing, you can hear the intake barking through those intakes. And we're through kink and on the brakes slightly, then we're on the brakes again for bottom S.
Always entertaining this class, isn't it? Fantastic to see. They're all very similar cars, of course. Most of them running car engines. These ones usually Ford or Vauxhall engines, 2 litres usually.
Well, Malcolm Hickey, he's got a K-Series Leyland Rover engine.
Yes, he gets very close to the bank of crossing. These guys in these Caterhams know the widths of their cars, that's for sure.
They do.
As you can see the wheels from the driving position.
Tim Higgins 35.55. Malcolm Hickey, a good start. 82 into bottom S. Off the line, Rob Lloyd. And Rob Lloyd again, a 2-litre engine. I think it's a Vauxhall, but I'm not sure.
Certainly sounds like it's doing its part to get that car up the hill. Again, beautiful line through crossing, absolutely flat out. Lovely blue paint work on that one. Slight chirp of tyre smoke as it just catches on that rear arch.
Yeah, he's in his second season. This one actually runs a 2-litre Z-Tech in this one. Making good progress. He's a big fella, but he's learning his way up the hills and getting quicker and quicker.
Jerry Neer is off the line. He's always experienced and quick. Time for Rob Lloyd, 1:33.08.
Absolutely, Jerry's car almost sucks me into the engine. Such as the ferocious throttle bodies on these cars. It's fantastic, or carburetors, whatever they choose.
Very experienced driver is Jerry. To be fair, been campaigning this car for many years.
For a change, here's a Caterham 7 in the hands of Richard Price, 1600 engine.
Going really, really well. This Richard's been leaning on this car all weekend. I think he runs traction control on this one, such is the power that these cars are producing now.
He's a trier too, actually, Richard. He slides out the S's. This is lovely. Beautiful car control. Heading up the straight towards the finish now.
Now, for some reason, Steve Garner, well, I think he had quite a lot of wheel spin off the line.
Well, he certainly sounded like he was launching it with this electronic launch control these cars have now. Absolutely fantastically prepared and developed car is Steve Garner's. It's just the car that got stolen.
Yes, really? He got stolen, was in a garage for 6 years. He rebuilt a replica, and then this car got found again after 6 years. So which one it is, I don't know, because they two look identical.
That's amazing to find it again. Not having been taken to bit. Good time, 31.56, 104 of the line for Steve. Who is this? This will be Ray Law, I think. It is indeed. Used to lecture at Oxford University.
He certainly did. He's with me through Kennel. Takes another gear. This is one of the few cars where the noise is much better at the front of the car than the back of the car. Just listen to that intake growl, everyone.
He's a super quick driver too. He's a great development. He's mechanical engineering, that's his game. So he knows all about building cars. Anyway, he's certainly making good progress. Good chance of winning the class.
31.96. Now a car we might have seen a few times before. Andrew Russell. I was watching a 1991 video that featured this car.
Yes, one of Billy's favourites, this little Ginetta. I didn't know what it was until he told me, but really, really petite. Look how small it looks within the confines of the course. We're on the brakes, down the gears into bottom S.
Small, light, great handling, rear engine, Hillman engine in the back. Had it for over 20 years, winning classes on a regular basis.
Absolutely, we've now got Ian Stringer. When we talk about cars that we'd like to take home at the end of the day, I have to say this is one of them. This glorious Alfa Romeo Giulia GTA Sprint. It's just fantastic. Twin cam Alfa Romeos just do it for me.
Well, I wouldn't disagree with you on that one, and this one is a concours example of one, isn't it? Beautifully turned out.
Huge battles on European touring car racing between these and the Lotus Cortinas.
Oh, that's interesting, Chris. Yeah, back in the day, yeah.
Even now, with Goodwood Revival, you see these things piloted by the likes of by modern touring car drivers. You've got some fantastic classic series now with the Alphas and you say the Cortinas, Chris, and the big Ford Falcons. It's brilliant, isn't it?
Here's Simon O'Sullivan, lives near me in Southam, in the Lotus Elise race car. What that means, I'm not sure.
Well, I think it's down to the fact that it's not Rover registered anymore. You can see he's blanked out the headlights. There's no number plates on the car, so I think that is an out-and-out Lotus Cup car.
So you don't get the fun of driving it on the road.
Yeah, proper thing, isn't it, actually? Yes, it's got all the right bits.
Simplify, add lightness.
Indeed, he's on his way up now, yep. And we're on page 20 of your programmes, folks.
Time for Simon, 34.46. Jock Ramsey in the well-known Opel Manta, a great rally car in his day.
Yeah, the Manta, driven by the likes of Walter Röhrl, the late Russell Brooks, local guy as well. Won many a British and Irish championship. Glorious, narrow-bodied car, this one, but still going well all the same.
Yes, he drives it extremely well. He's travelled down from Scotland. Apparently he's got 3 of these. And Jock is a very big noise at the Doon Hill climb, and that helps run that.
Just look at that S sector time for a closed car. That's so quick, 7.95 through the S's.
Wow, that is quick, isn't it?
To record a 34.27. Now Stuart Reed winds up this class with a very hot 205.
This is a very, very hot car indeed. It weighs absolutely nothing, probably best part of 700 kilos, in excess of 200 brake horsepower from its MI16 engine. Going well.
Lifts a wheel through the S's. Stuart comes down from Scotland, puts a cloud of dust as he exits top S. He's trying hard. It could be a 32.
It's a 31.38. Brilliant.
Now Stephen Moore on the line as he pops a load of black smoke, and such is the richness of the injectors piling the fuel into the engine of this car. 700 odd brake horsepower, going so well.
Our farmer from Wilton near Salisbury. Now, he backed off coming out the S. He had too much power there. May have slowed him up a bit.
29.8.111. Jonathan Williamson showing with Laura Wardle.
That's brilliant, by the way, for Stephen. In the 29.
He'll be really happy with that. Really happy with that. Jonathan Williamson just takes a tight line through crossing. Could have possibly taken a bit more speed, but he knows his way up this course better than I do. Let's see what he can do in response to Stephen Moore's time.
Well, actually, Stephen will be tough, and Stephen can go quicker than that because it was a bit of a scrappy run. Anyway, Jonathan Williamson off to the finish.
Andrew Norris on his way, 2.2 off the line. Jonathan finishes with a 32.92. Record is Stephen Darley's, of course.
Andrew Norris with me now in this supercharged 911. Not often you see a 911 supercharged. I had to check it the first time I saw it, but it is supercharged, this 911, super quick.
Yeah, actually, resident Team Valley, and this one is supercharged, 3.3 as well, flat 6. What a beautiful combination.
Here's Jeff Twemblow up from Cornwall in the Super Impreza he's been developing for quite a while.
He has indeed. It's had its teething issues, that's fair to say, but when you're running the kind of power that this car is running, it's going to. But it seems like it's behaving itself this weekend, which is great. Doesn't it sound wonderful? Colin McRae, Richard Burns, they'd all be proud. Go on, Jeffrey.
Yeah, come on, Sir Jeffrey, give it a go, give it a go. He has travelled all the way from Cornwall, been competing for years. This one had a rebuilt engine. Stephen Darley rebuilt the engine.
Sam Nicholson takes off in the venerable Mallock, famous car. 35.87 for Jeff.
Absolutely. Now watch Samuel through the S's. Watch the commitment and the entry speed into the S's. It's super, super quick. You can really lean on this car.
This is a history car, lots of people have owned the car, but it's still immaculate. Oh my goodness me, smacks the bank out of top S.
Sounds like he got away with it.
He did, yeah, sorry, he's gone through to the finish.
Had me on tenterhooks there for a second.
Yeah, sorry, I had myself on tenterhooks then, yeah, I'm getting quite excited here. Oh my goodness.
All part of the plan.
Paul Howells in the newly wrapped Porsche RSR.
Yeah, fantastic. I think it might be Anthony Wood driving it. Shared drive, I believe, this car, possibly. But I've got Anthony Wood on my screen here, but what a lovely noise that makes. Just puts you in mind of 70s Le Mans, doesn't it? Fantastic. 83 through the speed trap.
Well, I didn't know Anthony Wood was driving this one today. That's a new one on me. But yes, it is a beautifully, very, very powerful Porsche indeed.
Can he get under 30 seconds? No, 31.56, 100 miles an hour over the line. On the line, an interesting MGB G8 V8 with a 5.3 engine, and there's a lot of discussion on whether this started as a Rover engine or is actually an American.
Well, he gets a wiggle out of Kennel, the back end looking lively on this thing. This must be the most over and down car that we have here. This is a massive, massive motor. Just popping and having a little wiggle through King. This is a handful, this car.
He's got an MG business actually based in Kent, but yes, it is a Rover engine. It's a super developed. Look at the size of the rear tyres on that. He's usually about 100 mile an hour over the finish, which is quick for a saloon.
32.23 now. Nigel nicely rebuilt the Triumph TR7 V8 with its turbocharged 4.6 Rover engine.
Absolutely, the torque and the power this car produces. It is again. We talk about hill climb monsters. This is one of them.
Twin turbos, Rover V8. What's not to like about that? Burbles its way up the straight now, heading up towards the finish.
Right now, hold your horses, hold on to your hats. This is Damon Bradley.
Get ready, everybody. He's fast. He's fast. He's fast. He's going really, really well. This car's running about the best it's ever run. 700 brake horsepower from this thing. Could run 800, but has to run a quieter exhaust for Shelsley.
Holds the record in the class. This is a very tiny run, actually. I'll tell you what, this will be quick because it's very tiny. That's good.
28.29.
Wow!
Pleased with that. He'll be pleased with that.
And he's followed by Stephen Darley in the Impreza, which isn't quite right. It's got more work to do, but it's going quickly.
15 years in the making, this car. It's looking a lot more aggressive this time than I've seen it. Perhaps it's all leading up to this moment for the first time run, Stephen. What can you do with this beautifully built Impreza that you've prepared for us? 85 to the speed trap.
Damien was only a tenth off the record, you know, so here comes Stephen Darley. This car's got a bit more development to do in it, but it's starting to look really, really good. Beautifully turned out car.
29.75.
Happy with that. First time under 30 for that car.
End of a batch, they'll be coming down.
That was a good batch, wasn't it?
We like that, don't we?
Did you like that? Did you like that? That was great.
We do like that. We do like that. I have to say, I do. Whether it was Paul Howes or Anthony Wood driving that 911 RSR, that is a hell of a car to bring to Shelsley. I mean, it's so quick as well. It's got such a short gear ratio. I sat at bottom S and top S yesterday at the box, and you can just hear it just going through the gears. It's second, third, fourth, fifth, and it just feeds it the gears so rapidly. Well, I tell you what, I was super excited there that Stephen Moore went under 30 seconds, so he'll be thrilled about that. And obviously, Damien Bradley, without looking like he was trying too hard, was only a tenth off Stephen Darley's record in the same car. Well, I fancy his chances. Well, if you think there's more to come from Stephen Moore as well, I mean that is an absolutely rapid Evo. I know he's got a few of them, but that I think is his spiciest meatball, isn't it?
He's got that one absolutely dialed in, because the turbos, because I know Steve ever so well, he's absolutely turned it all up. So I've never seen it. So much smoke and puff and everything coming out of it.
A lot of fuel going through. A lot of fuel. But I think it's the first time it didn't really look like it was all this weekend with respect to going to threaten a 29. But he's obviously turned the wick up, which is great to see. If there's more to come out of that, that should make things very interesting with the top 10 runoff.
You're spot on with that, Lloyd, because I tell you what, watching him through here, I thought he came off the throttle at the top S here. He thought, my goodness, this could end badly. So, nevertheless, when he went 29, I thought, hang on a minute.
It's easy for us to criticise from our armchairs, but I can only imagine how much of a handful that must be from behind the wheel for Steve. And he's not a young man either, is he?
Hello.
Hello, Billy. Hello, Billy boy.
I'm back.
How are you? You're back, eh? I'm going to wave to these tin top boys as they go by. That was really entertaining.
Yes.
Fantastic.
So, would you like to know the runoff qualifiers as it stands for the Tin Top Challenge?
Please.
I've got them. Now, we've got a few to go. So we've got Roger Moran to come, and we've got the SBR chrono. But Damien Bradley quickest at the moment on a 28.29. Stephen Darley second on a 29.75. Stephen Moore in the Evo third on 29.81. So very close between those. Stuart Reid fourth on a 31.38. Then Robbie Birrell on a 31.46. Paul Howes on a 31.56. It's the top six. Currently on the bubble, joint on the bubble. I don't know how, that would be who sets it first, but Mark Lawrence and Andrew Norris equally both did a 32.80. So that's the cut-off time at the moment. I expect we will see a faster time than that from Messrs Moran and Bainbridge coming up. So that's how we stand so far, because for those of you who may not have been to Shelsley before, or may not have been for a while, we get 2 runoffs before lunchtime, and then 2 this afternoon. We have the Tin Top Challenge runoff, and then the Top 12 runoff, which is fantastic. And by the way, did you see at Harewood, Stephen Darley, Damien Bradley, qualify for both?
Yes, he did, and
in the wet.
And I know he's done even more work to that car. We're sponsored by AET Turbos, who have supplied the turbos for both the Impreza and the Legacy, sporting its new blue livery, which looks absolutely fantastic. So you have to chat to him about that at lunchtime and find out what exactly has changed.
Well, nothing much has changed other than the fact they got the sponsorship. They're sorting his turbo out. The Legacy went to the rolling road at the turbo place on Friday, and they found the wastegate wasn't working, hadn't been working all season, it was stuck wide open. So now that it's sorted, that car is looking a lot more controllable too. And so I think we've got tin tops. We haven't seen, of course, Roger Moran, have we?
No, well, he's in the next batch. So Roger is coming up, as is Simon Bainbridge.
Right, yes, well, of course. So this tin top runoff could be sensational today, couldn't it?
It could be. I think also worth just a shout out to Jonathan Langmead, has taken a class record today.
Brilliant drive.
Fantastic.
He was absolutely on it. And I think he's our golf pro from Devon, isn't he?
Well, he's good at golf and driving.
He's more than good at it.
Yes.
He's very good at it, both, yeah. But isn't it fantastic? It's all hotting up, isn't it? I mean, we knew this was going to be a good day. We're already seeing class records. What does that say about what's coming later?
We're into the thick of it, aren't we? We're just at the tip of the iceberg.
There's no ice, it's too hot.
Well, that is true. And if it is too hot, then why don't you buy a commentator and ice cream? Let's make that a thing. Buy a commentator and ice cream day.
You haven't got time to eat ice creams today, you boys, have you? I'm watching a big queue. There's a big queue. There's a big queue at the ice cream and at the burger place at Top S here as well.
I thought you were on my side in solidarity against
No,
because
I'm not going to get one, am I? I've got no chance of getting one, so why should you? Because I'm stuck here in the wilderness of Top S.
Sounds like a you problem.
Yes. Quick comment on the stream. Hello, live chat. I'm here at Shelsley Walsh today. I'll give you a wave if I see the camera. Beautiful conditions here, and I'm thinking we will see some records broken. That's from Drone Geeks. Well, he's right. We've already had one, but also Drone Geeks, give us a wave, but also, as the others have said, bring us an ice cream, would you? That would be
Now, listen, stop thinking about yourselves, boys, right? Think about the poor old marshal stuck here on post. My marshal's down here, and in fact, I think my man told me he went to the co-op. They didn't have any sandwiches left, so he's living on scraps today down there.
Oh, dear.
So, yeah, so it's hopeless. Whereas we're feasting on the finest of smoked salmon and obviously...
Talk for yourself, I've not got any.
No, I've got a picnic waiting for me.
Did you not?
From Mrs. Hackett.
Did the Warbies not send you out with a little lunchbox this morning?
Did not.
Shocking.
Car off the line. Robin Wood, Force PT, 1100. He's with you already.
He is indeed, yeah. Has a slight lift through Kennel. Now we're playing for kicks at this point, so we need extra commitment from everybody. So, which we get because he's flat through the kink, and he's doing 117, which I don't think he is, into bottom S.
Well, he's certainly trying. The little bike engine is screaming away then anyway. They're fabulous, these little single-seaters with the bike engine. Love them. This class is a brilliant class.
Heads up towards the line, does a 28.30 for Robin Wood. Great time. He did a 29.35 this morning in practice, so he's found another second, which is brilliant. This is, I think, his first time here in that car, so fantastic. Well done, Robin. So that's the first time we've had in the class. On the line, we're just waiting for a light, not sure why they've not got it yet. We've got Tim Thompson in the OMS. They had a bit of trouble yesterday with not running on 4 cylinders. It sounded fine earlier. Let's hope that that is the case. So Tim's on the line waiting for a light. So he can leave the line. Visor goes down now. So we've got the light, builds up the revs, drops the clutch, off we go. 2.11 second start, which is good. Disappears into Kennel in this lovely purple OMS.
Absolutely beautifully prepared, this car. It's been rebuilt over the last couple of years, but looks fantastic as he races past my commentary box, flat through the kink, comes down the gears, brakes hard into bottom S.
Yes, he does. Now, it says a 998 in this one. Has this got a Kawasaki engine, do you think, rather than a Suzuki engine?
Yeah, a lot of the 1100s are 998 Kawasaki's. I think this one is as well. Cross the line, 28.23. That's a good time. Now, Steve Morgan, what can he do in the Empire with you?
Well, he takes a slight lift through Kennel. He's lifted through crossing, then he takes a nice tight line towards the bank. Is he flat through kick? Slight feather of the throttle. He's hard on the brakes now. 98 through S approach.
Yes, his son Tom will be driving this car later on. Last year's car, Bill Chaplin built this one down in Taunton there, the little Empire. What a fabulous little build this is.
It is into the 27s for Steve Morgan, 27.96. What did he do this morning? He did a 28.94, so he's gone and found a second. Well done. Right, Kirsten Dodd, what can she do in the Formula Ford? Driving quicker and quicker with every run as she gets to grips with this car. With you.
She is indeed. She's notably quicker through Kennel. Little feather of the throttle through crossing. This is looking good from Kirsten. She's going really well. Partner of Matt Ryder, so she's got all the right tuition. Hard on the brakes, into bottom S.
Big slide into bottom S, but she holds it all together really well. Good exit from top S. already off towards the finish. What sort of time can she go for us?
Can she do a 34? She'll be pleased if she can. Let's see. She crosses the line now. Yes, she can.
Kicks the door open.
34.37. Fantastic. Well done. Paul Harris on the hill now in his Van Diemen with you.
He is indeed. We go from red to blue now. This is a fantastic looking car. Lots of commitment. No hint of a lift through crossing. No hint of a lift through kink. And we are hard on the brakes into bottom S.
Indeed, yes, these Formula 4s are always entertaining. They're all running pretty much the same spec. Some are a little bit older, some are a bit newer, but it's down to driving skill usually.
And as he heads towards the finish, Paul Jones is on the hill in the 1600 Force TA, goes very quickly in this car with you.
He was a hair's breadth away from a 27 run early, did a 28.1. What can Paul do this time? Come on, Paul, you can get into a 27, surely.
Well, he has a chance, doesn't he? It's got good lines through here. It powers it. Yeah, puts it a little bit of opposite lock there. Come on, Jonesy. Comes from Worcester, local man, sharing with Darren Gumbley.
Looking quick. What is it? 27.88. 27.88. Well done, Paul. Into the 27s. Incidentally, by the way, Paul Harris in the Formula 4 that went before him did a 35.53. We've now got Liam Cooper on the hill in the Force TA with you.
Looking really good through Kennel, actually. This is the best I've seen him. Wow, this is fantastic. Has a real moment through crossing, collects it all up, just gets a bit of opposite lock on. Lots of bravery from Liam Nat. I think he'll be clenched.
Well, he's trying. He's certainly trying. Who's going to win the battle in this little car between him and his wife Olivia? Who's going to win today? What's he done?
He's done a 27.04. Good time. 27.04.
That was in my mouth.
What did he do?
So committed.
Yes. What did he do earlier? He did a 27.47, so he's gone quicker. Right, Alan Warburton on the hill in the Warburton Gould GR59, 1600. Very quick car with you.
Absolutely on rails, this car. This car was beautiful in the hands of the Warburtons. Flat through crossing, flat through kink. What's Alan going to do? I think he's broken into the 26s, has he not, Billy?
Well, here he has, Billy's host of last night, anyway, with the Warby, staying at Hotel Warby.
Yes, had a bit of a wiggle as he came out of top S, but he's gathered it up. He's across the line. Is he into the 25s? He is. 25.81, 25.81. 116 miles an hour across the line. That's quick. Becky Manton now on the hill, so we're back into the road-going cars, into the Westfield territory with Becky Manton.
Absolutely, yeah. She grabs third. She takes a nice line through crossing, slap bang in the middle of the road. Is she flat through kinks? Very slight lift, but looking good from Becky.
Indeed, yes. I haven't seen much of Becky in the past, but the car looks really new, actually. It's got an immaculate paint job on it. It's great colour scheme. Runs a 2-litre engine, so probably a Vauxhall or a Ford engine. Oh, yeah, I think it says a Vauxhall, yeah.
Yep, she's across the line, 35.19. Ben Fisher with you in the Westfield.
Already past me. The yellow flashes past my commentary box. The sun glistening off that beautiful yellow paintwork. 83 through the speed trap.
Yes, this is a new car for them. It looks great, doesn't it? This is new territory. They've got lots of cars, but this one is their new car for this season.
Towards the finish, it's a 33.14 for Ben Fisher. Phil Goff now on the hill, popping and banging as he came past me in the Westfield.
Indeed, he is. Motorbike engine in this one. Takes a beautiful line through crossing, knows his car to the nth degree. Inch perfect through there, great through kink, and pops and bangs away into bottom S.
Yeah, Westfields with a Hayabusa. What a spectacular combination that is. And Phil comes down from Maghull in Liverpool, and he's a course official at Lowton Park as well.
He's a very quick driver as well. It's a 31.72. Right, what can Roger Moran do? Well, he can do a 1.94 second start in the Skoda. Can he get sub 30? Let's see what he can do.
I think he may have snuck into the sub 30s yesterday. I think he did a 29 something yesterday. Can he do a 28? He's going really, really well. Flat out. Reminds me of Cali Robert Pera a few years ago. Fantastic.
He's got this Skoda sorted, doesn't it? Look fantastic in the works colours as well. 2-litre engine, got about 400 odd brake horsepower. Go under 29, Roger.
Is he going to do it? 29.09, 29.09, almost into the 28s. Hold on to your hats. Adam Greenan.
It's one of the Greenans, the Greenan brothers, the most flamboyant of the weekend. Has a big wobble through crossing, but doesn't lift at all. Cojones are us. Amazing.
Super brave Greenan brothers. My goodness me, this looks scrappy, but my goodness me, he's trying hard.
It's going to be quick. Let's see what it is. Is it into the 25s? It is 25.42. By the way, Roger Moran just set a class record for Class E Sports Libre Saloon class.
Fantastic.
He did a 29.09. The class record was 33.14, so just knocks a casual 4 seconds off the class record.
Wow,
incredible.
Brilliant, fantastic, well done, Roger.
Right, Steve Mundy with you.
Absolutely, yeah, the rallycross car quick off the line, 1.99, that's the force of gravity off the line. Designed to go very, very quickly in a very short space of time, so how can we get on at hill climbing? Steve pushing on, pops and bangs his way into bottom S.
Yeah, I think it must be a bit of a handful up the hill, this car, because it doesn't set the times that you kind of expect for the power. Maybe it's better on the loose.
It's designed to go sideways.
Yes. So Steve Mundy heads on finishing straight to do a 33.12, which, by the way, is under the it was Steve Mundy's record at 33.14. So Steve Mundy has just gone quicker than he's ever been, which is impressive as well. So well done, Steve. John McQuillan now off the line in the Radical, in the little SR1, 1300cc engine in the back with you.
Absolutely, Golf livery, and that counts for a few tenths for sure. As we flash past the commentary box, it looks so purposeful, the aero doing its job as he slows it down into bottom S.
Yeah, John McQuillan, lovely chap actually. They've got this little Radical. They had a Bishop Fury last year, which one of the Toon brothers has now got. Anyway, they're off to the finish.
Heads up towards the finish. What's he going to do? It's a 32.87. Stephen King now on the hill in the Radical Pro Sport. Another 1300cc bike engine.
He is indeed, and he's going really well, almost a central driving position, so he's got the perfect view of Shelsley Walsh today, and he slows it down into bottom S.
Yeah, I think you told me earlier this is like the basic version of the Radicals, isn't it? Various configurations, but nearly all of them run the bike engines, usually Hayabusas, aren't they?
Yes, they are. So this is, yeah, the predecessor of the little SR1, so the Pro Sport. But it was exactly as you said, the entry point into Radical. Great car, very, very affordable way to go motor racing, and it's a 33.42, so it's a quick car. Right, on the line, we've got the Radical SR3s. This is a 1600, big brother to the SR1. Went very quick earlier, had a little spin at the S's. What can he do this time?
Very wide, very close to the rector cell on the exit of Kennel. He gets very, very close to the inside at crossing. Lots of commitment from Stephen. He knows how to drive this car, that's for sure. Just watch him through the S's.
In his first season in this car, his first season hill climbing, he's already driving it brilliantly. 280 brake horsepower. He's got to be a real good prospect for the future, this lad.
Definitely. Is he going to be into the 29s? Yes, 29.49, 29.49. Right, the Mallet's back on the hill now with Robin Nicholson aboard. Quick car, he's with you.
Beautiful line through Kennel, lots of commitment, a little lift up through crossing, but do not be fooled. Look at the approach speed here as we enter into bottom end. Lots of speed.
You won't see many prettier cars either. History car, this one. Ford engine in the front of it. Real clubman's car. What's he going to do? Under 30?
Oh, easy. Yeah, 29.49, 29.49, exactly the same as Matthew Price. Right, Alan McDonald on the hill in the monstrous Force SR4 with the supercharged Hayabusa in the back.
Absolutely, just smell the methanol coming off this car. It's a fantastic thing, a supercharged engine in the back of this. Quick, actually. Look as quick as I've seen it before, though.
Well, Rob Stevens held the class record in this car, but anyway, Alan's very rapid in it. To be fair, he's ex-TT bike rider, and now he's into cars. You remember he had the Mini, the four-wheel drive Mini at Mitsubishi?
Yes.
He does a 29.22 to take the class lead. We've got the Porsche, the Lola Porsche on the hill.
One of the best sounding cars here today. Absolutely fantastic. If you close your eyes, you will be in air-cooled Porsche heaven.
You certainly will, actually, yes, and it just looks the part. It's built for the job, isn't it, really? Graham is a long-standing competitor here. He's had all sorts. He also has a beautiful 911 as well.
Heads towards the finish and does a 31.50. Right, the last contender to get into the Tin Top Challenge. It's Simon Bainbridge in this incredible chrono. He's with you.
Absolutely, yeah. Audi R8 based V8 twin turbocharged. You can hear them whistling as it goes past my commentary box. He's looking quick, actually. This is the quickest I think I've seen him all weekend.
He goes quicker and quicker most weekends. He's not been here a lot in the past. You wait and see. Once he gets into that Tin Top runoff, which he will, you wait and see what he does.
Is it going to be into the 28s? Yes, it is. 28.80. 28.80 to qualify second for the Tin Top Challenge behind Damien Bradley. Oh, we've got a competition on our hands later today. Meanwhile, on the line, we've got the Norma, which Duncan Barnes aboard, going quicker and quicker. Can he do a PB? Come on, Duncan. Let's see how he does. He's with you.
Come on, Duncan. Let's see how you get on. 500 brake horsepower of turbocharged Honda VTEC in the back of this. Takes a beautiful line through, crossing frantic as it sparks its way through the King. Just has a lift as he gets himself ready to go into bottom S.
Well, his lines are impeccable. He's one very rapid driver. The car is an absolute beauty, isn't it? Look how wide it is, big, but so fast.
He's looking good. What is it? It's a 27.24, 27.24 to takes the class lead over Simon Bainbridge.
134 across the finish.
Quick off the line as well.
1.95 second start. I tell you, the start line's gripped up, isn't it?
We're seeing some quick times, aren't we? We are seeing some quick times.
You know what that means, boys, don't you? That means the runoffs are going to be electric,
Yes, can't wait for
scintillating.
that. Can't wait
It's
for
going to
that.
be superb.
I can't wait for it. It's going to be good. So that ends the batch. They're coming thick and fast. We will have those cars come back down the hill, and then the next batch is going to be mostly the 2 litre class, the 1600 class, what's left of the 1100 class, the Formula Fords. So that's all to come. And starting to see a few people that are in with a shout of qualifying for the runoff, which, judging by today's times and judging by what everybody was saying earlier, you're going to need a 24. Which, just to put in perspective, if you can do a 24 up Shelsley, is incredible in any car. So it's going to be incredibly competitive today.
To think as well, the margins, when you actually count 2 seconds, so you get a car over the line that does a record and you go 1, 2, that's what you need just to get into the runoffs here today. The margins are so fine.
And Adam Greenham currently fastest, so in terms of who's qualified for the runoff, but we shall wait and see. That's a 25.42, so that time will come down. I'll take you through the runoff qualifiers for the Tin Top Challenge, or the current runners, but I think we've had all the Tin Tops now. So it looks like Damien Bradley qualifying fastest on a 28.29. Simon Bainbridge in the SBR Chrono second in a 28.80. Roger Moran third, 29.09, which is a brilliant time, by the way. And then Stephen Darley fourth, followed very closely by the Evo. So that's the top 5. In the current runoff qualifiers, as I said, Adam Greenham quickest so far on 25.42. Alan Walton currently second on 25.81. But those times will come down. We've not had the 1600 class, most of the 1600 class. We've not had the 2 litre class, the forced induction class, and then the unlimited class. So I'm expecting 24 seconds to be what you need to do to get into a runoff. But let us see. Whilst we've got a second, 2 things. Firstly, thank you ever so much for our marshals. I'm just looking at all the work they're doing now. And if you are interested in getting involved in motorsport, we can't do this without the marshals. So do go and have a word with them. They're a very friendly bunch. Talked about how they got into marshalling and why not get involved yourself. And secondly, it's a beautiful day here at Shelsley, and I'm sure you want this hill to be here for the next 118 years. So why not become a member of the MAC? You get a fantastic range of discounts on events. If you were to become a member this weekend, you get the all of this year and all of 2025, because we've still got some great events to go this year. You will also get refunded for your entry today. So really, it's basically free money. So why not go and have a word with the very friendly fellows in the MAC hut that's just between Kennel and Crossing, so you can pop up to see Lloyd as you're doing it, take him an ice cream, but do sign up to be an MAC member. It's what helps keep this incredible venue going, and we very much appreciate your support.
Well said, Billy.
Thank you. And finally, if you're watching the stream and you live nearby, get in the car and get down here. It's a beautifully sunny day. You don't want to miss this runoff. It's one of those runoffs that I think we're going to be talking about for a very long time. So get in the car and get on down here. Obviously, tricky if you're in New Zealand or on an oil rig or the moon, but everybody else, get in your car and come on down.
We got 2 runners. We got 2 Tin Top runners. We've got 2 British Hillclimb Championship runners. I mean, but yeah, for us, we come here regularly. We see a lot of this, don't we? But something about today, I'm just liking. I'm thinking it's going to be very, very special.
Yes, I hope so. I think so. The times seem to be good, don't they? So we see. We've got cars back in the paddock. We've got marshals returning to post at the start line. So the first marshal's post after the start is actually just the other side of my commentary box. Flags are going to be coming in. I think we're just waiting for the course car to come back down the hill. So we await a course car,
Which is on its way.
which is good. Looking at the stream, looking at everybody getting ready in the return paddock, with cars being fettled and second drivers being installed. Course car comes back down the hill to return to its house here in the paddock, which means flags will be coming in momentarily, I'm sure. So we.
I think we're going to be jumping around a little bit in the program, but I think the first car is likely to be Nicola Cottrell in the Pilbeam MP82. That's on page 26, and that's the racing cars over 1600cc up to 2 litre, normally aspirated cars. The class record in there is Jonathan Varley, who will be up later on in the GWR Predator. So he holds the record with a 2482.
It's within reach, isn't it? He set that record, I think, when he think when he set that, because it was 2011. So, or maybe that must be 2021. I think.
I think they got that wrong in the programme.
Yeah. So 2021 record. So let's see. Anyway, we've got flags in. We've got a car on the start line. It's a Pilbeam. It's an MP82 with, as you said, Chris, Nicola Cottrell behind the wheel. So the family Pilbeam selects a gear, ready to go on the start line, waiting for the lights. So we await the lights, builds up the revs, drops the clutch. Here we go. Nicely done. Big wiggle as she came past me, but she's collected it up all nicely and through kennel to you.
Indeed, yeah. She takes a nice line through kennel, slightly through crossing. Beautifully done, using all of that power to get through the kink. Looking good to bottom S.
Yes, lovely car. Proper old racing car, this one, isn't it? To be fair, they've got a couple in their fleet, but this is one of the ones I do see the most and really like. Off to the finish.
Heads up the finishing straight to the record, a 30.60, 104 miles an hour across the line. We have a Colborne on the start line of the Andrew variety. As in the Formula Island, let's see what Andrew can do. Selects the gears through kennel to you.
Yeah, they've been driving the wheels off this car in recent events. It's fantastic to see. Takes a nice line, a little bit of a wiggle from the steering wheel to sort out a bit of sliding, but nice and tight through kink, hard on the brakes, 90 on S approach.
Always one of my favourite cars, sounds absolutely great. I believe it runs a 2-litre Ford engine in the back of it. Anyway, making very good progress to the finish.
Time for Andrew Colburn, 29.47. Nicola did, and on the hill now in the Gould Dallara. Bogged down a bit off the start. It's really grippy.
Yes, it is really grippy by the looks of it. Just takes a nice line through kennel and crossing, rolls it through the kink, and we are on the brakes now to bottom S.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, comes Nicola now. Andrew Henson will be out later on in this car. She popped out from Rochdale. See lots of Nicola. To be fair, she's a great supporter. And off she now off to the finish.
Heads towards the finish to record a 34.06. Paul Alexander on the hill in the supercharged Force.
With me now, yeah, you can hear it popping and banging. Just has to get out the throttle as the Armco came towards him a little bit quicker than he would have liked. But he's all good and he's in bottom S already.
Yeah, lovely turned out car, isn't it? That forced induction on that car gives it plenty of poke, doesn't it? Should be way over 100 mile an hour at the finish.
Yes, and it's actually turbocharged, sorry, that's my fault, but it's a good time. 28.76, 118 miles an hour across the line. Right, we've got Zach Zammit on the line. One of the first... Oh no, it's William Luffridge. Sorry, Zach goes second. It's William Luffridge. I wouldn't be surprised to see this car in the hands of either of them actually qualify for the runoff. Let's see what William can do. He's over to the left-hand side. He's awaiting a light. He has a light. He builds up the revs. He drops the clutch. Rockets past me, and this car sounds brilliant. Already to you.
Absolutely, yeah. Really quick car. Takes a beautiful line through kennel. That's super quick. This is one of the cars that we'll probably see in the runoff later if all goes to plan. Just gets out of it. I think we've got a slight technical issue. We went for a gear, and I think the car just shuts itself down slightly, maybe.
Sounds good to me at this point in time. He absolutely slides it out of the top S there. Whizzing to the finish, 100 plus.
He's across the line. It's a 25.90. 25.90. That's a good time from William. Let's see, what did he do in practice?
Looked like he got out the throttle really early at the kink. Looked almost like he got on the brakes almost at the kink. I wasn't sure if there was an issue or not.
In the 25s though, that's good.
Oh, very much so.
Yes, he did do a 25 flat yesterday, so he can go quicker, but let's see how he gets on. 25.90 for William Luffridge. Now I've got on the line Kelvin Broad. Slap bang in the middle of the road, selects a gear in the Force, builds up the revs, drops the clutch, rockets past me. What a noise. He's to you.
He is already, and this is such a quick car. This car, you saw it in the hands of Alex Coles early. You'll see it now with Kelvin Broad going really, really well. Fantastic, that turbocharger really making the most of the power of that engine. He's on the brakes already into bottom S.
Yeah, I think he's got a new lease of life now that Alex Coles is driving this car so fast. He's thinking, well, I've got to go a bit now, haven't I? He's off to the finish now.
He's going well. It's into the 26s, 26.80, 26.80. Next on the line, we've got Jamie Chalmers in the Chalmers route with the turbocharged engine, 1420cc, drops the clutch, rockets past me, pops and bangs as he gives it the gears into kennel.
Absolutely, the anti-lag taking care of that turbo lag, so we're always on the power. Fantastic, looks so efficient and effortless getting up the hill. Lots of power, sparks its way through the kinks, makes great photographs.
Well, I'll tell you something, he was driving a Mazda MX-5 last year. Now he's got the silver roll, which is a very quick car indeed. When will he beat Dad in this car?
It's not far away, I'm sure. It's a 27.57. That's a good time. He'll be pleased with that. Next on the line, we're back into the 1100cc class now. We've got Gary Warren in the Empire Evo. Gary going better and better in this car. Especially here, had a slight issue at the last meeting, but car fixed. Gary here, off the line, past me, into the first corner in the Empire.
Absolutely, yeah, looking great through kennel. Brilliant through crossing, not a hit to the lift, absolutely flat out, all the way over to the right-hand side next to the Armco. Sticks it back in for the kink, hard on the brakes, doing 106 into West Approach.
He's trying to, isn't it? And don't you think this is a bit... Oh, my goodness me, nearly whacks that bank out of top S, but he's away. He's to the finish.
This is going to be a quick time. It's going to be a 26. No, 27.01, just into the 27s. I think that wiggle at the top S cost him time. Anthony Wood on the hill now in the force with you.
He is indeed with me, just has a lift through crossing, keeps it nice to the left-hand side, gets it back into the middle of the road, gets over to the left-hand side for the kink, on the power, pops and bangs into bottom S.
Shared car this one, of course, with his brother. Yeah, a little bit scrappy out of the top S. Think he can go a bit better next time.
Let's see how he gets on. What's the time? It's 28.98 into the 28s. Good run. Next, we've got Gavin McLaren in the venerable OMS 2000M. He's with you.
He is indeed, yeah, into my sight, takes a nice line over through, gets over to one side of the track, then the other, and he goes through the kink, slap bang in the middle of the road, looking good from Gavin.
Yeah, it's quite an old car, this one. See the exposed bodywork at the back, the exposed engine, but nevertheless, bike engine in the back, as like this class are. Comes from Stavridge, not far away. What can he do?
Sorry, off the line. Richard Matossian, who I was going to say, what can he do, as he got into the 26s, but the car bogged down off the line, so it was only a 2.36 second start. He's with you.
He's having a go at making up for it, though. Lots of commitment through Kendall and crossing. He's flat through the kink. Maybe he's angry. Maybe he's going to use some of that aggression.
He's from Scotland. He's got that BMW motorbike engine in the back, screaming very quick. The car that still holds the class record for Robert Kenrick.
He might still get into the 26s. He does, 26.87, but I think there's more to come because of the slight bog down he had on the line. 26.87 takes the class lead in the 1100 class as we stand. Next on the line, Jonathan Flesher in the OMS that he shares with Tim Thompson. He's very, very quick, and he's getting quicker. Here comes Jonathan. He's through kennel to you.
He is indeed. Lovely car, this. One of my favourite single-seaters. Looks great. Absolutely flat out. The timing being wiggling in the air under the force of the aerodynamics, using all of that aero to get him slowed down for bottom S.
Yeah, it's quite new to the hill climbing, but this car is certainly a real beautifully turned out car. He drives it very well. Up to the finish.
Is it into the 26s? It might. Oh, just into the 27s. 27.12. 27.12. I reckon there's a 26 in you this afternoon, Jonathan, but we shall see. Right, next on the line, Nigel Pitt, another OMS, this time at 3000M, so a carbon fibre clad space frame. Very new car. This is about second or third season. It's with you.
It is indeed. That lurid green chassis that's now covered with carbon fibre as he flashes past my commentary box. Beautiful, flat out, lots of commitment from Nigel.
Always a tryer, and he's certainly trying. My goodness me, yeah, he gets it round the S's. Thought he wasn't going to do it to start with. Anyway, he's away.
Heads towards the finish. What's he going to do? It's a 27.62. Right, Tom Morgan. This is one of your competitors that could be in the top three in the class. Let's see how he does.
Indeed, he's looking good so far. The engine screaming, has a big wobble through crossing. May have had to get out the throttle. I don't think he lost a lot of time. Let's see how that shows by the end.
Well, it's clean line. Oh, yeah, he's on the power. Head comes straight to the finish. Yeah, he's got it round. He could be good.
Bit scrappy this from Tom, but he's across the line to do a 26.76, so it was quick. Very quick, takes the lead of the class so far, but here we go. What have we got next now? Clive Austin next to leave the line again. The car bogged slightly off the start. There's a lot of grip on this start line today, but he's with you.
There is indeed a slight puff of blue smoke out the back through kennel. I don't think that leads to anything though. A little bit actually past my commentary box, and maybe he's harbouring an issue. Who knows? But he's going well.
Well, yes, it is a bit. I think there's a little puff of smoke, but nevertheless, he's had this engine rebuilt recently at some expense, so hopefully it gets to the finish.
He's across the line, 27.73. Right, Tom Weaver, what can he do? He's very, very quick in this Empire.
Watch this for commitment, ladies and gentlemen, through crossing. He's normally quite ragged and on the edge, absolutely flat out through. Sounds like an old racing car, properly on the flat of the boards. He's already at bottom S, this is quick.
Brilliant young Ludlow driver, got a Gen 2 engine in the back of it, so it's a proper job. I think it'll go well. Here he goes.
He carried so much speed out of top S. Is it into the 25s? It is. 25.60. 25.60. That's in an 1100. That is a marker and a half for Dave Tatham. Amazing. Dave Tatham's off the line in the DJ. What can he do? He's with you.
We're in the thick end of the 1100s now. This is going to be really great to see what Dave Tatham can do. He's been going great all weekend. Eyes glued to the road, focused through the visor as I can see him. Hard on the brakes now into bottom S.
Super quick car, super quick driver, comes from Yorkshire, always rapid, gets a beautiful exit out of the S's, finish up to the finish.
What's it going to be? It's going to be in the 25s. Yes, 25.89, 25.89. Not quite as quick as Tom Weaver. So we have 25.60 with Tom Weaver leading the class. 25.89 for Dave Tatham, second in the class. And the guy that won the class last time, well, this time last year when we were here, is on the line. It's Stuart Bickley in the Force TA. Very, very neat and tidy. He's been really quick all weekend, leading the class in practice. What can he do? Now, Tom Weaver has set him a time to beat of 25.60. The visor's down. He drops the revs. Here we go. He's past me. Feeds it the gears. Second, third. Into Kennel to you.
Stuart's got it all to do. I'm sure he can. Let's see what he can. He's flat out. Beautiful line through crossing. I don't think there's much more to come from this car with Stuart Bickley behind the wheel. Let's see how he gets on.
Well, I tell you what, this young man can really pedal this car. I have a fancy he could do this. He just looks quick.
Let's see, it's going up the finishing straight. We wait to see what the clock will stop on. What is it? It's a 25.91. 25.91, only good enough for third in class. Pops in behind Dave Tatham. So on round one of the 1100 class,
Tom Weaver, he's your man.
Is in the lead. Right, we're back to Formula Fords. We're on Max Hawke. He's with you.
Goodness me, that's going to be some 1100 runoff, isn't it? My goodness me. Let's see how we get on. And yeah, he's already through Max and off towards bottom S.
Yes, in that black sliding Formula Ford Max. He's our demon photographer as well. But anyway, today he's having fun in the family race car.
And he crosses the line, 34.49 to go second in class. Class currently led by Kirsten Dodd after that fantastic run earlier. Carol Nichols now on the hill with you.
She is indeed in the car that her father designed, the Nike. It's a fantastic looking thing, always here with us. And Carol, one of our most revered members of Shelsley Walsh.
Revered is the word, indeed. She's a lovely lady as well. As say, Dad built the car, didn't he? See her laying back and sitting back in the seat there, hands right forward. Great sight.
She heads towards the finish. Mike Gallery is already away and gone with you.
Well, he is, yes. Here he comes now, Mike Gallery in the little Formula Ford. This is a really spectacular little colour scheme on this one. Making nice progress, very... Well, I won't say neat and tidy because we're banned from saying that, aren't we?
Tidy and neat.
Tidy and neat.
There you go. Loophole. Good time for Mike Gallery, 35.21. Carol Nichols incidentally did 38.91. There's Buck on the hill in the Pringat. Passes you.
He is indeed. And instead of neat and tidy, let's go not scruffy. No.
Not scruffy at all. Not scruffy. Actually looking very good is Les. This is one of the older Formula Ford cars, but doesn't it look immaculate? And he drives it very well. He's usually pretty competitive in the class.
Here we go. Here comes Sarah Bosworth on the hill now in the Van Diemen. Let's see how Sarah can do. She's past me. She's with you.
She's looking quicker than she did last time. She missed a couple of gears between Kennel and Crossing last time. No such issues this time. She should hopefully be in a 34 second.
She's always super rapid, actually, Sarah. She's ultra competitive, isn't she? She broke the class record at Wiscombe last weekend, so she can drive a bit, can't she? And she holds the record in her Lotus Elise as well, doesn't she?
She's not into the 34, she's into the 33s, 33.53. Let's see what Caroline Ryder can do to match that. She's with you.
She is. She had to get out the throttle slightly as the Rector cell came towards her a bit quicker than she would have liked at Kennel, but she's hung on to it, no problem at all. I don't think she lost a lot of time, but every millisecond counts in one of these Formula Fords.
Well, I tell you what, if everyone was picking the right line to come up the hill, I think she's just done that. She is one of our instructors here on the drivers' schools. And of course, mother of Matt.
And she's going to be into the 33s, is she? Yes, 33.85, 33.85. Jimmy Harris on the hill now. He was quickest in practice in this class. What can he do? He was in the 32s. What can he do?
He's going really well. He's pretty much flat to the boards all the way through Kenilworth Crossing. Lots of commitment. Clearly knows the inside and out of his car.
Such even cars, the line is impeccable. Yeah, I tell you what, this is going to be another very good run. Sometimes the runs that don't look so quick end up the quickest.
He's quick through the S's. What's he going to do at the finish? We wait for the time. It's in the 32s, not quite. 33.05. 33.05. Gary Hill now on the hill in the 1600cc OMS.
He is indeed. Has a slight lift through crossing, gets it all sorted, and back up through the gears, down the gears into OMS.
Yes, indeed. Nicely turned out car indeed. He's certainly having a go. Don't know a lot about the car or the driver.
But he's off towards the finish. Mark Schlanker on the hill now. Did a 1.93 second start. That's quick. He's with you.
He got really, really tightly through. It looks like the front end on this car is absolutely fantastic. He hits the limiter through the gears, past my commentary box, flashes a little flame out the back as he enters bottom S.
Tall and slim is young Mark, and this is the ex-Einem Price car. Very rapid when Einem was driving it, particularly in the wet, but anyway, he's getting the hang of it.
He is indeed. He does a 25.77, 25.77. Stephen Potter on the hill now with you.
He does a little wiggle out of Kennel. I think we've got a slight issue. I think we may have a box of neutrals for Stephen. Unfortunately, he's turned the car off. He had a wiggle out of Kennel, and the car just seemed to just sort of shut down. But I did hear a couple of revs which didn't match the momentum. So perhaps it's needs a Control-Alt-Delete and go again. But unfortunately,
that'd be a failed run.
It's a failed run on this occasion because he's not received a flag, so we won't get another go. But he had, just had a wiggle out of nothing spectacular, nothing particularly crazy, just a little bit of oversteer, and the car just seemed to just shut itself off. So not sure what's happened there. I thought I heard a loss of drive, but it's hard to tell really. But he's just stopped in front of me now, visors up, he's just chatting to the marshals.
Well, we'll have a chat. Why don't you pop out when he is moved and ask the marshals what happened?
Do you know what?
A bit of popping.
A bit of out-popping.
Bit of out-popping. I'll tell you what, don't let him loose, because he'll go and grab himself one of them cheeky ice creams, won't he? I know what he's like.
I thought we weren't talking about ice cream.
No, I know. Well, I'm going to talk about it because I can't get one. So there you go. And I might try and get one at lunchtime.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, so interesting with the 1100s then. In the 25s, I don't think any of those are going to qualify for the runoff, do you? Even though they've been brilliantly driven, because it's going to be a real power Shelsley day, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you really in an 1100 you need rain to get in a runoff. Really. Unless your name is Robert Kenrick and you own that Raptor.
Well, credit where credit's due. Stephen's been practicing his reversing skills as he kind of hoiks himself up over the side of the canopy, and he's doing the old looking over the back and reversing it back down. So clearly the car isn't able to move under its own steam back up to the top of the hill. So he's just reversing beautifully, I might add. This is the best reversing I've ever seen at Shelsley Walsh.
It's quite tricky, you know, because it's not like you got fancy mirrors, have you?
Exactly. But he's just having a peek behind. I think they're going to turn him round in the where the recovery truck stays.
They might just keep him there for a minute.
Possibly, let's see. I think there might be.
Then again, if it could be a chain.
It could be. It had the makings, but there's no chain on the floor, so possibly it slipped off. Who knows? But they're just keeping him there for a second.
Well, anyway, enough of him. So let's talk about those 1600s. I reckon. So we got David Warburton. Do we give him a shout?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we give David a shout. Zach Zammit
is in a 1300 supercharged. So
Zach has got a chance, hasn't he?
Oh yeah, but he's in the class above it.
Yeah, no, but gonna say we're needing 24s, aren't we? We're thinking big 24s, low 24s.
I think he's definitely within a shout, and I think also if Adam Greening can repeat his time from this morning. And
Alex Coles.
Oh, he's in supercharged
now. He got a very big shout, hasn't he? The way he's driving this weekend, absolutely fabulous, isn't it? He's driving way above his station in that little car, isn't he?
I think it's really starting to see its potential. It's a powerful car, 1300cc.
Yeah, it is. It is.
So yes, of course. He's really starting to get to grips. Only his first season in the car, which is amazing.
What did Josh Goodyear? What were they driving then? They weren't bike engines, weren't they?
But he again was a supercharged in the Raptor. Yes, he was.
Right.
Flags are in, gentlemen. They are going to hold Stephen's car at the bottom section. You were right, Billy. So flags are in front of me. So we'll be back up and running in just a moment.
Excellent. So flags are in here at the start line. I have an Empire on nearing the start, which is grey with green wheels, green wings, sorry. It's fired up. It will be Robert Capper. The car fires up. He's sort of halfway up the pre-start area, so he'll just, one burnout to bring it to the line, get some heat back in the rear tyres. Right over to driver's side right of the start line. Visor is down, flags are in, light is awaited, and as soon as he gets the green light, he will be off. And let's see what he can do. So we're into the 1600cc class now. And Robert drops the clutch and off he goes. Feeds it the gears, already into 4th gear when he turns out of my sight.
Indeed, great looking car this. He's tidy through Kennel, gets really close to the bank at crossing, beautifully done. And he's absolutely flat to the boards all the way to bottom S.
Yeah, this is just looks great. William Towett design, isn't it, this one? And built by Bill Chaplin down at Empire Cars. Great looking example of the car.
And he crosses the line to do a 26.42. 26.42, it's a good time. We've got Darren Gumley on the line. Can Darren get into the 25s? Conditions are right for PBs. Let's see how he does. He's off the line. 1.98 second start. That's very good. Already into Kennel.
He is indeed. Takes a beautiful line through Kennel. Come on, Gummers. What can you do? He's absolutely... he was not quite flat through crossing. Come on, Darren. You can go flat through crossing. Flat through the kink. But he's on the brakes now. Let's see what he does.
You go flat everywhere, Gummers, can't you? Come on, yeah. He's certainly a trier, isn't he? He's always good. What can he do? Can he do a 25?
Let's see. He might do. He might just squeak in. What's it? Oh, 26.01. 26.01.
Don't lift at crossing next time, Darren.
Right. Andy Greenland's off the line. Can he get back into the 24s? He's past me. He's with you.
Right. One of the most... Wow, he was sideways on the entrance to Kennel. Absolutely incredible. This is amazing from Andy Greenland. What's he going to do? He's so committed. Incredible sparks flying off the car. Hard on the brakes. Watch this.
Had a PB yesterday. 20 into 25. Fat fours yesterday. The same, he's negotiated the S's to the finish.
It's very quick. Let's see what it does at the line. He crosses the line, 24.83, 24.83, so that will be a PB for Andy Greener.
He was sideways into in the entrance to Kennel.
Quickest so far. Will it be enough to get in the runoff? We shall see. Right, we've got Olivia Cooper in the pre-start area, just waiting to come to the line. Having an issue, I think, selecting a gear. So Liam is just looking in the cockpit, and they've actually switched the car off. So let's see. Car refires.
I hope that we can get a replay of Andy's run into Kennel there. That would be fantastic to see that.
Is that a hint to the team?
Maybe. Come on, Rich. Come on, please.
Well, we've got a car on the start line, so we might get one in a little bit. But we've got... is there an issue here? No? Good. There's not. Olivia Cooper has got the car to the start line, does a burnout, brings the car to the start, lines up, slap bang in the middle of the start line. Her visor is down. It's ticking over. She awaits, I presume, the light. Let's see how she gets on. Lowered her own ladies' record further at Wiscombe last time out. I think there's an issue. The visor's gone up. The engine is off. It would seem to be that there may be an issue, which would be a crying shame. The team come up. Liam and Ian Dayson come up to have a look at the car, make sure everything's all right. There seems to be an issue with the steering wheel. But let's see. Got it fired. I think I saw a thumb up. So let's see. Let's hope this isn't an issue. I think I heard it select a gear because you can hear the air system of the gear selection click into
Is it
gear.
possibly a launch control issue, maybe?
Don't know, because there's still some looking at the dash. No, it's been turned off again. Seems to be an issue.
Olivia's one of my favourites to watch up Shelsley Walsh when she's on it. She's absolutely inch perfect every single time through Canlan Crossing.
Yeah, so we just await to see what's going on. It seems to be a gear selection issue.
Elizabeth, did you do 26? Is that her best up here?
I think she has done a 26.
Yeah, but I'm trying to think what she did. Liam did I think 27, didn't he?
Liam's time was I can tell you, 27.04.
Yeah, so if she can get in the 26s and get bragging rights, she's not going to qualify for the runoff, I don't think, because it's going to be such quick
it's a light.
times.
Waiting for the light. Don't have a light. I can see Liam was just gesticulating to the guys to get a light. Turns it on, drops the clutch, off we go. So let's see how she gets on. Whatever the issue was, has solved itself. She's through Kennel.
She's great. Love to see Olivia on this hill. She's absolutely fantastic through crossing. Flat as ever. Absolutely fantastic. And she's flat to the boards, down the gears, into bottom S.
Richard Brown's daughter, who sadly passed on recently, but anyway, she'll be trying really hard. She was trying really hard, and she is off to the finish.
What's the time going to be? Let's see. It's a 26.93. 26.93. Just dips into the 26s. Well done, Olivia. Not easy to do that when having issues on the start line, to then focus and go and deliver a time like that. So brilliant time. Right, David Warburton's on the line. One of our runoff contenders. Needs to find a 24, a mid to high 24 out of the car, but he can do it. He has done it. Let's see how he does. He's shaking his head. There seems to be an issue. It's the light. I think they're waiting for a light because the car is ticking over on the start line. He's got a light. Launch control on. Drops the clutch. It bogs down a little bit, but he's away now. Let's see how he does. He's with you.
Come on, Dave, what can you do? He's flying through Kennel. He's going to be absolutely flat through crossing. He really is on it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what he does.
Really quick into the bottom S there. Now, line's impeccable. I tell you what, he's going to get well up there.
It's quick.
24th, surely.
It'll have to be. Let's see what it is. It's a 24.63. 24.63. He needed a mid 24. That's what he's delivered. Let's see if that's enough. It's the fastest time so far, but there's a lot of very quick cars to come. So that's the end of the batch. That is the end of the batch. Those cars will come back down the hill, and then we shall have some more cars. We will have the first of the unlimited class cars. We will then have the main 2-litre class, and we will have the 2-litre forced induction class as well. Wow! So it's already, we're already well into the 24s.
2 batches to go before our runoff, basically, isn't it? And we're going to do the tin top runoff first, I take it.
So there'll be two batches. Exactly, and then the tin top challenge, and then the top 12 runoff. So lots to look forward to before lunch. And whilst we're awaiting the cars to come back down the paddock, I'm just going to step away from the mic for a brief moment.
Honestly, Chris, if I wish you could have been here to see the Andy Green, and I know I keep going on about it, but that was he's always so spectacular. But he was sideways on the entrance to Kennel. Whether he meant to do it or not, I'm sure he did. But he's always so flamboyant. He's almost like the Colin McRae of the 1100 class, isn't he? He's on it. You kind of don't really know. Is he in control? I'm sure he is, and it's all fine in his head, but it just looks so flamboyant and ragged. It's amazing.
Well, I bumped into him on my walk out the car park last night, actually, and he said, because it was his best ever time here, just in practice too, and he said, do you know, I got over the finish line and I was really annoyed. He says, I knew I could do better, but then he set a PB, so then he didn't feel so bad about it. So the Greenham brothers, they're both amazing, aren't they?
Yeah,
they're
fantastic.
Just committed like you wouldn't believe, aren't they?
The thing is, we love to see exciting driving, don't we? I mean, obviously it's amazing that these cars are so dialed in, and obviously generally more neutral is quicker, but it's so good to see when somebody is on top of their car, like Tom Weaver as well, just absolutely I don't know how much more there is to come out of that car. Do you know what I mean? When you've got a driver that can get 10 tenths, sometimes 11 tenths out of their car, and that's certainly what the Greenhams and the Weavers can do.
They do.
No doubt. It's incredible. I'd love to see what those, I wonder what that record would look like if you plonked them both in a GR59 or a Firestorm or something.
Well, maybe that might come one day, but at the moment, I mean, they are incredible, and the young drivers in the 1100 class, they're just pure entertainment now, aren't they? Because as you say, they're just wringing every little ounce of power out of it. So
they are. The reaction is incredible, and obviously we've become so the younger drivers now. Obviously we've got simulators now, which are absolutely incredible. So obviously I was listening to an interview with Matt Neal the other day, and he was talking around his factory, and he was saying his generation didn't always. There are a few that actually go back and look at the simulators and can compute that would make you go faster. But all the evidence is there to suggest. I mean, you've got Max Verstappen up until 3 o'clock in the morning on the simulators. It clearly counts for something for the younger drivers to come through. I mean, it's fantastic. There's a young lad called Freddie Slater who's just winning absolutely everything in Formula 3 and Formula Ford at the moment, and he again is been fantastic on the simulators. So the young drivers are just absolutely super quick at the moment, aren't they?
I'll tell you who's got a simulator at his house is young Wallace Mingus.
Fantastic.
Apparently he's got a very good simulator, and I'm sure he spends plenty of time sorting it all out. I've never been on one, but you must have had a go on one, have you?
Yeah, I've had a go on a few simulators. They are more real than ever. Obviously, in the last 20 years ago, when I was a kid, I had one that I got out of box every now and then, and there was no feeling to it, and I just made a car go round a corner with whatever pixels I could see through. Whereas now, I've got a very basic simulator at home. It's it's a force feedback, so you get all the correct feedback in a Assetto Corsa, which many people will be familiar with. But it really does genuinely. It's not like just going on Gran Turismo with your controller. When you get sat behind the wheel with a force feedback steering wheel and a proper simulator, it really can make you a better driver. There's no doubt about it, and it's amazing to see, as I say, the younger generations and the older generations going back to it just to sharpen their skills. I think there really is legs in that. I mean, we've got the world of esports now and everything. And I think at some point at Shelsley Walsh there's been a simulator that somebody, because you can design tracks specifically on the computer. So I think somebody has set up a PC course for Assetto Course for Shelsley Walsh, and it's quite realistic, I think. And I think we've had
yes,
that here before.
there is. I think it's a German chap actually.
Yes, that's it. Yeah,
he was asking for photographs and stuff like that to, to set it all up. But I have seen a big simulator in the barn there when we've had Classic Nostalgia or some of those events. Or maybe they've even had days, I don't know if it's here or Prescott, they've had days where you can book in for the day, and pay your money and have a go. Have
you ever done any driving, Chris? You ever done anything competitive at all? Or?
No, I confess not. I used to. I've been an avid supporter over the years of rallying, of circuit racing, and obviously the hill climbing, but never had the skills probably.
So if you could wind the clock back to when you were a young boy and you could have a scholarship to enter a particular championship, what route do you think you'd go down?
Well, that's a very interesting one, isn't it? I should think. I'd probably want to be a rally car man, I'm like you, I love the rally stuff really. I think that is the ultimate test on all those different surfaces, through the trees, up and down dale and water and everything. I mean, it's just...
What would you be? Would you be Mark II Escort or Group B Quattro, or where would you be?
I mean, you'd have to start off with a rear-wheel drive sort of decent Escort, wouldn't you? And back in the day, that would be would have been an RS 2000 or a BDA if you were really in the money, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I watched loads in my time, and I knew when I watched them, I thought, these guys are insane. There's no way I could even contemplate driving a rally car at the speeds they do through the forests and the dark.
Well, you should see them now. I mean, we're going much quicker than we did in Group B now in WRC. It's frightening. 500 brake horsepower with the hybrid now.
On Ipula, sort of over the jumps at 100 plus, you think, wow, that is just bravery.
They've all got aero, and they can be flat they've got 5 gears now, but they can be flat in fifth for a good 20 or 30 seconds now. It really is so impressive, these cars. So
hello all.
Hello Billy.
Hello Billy, all right.
Call of Nature is called, and I'm back in the commentary box, and we have a car on the start line.
Timed that well.
Yeah, it was just perfect timing. And it is a AFSP 40, the lovely bellow of the 2.5 litre V6 in the back. It is Simon Mather on board. His first time ever driving at Shelsley Walsh, and he's already into the 27s in this car, which is really impressive. Let's see how he can do. He's lined the car up on driver's side left of the start line. Let's see how he gets on.
Are you overexcited, or have you been running, Billy?
Well, I heard running.
You're out of breath.
Yes. Well, I used to get back because I saw cars.
Overexcited, aren't you?
Oh yes. Right, we're off the line. Here we go. Here goes Simon Mather. Sounds great, that car, as it rockets past me into the first corner.
It does indeed. One of the best sounding cars that we have here this weekend. 2.5 litre Cosworth V6. Absolutely stunning. Came out of a DTM car, the engine in this thing. Alex Summers has done an amazing job with his team to build this car and get it ready.
Yes, isn't it just actually? Has he Have they used? I thought they used some of their old Firestorm components, didn't they? Didn't they take some off the back end?
A few bits of suspension, but the rest is very much Summer's creation. So it's a 27.51 for Simon Mather. It's Sandra Tomlin now on the hill in the pill beam.
She is indeed. She takes gives the bank a wide berth through crossing. She has a little lift through kink. She's back on the power. She gets back on the brakes to bottom S.
Yeah, she owns this car. She's always pointed out to me. Don't you think that's lovely? And I tell you what, listen to that extreme acceleration going up the Spanish straight and over the line.
Time for Sandra Tomlin. It's a 28.65. We've now got Bernie Kevill on the hill in the OMS. 28 with you.
Yeah, with me now. Takes a nice tight line through Kennel, gets it slap bang in the middle of the road, applies the power back to crossing, gets off the power slightly as we then popping and banging our way through the gears, through kink and flat to the boards on the brakes for bottom S.
Very competitive package, the OMS actually. They share this car, they rarely have a mishap in it, to be fair.
Going very well indeed. Heads up the finishing straight. What's the time? It's a 27.53. 27.53, so 2/100ths of a second behind Simon Mather in the P40. Right, next on the line we've got Lynn Owen. Lynn and Steve obviously build all the OMSs. This is the Works OMS in its distinctive green with the RPE V8 engine in the back. So radical performance engine in the back. Builds up the revs, drops the clutch. Off we go. Here comes Lynn. 2.22 second start. She's into Kennel and out of my sight.
She is the fantastic green paintwork, just camouflaging itself against the beautiful green of Shelsley Walsh. Nicely through Kennel, nicely through crossing. Takes another gear through kink, and we're on the brakes.
Yes, husband Steve is usually very, very kept busy in the paddock, sorting other people's OMS cars out when I've seen him elsewhere. It's hard for him to drive the car and fix other people's cars, which he's invariably having to do.
29.08, 29.08. Next off the line is Nicola Mingus, ladies record holder here in this car. She's already with you.
She is very rapid indeed. Let's see what Nicola can do. She takes a nice line through crossing, really, really brave. She's going to be flat through kinks. Just a slight hint of a lift, but she's going well.
If she did her own record, she could get into the runoff conceivably. The car is super rapid, so she, to be fair, rarely makes a mistake. Anyway, good to see Nicola back. Haven't seen her there for a while.
Time for Nicola Mingus is a 26.33, 26.33. Next on the line, we have Lindsay Summers in the DJ Firestorm car, she says, with son Alex. Lindsay's off the line, rockets past me, 1.95 second start. She's already into Kennel.
Absolutely, again, Lindsay super quick in this car. She takes a spurt of power, just gets off the power for crossing. Nice line through there, Lindsay. Wonderful through the kink. She's on the brakes into bottom S.
Listen to the engine note of this one. Revs to 14,000 in a V8. This is the car that is leading the championship at the moment.
Heads up the finishing straight. Is she going to be into the 25s? Almost. 26.17, 26.17. That's a great time for Lindsay. I don't know what her PB is here, but I'm going to go find out afterwards, because that's very quick. Right, Sean Gould on the line. Another driver-car combination that is right at the favourites list for qualifying for the runoff. And let's see if he can do it. He's on the start line in the Gould GR59 with the 4-litre Judd in the back. This driver combo with this car is the current record holder here, and he's away. He's with you.
It is indeed. A 22.37 is the record with Sean in this car. He's absolutely flying past the commentary box. What can he do? He's doing 122 miles an hour into bottom S.
Still a fabulously quick car, fabulously quick driver, and I have a fancy this car might change records later on in the hands of a certain young Matt Ryder.
This is quick though. It's a 23.92, 23.92. That should be good enough to qualify him for the runoff. Quickest car we've had so far. Right, Amanda George now off the line in the beautiful Chevron B19. She's away. She's nice and smoothly through Kennel. She's with you.
It is one of your favourites, Billy. It's a lovely car. This beautiful noise it makes. That lovely angled down exhaust sticking out of the back. Fantastic. What a lovely car to have here.
Isn't it just? Yeah, the prettiest thing you'll ever see coming up Shelsley Walsh without any doubt at all. It's just immaculate.
Apart from a clear 172.
Well,
of course, obviously. Across the line from Amanda George, 32.49. Anna May Furness on the hill now. She's with you.
With me now, and super brave through crossing, absolutely flat out through kink as well. So Anna May's on a mission.
She certainly is. She's trying to go sub-30. I think she's done that in the past in this car. This is a new car to her as well. Ollie Wright, of course, a partner, Team Valley Motorsport run car.
Yeah, they did a great job fixing this overnight after some issues yesterday. Also, Simon Bainbridge very kindly lent them a few bits and parts, which is great to see. Anna does a 30.16. Right, John Cottrell on the line now. We'll have to start again, I think. He just hit his head. Can he restart? His rear wheels didn't cross the line, but has something broken? Because they're pointing as if they're going to go back into the paddock. So I think, was it a drive shaft? Yes, unfortunately that'll be a failed run for John. Not sure if there was a car issue. Let's see. So unfortunately they're pushing the pill beam back into the paddock, so we won't see that car now. Later on I'll go and find out through some investigative.
You're doing your lunchtime paddock walk, aren't you, Billy?
I am, yes.
So that's always entertaining. Young Billy whizzes round the paddock. Have a watch of that on the live stream, and they'll bring you up to speed.
There's like 150 drivers that have entered this event, and yet during the paddock lunch, you can't find any of them. It's as if they all go and hide.
Or maybe they go and have
their lunch. They see me coming. They're all behind a hedge or a fence.
Yeah, I think they're all scoffing lunch in the cafe there.
I'd love for you to try and have a chat with Tom Weaver if you can, just to find out if there is any more to come out of that empire, because he seems very much on top of that.
Well, I will if I can.
Check out Alex Coles, because he's another hot shot, isn't he?
Yes. By the way, just had a message on the stream. Hi, all watching from Malta from Alex Zammit. Hi, Alex.
Hello, Alex.
Great to hear from you, one of the Zammit clan. You need to be here next time, Alex.
Has he still got his twin-engined car?
There was a twin-engine car, wasn't there?
No, was it a Malak, a twin-engine Malak?
Yeah. Yeah. We've also had, well, what was interesting is the front engine drove the front wheels and the rear engine drove the rear wheels, which was incredible. But, yeah, we also had a message from somebody watching in Alabama and someone watching in New Zealand. Trickier to get over for the day from there, so fair play to you, but thanks ever so much for tuning in. Right, we've got another car on the line. We've got Ian Tucker in the OMS with you, now into Kennel.
He is indeed, yeah. Ian's been driving really well all weekend. Gets over to the left-hand side of the course, gets over to the right-hand side to get back to the left-hand side for crossing. He's in the middle of the road, has a slight lift-through kick, and he's hard on the brakes.
Another one of our drivers that comes up from Cornwall. This is the big engine Hayabusa in the back of it in the OMS, and I think we decided this was almost as stretched as they go.
Yes, as stretch can be. It's 28.91 for Ian, so it's a good time. Takes the lead of the class so far. Next on the line we've got Aaron Colborne in the Van Diemen. PB of I think he said a 27.2, so let's see how close he can get to that. He drops the clutch, he's off the line. It sounds great as it rockets past us into fourth and disappears into Kennel.
It sounds fantastic, this car, doesn't it? A little wiggle out of Kennel, but scoops it all up, a little bit of oversteer, lots of correction going on in the wheel, all going on behind the wheel there as he brakes hard for bottom S.
Well, he's got little slide out of bottom S, little slide out of top S, but he's got it running nice and straight to the finish.
Very quick S time, that was very good. Let's see, is it? Oh, it's close to his PB, 27.64, 27.64, nicely into the 27s. Well done, Aaron. Right, Tim Elmer off the line in the beautiful looking and sounding Dallara with the TKD engine in the back. He's with you.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic thing. Got flagged earlier, but he's no such issues now. He's through crossing in Kennel, no issues, through King, absolutely flat out.
Yeah, great to see him out in this car. It is a spectacular looking thing. My goodness me, he's having a bit of a handful of it here, but he's getting it up towards the finish now.
Heads up, finishing straight, crosses the line, does a 27.72, 121 miles an hour across the line, so that engine's got some poke. Right, Andy Bogord on the hill, all the way from the Channel Islands, in the Force, with you.
Indeed he is, yeah, takes a good line through Kennel, little lift through crossing, but as quick as I've seen him all weekend. What can you do, Andy? Let's see, he's doing 116. I don't think he is doing 116. Might be. He's going well though.
Yeah, why not? I reckon he probably is. This is another very, very stretched Hayabusa. Sounds absolutely terrific as he heads to the finish.
It's going to be a quick time into the 27.
He certainly was doing 116, wasn't he? Look at that for a finish time.
27.14 across the line. 118 miles an hour at the finish. Mike Tregoning on the start line now in the lovely Pilbeam, immediately turned out this car and sounds brilliant as he rockets off the line into Kennel to you.
Yeah, great looking car, this Pilbeam. This is exactly what you think of when you think of a Pilbeam. Beautiful car, and he's through crossing, no dramas. Sounds absolutely fantastic. That engine barking away, and he's into bottom S already.
I'm not sure, is this the ex-Billy Morris car, actually? I spoke to Mike about it, I may have got that wrong. Anyway, 2-litre, very sophisticated engine in the back of it, and he's a quick old driver, isn't he?
29.07 for Michael Tregoning across the line. Right, Andrew Henson on the hill. Always goes well in this car. Past me and nicely into Kennel to you.
Absolutely, yeah, as it appears into my sight, takes a nice line, just flicks it through crossing, flat through the kinks, sparking as the car's pushed into the ground.
100 mile an hour through the bottom speed trap there. It's certainly rattling along now, isn't it, in this little car? Wow, the engine sounds sweet as a nut, that Vauxhall power.
Yeah, it looks great through the top part of the hill as well in the fast bits, and it's a good time. It's 27.38. Right, what can Jonathan Varley do? Good start, 1.95.
Quick through Kennel as well, Billy. He's quick through crossing. This is going well. Jonathan's really on a mission. He got really right up to the far inside of the course. He's going really well.
Great driver is Jonathan. This is a real history car too, and he has got the perfect combination of this 2-litre V8 in the back of it.
He might be close to his class record. Is he going to do a 24.82? Is he going to beat it? Yes, class
Beat it.
record,
Well
24.55. Well done, Jonathan. Class record. We have, by the way, a graphic on the stream that comes up. That's the same kind of graphic that looks like I've just got a strike in bowling, but it's brilliant. It's a class record from Jonathan Varley. That's brilliant, and he'll probably qualify for the runoff with that. Right, Richard Alexander with you.
He is with me. He's already gone past me. Fantastic scenes already today at Shelsley Walsh. Let's keep them going.
Well, yes, it's all heading in the right direction, isn't it? Jonathan Varley, new class record, and he may not even qualify for the runoff. You just don't know, because I've seen that happen before with Jonathan.
24.55, I think he should be in, but we shall see. Richard Alexander there does a 26.73, 129 miles an hour across the line. By the way, sometimes Jonathan loses a tenth or two compared to some of the other cars off the start. That was a 1.95 second start. I've never seen that car do under 2, which is brilliant.
7.74 through the S's as well.
Yeah,
really going well.
Well done, Jonathan. Right, Pete Tatham off the line in the OMS. He's with you.
Yeah, he's going really, really well. Lots of commitment through Kennel. Perfect, inch perfect. He's absolutely hard. Slight lift, has to get out the top slightly as that Armco came towards him quickly, but he's flat out through the kink. He's going well.
He certainly is a triage, young Pete, sliding away here, but he's holding it all together. He's got it going up towards the straight now, up the finish.
Grab that car with a scruff of the neck. What time can he do? Is it into the 25s? It is 25.66. Good time for Pete. Right, next car on the line. It's William Loveridge on the line. But I think it might... Is he going again? Apparently it's William. I don't know if we've had Zach then, but anyway, he's with you.
Let's see how it goes. It's going well. I think it might be William, but let's see. It doesn't seem like Zach driving, but either way, going well.
Just having a look at the helmet. No, it doesn't look like Zach's helmet. No, he's bouncing around a little bit. Actually, maybe some handling issues there. No, Zach's helmet's got that orange visor, hasn't it?
Well, time is 25.79, 25.79. Right, next off the hill. Let's see what Alex Coles can do. He's been quick all weekend. Here he comes.
Wow, 1.86 off the line. That's super, super quick. He's been flat out. He's really going for it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what he can do. This is absolutely flat to the top of 6th.
Such a talent, this young man. This is a beautiful line too, I tell you what. Yes, he's on his way to the finish now, up the finish straight.
This is very quick. What's it going to be? Is it 24? Yes, 24.21, 24.21. Well done, Alex. I suspect a PB. I also suspect that will qualify him for the runoff. Well done.
That was epic. A fantastic run, 24.21. His times are tumbling, aren't they? He could get seriously into the
that's 1.86 is as quick as anything I've ever seen off the line. That's
amazing. Right, John Chalmers, 1.95 second start. He's with you.
He is indeed, yeah. Let's see what he can do with this fabulous roll with that anti-light working away. Fantastic. Through me and sparking. Get your cameras out for that. Fantastic. And into bottom S.
Just listen to... Oh, my goodness me. Okay. He's come to an abrupt halt, but he's okay.
Yes, so just looking at the stream pictures, look like he's just done a bit of front suspension damage as the rear stepped out as he came through bottom S, and he's just clouted the bank on the left-hand side between the S's, but he'll be frustrated, but he looks okay. Visor has gone up. He's just sitting in the car as the marshals come up just to check he's all right.
Yes, he came very hot in there, But anyway, you're quite right, Billy. Your observation skills are top notch. The front left suspension is pointing askew. He's slightly on the bank on both wheels at the moment. It will take a little while just to sort him out, but he's in the car, sat there. The medic's just talking to him. His visor's up, as you say.
He's probably got his foot on the brake.
Ah, do you know what? They don't have handbrakes, I suppose. No.
So he's probably sat.
I never thought of that.
So if we're front left suspension, has he gone round and clipped the bank on the inside?
Yeah, he's just getting out of the car.
Yeah, just
so he looks okay,
yeah.
but frustrated. I think he probably had his foot on the brake until the marshals got there with a chock.
Oh, is that what they do? Is it? Yes. No, I never gave that a thought. I just think about things like that, do you? You know. So, well, isn't it? This is hot stuff, isn't it? So, young Alex Coles, 24.21. That is 100% a PB up Shelsley Walsh. And it's so thrilling to see a young driver really extracting so much out of that little car, actually, and just getting better and better and quicker and quicker.
Just watched a replay, by the way, on the stream of John Chalmers' incident. And as I said, just to repeat, he is out of the car, so he's perfectly all right. Came through bottom S, nice and neat and tidy, gave it a big boot of power, big oversteer moment, and couldn't quite catch it, so that spat him towards the bank, and he sort of clattered up the bank a little bit. But perfectly all right, as I said. We have one more car to go in this batch, which is Paul Hames, who now needs to go and do a 24.21 to take the class lead from Alex Coles. The recovery truck is on its way because it won't roll because it's got a bit of bent suspension, but gutted for John. He's been driving so well, as has Jamie. But the main thing is, as I said, he's out of the car and he's all right, which is good. So if you're up there, give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, on the inside of Top S. Really great that he's
taking a bow, actually, as young John, but good to see as well. Yes. And well done, John. Good to see you out the car.
And smiling, which is good to see.
They'll have that car sorted. Whether they get it sorted later on, I don't know. But either way, it's a pristine-looking car in that silver bodywork. Doesn't it look fantastic?
He's just looking to work out what the damage is at the rear, I think. So,
yes, indeed. Well, unfortunately, these things don't necessarily come cheap to repair all the time, do they?
If they've got some wishbones, you never know.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, the big red truck is appearing at bottom S. It's reversing shortly, and they'll hoik him on.
But yes, he's just to repeat, out of the car and smiling, so perfectly all right. Probably a little bit frustrated, but perfectly okay, which is the main thing.
Yes, indeed. Well, it's quite unusual to see John spill the beans.
Very unusual. I've not. Very rarely very smooth driver. Very rarely makes a mistake, but just caught out slightly.
It felt to me like he was pushing on more than I've seen all weekend. So perhaps he thought a PB within sight and just thought he'd go for it a little bit earlier on the throttle. Maybe, who knows?
Yeah, it was looking like a good time, but. Phew, so we take a breath.
We take a breath. Actually, the recovery track now is... How is he going to do this?
High ab.
It's going to be a high... Will he do the arm, will he? My goodness me. What do you attach that to the roll bar or something?
Expect so, yeah.
Yeah.
The good news about Hillclimb cars, they're very light. So these arms can pick up a lot more than the 300-400 kilos these cars weigh, so that is
true. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, so I wonder what their capacity is for a lift then.
That's a good question. Do you know? You should ask the truckie. He'll know.
Well, there's 3 people got out of the truck. Oh no, 2 people got out of the truck. Yeah, he's pulling this great big arm thing out, and well, they're very good at this sort of thing normally, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
So once we've got this geared up, we'll have Paul Hames, who is sat in the Gould GR59 in the pre-start area. Paul, this morning, what did he do in practice? What was it? 24.26, which is very quick indeed. So we await that, and then we will have... we've got, as I said, it will be an unfortunate... I don't know why we don't have a time for Zach, so I might go and do some of that journalism I'm good at and find out why. Because I saw William's name came up twice
Yes, I did, but I tell you, well, you're right, but it didn't look like Zach driving that second time because the helmet looked wrong to me.
I think you're right. So I will go and find out later.
But William Lockridge had a run up earlier, didn't he? So
it could be a timing glitch, and they need to allocate the time that the first time might have been in a Zach
maybe.
Time, but we'll find out.
Indeed. You will find out.
Well,
because that's what you do, isn't it?
It is what I do. So,
you are good at that. So good at that. And we're doing all right today. We're doing all right timing-wise. We're going to get the odd little glitch. That's expected, isn't it? Really? Yeah,
we exactly that. So we're getting a replay, by the way, on the stream of John's run. Great start, 1.95 second start. Came beautifully neat and tidy through Kennel and through Crossing, and flat through the King. Sparks are flying, and then breaks into bottom S. Takes all the speed off in, gives it a boot of power, and the rear just steps out slightly, and he caught it, but it sort of almost gripped up and it aimed towards the bank, and then it rattled its way up the bank. Bit of a clatter, but yes, good. It's a circuit chassis, so it's a very safe tub. Looked after John well. He's smiling and chatting to the marshals as they recover the car. So all good there, which is great. Rich, if you can hear me, if you can get a replay of Alex Coles' run, whilst we've got a stoppage, that would be brilliant, but if it is possible. So yes, we've got already, as I said, cars into the 24s. Oh yes, I'm getting a replay, so we're getting a replay of Alex Coles' run. Brilliant start, it was a 1.86 second start. Carries so much speed through Kennel and through Crossing, inch perfect. The car is glued to the floor and through the kink. Stunning speed as he went into bottom S. Used all the road on the entrance, used all the road on the exit, but very tidy coming out top S, so carried the momentum, rocketed up the finishing straight and across the line to record a 24.21 and I'm presuming a PB. So well done, Alex. Also, if you can hear us at the top of the hill, Jonathan Varley, class record 24.55. Well done. That's fantastic. That was, it's his record, which I think was from 2021. So that was brilliant to see. To take, what's he taking? 3/10 off it, which is quite a chunk.
The Silver Machine, by the way, Billy, is now on the back of the truck. They're just literally finishing off. I see the front wing looks rather askew. The front, you may see it on the live stream. I don't know what. Oh yes, you can see everything. Your man here is right here, isn't he?
By the way, qualification times at the moment, the top 5 are within the 24s. And that's Sean Gould, Alex Coles, Jonathan Varley, Dave Warburton and Andy Greenan. So yes, it does look like a 24-second run is what you need. You never know about the route, Mr. Ponsford, because it looks a bit of front suspension damage, but not too
it does.
bad.
Yeah, so. No, you never know, do we? I never say never, you see. But these are rather sophisticated little machines, aren't they? So they're not quite like your average sort of Austin Allegra or something like that. So not that we see many of those these days, do we?
So that's because they've all rotted away.
Well, anyway, this one hasn't rotted away. This is like a mini Mercedes Formula One car, isn't it? It's a fine looking sight, but a little bit askew at the moment. But I'm sure they have the technology to get things moving again.
Just a couple of wishbones, I hope.
Yeah, I see. Look, they get the straps on it as well, so in case it goes walkabout going back down the hill. So very professional job, but it's still connected to the roll cage to the arm. So yeah, good job. I reckon a few minutes we'll be back in action. They've already swept the track. The medics are just having a word with the tow truck man. Yep.
Note on the stream, the HillClimb, this is from Amy Park, the HillClimb marshals in the UK are awesome and volunteers. Exactly, Amy, well said. We have a fantastic...
How do you become a marshal, Billy? Tell us that.
Oh, gee, that's a great question. You talk to the marshals. They're wonderfully friendly people. They'll tell you all about their experiences and they'll tell you all about how you can join your local club and become a marshal locally. We can't go motor racing without marshals. You've just seen them spring to action to clear up the incidents, and that's really important. So thank you so much for all the marshals. Go and talk to them. Do get involved. It's a great way to really be at the front line of motorsport, which is fantastic to see. So car is gone. There seems to be a little bit of a pool of something being swept.
Yeah, they've literally put some of the magic white dust on there. There's probably a little fluid leak that came out of the Rolt. Just another one on the Marshall's front, by the way. You can go on the MAC UK website, and there's full instructions on there. As I say, catch the Marshalls in the paddock afterwards when we're probably having a wee drink. But it is the best way. They do an incredible job. You don't have to be, in fact, I think you've got to be 16 to go on the hill, I believe I was told earlier. I was asking about it. And actually, I could, while we just got this little break, we got whistles and bells. So I reckon it's going to be pretty soon we're back in action, Billy.
Yes,
I agree.
Lloyd, sorry, you were going to say.
Hello, sorry, I was just saying I agree.
Oh, well, thank you.
Lloyd, it's good that you agree. You sound like you got an ice cream.
No, not yet.
You haven't sneaked off
one
one.
yet. No one's bought me one yet.
Snuck.
I'm going to have it as a pudding for my lunch.
Also, so I've got a truck just coming back past me with the router board. Yeah, the right-hand side of the car is absolutely fine. It's just the front left.
So,
but,
are they still going to send Paul Hames up, or are they going to put him in the next batch?
No.
Okay, fine.
You have to. There's some.
It has to be a thing.
Well, because the thing is, imagine that there was a weather change now.
Yes. Good point. Yeah.
So it will be Paul Hames. Flags are in at the start line. Flags are in here. John just walking back into the paddock, so as I said, perfectly all right, which is great to see. Just having a quick chat with Paul. And the Gould GR59 fired up. And ticking over. Just waiting for the flag to come in at my box, which happens now. And then the start line flag is coming in momentarily. There's a bit of head shaking going on. Yeah,
we've got the flags are. We've just got the marshals just rushing down with his brand new broom.
Oh, a bit of sweeping to be done.
Bit of serious sweeping.
Right.
Serious sweeping.
So
and,
yes.
Hang on there. He chucks it up the bank and it rolls back down the bank, but he's chucked it the other side of the bank now.
So some sweeping is happening.
Yeah, bless him. Steve Wright, do you remember him? Serious sweeping.
Yeah, serious everything.
Yeah, I know.
I liked that.
He was great. He was great, wasn't he?
Bless him.
We miss him, don't we?
Yep. Hello in the paddock, by the way, in the farmyard. Do wave for us on the stream. It's quite interesting. It's one of those sort of repeater screens where they're watching themselves waving on screen, watching themselves waving on screen, and it goes on forever. But hello in the farmyard, and yes, flags are now coming in. So flag in at kennel, flag in here, flag in at the start. They will fire up the Gould, which I can hear fires up. Ticks over so quietly, that car, you can hardly hear it until it gets going, and then it's an absolutely ferocious.
Deadly, yes.
Right.
Hey, so, shout out to my brothers on the fence opposite. Hey, big it up, brothers!
Indeed. We've got a Gould on the line. It's the number 9. It's the Gould GR59 of Paul Hames. It is a turbocharged Hayabusa engine. He did a low 24 this morning in practice. He'll need to do one again now to take the class lead off Alex Coles. So the visor's down, launch control engaged, builds up the revs. Let's see, drops the clutch, off we go, here comes Paul Hames. Great start, 2-second start with you already.
Paul Hames, I've said I'd have him in my fantasy hill climb team. He's absolutely so reliable. He's flat to the boards through crossing. That car is glued to the rails, absolutely incredible.
129 miles an hour into S approach, and his lines are brilliant. I tell you what, this is going to be a cracking run.
The power's down, but is it quick enough to beat Alex Coles? Let's see, is it in the 24s? Yes,
wow.
24.09. He's a tenth away from the 23s. That's fantastic. Takes the class lead. That will also qualify him for the runoff. But full credit to Alex Coles to make him go out and have to do a 24.09 to take the class lead.
To do that as well after having to sit there for after a period of time, exactly. Not getting in the zone, then getting back in the zone.
It's tricky. So well done, Paul. That's the end of the batch. Cars will come back down the hill.
And what was good there, his lines were brilliant through the S's here. And, it was one of those runs where it looked in control, but you could see he was absolutely flying.
Through the kink, the direction change at that speed was I mean, there must be a good ton and a bit of aero pushing down on that car at that point, more than definitely more than the car weighs. It's absolutely amazing to see the car stick to the ground like that.
You mentioned about the aero then, because that's quite an interesting figure. So how does that sort of how do you work out figures like that? How do you know things like that then?
Wind tunnels and computers.
And stuff. Yeah.
But yes, I would imagine at Gould they have simulations and all sorts and pieces to work out what kind of air resistance pushes the car down, and then obviously you calculate the weight of the car, what the wings are doing, and then obviously if you've got more weight, technically you could. I would imagine Billy, you correct me if I'm wrong. You could probably do the whole driver GR59 upside down in a tunnel.
Have you been to Gould's, Billy? You must have been.
Yeah. Loads of times.
So. I mean, is it a fancy place or what?
Yeah, so I haven't been for years actually, but I've been to Newbury a number of times. I loved going there as a kid because it would be like, oh, there's a new GR55 in build, or they'd be re-engineing an Arrows or something. It was great place.
Sorry, just to answer my question though, but they produce enough downforce though, don't they? I mean, what kind of figures are we talking in terms of downforce on a something like a GR59? Any ideas?
No, I don't. Lots. Many hundreds of kilos.
You're supposed to know everything.
Well, that's why you won't. That's why some of the 1600 times, for example, are a bit. When they'll only do about 120 before they hit an aerodynamic brick wall.
Yeah, I think, just to interrupt, I think I've got the famous Ed Burgess opposite me now.
Oh.
He's in his resplendent, in his rather fetching straw hat, saying how hot it is, but he's probably just walked up the hill. So as they come back down the hill, by the way, here they all come now. We've had a fantastic batch of cars here, haven't we?
Has Ed still got his Gould? I know
Ed has got his Gould.
He's got Bugatti royalty, but
he is Bugatti royalty. But his Gould, yes, he's not out in it this weekend. I don't know. Is he? Has he got a problem with the steering? Has he? Are you at Prescott next week, Ed? Yes, he's at Prescott next weekend for the next round of the British. So Ed will be out in the black Gould, the ex-James Baxter car, and no doubt will be enjoying that. And he knows his way up Prescott, doesn't he? He holds the Bugatti record there.
Yeah, just tell him not to turn sharp right after the first corner and remember to go and do pardon.
Okay, well, I'm not.
He holds the record of the classic course.
Don't you panic, he can hear you over the speaker.
He holds the classic course record.
I know.
Oh no, I've forgotten.
You said giving it all that.
Got to do another corner. I don't like this. Anyway, great to have Ed here.
It is, yes, it is. It is Bugatti royalties.
Yes.
He was at the Chateau Impney in his Bugatti on Friday.
Well,
and anyway, I was on commentary there. Did you know that?
Oh, are they doing the Chateau Impney thing?
No, they did it. It's probably the last occasion. I got rung at 6 o'clock at night to go and do commentary on the vintage, which is not my real forte, as you appreciate, but I was the last trawler on the dock, right? There was nobody else. And then I had this little commentary booth thing, which was like in the sort of bit of a field thing, and there was a couple of speakers on it, and I only found out afterwards nobody could hear me anyway, so it was a bit of a waste of time. So I was chatting away happily enough.
Having a lovely time.
Yeah, having a lovely time, that's right. Yeah. Well, I've got the course car is heading back now past my box now, so it won't be long before we're back rock and rolling.
Excellent. So, what have we got to go before lunch? We've got the last batch of timed runs, excuse me if I can put my words in, which will be the unlimited class cars, so the quickest cars of the day, and then the historics as well. Then we are going to have the top 10 tin top challenge, then the top 12 runoff. So we have about half an hour or so of absolutely electric hill climbing to come before we all take a break and go for some lunch, and I'll be wandering around the paddock talking to people and etc. So that will be good. So what's the next car? We're probably going to see Richard Summers in the AFS P40. I can see Graham Wynne lined up near the start line in his big Gould GR59. Some really exciting cars to come. And if you are in the paddock and you see a blue GWR Predator, go and shake Jonathan Varley by the hand for breaking that class record. So that was brilliant. Right, so flags are in. Cars are returned to paddock. They're just changing the driver on the P40. What they actually quite cleverly do is the dual-driven cars actually go at the beginning of the batch, you might notice now, which means that they're in the best lane to come back down the hill, so they get back down the hill first, and it just gives them that extra minute or two to change drivers, which very clever, very sensibly done. So I can hear a car is fired. There is definitely a car with an engine on it. I can't. Who are we getting to the line? We might. Well, we're due Richard Summers, but they might maybe bring someone else to the line if we're just waiting as he does a driver change. But we shall see. So this is going to be a good batch. You know, remember we had a 22-second run in practice earlier, which was Matt Ryder. Can he get back into the 22s today?
By the way,
this afternoon. Sorry,
we got good crowds up here now. What about you, Lloyd? You got good crowds. I can see him in the grandstands, looking good.
Yeah, well, they know what they know the crack with today, don't they? They know it's a very exciting day, and things could happen today, couldn't they? So it's a lovely place to be today.
Now you can hear a car coming to the line. It's a Gould GR59 with Graham Wynn aboard. Graham Wynn OBE. By the way, I shouldn't mention just before he comes off the line, the Graham Wynn Foundation is supporting the Midlands Air Ambulance charity. If you go and look at that beautiful car, on the front of it is a QR code, and you can donate to the Midlands Air Ambulance charity. Please do that. It's an incredible cause that they're raising money for. Also, Scott Moran said you can also have a selfie and an autograph from a 6-time champion as a thank you for donating. So look at that. Loads of reasons to go and give the Midlands Air Ambulance. Please do it. Right, we're off the line. Here comes Graham Wynn. Rockets past me into your view.
Indeed he does. Gets very close to the wreck to sell at the exit of Kennel. Really going well. Graham's driving this car fantastically over the course of the year, and he does continue to do so through the kink and towards bottom S.
Grandfather, OBE, this car is the one that Scotty Moran was driving the last couple of seasons before he temporarily retired. Off to the finish.
Had a bit of a wiggle as he came out top S, but he caught it beautifully. 24.88, 24.88. Well done, Graham. Into the 24s. That's going to be right on the cusp of qualification, but we won't know if it's in or not for about 5 or 10 minutes or so's time. Right, next on the line, Harry Pick in the XD Cosworth-powered OMS 28. Second season in the car, really getting to grips with this car now. Rockets past me and into your view.
Certainly does, yeah. Slap bang in the middle of the road through Kennel. Brilliant, just a slight lift as he goes through crossing. Flat through the kink, however, and hard on the brakes into bottom S.
Well, Harry's a trier, isn't he? This car's got it all going on for him. Got the right engine in the back, brand new OMS. From Leamington Spa, will he qualify?
Let's see, it's going to be in the 25s, I think. Yes, 25.83, 25.83. Good time from Harry. We've got a car on the line. It is a DJ Delara with Jack Cottrell on board. He's done 2 burnouts and it's just stalled, so they'll fire it back up. Jack going really well in this car this year. Can he put a number on it? It looks like he will, which is brilliant to see in the championship. Let's see what he can do on this run. They fire the car back up. Jack adjusts his visor, lowers his visor. They just inch him into position to make sure he's all lined up. This will be a quick time. It will need to be in the 24s, which he can do. He did it this morning to qualify, so let's see how he gets on. Builds up the revs, drops the clutch. Here we go. Great start, 2.09 seconds. Rockets past me, into Kennel and to you.
Let's see what Jack can do. He's beautiful through Kennel, nicely through crossing, slight lift, but he's hard back on the power. This is a great sounding vehicle. A little bit of a wiggle through kink, but all collected and into bottom S.
Super talented young driver. Bit of a slide, but actually he's got it all good. He's good. He's away to the finish. Will he qualify?
This could be in the 23s. Can he do a 23? Let's see. Not quite. 24.24. 24.24. Great time, Jack. And I think he will qualify with that. Right, Richard Summers on the line in the family-built AFS P40. 2.5 litre Cosworth lump behind him. This car sounds beautiful as it howls past me in the commentary box. Rockets towards you, turns into Kennel.
He does indeed. He goes slow in, fast out of Kennel. Has a slight lift through crossing. Really nice. Take it in, ladies and gentlemen. What a beautiful car that the Summers family has built. And he's popping and banging his way into bottom S.
It has qualified for runoffs in the past when Alex has driven the car. I don't think Richard will this time, but nevertheless, what a brilliant creation.
Heads up, finishing straight. What's he going to do? Is in the 27s? Yes, 27.49. 27.49. 2/100ths of a second quicker than the driver he's showing with, Simon Mayfair. So a great inter-car battle there. Right, Morgan Jenkins off the line now in the pill beam. Sounds great. The big 4 litre Judd in the back.
It is anything with a Judd. Sounds great, doesn't it? This one particularly just has to get slightly out of the bank at crossing, but no harm done. Don't think he's lost any time into bottom S.
Very rapid into bottom S. It's saying 144, but I know Sandra went over the finish line at 135. What can he do?
Heads over the line now. 25.99. 25.99. Simon Andrews on the hill in the OMS with you.
He is already with me. Yeah, beautiful in the middle of the road. Just a slight lift through crossing. Really nice. Just popping and banging. Not sure if that's a miss for all. Traction control just modulating the power as it bounces up the road.
We love a bit of modulation. Here comes Simon, yeah. Very impeccable lines through the S's. Already he's putting the power down towards the finish.
Heads up towards the finish, crosses the line now. It's a 27.92, 125 miles an hour across the line. Steve Owen on the line. Going really well this weekend. He was well into the 26s in practice. Let's see what he can do now. Drops the clutch. There's so much grip off this start line. 2.19 second start. He's already through Kennel.
He is. He's always super flamboyant. Is Steve in this car? He's beautiful through crossing the can. Almost touches the bank on the inside of crossing. Fantastic. Middle of the road through kink, and we're hard on the brakes.
Yeah, Steve is trying hard too. I'll tell you what, it's really quite bumpy actually through the S's now, and he right over the grate, then up to the finish.
Heads up towards the finish, crosses the line, 26.22, 26.22. Slots in between, going to 7th place in the class. Next on the line, Dave Uren. Now they had a few issues yesterday with this car. They've got it all fixed. It was a starter motor issue. They changed it yesterday. They were allowed to do an extra practice run this morning to make sure all was well, which it was. We know how quick Dave is at Shelsley, and he's got the bit between his teeth. He's past me. He's into Kennel. He's with you.
Well, last time they had an issue with this car, Dave jumped straight in and blasted an amazing time in the 22s last time, and he's absolutely rapid. That's the fastest I've seen anyone go up there all weekend.
He certainly is. He slides it through the S's, but I tell you what, this has got to be a qualification for the runoff, surely.
Let's see, is it into the 23s or is it 24? It's a 24.11, 24.11. Next off the line, Trevor Willis had to change a drive shaft after practice this morning after it broke on the line, which he's done. He's already passed me. He's through Kennel to you.
He is. He's absolutely flying. He's driven a slight lift through crossing, but he's absolutely flat out. He knows exactly what he's doing as the car sparks its way through the kink and on the brakes hard.
I think he's up on Dave Uren at the moment, but Trevor, he certainly knows how to drive a race car, doesn't he? Not 3 times champion too.
Yes, he is right across the line now. It's a 23.97, 23.97, so second in class, just 5/100th of a second behind Sean Gould. Will Hall has brought his GR59 to the line. The engine has just cut out after his third burnout, so he's got it started again now. Right over to the driver's side right, adjusts his visor. Will going so well in this car this year. Builds up the revs, drops the clutch. Here we go. It's a 1.85 second start. That's so fast. He's into Kennel.
This is super exciting stuff from Will. Let's see what he can do. He's having an amazing season. He's really, really quick. He's going well. It's all gone right so far for Will. Let's see how he gets on.
He's the quickest so far, I reckon. So anyway, yeah, beautiful line from Will here. That looks neat. That looks great. Go on, Will.
He's heading towards the finish. Is it into the 22s? Not quite, 23.16, 23.16, but by a bit it's the fastest time we've seen so far to take the lead in qualification. 3 cars to go, off the line now. Alex Summers rockets past me in the DJ, pops and bangs as he turns into Kennel.
Come on, Alex, what can you do? He's been driving the wheels off this car all year and he continues to do so now. It's absolutely flat out through crossing in Kennel and the King. Amazing.
Neck and neck with Will, I reckon, on time. But anyway, now he's off to the finish. He's got it up. But yeah, go on, Alex. Go, 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 boy.
Heads up the finishing straight. Is he going to be in the 22s? It's going to be close. It's just not, just short. 23.17, 23.17. Slots into second place at the minute, just 1/100th of a second behind Will. 2 cars to go, and it's Matt Ryder on the line in the Gould GR59. Did a 22-second run in practice this morning as a light canter, which was impressive to say the least. Builds up the revs, drops the clutch. What can Matt do? Rockets past me, already into Kennel with you.
Indeed he is, yeah, the car's been looking so stable this year. It looks absolutely on rails. It's fantastic, lots of inputs now. The car's absolutely fantastic, glued to the road. He's flat out and he's on the brakes hard.
And I think he's going the quickest. I terms of looking at the sector times. Oh yes, he's on his way to the finish. Go Matt!
Purple sectors so far to take the lead in the class. Can he do it? Yes, 22.61, 22.61. That is a class record, by the way, because the class record is 22.74. So that's a new class record.
Wow.
Not quite an overall record, but very close indeed. Well done, that's amazing.
And I bet he hasn't got his best tyres on yet, do you reckon?
Who knows, but that was impressive.
Wow.
22.61, so he's only 3/10 off the hill record, new class record. 1 big car to go. It's Wallace Mingus, drops the clutch in the Cosworth-powered Gould GR59, storms past me and into Kennel.
You can never sleep on Wallace Menzies. He's absolutely flying. He's going so well. Slight lift through Kennel. Let's have a look. He doesn't look quite visibly as quick as Matt, but let's see.
Well, I tell you what, he's not going bad. This is what a beautiful car this is too. He drives it really well. He'll be doing enough to qualify. He won't be worried about records.
Into the 23s, yep, 23.71, 23.71. So that slots him into 4th in the class and 4th to qualify. I think we have our top 12 runners now. Dave Warburton scrapes in 12th on a 24.63. That's how fast you had to go today to get it, just to get into the runoff, a 24.63. Isn't that incredible?
This is very exciting. Has anyone else got that feeling? Very excited for this runoff.
Me too.
I'm more than excited, but I tell you what, my money's on that young Matt. He's your man, I reckon.
Let's see.
Hill record. I'm going to say a Hill record. There you go.
Well, you've said it.
I've said it now.
Did you put a 99 with a flake on it?
Well,
Let's
I
not
tell
talk
you
about
what.
ice creams again. Oh,
He's off
You
again.
too,
He's
you're
obsessed.
right.
He's
Honestly.
obsessive.
You started it.
He's obsessive.
Yep. I'm just going to hand over to Chris to finish the batch.
Ah, Chris, indeed.
This lovely little Alpine A110 of Simon Durling makes its way through Kennel. What a wonderful rally car this was back in the day. I love what they've done with the new one. And they released that in Geneva 2017. It's a fantastic car. Beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, this is one out of the Simon Durling collection. And what a desirable one it is too, actually. If you ever watched these back in the day, I did. And they were really lightweight little cars. They look fragile, but they achieve huge success.
They are indeed, yeah.
Tough as old boots. Hello, everybody.
Hello,
again.
Chris. How
Hello,
are you?
Christopher.
38.88 for Simon. Steve Palmer in his old car. The new one's got clutch slip, so he's chucked it away for the moment. And here comes Sarah Thorne, always determined, always a battle. Husband-wife battle between Sarah and Malcolm.
We have been red flagged though, however. I'm not sure of the reasons why.
Steve Palmer did a 34.12, so he completed. Maybe there's a bit of sweeping to be done.
Is he over the line, Chris?
Something's rolling down the hill.
Good grief.
Looks like a Swiss roll.
It's a little piece of wood that's just fallen off the tree in all the excitement.
I'm not surprised. It is exciting.
Yes, you've returned at the right time, Chris, haven't you, to see some incredible action?
I have, but I'm giving back to Billy for the tin top runoff, and then I'll do the single-seater runoff, and then it should be lunchtime by about 3:30.
yes, quite right, yes.
Yeah, so it looks like Sarah Thorne's just gone into bottom S there. It looks like she'll be sent back, I suspect.
Has she bent it? I do hope not.
Oh, no, literally, I think she got red flagged because of
did she?
Swiss roll on the track.
Of course, yes.
Yeah. But the sun is out here, the sky is blue, we've got constable skies, we've got blue clouds and all that stuff. We've got people up in the top field here, sat down, having picnics, all that stuff. People opposite having a beer, having a cider.
How does the quantity of the crowd look?
Looks very good.
Very good on the hill.
Yeah,
Very good on
looking
the hill.
great.
Excellent.
Yeah, brilliant.
Really good.
It's a pure Shelsley day now for what we come here for.
This is what we dream of in November, isn't it?
It's in
Or February.
or the spring when it was all wet and horrible.
I know.
So, yeah, it's fabulous, isn't it? So we will savour the moment.
It was a bit slip-slidey out of Top S at the first meeting of the year in June, but I think we've got those NASCARs to thank, haven't we, from Classic Nostalgia a few weeks ago for rubbering in the track.
They're fantastic.
They were great, weren't they? Absolutely great.
What do they do in this country? Because there aren't any NASCAR races.
I think that, pretty much. Go to events, rip some burnouts, and everybody can just be up close and personal with a NASCAR. Because you're right, Chris, we don't get to see them in this country. I mean, we had a crack. Was it Rockingham? We had a try to get
never
a couple.
Worked,
it never worked, did it?
No.
Shame. I mean, I'd love to go. I'd love to go and see the speed, because the frame rate of a TV and cameras, they don't really work to get. You can see they're going quick, but I think from what I've heard from people that have been to NASCAR and IndyCar events, they go, you kind of have to see it to believe it. Much like Shelsley Walsh.
Yeah, I was reading about NASCAR is extraordinarily sophisticated technically, although the cars look pretty crude. An article by Tony Stewart, who used to be a NASCAR champ, he actually judged how much wind resistance there was by the feel of the wind on his open face helmet, and so he could tell when it dropped, and he could go up the queue a bit. It's so technical and so skilled. Incredible.
Fine margins.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, the cars we saw on Classic Nostalgia, though, are probably not as sophisticated as the ones that you're talking about. Because
well, they don't get much more sophisticated now.
Right.
They're all built on the same chassis.
Right.
Here's my favourite car. Lovely Chevron B19. It's got a very rare engine, which is an FED 2 litres.
So is that Ford based? What?
Cosworth.
Cosworth, right.
Yeah. And I
Indeed.
think Joe Sippett had half a dozen of them.
Well, yeah, Joseph at Iger Racing, I think we mentioned earlier, Gerard Larousse, the French driver, was the main driver for this particular car, over to the finish.
Here's Sarah Thorne again, so she came down the hill and gets another run, free of charge.
Absolutely, with me now, just through crossing, no dramas at all. It's a pretty car, that iconic red Lotus steering wheel being drive shafts glistening in the sun. What more could you want?
Sarah Thorne, well, she came to Classic Nostalgia. She drove an AC Cobra up the hill. Do you remember that? Wasn't that wonderful?
Here's Andrew Tippett in this prototype Brabham that never raced.
It's very close to the Rector cell on the exit of Kennel. All part of the plan, I'm sure, with that big Rover V8 dictating the rear end just then a moment ago. But no harm done, and we're off to Ness.
Yeah, see lots of this car, don't we? But it's a classic-looking race car. I think, if I'm not mistaken, this was one of the first cars to go sub-30 at Shelsley Walsh. Am I right, Chris?
I think so. You know, the engine, Rover engine, started as a Buick or an Oldsmobile, and the recommendation is that the Buick's the best one because it was the earliest one, and they made it of much better cast aluminium. And then, of course, Rover took it on and made a huge success. Malcolm, 2.24 off the line, into the corner at 92. Sarah was a bit slow, but of course she was red flagged by then, wasn't she? And he's a good time, 30.78 for Malcolm. Roger Dean's in this amazing Lola F5000. Do look at this front brakes on this car, which are waving around in the fresh air.
Looks great, that car, doesn't it? F5000. What an idea for a Formula Series. Big V8s in small chassis.
It made great racing, actually.
It did.
Fair, didn't it?
Particularly when they were up against the Formula 2 cars, because they were closely matched. 33.73.104 for Roger in over the line. My brother Richard had one, a Lotus 70. Peter Herbert in the Porsche.
Yes.
Last runner before we go to, I think, Tin Top Runoff.
Lovely car on this BBS alloys as well. This is a real contender for a car you'd like to take home, isn't it, Chris?
Oh, tell me about it. No, I've already spoke to him about it in the paddock. He said, yeah, you might be getting closer to owning it. Well, whether that'll ever take place, who knows? But what a classic old 911. Beautiful.
And just to finish on an exotic note, we've got a Ford Cortina GT suffering slight clutch slip. My second company car was a Ford Cortina GT. I was so thrilled because I could duff up the MGBs.
It's interesting. I don't, is that clutch? It is very clutchy, isn't it? I just can't smell clutch slip. That's the only thing. Strange.
He seems to be flat out coming into bottom there. It's hard on the brakes now.
I'm surprised it hasn't given up if it is clutch slip at this point.
Well,
I think
he's not changing gear very often, I have to say.
It's not like there was a thought that popped into mind. I wonder if it's been converted.
I think you're right, Chris. I think I heard the clutch slip then, yeah. I think you very astutely picked up on that.
Astute is my...
Astutely. Do you like that? Is that my word of the day? Astutely. I mean, you're a bit of a wordsmith, Chris, aren't you, to be fair? You are a well-educated young man.
Chris is the one that banned us from using neat and tidy.
Yeah, I know. Well,
Yeah.
quite right.
I'm glad to see it's been abided to, as it were.
Yeah,
Obeyed.
You are the master, Chris. You're the headmaster.
And I was very impressed, Chris, by how quickly you said abrupt halt.
Thank you, Chris. I'm learning.
There was a bit of a scream, but we don't worry about that.
I know, we did get to an abrupt halt.
Mr. Moody Sr. was very strict on that. And a certain commentator said, "Oh, bloody hell." He wasn't invited back.
Oh, no.
So we're heading towards our runoff, and that's pretty soon we'll get the list of qualifiers, And just if you've got a program, page 34 gives you an opportunity to note them down. And the same with the Tin Top Challenge, which I've never seen before. Tin Top Challenge. It happened to coincide with Goodwood or something.
It's a relatively new thing, but it's definitely growing in force.
Is this the thing that happens at Mallory's? Is this quick 60? Is there any relation to that, or is it a completely separate event?
I think it's it's not part of a series.
Right. So Tin Tops is purely, this Tin Top Challenge is purely within British Hillclimb Championship.
Is it only Shelsley, or does it happen elsewhere?
Good question, don't know.
I don't know.
Hunsford?
Well, it happened at Wiscombe last weekend, didn't it? The Tin Top Challenge,
I don't know.
It's a new thing. We've had them at Loughton Park as well. It started at Loughton Park, but this one is different because it actually goes purely on the fastest times. There's no handicaps involved like they got the one at Loughton. So it's great. So we see the fastest cars, the fastest drivers, which encourages them more people into it to try and come in and beat the ones that are already there.
So I think I'm getting a Tin Top. Is it a Tin Top or a Runoff? Oh, right. Now, if you want to know who's in the Tin Top Challenge, I'm not sure there's a page in your program for it, but oh yes it is. Sorry, page 35. There we are on the right-hand side. So, runners in the Tin Top Challenge, presented by AET Turbos, kicks off car number 27, Richard Snow. In a Porsche, then car number 28, Robert Lancaster Gay in the Cayman. I think it's going to be a Porsche single series. Third to run will be car number 55, Paul Howells, who qualified with a 31.56, another Porsche. Paul Howells in a 911 RSR, wow. 29 comes 4th, Robbie Birrell, who qualified with a 31.46. Another Porsche. He's followed by car number 50, Stuart Reed, and he's in the Peugeot 205. And let's hope he doesn't put it backwards through the fence. He won't. Following him, that's car number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 will be Stephen Moore, car number 39. Stephen Moore in
Mitsubishi Evo.
In the Evo. Next run will be Stephen Darley, car number 59, in the Impreza, going faster and faster. Then car number 63, ex-Hillclimb champion Roger Moran in the Skoda, which is insanely fast. Runner-up to run 11th is Simon Bainbridge, car number 74. In
the Chrono.
In the Chrono.
Very specialist thing.
Oh yeah, that's a one-off. And topping the list, Damien Bradley with a 28.29. I hand back to Master Grace to take you through the Tin Tops.
Master Grace, eh?
Thank you, Chris.
That?
Hello, everybody.
Hello again.
Very tasty. We've got Formula Porsche, and then we've got some turbocharged Exotica at the end. So we've got a car on the line. It's the first to run. It's Richard Snow in the Cayman, complete with white livery and martini go faster stripes. He's off the line. Let's see what he can do. It's a good start. It's 2.33 second start. He rockets towards Kennel, uses all the road on the way in. He's to you.
He does indeed. This is the 981 variant of the Cayman GT4. This is a 6-speed car, 3.8, 380 odd brake horsepower, using every bit of it as the sun glistens off that lovely Martini bodywork, and it's one of us.
The sun's out. We're away with our Tin Top Challenge. The lights are on the Porsche. He's the first runner and rider up the hill. Who's going to win this Tin Top Runoff? We will find out shortly.
Heads towards the finish. What's it going to be as a starter time? It's a 32.67. 32.67. Slightly slower than his qualification time, but that's our first run of the Tin Top Challenge. Next on the line, we've got another Cayman. This one's Robert Lancaster-Gay. This is a really lovely car. He goes very quickly in it. He's off the line. 2.28 second start, so slightly quicker. Nice and neat and tidy through kennel to you.
Indeed, and this is the later version of the car you just saw. This is the 718. This has got a 7-speed dual-clutch gearbox, and really helping Robert Lancaster-Gay take it to Richard Snow. Let's see, they always have a little battle between the two.
Yeah, they always have a great little Porsche battle, actually. And Robert's been driving Porsches for years. He's owned absolutely loads of them. Anyway, he's off up towards the finish. What's his time going to be?
He was 2/10 down at the S's. Can he make it up through the S's to the finish? Not quite. 33.01. 33.01 to go second as we stand. So about 5 or so tenths, 4 tenths down on Richard Snow's time. Next, Paul Howells in his 911R. It's got such great traction, 2.08 second start. He's already into kennel.
Yeah, this thing's absolutely fantastic. Just look at the rear track on it. It's absolutely fantastic. And Paul knows how to drive it. He's looking good. A little bit of body roll as it goes through crossing. He's leaning on it, takes fourth. Comes off the throttle for the kink, and he's hard on the brakes. He's doing 83 mile an hour.
Old school technology in this Porsche, the 911, the air-cooled one, the proper old monster, isn't it? That's got some power. That sounds fantastic. Off to the finish.
He was 3 tenths up on Richard Snow as he came through the S's. What's it going to be? 31.66, 31.66. That's just a tenth slower than his qualification time. Takes the lead by just over a second. And then next on the line, we have the final one of our Porsches in this. We've got Robbie Birrell. This is in the Cayman GTS with much breathing on. He's already through kennel. He's with you.
Indeed, he's a couple of cylinders down on the GT40. You've just seen he's a big turbo up, and he's got about 500 brake horsepower in this thing. It has been heavily breathed on, as Billy says. He's doing 96 into bottom S.
And he holds the class record in this little Porsche. So here he comes now. He doesn't look to be going particularly quick, but that's deceptive. Let's see what he does.
Yeah, he's 6.5 tenths up as he got to the S's. Can he hold that through the S's into the finish and get into the 30s? Not quite, but he takes the lead. It's a 31.63. 31.63. So takes the lead by 3/100ths of a second. Next on the line, we've got the Peugeot 205 of Stuart Reed. This car is a lovely car. It's absolutely pucker, isn't it? Loads of power, no weight, great driver on board. Here he goes. It's a good start, 2.45 seconds. He'll make it up as he heads up the hill. He's with you.
He's sideways through kennel, proper lift off oversteer, just like a 205 should be driven. He's side four-wheel drifting through crossing. What a fantastic effort from Stuart this is. Let's see what he can do by the time he gets to the end.
Super quick driver from Scotland, locks the back wheel. Anyway, he's already gone through by me now. Fantastic. He holds the class record at Doon, so what can he do here?
Will he get into the 30s? Let's see. The finish line can't come soon enough. It's 31.79. 31.79. Ever so slightly, about 4 tenths down on his qualification time, puts him into third place at the moment. So the runoff still being won at the moment, or led by Robbie Birrell, but this is going to be a quick one. This is Stephen Moore in the amazing Evo 6. He's with you.
He flashes into my sights, popping and banging, using all 700 brake horsepower. We've got a lot of fuel going through this engine. It's fantastic. So it's a beautiful line through crossing. He got in the 29s earlier. What can Stephen do this time? Slight dab with the brakes as he goes through the kink.
This is the quickest I've seen him go in this car, to be fair. Lots of popping and banging. Okay, yes, pop, bang, bop, smoke coming out of the thing over the finish.
Let's see what he can do. He qualified on 29.81. What's it going to be? A 29.59. He goes quicker.
Wow.
29.59 seconds. That is a marker and a half. We don't have Stephen Darley coming to the line. I don't believe it. I don't think he's running. That's a crying shame. So we have Roger Moran, qualified on 29.09 in the Skoda. What can he do?
Roger's leading this category of the championship of the top 10s. Let's see what he can do. He's doing absolutely fantastic in this Skoda. He knows his way up Shelsley Walsh. This Skoda is an absolute monster.
It is a monster, and by goodness me, he knows how to drive cars, does Roger Moran, doesn't he? Fantastic driver. Well, he's just so neat. I'm not going to say tidy, because he's through to the finish.
And he does. What's he going to do? Is it in the 29.22? 29.22 takes the lead. About a tenth down on his qualification time, but that's okay. He takes the lead. Heartbreakingly, we don't seem to have Stephen Darley coming. He doesn't seem to be running, so it's Simon Bainbridge in the amazing SBR Chrono, an Audi R8 on steroids, and he's with you.
It is. He's got a big pair of turbochargers. He gets nicely through big car, and he rumbles through past my commentary box. slightly through the kick, hard on the brakes into bottom S.
Sounds incredible too, and this car is so much quicker than it looks. Oh my goodness me, he's trying really hard. Can he topple Roger Moran?
Rockets towards the finish. This is going to be very quick. It could be a 28. It is. It's a 28.20. 28.20. 6/10 quicker than his qualifying time, and that means that Damien Bradley has to go faster than he qualified in to take the win. Damien Bradley on the line now in the Subaru Legacy, slap bang in the middle of the road. He'll have the boost turned up to 11. He's got it on the anti-lag. He drops the clutch. He leaves the line. 2.06 second start. Rockets past me, and he's to you.
Let's see what you can do. Let's see what you can do, ladies and gentlemen. Get your cameras out. Tag Team Legacy UK. AET Turbos are sponsoring this car. He's absolutely ragged as he comes past my commentary box, wiggling through the kick, hard on the brakes into bottom S.
I think he's slightly up at the moment, just looking at my sector time. My goodness, come on Damien, floor it to the finish now. He does great so far, brilliant.
He's 3/10 up as he came to the S's. What's he going to do over the finish? 26, 27,
Wow.
27.77, 27.77. That is epic to take the win. Brilliant time. Well done, Damien. The drivers will be first to go over and shake him by the hand and congratulate him, because that's
what's the
absolutely
closed
brilliant.
car record?
Yeah, I'm going to say, that got to be close.
I'm just looking it up.
It's Dr. Stephen Rowlands, isn't it?
Ian Rowlands was
Ian Rowlands.
in that 6R4.
It's a 27.89 is the closed car record.
Well,
That's
so
a
Damien's got the closed car
27.77.
record.
He's got the closed
Clap
car
your hands,
record.
Damien Bradley's got the
Absolutely
closed car
brilliant.
Brilliant, brilliant. We thought we'd
been-
go, we thought we'd go, and I tell you what, it's gone. And
It's a
that's a
closed car
great
record.
record to get, great
Absolutely
record.
brilliant. Fantastic. What a lovely tee up for the top 12 runoff after this. That was brilliant. I'll just take you through the results. Damien Bradley takes the win on a 27.77, which, unless we are mistaken, is a closed car record, the fastest ever closed car to go up Shelsley Walsh. Second, Simon Bainbridge on a 28.20. Brilliant run by Simon. Then third place, Roger Moran on a 29.22 in the Skoda. He's giving away about 300 horsepower compared to the two ahead of him. That's impressive as well. Stephen Moore in fourth. I was about to say Roger Moore. Stephen Moore in fourth in the Evo. Again, as you said, I've not seen him drive that as well as I've seen him drive that today. Brilliant driving. Then Robbie Birrell in fifth. He should be very pleased with that in the Porsche. Sixth place is Paul Howells. Seventh place, Stuart Reed. Eighth place, Richard Snow. Ninth place, Robert Lancaster-Gay, and unfortunately we didn't see Stephen Darley run, and I'll do some investigative journalism in a minute to hope that that's an issue that can be rectified.
They're just coming back down there, yeah, give them a
Give them
mega
a
round
massive
of applause.
round of applause.
Fantastic, incredible stuff.
Brilliant entertainment,
Wow.
especially Damien Bradley on that record-breaking run. Give him a big hand. Absolutely brilliant. I'm going to go and get my breath back before doing the paddock walk around after the runoff. I'm going to hand back to Chris to do the runoff with you. If that is anything to go by, this is going to be quite a runoff.
Can't wait for it. Can't wait for it. Give these guys a round of applause on the way down, ladies and gentlemen. And please do put your hands especially together for Damien Bradley, who has just set that new closed car record for Shelsley Walsh. It's quite a famous car. Do tag them in any photos you have. Team Legacy UK, please tag us in Shelsley Walsh, at Shelsley Walsh, and hashtag Shelsley Walsh. This is a special day. We want to see and hear all of your videos and photos that you have. Fantastic.
Well, I tell you what, Damien Bradley's just gone down to applause all round. If that is right and confirmed, that is an incredible achievement. That record has stood for some while to the 6R4 of Dr. Ian Rowlands. So Damien has had a few problems to deal with this season, but now it seems like with going to AET Turbos, they've got your car sorted out. He's driving it like the wind,
That
isn't it?
reg number eats you. Well, it certainly ate our record, didn't it, Chris?
Mate, I'll tell you what, I was all over that. All over that. And he's still got the runoff to come. The first runoff. We've got two more of these things to do after this as well.
Don't forget that if you are not watching the live stream on the big screen or on a handheld, it'll be on HillClimb.TV all evening and for the next month or two on YouTube, so there's no opportunity to miss any of it. Catch your best bits again. I think a lot of the drivers go straight to YouTube to watch and see what they did wrong and right. But in the meantime, let me give you the runners in the UK British Hillclimb Championship round 21. the 12 cars, 10 of whom score points. And again, it's page number 34 to make a note of them if you wish to. So, we start with number 7, Sean Gould, qualified with a 23.92 in the GR59. He's also sharing the car, of course, with Matthew Ryder. So Sean goes first, comes back down the hill, he hops out, Matthew hops in, and they're ready for Matthew, who will be the 12th runner. Second to run, David Warburton, car number 10, qualified with a 24.63. Third one to run is Jonathan Varley, incredible 24.55 in the Little Predator with its TKD engine. So Jonathan Varley qualified to run in third place. He's followed by Jack Cottrell, who had a brilliant run to 24.24 in the Dallara. So he runs fourth. Fifth is the amazing Alex Coles, car number 113. I must remind myself what 113 is. It's the Force TA that Alex is sharing with Kelvin Broad, both extremely quick, but Alex qualified with a 24.21. Brilliant run. Sixth comes David Wren in the famous Gould GR55, which held the championship here, the record here for a long time. David qualified with a 24.11. He'll be pleased with that and runs in sixth place. Seventh to run will be the amazing Paul Hames in the little 1300 turbocharged car. That little 1300 turbocharged engine producing nigh on 500 horsepower. It's almost unbelievable, isn't it? Now then, Trevor Willis, I'm very glad to say, had a drive shaft go on his practice run this morning. Fixed it, was a bit doubtful about whether the replacement would stand up to it, but it did. And he qualified to run in 8th place, qualified 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th, with a 23.97. And I think Trevor was certainly taking the start fairly easy, didn't want the other drive shaft to go. Qualifying 4th fastest is Wallace Mingies. And Wallace, 5 times HillClimb champion in the Gould.
4 times.
4 times. Qualified with a 23.71 to run 9th. He's followed by Alex Summers, co-leading the championship at the moment. Qualified 3rd fastest with a 23.17. Runner-up in the qualifying, Will Hall, 1/100th behind, ahead of Alex with a 23.16. And topping it all, brilliant Matthew Ryder in the 22s with a 22.61. Up to the line comes Sean Gould, 23.92. Remember, he holds the record here with a 22.377. Page 6 will tell you that. So Sean off the line, 1.96, brilliant start. Hardly a lift into Kennel.
Little wiggle into Kennel, but it's scooped it up absolutely fine. Gets close to the bank crossing. Sean's pushing on. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, here he comes now. Sean Gould, builder of these magnificent Gould cars. Actually, still a fantastic driver. He's going to put the marker down for us. What's he going to do? 23 something?
23.97. 23.97. Slightly outside his qualifying time. 23.92.
They will send him back down the hill straight away, however, because there's a young man in the paddock that will need that car.
Yeah, jumping up and down, waiting. So next up will be David Warburton in the incredible GR59 Gould. Really interesting car because it's got a bike engine, but it's 4.5 rather than across the chassis, and drive shaft to the rear differential. All sorts of funny angles because the engine is at a strange tilted angle and slightly tilted up as well. So to get all the transmission to line up, some very complicated geometry. Do have a look if you can at this car in the paddock, David, I'm sure, and his dad will be very happy to show it to you. David qualified with a 24.63.
Absolutely, as Sean just rolls his way back down the hill in front of me now. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear me, get yourself sat in front of the screen in the courtyard. Get yourself next to the somewhere you can see. Get yourself a vantage point. You do not want to miss the next 20 minutes.
Absolutely right. And get close to the loudspeaker for Chris and Lloyd's brilliant commentary.
Well, you ain't bad yourself, Chris. You've been doing this. You're the master. You're the headmaster. That's the point, isn't it? We're just the apprentices.
Yeah, but age is taking its toll.
Pish posh, I won't hear it.
You've still got it, boy. You've still got it. Anyway, this is it. Oh, here we go.
Here comes David. These cars are so clever. One-piece monocoque from front to back. The only hole is to let the driver in, so everything else goes in from underneath. 3 different types of not fiberglass, carbon fiber for different functions. The front is for crumple zone, the middle is to protect the driver, and the rear is for heat resistance over the engine and all the gubbins at the back. But you couldn't tell, you can't see the seam. Absolutely brilliant. So David with a 199 start, excellent.
He's quick through, Ken. All the car's glued to the ground. He's going to be absolutely flat through, crossing into scare electrics in real life, this car. Absolutely flat to the boards through the king. Come on, David, what can you do?
Well, he's not going to beat Sean Gordon unless he does something quite extraordinary, but nevertheless, he could be in the 24s. Low 24s would be brilliant.
It is, it's 24.47.
7.4 through the S's.
24.47.
That's unbelievable.
That's incredibly quick. The S's to get in the under 8 through there is brilliant. 118 into bottom S, 116 over the line. It's all speed over the line is all a product of power. If you've got the power, you go quick. And David, although it's a very efficient engine, it doesn't have the power of 4-litre juds and things like that. Now, who's running next? It's Jonathan Varley in this incredible car, which started life with a Formula 1 engine and gearbox, but they never worked properly. So it got chucked in the corner, and Jonathan found it and said, I'll have that. And eventually squeezed a Terry Davis engine in, and off the line, 2.24. He won't be all that happy with that. He won't know it, of course.
I think he'll be very happy to beat the time that qualified him for this, but he's certainly having a good go as he roars past the commentary box. He's flat to the king. Over to you, Chris.
He broke his own class record earlier, didn't he? So anyway, here he comes now. He's made a beautiful exit out of the S's. He's howling up the straight to the finish. What's he going to do?
He's going to do 25.05 and 120 over the line, 127 into bottom S, 25.05. So leading the way at the moment is Sean Gould, David Warburton, and then Jonathan Varley. Up comes Jack Cottrell. Jack is really enjoying life with this car. Slightly heavier than the out-and-out hill climb cars, but he says that's an advantage psychologically from a safety point of view. IndyCar engine, 2650 and XD. Here we go. 1.94. Remember, these guys are probably fit.
Oh, he's had an issue.
Yeah.
The car's died just after. There's some sort of electrical thing going on. It's going again now. It died for a second. It had a little moment where it turned itself off. He's short shifting his way to the top, so there won't be a stoppage, hopefully.
That's a shame.
Oh, what a shame for Jack. He's been driving so well. He just doesn't seem to have the luck sometimes, does he?
Not today, he's got the luck, that's the thing. But there is another chance later on, perhaps, if they can get it sorted. Oh, he's coming to... Oh, he's just about going to get to the top.
Come on, Jack, get it to the finish. Get it over the line, boy.
Come on.
Talk to him nicely.
Dear, has he kind of stopped? No, is he still going?
Wiggle the switch.
Goodness me, is it like a Barney Rubble car? Got to put his feet through the bottom, give it a shove.
He's made it.
Has he made it?
Well done.
We won't talk about the time.
No, unlucky Jack. But hopefully later on you get another pop of the go.
Yeah, because it was a brilliant start. Next comes Alex Cole. Sensation, Alex. in car number 113.
19 years old.
Educated you about Alex. He's brilliant, isn't he, Chris? You're loving
Yeah.
him now. He's a fantastic young driver.
And a Force TA supercharged 1340cc, presumably Hayabusa, all the way up from Plymouth. Don't know if it's from a naval family.
No, Dad's got a woodworking business.
Oh, that's, well, he probably makes wooden ships.
Maybe.
Alex off the line. 1.94, just like Jack. Not a shade of a lift into Kennel.
Flat out through Kennel. He's absolutely flying. One of the most committed drivers of the weekend. Absolutely flat out. He's bouncing off the rev limiter in sixth.
Goodness me, 140 into bottom S in this little car. My goodness me. Come on, young Alex. Put it amongst the big boys now. Come on, go.
I think he will. 22, 23, 24, 42. 24, 42, second quickest.
Superb time from that little car, isn't it? Great driver.
Excellent. So that puts Alex in second place, and up comes David Moran. Sharing, of course, with Nicola Minguez. Does she still hold the latest record?
She does indeed.
This is a famous car. If Martin Groves is here, he'll have tears of nostalgia.
Martin is here. He's watching.
I bet.
He was in the paddock last night. He's watching, Chris.
Good. Martin, greetings. I bet you wish you were back in this car. 2 seconds exactly off the line.
He's through Kennel. They had problems with this car yesterday. He was so close to crossing, so close, didn't lose any time, just pure balls to the wall, flat out.
He's quickest so far, got the green light.
Oh my goodness me, he's off on the straight, coming up to the finish. What can he do, Chris?
23.47.
Quick.
23.47 tops the time so far.
And we've got more to come, haven't we?
We've got the cream of the crop to come. So next up is Paul Hames in the incredible Gould with a 1300 turbocharged engine producing masses of power. Very light car. I mean, these cars weigh, what do they weigh? 450 kilos?
If that, I think. I think we're more in the threes, aren't we?
Really?
They're very light. Very light. 1600 brake horsepower per tonne in a GR59, I hear.
Incredible. Now, very nicely controlled start by Paul, 1.97.
He's absolutely flying, ladies and gentlemen. He's really wrestling this car. Here is Paul. He's absolutely fantastic, using every inch of road through Kendall Crossing, flat through the kink, hard on the brakes.
Now this run looks extreme. He's using all the road, I've got to tell you. But he's negotiated the S's hardest part into the finish.
24.18. He'll be a bit cross about that, but 24.18 is pretty good.
Wasn't short of commitment, let me tell you now.
No.
Through
Well, 131 into bottom S shows a degree of commitment.
Somewhat.
Next to run, Trevor Willis. Keep your fingers crossed for that drive shaft, which replaced the one that went this morning in practice. Trevor, 3 times champion.
Yeah, that was confirmed this morning.
Yeah, and a brilliant driver. So he makes up for a slight power deficit with his skill off the line. 1.95, brilliant.
Here comes Trevor into my sight, just gets out the throttle as the wreck cell comes towards him a little bit, but I don't think he's lost any time. He's very close to crossing, very close to the inside of kink. He's really on it.
He certainly is. He's certainly on the time that he needs, so he could go into the lead with this run. Who knows? He's very wide out the top S. Going to the finish.
He's down a bit at the moment. What's the time? It's a 23.77, just 0.3 behind David. 23.77 for Trevor. He'll be happy with that. Well, relatively happy. Next up, multiple champion Wallace Minguez. If you're near the start line, do watch Minguez off the line. It's a lesson in calm speed. There he is, and suddenly he's gone. Brilliant. They spent a lot of time perfecting the traction control on this car. Qualified with a 23.71. 1.85, quickest start we've had in the runoff.
Wallace is quick. We're all talking about Matt for this record. Let's talk about Wallace. He's quick. Let's see what he can do. He's absolutely flat. He's got his best tyres on. Has a little lift through the key.
He's quarter of a second up at the moment.
Absolutely flying. Look on, it's a beautiful sight that is. Wallace is back on form, folks. He's really on it now. Go.
It's a 23.14. 23.14.
Takes him into the lead, yeah?
It does indeed. 23.14 for Wallace. David Duran second. 23.47. Now then, Alex, what can you do in the amazing Firestorm? Amazing driver, amazing car. Have you seen him in the Motaya Electric at Goodwood? It's just
The McMurtry's incredible.
McMurtry, I beg his pardon. Incredible. He's trying to persuade them to bring it here. 1.82, best.
Well, this is what gets the heart racing for me. Alex has gone well through Kennel. He's absolutely flat out through crossing.
He's up.
He really is going well, ladies and gentlemen.
He's up by 30.
Here he comes, Alex Wall. Come on, Dan. Come on. Beautifully through here. Yes, this is going to go well, boy. Come on, get a 22.
Oh, yes, 22.83. 22.83. How about that?
That'll do, won't it?
That takes him into the lead. Not many to go.
What can Will do? Will qualified with a 23.16, 100th quicker than Alex. I'd love to see Will topping the times. He's worked very hard on this car to perfect it. GR59, brand new to him, just over a year ago. Lovely colour as well. Best set of tyres on, lots of grip off the line. Yes, 1.89 is good.
Will's been driving this car amazingly all year. Brilliant qualification time from Will. He takes a beautiful line through crossing. Come on, Will, this is the best I've seen you drive. Let's go.
Slightly down on Alex, I fancy, but anyway, can he do it? He's got massive power coming up. Flames coming out the back. Off to the finish.
No, he's down by 0.4. 23.13. 23.13, second place for Will. Good run.
Is it just Matt to come?
Yeah, it is.
22.37 is the Hill record.
And Matt qualified with a 22.61. He might have a better set of tyres on this time. He's a brilliant young driver.
Car's looking very settled this year.
Remember, this car's already been up in a run-off. Short Gorge at a 23.97. Now, Matthew, what can you do? 1.84, excellent.
He's into my sight, my heart's racing, but not as much as his. He's through Canley, he's through crossing. This is absolutely flat out. It all comes down to this, Matthew. What can you do? What's in your locker?
He's up at the moment.
Certainly is up at the moment. His line is beautiful through the Essex here now. This could be a Hill record, folks. We want to see a 22.37. Oh!
22.43.
Oh, well done, that man. Fabulous run, though. Fabulous run.
22.43.
He wins the runoff.
He does.
7.26 through the S's. Come on, Matt. Have a day off. That's unbelievable.
I don't believe the 158 into bottom S, but it was quick.
I do. That was fast.
Do you think you are?
Oh, that was really, really fast. Let me tell you now. That's the most committed I've seen a GR59 come through Kenland Crossing in quite some time. He nailed that, so I wouldn't be surprised if that was 158 genuinely into bottom S. That was so quick.
I would love to be sitting up at bottom S. Now then, right to the results on page 34. They are as follows. Winning the runoff, Matthew Ryder with a 22.43. In second place, Alex Summers with a 22.83. Third comes Will Hall with a 23.13. Then Wallace Minges with a 23.14. It's also close. Fifth was David Wren with a 23.47. 6th came Trevor Willis, taking it easy on the drive shafts, 23.77. 7th comes Sean Gould with a 23.97. 8th, Paul Hames, in the little 1300 car, 24.18. 9th, Alex Coles, a stunning time, 24.42. 10th, David Warburton, gets 1 point for 24.47. Sadly, Jonathan Varley and Jack Cottrell out of the points. Jonathan with a 25.05. Jack with a 49. Well, won't talk about that. The car went grumpy. A brilliant run-off.
Incredible.
Wow.
God, my heart's racing. That was incredible.
That was amazing. It's lunchtime. Someone might tell me what time lunch we're going to restart, but I suspect it'll be 2:45.
Usually about 45 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah, but we need to speed things up a bit. So
yes. Chris, are you swapping with me for the afternoon?
Whatever you want to do, buddy. I'm quite cool with any of it.
Well,
remember to argue about who does the tin top challenge.
Oh, we're not arguing about that. What do you tell me, Lloyd? What do you fancy doing?
Do you want to change your scenery?
Yeah, I'm quite happy to have a change of scenery.
I'll swap with you then. I'll do top box, you do middle end for the afternoon.
All right, buddy.
Cracking. See you after lunch.
Talk to you both after lunch.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
They're coming back down the hill now, folks. Remember to give them a good round of applause. It'd be fantastic. Fantastic times, Alex Summers, Matt Ryder, Wallace. Here they all come, the big guns at the top.
Good? Yeah. Well, hello everybody. Wow, wasn't that epic? What a runoff. What a top 10 tin top challenge. Easy for me to say. I'm going to go and dive straight in here. And the first person I'm going to talk to actually is Damien Bradley, winner of the top 10 challenge and new hill record holder for closed cars. Wow, that was amazing. To take a 10th off that record. Ian Rowlands' record is a long-standing record, and he's gone and got it. Hello, congratulations. Oh, amazing. How was that?
Yeah, it was incredible. Yeah, it was absolutely amazing. So I've wanted that since Ian Rowlands got it. So hats off to him. It was a quick time. Bit disappointed Stephen Darley's car braking. You know, we're a team, and to see the lower arm brake on his car off the finish line, but he's okay and the car's okay, so that's important. But no, just excitement for the Tin Top Challenge, and you know, I saw Roger go up, and I was like, wow, that's fast. And then Simon, you know, matched he actually was just under my record, or my previous record in C3, so 28.20. I did 28.21.
Oh, wow.
And so he was just under that, and this is going to take some serious driving to beat Simon. He's a dark horse, like he holds it all back and then he lets loose, and so, but it creates so much excitement. It was great. But yeah, so it's just said let's send it, let's see how we go. So I turned it up to 11, and yeah, AET turbo, as you know, on there, and he's spent a lot of time with Andy last weekend fixing the wastegate that we had a problem with on the car. And Paul Blameyer was down. He checked the car over. He's here today. He's my mapper. He checked the car over and said, right, you can go up. We can get another click. So went up another click, and it was absolutely singing. It was absolutely singing. You got to remember, it's an old car. It's a heavy car. You know, it's a DIY build between myself, Paul, and Stephen, and mates and people helping me all the way along the way. And to, you know, that's a decent time. So. And
did you see the time as you crossed the finish? And did you know, or did someone have to come and tell you?
Yeah, I did see it. I'm cringing a little bit about the in-car footage.
We need to see that.
I'm not sure if you do, but yeah, there was a little bit, probably a little bit swearing going on.
Well, that's fair enough.
But yeah, the highlight was coming back down the hill and seeing everybody, like everybody was clapping, everyone was applauding. I had my hand out the window, and you know, the live stream is fantastic. We've got so many messages from people. Caelan, my son, opened my phone, and there's just message after message after message from Wayne Penrose over. Yeah, so you know, he came over in the Beetle and everything, and so it was really great to hear from him and so many other people. But I've got terrible signal on my phone here, so I won't. And
you get home and it'll just go beep 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 beep.
Yeah. So yeah, so many people like to thank. Michael Latimer, who builds my engines. You know, he's in the Merchant Navy. He's away a lot, and he takes his time out to build my engines for me, and he does a fantastic job. Yeah, Paul's now taking the logs apart, and I had a look at the data, and I was off throttle for 1.2 seconds on the approach to bottom S before I touched the brakes.
You're coasting in, lift and coast.
Into it, and he's just like, I think there's more, and I was like, oh, really? Come on, this is bonkers as it is. But it was great fun, and like I said, coming back down, seeing so many friends here that I've made at Shelsley Walsh, and so many people around that I know, all coming up, yourself included. You know, big hugs and handshakes and everything, and obviously big thanks to my boy having my back and everything as well, and wife and my daughter at home as well. So they're
amazing.
So yeah, it was really emotional. Close to tears up there at the top, but more so coming back down, as I say, seeing all the people cheering and waving, and the commentators doing such a great job of building it all up and everything else, and like I said, creating the excitement for the Tin Top Challenge. So it's what we set out for it to be. We think we can put a show on with the Tin Top cars, and hopefully we've been doing that.
I mean, you have. What a show that was, and so many of you were close. It must be very different for you guys now. You've got this runoff, and you're sat there in the paddock watching the cars
cars go, watching the times come in, the tension, the nerves must really build.
Yeah, it really does. Many years ago I did time attack, so back in 2013, 2014, and I had big issues with nervousness and really struggled to settle myself in for going out on track. And Stephen was like my mentor then. Stephen Darley would get me into a state of mind where on one of them at Cadwell Park I fell asleep in the car on the way to the start line, just in the assembly area and fell asleep. Just getting my heart rate down and getting myself nice and settled and composed. But actually today it's been a little bit of reverse of that. I felt like I needed to psych myself up a bit and kind of G myself up and really be ready to take it on. It seemed to work. So.
It did. It worked. It really worked. We can't wait to see what you can do this afternoon. Massive congratulations. Well done.
Very much. Thank you very much.
Cheers, Damien. Thank you. Proud of Dad? Yeah, right. Right. Wow, that was amazing. So we had that, and then we got another incredible runoff like 10 minutes later. So, hello, all right? Yes, good afternoon, yes. So let's go and find Matthew Ryder. The car is in the sunshine, in prime position. I'm going to go and dig him out if his heart rate's come down from 1 million. Rich, I'll just grab him and come out to the car. You know I need to interview you. You can come out with one. You wear no shoes if you like. You've just run the runoff. Oh, so yes, Matthew's just got changed, just cooling down and just getting changed, and we're just about to have a lovely photo here. By the way, isn't this amazing? The first ever Gould and the car that's just won the runoff, and here is the driver that's just won the runoff. Matt, wow, congratulations! That was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it was good, wasn't it? Thank you very much. Really happy with that run. I wanted to just give it everything. Shame I wasn't quite there at the record, but to come out with, that's my PB time, just by 100th, so I'm really pleased with it.
And 6 100ths off the record or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's about right, isn't it? Yeah, it's ever so close, but it's quite a short time, isn't it? So every 100th counts all the way to the top.
Amazing run, and obviously after last meeting, not quite going the way you wanted, to come back here and to do that, to put that behind you and to do that is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I just needed to get in the car and have another go, to be honest. It felt like ages since we were here last time, and we've had some good results at other hills in the meantime. Wiscombe was great last time out, but it's nice just to come back, have a good run, and the car seems to be feeling fantastic, so hopefully we'll have another good run this afternoon.
And a class record.
And a class record earlier as well. I didn't know that actually until...
Yeah, class record.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, really happy with that.
Well, amazing. That was brilliant to watch that, and last runner, which is always the pressure's on, and it was absolutely epic. And you must have seen the crowd coming back down. They loved it.
Yeah, lots of clapping, lots of waving, which is always nice to see. Loads of people up the hill today as well. It's a lovely day for it, isn't it? So hopefully we get to see them again this afternoon.
Well done. Well done. Let's see what you can do this afternoon.
Cheers. Thanks, Billy.
Cheers, Matt. Epic run. Hello, Toby. How are you doing? All right?
I'm very well, and you?
Yeah, I was just coming to look at these. What a lovely thing to have the latest car and the first car in the same photo.
Well, yeah, I mean, the 84G, I was old enough to be around when David was building Terrapins, and then the 84G came along. He had a 2.5 litre heart, and it was unsilenced, of course, in those days. And then Chris Kramer won the championship in 85, and it was a 2.5, 2.8. They were battling against noisy cars, and noisy cars go fast just because they're noisy, as you know. Yeah. But yeah, I thought we'd just put the original car and the latest car, ironically, that's just won the top 12 runoff here at Shelsley under perfect blue skies together, and the genesis of 40 years altogether. Did you enjoy it?
Oh, I loved it. It was brilliant, and what a runoff! What a tin top challenge! What a runoff! And I just think looking at these two cars next to each other, you can see just how far hill climbing has come in 40 years. It's amazing.
Well, Willem Toett's here today, who, as many of you know, was a Formula One engineer, Formula One aerodynamicist through the heights of Michael when he was at Benetton and the heights of Michael Schumacher when he was at Ferrari, winning world championships as an aerodynamicist. And he says aerodynamically these hill climb cars are more efficient drag to aero to slippery to downforce ratio than a Formula One car by a factor of Formula One cars 5.5 and these cars are 6. So that's quite a big percentage difference. There are not many rules involved in hill climbing, as you know, and there's no weight limit. There's two Italians here.
Yeah, you said that you've met them before, haven't you?
Yeah, well, I met them during the week, and I said, you've got to come to Shelsley Walsh. They're taking a trip around all the motorsport venues of the UK, and I said, you've got to come to Shelsley Walsh. I think it took them about 10 seconds to change their mind, and they said, what do you mean? There's no weight limit? What do you mean? There's no weight limit? They just can't believe it, but they've had a fantastic day, and they've come on the right day. So no, the genesis of 40 years of hill climbing, there's a lot of aero that you can't use in Formula One, but you can use in hill climbing.
That's why we love it.
And that's why we love it, and it's great, and it's a bumper crowd here at Shelsley. We've got a lot on for the rest of the year. Shelsley, we've we've got a good crowd here today. We had a good crowd at Classic Nostalgia 3 weekends ago with a different kind of cars in the paddock and such like. But how can you not like cars that are doing 100 miles an hour before the first corner and 0 to 60 in kind of 2 seconds? You and I have been brought up on it. Many people watching wherever you are around the world have been brought up on it.
Shelsley at its best.
Come back and see it. If you, I last went to Shelsley 15 years ago.
Come back.
You need to come back and see it, because we've spent, you know, hundreds of thousands of pounds in the courtyard, and we've lifted the place to another level as we go towards 120 years next year.
Excellent. Thanks, Toby. And yes, Shelsley looking at its glorious best today, I think. Right, who else can we find? Let's see if I can find runner-up Alex Summers on another just epic run. Can I borrow you?
Yeah.
Is that all right? Would you come out into the sunshine so Rich can see your beautiful face on screen?
Oh, how do I follow that?
I love an introduction. Well done, mate. That was epic.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think we got the best out of what we had there. I was watching Matt splits as he came up the hill. Wow, you know, a little bit of a repeat of last weekend, but he's driving absolutely beautifully, and it's sort of, I guess, for him, unfinished business after June. So it's nice to see, and obviously perfect for the 40-year celebration for Gould. Obviously a brand with which
You're a champion with Gould as well.
Yeah, so we had a party last night with the family, and that was really, really special. So it's going to make a nice 40-year anniversary. So yeah, and great to see the old car here as well. That's where it all started. So really, really great for them.
And coming back to you, great run, another solid points haul for the championship.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately this is a game of, well, it might look like a sprint, but it's actually a bit of a marathon. You know, we're at Prescott next weekend. We had a difficult day yesterday with a few issues with the car. So really today was about finishing and about getting good points. The threat was obviously that Matt and Wallace could get between me and Matt and then make what is now a 1-point deficit, a 4-point deficit. So it was, you know, I was pushing, but it's odd here. Sometimes when it's hot, you think happy days, records, and everyone gets really excited, and rightly so. But it's not always a direct translation, because things can get too hot. You know, the track can be dusty as a result of dry weather, and there are a number of elements to it. So I'm happy with the time. I think I got the best out of it.
And how does the track feel today?
The start is amazing. I mean, we're a 181 there, which is a bit like being fired out of a cannon.
How does that feel? Try and explain to those who haven't experienced that. How does that feel?
It's hard to explain. I mean, you can drive a modern electric car and it will go very quickly to 0 to 60, probably not even that much slower than that. What happens with these is they do this wonderful thing. They go bang, like that, right? So you're actually really traction limited up to about 60 or 70 mile an hour, and it's sort of sitting there going, oh, where am I? What am I doing? And then suddenly the downforce kicks in, and that is then like if you look at just launches in 0 to 60s, you're missing the point a little bit, because we're doing 60 in 1.9 seconds on a day like today, but it's how we go from 60 to 100 which is just ballistic. There are very few things in the world that will do that and then go around corners. So that element of the track is fabulous. I think the S is at the moment, again, it's very, very light, then it's very dark, and it's quite shaded and a bit dusty, and it's slightly bamboozling when it's this bright. And but yeah, I mean, you know, I think the record's there if Matt wants to go and get it. It's difficult now, obviously, as the evening rolls in.
Yeah, it often seems like it's the middle of the day that at Shelsley, often that's the time. This was the time.
Well, you have to think about this like a bobsleigh run, right? You've got to carry speed all the way. If you get Kennel, not wrong, but let's say the sun comes off the start line and we then lose 2/10 to Kennel. That's a 1/10 on top of that to crossing because of your minimum apex speed. That's then another 1/10 into bottom S because it's a connected thing. It's not; these aren't as point and square as they might look. These cars, you've got to get the 22. You've got to be smooth. So really,
the fast runs look slow.
Well,
you know what I mean. They look smooth. You think, and then the clock stops and it's incredible.
I think I know what you mean. Yeah. All aside from that, the track's good. The cars are great. It's a real privilege. This is a battle, the championship battle, a bit like 2022, where I was Wallace's backup dancer that year.
You're a great dancer. So.
It's just these red Goulds, you know. Yeah, but it's been really fun, and the club have done a great job as always. It's a big crowd, and thank you to Rich and the commentators and everyone for putting on a putting on a great stream. So I'm looking forward to having a look later, mate.
Excellent. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing how you get on this afternoon first.
All right, mate.
Cheers. Well done, Alex. Well done. See you in a bit. Who else should we go and find? Sorry, let's go round the Gould picture. Let's go and see if we can find Simon Bainbridge in the SBR. Are you all right to follow me, Rich? We'll go round the round this way, and we'll go. Actually, if Roger's next to his car as well, we'll scoot through shot. We'll be all right. Sorry, everybody. Sorry. It's through a photo. I do apologise. We're on a stream. Right, let's go through and find Simon. Is Simon around?
Just gone. He's gone down into the bus just to get himself chilled out a little bit.
Fair enough. Well, I'm not surprised after that, but I know you're part of the team, so I mean, you must be really pleased with that.
Yeah, pretty good. We're getting there now. It's been a little bit of a challenge, but we're starting to get a little bit of temperature into the tyres and starting to come to life a little bit. So, and Simon's finding a bit more confidence. Obviously, his confidence was knocked last time we were here with a spin into the field. So just took a little bit of time just to get back into the groove again, but he's getting there now. And
Simon's relatively new to hill climbing, more traditionally seen on the circuits. What's brought him to this?
Yeah, he started out hill climbing, so he was a Harewood champion in 2004 with a S2. But yeah, we've always enjoyed hill climbing. We just fancied a bit of a change. Come back, it's such a nice atmosphere. It's great to see all these people, all the crowds. Yeah, it's just good fun.
And the Tin Top Challenge has given this new dimension to this side of the paddock.
Yeah, it's definitely the Tin Top Challenge is brilliant. I think the public love it. The crowds seem to respond to it. It's good for us. It's really, really tight. Loads of different cars, different ways to crack the same egg, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just good fun. Really good fun. A really good feeling among all the competitors. Good camaraderie. Yeah.
And he mentioned last time there may be a new car in the works.
There is.
Can you tell us anything about it?
Well, yeah, we can just basics. Yeah, we're going to be sticking with the Audi theme. We like our Audi, so we're running an Audi V10, Audi R8 V10 engine.
Wow.
Possibly supercharged, maybe with a bit of luck. But bodywork wise, we're just trying to reduce weight, reduce frontal area. It'll be a little bit more akin to like an LMP2, LMP3 kind of format.
That's incredible.
Plenty of underfloor aero, some decent sized wings hopefully as well, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it. We're gonna drop a good chunk of weight out, a lot of frontal area, better power to weight ratio. Should be a bit of a weapon hopefully. Yeah.
Oh, and we can't wait to see it here. You'll bring it to Shelsley. Yeah, I can imagine.
Of course we will. Yeah, we'll definitely make the Shelsley.
Excellent. Good. Well, thanks ever so much.
No problem.
Well done to Simon when you see him, and let's see how we go. We've got another one of these this afternoon. So. Tin Top Challenge goes again this afternoon, as does the main runoff. I just thought we'd have a walk down the paddock. I don't know if Stephen Moore's here, driving better than I've seen him drive for a long time in that run. And do you know what? We're going to grab Stuart. Hello, mate. How are you doing?
I'm good. You?
I'm very well. Close in your class, really close.
It was till Tom decided he was going to wake up, but what a time by Tom, mega. But yeah, no, it's good to be that close in that competition.
Yep.
So it's always exciting. So. Yeah, we'll regroup, try again a little bit later.
You think there's a bit more to come?
Oh, 100%. I looked at, so the last time we were here, we did our 25.81 PB, and comparing the splits on the way up, we were in front of that. And then just out of top S, just the upshift let me down a couple of times, stuttered. But so yeah, that's what dropped us back. So I don't think we would have caught Tom. I think we'd have done enough to get in front of Dave, but is what it is. We'll try again.
We go again this afternoon.
Absolutely.
Thanks, cheers. Good luck this afternoon. That was brilliant. It's the 1100 class. If you've not seen it on the stream, go back and watch it. Not whilst we're live, obviously, tomorrow or something when you're bored at work. But the 1100 class is so close. 3 cars within about half a second from 3 different manufacturers: Force and Empire and DJ, which is great to see. Oh, I'm going to grab a word with this man here. You're going to come on my stream.
Okay.
Come on.
Hi.
Did you put that in the bin? Oh yeah, of course, recycling. Now, you're having a go in the P40 this weekend. How's it going?
Oh, it's going very well. I'm a very lucky boy.
How did you bribe him into getting into that?
I know lots of secrets about Alex.
Oh, that makes sense.
Terrified of pasta, things like that. So.
How are you finding it?
Oh, it's lovely. The car is superb. The flatters to deceive, really. The driver needs to do some work, but...
You're into the 27s?
Yeah. That surprised me too, yeah.
No, but it's your first time here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's my first time ever up Shelsley, so it's it's quite a cerebral experience. It all comes up very quickly, especially in a car like that. So, yeah, really enjoyed it. It's one of those ones I never thought I'd tick off, really. So yeah, really enjoyed it.
Excellent. And try and take us back to yesterday morning, first run at Shelsley in that car. What's it like?
I couldn't really tell you. I kind of arrived at the top and went, oh, it's over, cool, and everything's still on the car, happy days. So it's there's nothing like it at all. It all comes so fast. But I'm sure if you talk to a lot of the proper drivers, they'd probably tell you something fairly similar. So
You're a proper driver, you've done 27.
I'm very pleased with that, yeah.
Yeah, you should be. And maybe a bit lower again this afternoon?
I'm not going to push my luck. I'll see how we go. So,
excellent. Well, go well.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for stopping. I'll see you in a bit. Yeah, amazing. Gets to drive that stunning car. By the way, let's just have a look at the Subaru whilst we're here. Unfortunately, as you can see, Stephen Daly didn't get to run, which was a real shame. I don't know if he's around. Yeah, there he is. Let me see if I can... Now... Hello. Oh, I made you jump. Now you've got it. Is that so that looks like maybe we're not running this afternoon?
We're not running now, Billy.
What happened?
We snapped a wishbone on the finish line.
Like how?
It's just fatigue, I think. It's just a poorly made part off the shelf. I think that's the easiest way of summing it up.
You didn't touch. No, you didn't touch anything. I didn't see you touch.
Really did. So 110, I think we were doing through the finish line, and it just went left as soon as I pressed the brake pedal. So I was just sat there waiting for the.
But it didn't happen.
It's just wheels rubbed the back of the wheel arch a little bit, but that's about it. We did think about whether we could bodge it and fix it and get it back out, but then we've looked at the one on the other side and the other one's about to do the same. So
well then no.
So we've called it a day. We did see whether we could jump into the Legacy for this afternoon, but rules are rules and we can't. So
that's a shame.
But no, I'm really happy with the car. It's
been going so well this weekend.
Yeah, it's done really well, and we're still sub 30 and at baby boost still. So yeah, it's things are looking good for the future if we can fix a wishbone and make the wishbones work. So
well, I'm so sorry to hear that, but at least you get to you must be proud of your teammate after that run.
Absolutely, yeah. I was buzzing, so I instantly became Damien's pit monkey. Took over the role and told him what settings we're going to run, and we had a brief debrief with Paul that maps the car, and we said, right, open the taps and let's go for it. Let's get this record.
Excellent, which you did.
Yeah, it was. Simon threw down the gauntlet with the 28.2. That's a stonking time by Simon, and he held it together and did it. Yeah, so couldn't be prouder.
Epic. Well, commiserations and congratulations at the same time, because I know a lot of your heart and soul's in that Legacy as well. So congratulations.
Yeah. Cheers. Thank you, Billy. It means a lot.
And we'll see you back out in that very soon.
Yeah, we will. Yeah.
Cheers. Excellent. Mixture of real happiness and sadness at the same time, and really gutting that car's not going to be out this afternoon, but you've got to wishbones, you need to make sure that they're fully strong, so you can't really take any risks there. Just thought we'd have a look at this as we go past. Those of you, this car predates streaming really. Those of you that may not know, this was a Puma, so it's a space frame silhouette Ford Puma built by Gould. As you can see, the engine, as Rich will show you, is so far back, it's basically mid-engined. It's an absolutely incredible piece of kit built by Gould for Mike Endine, owner of X-Track gearboxes. It's an absolute stonker of a piece of kit. It's great to have it here. It's all here as part of the anniversary celebrations for the 40th anniversary of Gould, and what a thing, eh? Absolutely incredible. Fully carbon fibre, loads of carbon fibre bodywork. There's nothing to it apart from I think it's got about 700-800 horsepower. I was told it can be turned up to 1,000, which is absolutely stonking. Absolutely amazing, really. I might just also, we'll go over here, I'm just going to see if I can grab Jonathan Varley, who finished, I think, 11th in the runoff, but also took a record. So let's see if he'll talk to me. I've got to borrow you for a sec. For the stream. Yeah, it's for the telly. Congratulations.
Thank you, mate.
You must be buzzing.
Yeah, I was really pleased with that. I was a bit annoyed that I couldn't redo it in the runoff, but just bogged off the line, and that was the end of that, really.
Yeah, but the first start, I've never seen you do a start as well. It was a 1.95 second start, absolutely mega.
Yeah, that's the best one I've ever done by a long way. I've got to thank Paul Bellamere for helping me with the life and getting the traction and launch working on it. So really pleased with that.
Brilliant. And maybe another 10th or so this afternoon?
Yeah, maybe, hopefully. Yeah. It's now we've got to go for a 23 now, haven't we?
Yes. It is amazing though, isn't it? You have to do a 24 to qualify.
Yeah, 24, and yeah, just getting down to those times and just scraping in. I mean, it's going to be 23s, I reckon, before long, just to qualify. So we've just got to aim for that, and yeah, see how it goes.
Excellent. Well, thanks ever so much for talking to us, and congratulations on your record.
Thank you very much, Billy.
Cheers, mate. Well done. Well done. I want to see, didn't Jonathan Langmead get a record as well? I think he's in an Elise, and I will see if I can find him. I'm pretty sure he's in an Elise. If you run out of reception, Rich, do let me know. I'm looking. Didn't Mr. Langmead take a record? Did I imagine that?
Oh, yeah.
Could I quickly have a word? Hello, how are you doing?
Yeah, fine.
Jonathan, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I was really pleased. Yeah, because it was seemed a long way off after yesterday, but yeah, gave it some on that run.
How much did you take it by?
About a tenth and a half, I think, off my record. Yeah,
it's quite enough, isn't it?
It was enough. Yeah, so yeah, really pleased. Yeah.
Yeah, you must be chuffed.
Very tight because I think Rob did a 32.8, and somebody told me that before we went up, which probably might have helped. I thought it was going to hinder, but it helped. Yeah, so yeah, really good.
Fantastic. And where? I can't see your car. Where are we? It's right behind us. Sorry, I was looking for a Lotus. I couldn't see it. I was so in front of it. So
it's quite small in amongst these two big things, isn't it? Yes.
It does, doesn't it? But it's light.
Yeah, it is. It's 720 kilos, I think. So, and about 200 horsepower. So it's enough.
And we've had quite a lot of class records today, but you set the ball rolling.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, no, I didn't expect it. I thought it'd be in the 32s, but really pleased. Yeah. So.
Did you know as soon as you crossed the line?
Well, my hands were shaking, so I had an idea. So yeah, really good fun.
Oh. Well, congratulations, and you're about to go again in 10 or 15 minutes or so.
Run. I could have done with going home and having a beer after the last run, I think, because I always feel like that's it all done really. But you've got another one to do, so got to concentrate now. Yeah.
Well, go well, and you never know, maybe another 10th off that record.
Thanks very much. Yeah.
Cheers, well done, congratulations, brilliant. Well, I think we've had 5 records today. It's just been one of those days. Fantastic conditions, and really great to see. This is the sort of Porsche department that we seem to have. We've got the Cayman GT4 becoming, and the GTS for that matter, becoming a really popular hill climb car, and yeah, they're going like the clappers, aren't they? Which is absolutely brilliant to see. I want to see also, if we go back to single seaters, let me see. I don't think Alex Coles is next to his car. I can't see him because I wanted to have a word after a PB this morning to qualify at 24.2, which was amazing. Can't see him there. Let's work our way back up the paddock. We'll see who else we can find. But yeah, it's been an absolutely amazing morning. Great runs, great times, great to see. Hello.
Hello.
Mr. Hackett. I'm just going to quickly chat to Jamie 1 second. Sorry.
How are you doing? You alright?
Yeah, you?
Yeah, doing alright, thanks. Doing alright.
Fixable or?
Fixable, hopefully.
At home?
So, yeah. So Ian Deason, a fantastic guy, has the jigs and everything like that, so we're going to give him the wishbones and stuff like that and see what he can do with it, really. Hopefully out for next weekend at Prescott, which should be good. So.
And you're alright? Just annoyed?
Yeah, I think he's not too pleased at himself mainly, but it's all right, it happens. It's one of those things, it's why we come racing. If it was boring, we wouldn't do it.
That's true, and main thing is you're okay. So, Anyway, we'll see you at Prescott.
Cheers. More talent.
Yes, the bar helps though as well. If you're not running this afternoon, they do a lovely beer.
Exactly, cheers, buddy.
Cheers guys, see you in a bit. Yeah, John unfortunately just tapped the bank in his run. It's done a bit of wishbone damage, but the car looked after him, so it's perfectly all right. Do you know what? Actually, let's see if we can talk to Graham. Hello team. Graham, I want to ask you about the Midlands Air Ambulance charity, if I may, because we were talking about this on the stream earlier, how the Wind Foundation is sponsoring them, is partnering with the Midlands Air Ambulance charity to raise money, which is fantastic.
So Midland Air Ambulance, they've just moved to a new headquarters, so there's 2 helicopters now that are based literally within a mile across the fields of where I live at Cosford. So one of the sort of voluntary things I do is to help support them, because anybody interested in motorsport knows that they've had to attend competitive meetings before now, and obviously a lot of road accidents, and one of the increasing things that they have to do is a go for stabbings. But what people don't realise is, I always think that the air ambulance used to be a glorified taxi service where they're picking people up and taking them to hospital. But these days, these paramedics, they will actually cut chests open on the side of the road and do open heart massage, and I mean, it's just incredible the skills that they've got.
Yeah.
So I'm just taking every opportunity to try and support them. We've got a big ball coming up in September at the Motorcycle Museum, and there's a QR code here on the banner, so if people click onto the QR code with their cameras, they can donate and support them. I mean,
that's absolutely brilliant cause.
A lot of people tend to think that they're still partly funded by the government or the NHS, but they get no funding whatsoever. It's all voluntary contributions.
Yeah.
And a much needed service.
It's absolutely brilliant, and it's great to see the sticker on the car. And also, for those who are coming to a hill climb later in the year in the UK, there's a QR code on the front of your car, isn't there? So they can come and have a look at the car.
Come and have a look at the car, talk about the car, click on the QR code and make a contribution.
Brilliant. Well, thanks so much for what you're doing for such a fantastic cause, and also well done, go well this afternoon. It's quick out there today.
I've been saying earlier that it's a hot day, but the pace is even hotter. Yeah. So yeah, I just need to squeeze a bit more out of it to try and qualify this afternoon.
Excellent. Well, go well.
You can do.
Yeah, go well. Thanks ever so much for talking to us. A fantastic cause there. Do if you've seen the QR code, please do help and donate for really a brilliant cause. They do wonderful things. I'm just going to ask Jack. You don't have to speak if you don't want to, but what happened? You don't have to speak if you don't want to, but what happened?
It's a fly-by-wire motor. There's no trace on the data that anything's wrong with it, but we think, because it's right down at the front of the engine, we think that it's just got too hot. So I gave it first off the line, back into second, and then it just completely died, and all the way up. Every time I touched the throttle, it just died, but on the data, it suggests nothing's up with it, really.
So do you think you'll have to replace the motor, or do you think if it cools down it might be alright?
If it cools down it'd be okay, but because obviously the qualifying run and the runoff was so close, I think just the temperature in the car has just got too much for it, really. I hope it's that anyway. But
well, I'm gutted for you after a really good qualification.
Yeah, no, it's a shame, but it was a really good start as well. It was 1:9.4 or something, so because the time before it was bogging off the line, but we got that sorted now. Hopefully.
You go again this afternoon?
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Well, commiserations, and go well this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for talking to us. That's gutting, isn't it? Gutting. We're just going to have a quick word with Trev. How long have we got, Rich? About 4 minutes. So we're just going to have Trev, can I stick a microphone under your mouth very quickly? Congratulations on getting out, because you had to change a drive shaft this morning.
Yes, I broke a drive shaft just when I didn't need it, because I had electrical problems yesterday and I needed a practice to see if I'd eliminated those. So, but that's the way of it.
Yeah. And it seems to be all running fine with electrical issues.
Yes, that seems to be good, and I'm being I haven't got any more spare drive shafts, so I'm being very gentle, warming my tyres up and hoping it's all working well. So.
And a great run in that runoff into the 23s, was it?
Yes, yeah, yes, about what I was hoping to do, really. So, yeah, very pleased with the run. Felt good.
Oh, and also, congratulations on your runoff win in the Channel Islands. That was brilliant.
Yeah, that was great. Yeah, I wasn't absolutely confident I was ever going to win one again, so that was great after 5 years. It was.
Is it 5 years now?
I know. Yeah, 5 years. Yeah. So, really enjoyed it.
A very popular win in the whole paddock, I'm sure. Well done.
Thank you very much.
And see you later. Good luck this afternoon.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, that was great from Trev, wasn't it? Who else can we have a word with? We've spoken to you. You can't come on again. I might ask Sean a quick question in a minute. Can I have a minute, very quickly? Well, no, well, come. It's a great weekend for Gould, isn't it?
Yeah, fantastic weekend. We've had a really good time at our sort of 40th and 30th anniversaries. Matt nearly got my record, which was, I was pleased in one way, but not so pleased in another. But because I wanted him to get the extra point, obviously championship-wise. But yeah, cracking weekend with the weather, the course, and lovely to see all our cars line up, and Mike Hendine bringing his Puma as well, four-wheel drive car, just to
we just had a look at that. We need him to get it out into the Tin Top Challenge. There's even a Tin Top Challenge now.
Yeah, I was talking to him yesterday, and I mean it's not going to happen instantly, but I think the plan is to take the engine out and rebuild it and get it going again. So hopefully next year or sometime next year it might resurrect itself.
Epic, brilliant. That'll be good. Well, go well this afternoon, and yeah, it's great to see the latest Gould cars winning ways, as you'd expect.
Yes, thank you very much.
See you later. Cheers, cheers, Sean. Right, so I think we've got, how long have we got? A minute or two, or we're about to go running. The commentators have started, so we'll probably hand back over in a second to the commentators on the hill. We've got the next batch of cars lined up behind me, which is the first batch of the afternoon. You never know, we might have some more class records this afternoon. So keep watching the stream all day, please do. It's going to be a great afternoon, and I'm sure I'll be speaking to you a little bit later from the box.
And acceleration out of top S up to the finish is all a function of engine power. So we'll see anyway. In the meantime, it was a very close run thing with Will Hall on a 23.13, Wallace Ming is on a 23.14. Alex Summers, of course, at a 22.83 was second. So it was close and very, very quick. The big screen is working fine in the courtyard. Sit there and have a nice drink and take in all the action on the big screen. Clerk of the course goes up the hill to check everything's okay. And I'm Chris Druitt down in Vox Villa, one of the most famous commentary boxes of all. Graced by John Moody, and others. We kick off again with Class A1 road-going cars up to 2 litres. They've been called towards the start. I'm not sure if they're all running straight after lunch, but we'll soon see. The exige of Michael Thompson I can see at the exit to the paddock. Lloyd and Chris, are you in business? Deathly hush. They'll be having their 5th beer, probably. Now, if anybody doesn't know why we've got a timing beam 64 feet from the start, please wave your hands and I'll explain. No, everybody. Oh, right. Thank you. Yeah, 64 feet from the start, 2 seconds from 0 to there is 1 G, 1 force of gravity of acceleration. So if you do it in 2 seconds, it's like jumping off the diving board. And as you will have seen in the runoff, we've had some very quick times. 1.82 Alex Summers off the line is very quick. The quickest I've ever seen, I think, is 1.58, but that was 4-wheel drive, turbocharged car with the turbine powered by a helicopter jet engine. That was the famous Chris Mann, the Manic Beatty. Incredible device. And I'm afraid we don't see Chris here very much.
Hello, Chris. Good afternoon to you. I'm at Crossing Box. We've had a swap around. Young Lloyd's gone up to the top.
You coasted down the hill, did you?
I did indeed, like a gazelle.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you believe that.
A gazelle that's been eating too well.
Griselda, more like, I think, yeah.
Griselda.
Yeah. But sun's out. We've got a lovely crowd up here. We're all looking forward to a lovely afternoon. We've had a brilliant morning, haven't we?
Well, this is Shelsley at its best. You can't beat it. It's not too hot. It's nice and warm. A few clouds in the sky. Perfect weather. And a good crowd. And the lovely thing, if you've not been to a hill climb before, the lovely thing about hill climbs in this country, and particularly Shelsley, is no one's going to stop you from going into the paddock. Drivers, mechanics, people love explaining the cars to you, as long as you don't put sticky fingers all over them. You're very welcome to have a close look at all the cars, and technically a lot of them are extremely interesting, particularly the little Gould GR59s with their bike engines. Amazing that in a GR59 you've got Paul Hames with a 1.3 litre engine, but okay, turbocharged, producing something like 400 or 500 horsepower, right up to the 4 litre Judd engine that powered lots of cars at Le Mans. And if they can stand 24 hours of Le Mans, they can stand a few years of hill climbing. Up to the line comes car number 117. That's Michael Thompson in the Lotus Exige. The Exige being the hot version of the Elise with a fixed roof. You can't take the roof off. The early ones had the Rover K-Series engine very much souped up to produce about 240 horsepower. Later, Toyota came with a V6 engine. This one's got the K-Series Rover engine.
Yeah, here he comes to me now. This is the car he's sharing with his wife, Zoe Shearman. And Michael also drives a very, very rapid S2000 Honda. He's into Bonamess. Oh, sounds like Lloyd's not in position yet, Chris.
I think he's under a table in the members' enclosure. Yeah. After his 6th beer. Off the line, Elise, 722. Robert Wilson, again, 1800cc Elise, but much modified, producing quite a lot of power.
Yes, indeed. He was trying very hard earlier as well. And we also saw a class record for Jonathan Langmead as well earlier. In his
we did.
Yeah.
And time for Michael Thompson this afternoon, 33.51. Robert Wilson nears the finish on the line, 729. Guess what? A Porsche. And it's Mark Lawrence's Cayman.
Yes, it is. This is the one he shares with Robbie Birrell. Very rapid car. Robbie held the class record that he still does in this car. But Robbie was in the tin top runoff this morning in this car.
Do Porsche know that a Cayman is a small crocodile?
Well, possibly, but they certainly made this one into a very fast, angry crocodile. I know that much, haven't they?
They really have.
Now, we've got the course car coming up. There's that must be the end of that little tiny batch.
Because those are double-driven cars, so they come down to collect their co-drivers.
As you say, Chris, the Team Valley in this meeting, this is one of the finest meetings of the year. Already we've had a scintillating runoff that was very close to the outright hill record for Matthew Ryder. Whether it can go again this afternoon, who knows? Who's going to win? But my goodness me, it was brilliant racing, wasn't it?
It really was. I mean, if we have a final runoff at the end of the day to match that, we'll be really lucky.
Well, it's good that you've joined us this afternoon. You're feeling a bit better today than... Did you watch the Olympics when you got home?
I did. Well, until I went to sleep. I slept most of the afternoon, most of the evening, and all of the night. So I woke up feeling, that's better.
Hey. Yeah, that's good. That's good to have a good rest, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, and but as I say, when I look across the car park here, it's pretty full. I got the terraces are all pretty full. There's people on their own personal chairs. They brought them up the hill. So everything is good in the Team Valley today.
It really is. And I've got my new titanium ankle, which is working beautifully.
Oh, do you know what? Yes, you've done well with that, haven't you?
I have.
Yeah.
The only trouble is, the day of the operation, a big anaesthetist shoved a great big needle in my spine with 10 times the concentration of morphine that he should have done. So it took them 7 hours to wake me up.
Wow, I mean, yeah, I know we've discussed that in the past, and that's not good. The fact that you survived that means you're a tough old bird, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, one of the guys, the managers all lined up to apologise. I thought, what the hell are you apologising for? Until one of them whispered to me, "We nearly lost you. You were down to 3 breaths a minute."
Oh,
which is not too good.
Lord, that is pretty drastic.
I wouldn't have minded. But the family might have been slightly
well,
upset.
yeah, but you did expect to come out of it with a nice new ankle and all that, didn't you?
Yeah, great.
So, but I think you did incredibly well because you had a rough time after that, didn't you?
I did. In and out of hospital 4 times since then. I'm getting tired of hospitals.
I should think you're getting very tired, but the good news is your ankle's good anyway.
That's the only bit.
If nothing else, it's the ankle's
only bit
good.
that's good. That's
hey, I tell you what, I got to see Chris's latest purchase yesterday.
Oh, hang on a minute. Has he got the Mercedes?
The Mercedes in the rare green. I got to see that yesterday. Jolly nice it looked too.
It's sulky, isn't it?
It's lovely, mate. I like it.
It is
sulky Merc. Who could have believed
it?
Is it like that ice cream? Is it look a bit like?
It's like an off mint.
It's a very, very pale.
Is it like
metallic?
The Cooper car? You know the.
Cooper?
Yeah.
I think the Italians would call that Verdi Francesca.
See. Here comes car number 136 and car number 736. I beg its pardon. Is Paul Evans in a Westfield, 2-litre Westfield. He's running slightly out of order, but again it's a double-driven car, so he'll have to come down and hand it over to Simon Price. And then we've got Joy Hoyle lining up to follow him off the line. With a good start, 2.76.
Yes, indeed. We've got a nice little clutch of Westfields this afternoon. This one, a little 2-litre one, actually. The class record is Darren Luke in a 29.38. Will that be in danger this afternoon?
Well, let's see. Paul Evans has a good go, gets over to the left-hand side between the S's, applies the power with a little bit of a cheeky oversteer moment as he heads off towards the finish.
And finishes with a time coming up of 33.99. That's a good time. Here's Joy Hoyle. Joy's been hill climbing for a long time. She used to have her own Westfield, pink and blue it was. You didn't miss it on a dark night. But she's always been very accurate and very quick.
Yes, I remember that car now, you remind me, Chris, but she's now sharing with Professor Ray Lowe. Yeah, of course.
It's a fantastic car. It's one of my favourite engines in this car. It just absolutely barks at you as it sucks in the air. Goes through the gears, a little wiggle out of bottom at a top S, but we're across the line.
We are indeed, with a time of 32.32. Laura Wardle is back on the hills after slight damage to an arm, but 195 off the line is brilliant.
No power steering in this Porsche either, she was telling me, so it's an old school Porsche, lovely 911 6-cylinder air cooled, brilliant. Into you.
Indeed, yeah, just with me now. This is a really competitive car, always uber reliable. Goes left through bottom S, right out of top S, and applies that air-cooled power to head towards the finish.
Don't whisper it quietly, it's a Clio.
It's a Clio of Andrew Feekins, who drives it like he stole it, actually. This is the 172 Cup car, Lloyd, but you already know that, as it comes into your view.
Well, is there any other way to drive a Clio? I don't think there is. We're leaning on this and drive beautifully into the left-hander, out of the right-hander at top S, frantically scrabbling for traction at the front. That is how you drive a Clio.
Laura's time was a 36.6, Andrew's done a 35.67, Richard Pates in the Rover.
Yes, a little Rover, the MG ZR. These are actually becoming quite popular. This is the
I'm not surprised.
160 brake horsepower version, so it's got plenty of grunt, and they handle well and relatively easy to keep on the road.
Absolutely, yeah. They were a brilliant rally car back in the day, the ZRs. They always went well in the front-wheel drive categories, and Richard's using all of that variable valve timing power to get himself.
Did they ever put a V6, or was that in?
No, only the ZS's and the ZTs.
Oh, right.
Owie Shearman to you.
Yeah, with me, you wouldn't lose this one in a car park, but wonderful car. So I just saw this just rocketing off the line beautifully just a moment ago. It's a shared drive as Zoe negotiates the S's, no problem at all, and heads towards the finish.
Here's a member of the Weaver family, that's Lizzie. I don't know, has she had a number of hill climbs before today?
Yes, she's done a few, and she's getting quicker and quicker. She's been up to Lowton Park, she's been to Prescott, she's been here, so she's learning the ropes, actually going better and better. And this is the family Saxo that they all started with, I think.
Has she inherited the family skills?
I think so.
Well, we arrive on 3 wheels into Bottomette, I should say. So yeah, it's a stiffly sprung chassis either way, but you have to be leaning on it to produce the wheel cocking moment, as Lizzie does, and she heads towards the finish.
She does. It's a 40.22. Zoe Shearman did a 35.02 and Richard Pates did a 43.13. So we're caught up with, now we've got Bruce Aitken, car number 19 in your programme.
Yeah, he's on his way to Bottomette now.
Yeah, with me now, Bruce drives all the way from Dover. He's on 3 wheels as well. These Saxo BTS is a 16 valve. He gets up the bank. Yeah, it takes a good clout of the bank, to be fair. It's he's gotten away with it, but I think there will be some sweeping required.
John Langmead broke the class record this morning in this car. He's a golf pro from North
Devon. He's
going
to get red flagged. He will get red flagged. He will. Bruce took a little bit of a bit more bank than I think was probably planned, but he has let a few bits of dirt fall off the bank. So obviously we don't want any issues, any unexpected changes of grip. So there's some sweeping about to occur.
So there's some pheasants in there, very, very cross to be disturbed in their afternoon.
Yes,
quite. Afternoon rest.
Well, I'm sure we'll get a replay, but you'll see that Bruce got away with it perfectly fine. In the world of rallying, that would be just a normal clip of the bank, but in the world of hill climbing, probably a little bit more than he planned. But I think if you were in a single seater, you may have felt that a little bit more. So quite fortunate it was in a relatively road car biased suspension setup. So
he's used to the potholes.
Yes, exactly. Yes, if it was a stiffly sprung car and had racing suspension, I think that may have bent a wheel.
Jonathan Langmead will get another run, of course, and maybe he'll break his record again.
Yeah, he's a very rapid young man, isn't he, to be fair?
David Wilson didn't get to start. He's still lining up, or lined up beyond the pre-start line. He won't move until the red flag goes in.
John's being sent back down the hill. He's just coming past us now, so he'll get a rerun relatively quickly.
That's good. Yeah, because when you come down after a red flag, you're directed into the side paddock and straight out onto the line as soon as you can.
Sweeping has been completed, I'm pleased to report, so flags will be coming in down the course and we will be back underway any second.
I meant to ask, Bruce Aitken lives in Nonnington, Dover. Is that the Dover in Kent, or is that a different village somewhere?
I think the last time I spoke to him was at Speeding to Spring, and I think it was actual Dover, as in closer to France than here. Yes.
So Nonnington is the posh end.
Sounds a bit that way, doesn't it?
But he drives that Saxo here.
Does he really?
Which is great. He drives it here, drives it home, and I remember saying goodbye to him on his way out, and I said, "Oh, you really do drive it home?" He said, "Yeah, I really do." So good for him.
Well done, well done. Yeah, Nonnington, that must be, like you say, a village sort of, I don't know, what it is, a village near Dover, is it, do you think?
Here's David Wilson in the Elise 1800, so that's a K-Series engine. Quite an early Elise. Is that a W reg or an N reg? I can't.
If it's David Wilson's, it'll be an Elise S1 on a W. And,
on a W.
They used to race that fantastic little red 4-door 205, and it was flying. And they've moved to this Elise recently.
It sounds as if that K-Series has been much modified. It's a really good engine, technically, very lightweight.
Are they brothers?
Father and son.
Father and son. Okay, yeah, it looks like
Robert's the son, David's the father.
Okay.
So we've got Wilson Senior on the hill now. He certainly knows how to pedal. He really does go well, and clips the drain cover on the inside of Top S beautifully. That is absolutely textbook from Wilson Senior.
Here comes Richard York in the very powerful 4-litre Porsche 718 GT4.
Stunning looking thing too. Got his lights on. I don't know if they switch the lights on or they come on automatically, or they're a bit like a Volvo, they stay on perhaps, I don't know. Into bottom S round about now.
Yeah, there'll be auto lights, but they have to run with day running lights now, so it'll just be the Porsche signature LEDs for the day running lights, which always remain on, such is EU law. But we've got beautifully negotiated S's, and we're off towards the finish.
Here's Jonathan having his second run.
He is one rapid driver. He doesn't break a class record for nothing. Keep your eye on this, folks. He won't continue this time. He's screaming. He was nearly 100 into RMS.
Yeah, going really well. You can hear it. I mean, we've spoken about it. He broke his class record earlier, which is absolutely fantastic. Let's see what he can do now. The car just looks like it's absolutely on rails.
Do we know what he brought it down to?
Yes, we do. I can find that out.
31.23 or something like that.
Yeah, similar to that. I think you're right, Chris. Yeah. Here comes Duncan Andrews in another big Porsche. So Duncan, he's having a look through the programme here. Over to you.
Yeah, so this is again 981 variant. So this is the engine that was always designed to be naturally aspirated, unlike the 718s, which were turbocharged in the 911, and then they have the turbochargers removed. So this sounds a bit more gruff, 6-speed manual, which can hinder you on a hill like this. But
32.07, speed 95. Steve Atkins.
Yeah, this is the V8 BMW, isn't it, Chris?
Is it V8 or is it straight?
Yeah, no, it's a V8, 4-litre V8. Lloyd will tell us about this because he is our man for this stuff.
Yeah, this is the S65 engine, the very, very popular engine. It's a fantastic revvy thing, about 8,500 RPM rev limit. It's such a special car with that DCT gearbox as well. That was a real high watermark for BMW M cars.
Here's Tony Adams in the Elise that has been supercharged, which means it'll probably produce about 250 horsepower.
Certainly sounds that way to me. It's absolutely flying up the hill at the moment, already heading into bottom S.
Steve Atkins time 35.16.
Absolutely, yeah, and Tony's with me now. This is a more modern Elise. Gets very close to the bank on the exit of top S. This supercharged Cup 240. It's a real special Elise, this is.
And here's a special Porsche 996 GT3, Simon Tarling.
Yes, it is, Simon. All these Porsches are sporting round about the 400 horsepower mark, so they're certainly not short of power. Simon, I think he comes from London and he's driven Cheltenham. What am I on about? It's the 996, their water-cooled early model.
Yeah, really desirable car. This is a GT3 version. This is where the GT3 RS is first started to come in 996 as we know them now. So sophisticated, but one of the Metzger engine cars, 6-speed manual across the line.
Here's David Meek in the VX220 Turbo with the hood up. But it does make a difference aerodynamically to go with the hood up because the windscreen sticking up by itself produces a lot of drag.
Absolutely, yeah, as he just locks up that left-hand wheel as he enters bottom S, that will have compromised him. He's got a little bit close, a little bit scruffy from David, I'm sure he won't mind me saying, but he's been on it all weekend, so just finding the limits.
Quick into bottom S, Simon Tarling's time 34.83. David Meek has finished with a 34.09, and on the line car number 27, Richard Snow, the Cayman GT4 with the 3.8 litre engine. Martini stripes.
This car was in the runoff this morning, wasn't it? So, yeah, it was one of the first ones to go back up in the runoff. Anyway, I think he did about a 32 this morning from memory, 32-33. Over to you, Lloyd.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a really, really great battle between Richard Snow and Robert Lancaster Gay, and Richard's always been going well. It's such a great sounding car. Certainly got some sort of exhaust modification on it, 'cause that's even louder than a standard car, but he's off towards the finish.
With a 32.49. And here comes the aforementioned Robert Lancaster Gay, who swapped his GT3 for this Cayman and loves it on the road. He drove it up here when I last spoke to him, ambling along, 40 miles to the gallon.
Not bad, is it, for a big supercar, basically? Automatic gearbox. He's owned loads of Porsches, as Robert, most of the lovely some 911s he was telling me about, which he still had.
Yeah, he used to pilot a 911 GT3 RS 4-litre. For those that know what that is, yes, that's a proper car. And so, yeah, but he's recently switched to this 718 GT4, having some good.
Rapid combination.
Yeah, absolutely, but unfortunately he's just outbraked himself. He's headed into the rector cell. The rector cell's done its job. It was a bit of a thump, to be fair. Robbie doesn't mind leaning on his car. I'm sure he'll be okay. Thumbs up to the marshal, so it's all good. But yeah, a bit of a thwack into the rector cell. But had it not been for that rector cell, that could have been a few pounds worth of damage there. So we'll see. I think there will be a bit of a stoppage, unfortunately. Robbie's the door's open. We're just going to check on him. It was a bit of a shunt, so I'm sure we'll see him out of the car in a moment. They're just checking on him. Medic's just having a quick look, but I'm sure we'll be hopefully seeing him get out of the car in just a moment. In fact, yeah, his helmet's been passed to a marshal, so helmet's off. He'll just be collecting his thoughts. He's out the car and walking out the car. Round of applause indeed. He's been pushing on for quite a while, has Robbie, to be fair to him. So great to see him out the car, but we have got a bit of a clean-up job on our hands now.
He's actually got he had a shunt at Lowton Park earlier this year. He ended up on the top of the tyre wall, which damaged the underside of the car, which he told me he's going to have to get rectified in the winter. But now he looks like he might have done a bit to the front. So he's coming a bit like Grimley Raceway, isn't it, that one?
It's not rectified, it's recticeled this afternoon.
It's itself.
Richard Snow's time 32.49, Robert Lancaster Gay's time 32.46. They're very close together. Robbie is a failed run, sadly. Luckily, the Recticel does an amazing job. If you go straight into it, it takes a certain amount of speed to cause damage. And I suspect you could hardly see a mark on, well, I hope, on Robbie's Cayman.
He was a second quicker going into bottom S there than Robert Lancaster Gay, so he was onto a flying run, wasn't he? And if you're never going to break class records unless you try a bit, are you?
As Gilles Villeneuve used to say, if you ain't crashing, you ain't trying. Robbie Birrell, 96 into bottom S, yeah. Must have left his braking a little bit late, but did the sensible thing and didn't try and turn into the bend.
Well, I think he had every intention of turning into the bend.
Oh.
I think he had every intention, but I think it was it was literally. I think, as Martin Brundle says, a day late and a dollar short.
Yeah,
unfortunately,
the wheels turned, but the car didn't.
That's exactly what happened. Yeah, and I'm sure there'll be a little bit of soreness in the morning from Robbie, no doubt. I think fortunately the good thing about this car is that all the expensive stuff's at the back, so hopefully it'll just be a case of sort of new bumper, wing, headlamps, bonnet. I can't really see the extent.
Have you seen the price of a Porsche headlight?
Yes.
Yeah, Lloyd, I think you were actually a bit wider than Mark there. Yes, as Chris would say, I suspect it's 1,500 quid, Chris?
Something like that.
Quite possibly, but I suppose I'd imagine if you're prepared to race these, you're prepared to crash them. So
a bumper, be thousands, wouldn't it?
It depends where you get them from. You know, if somebody's written off the back half of a 718 GTS, then he's happy, it's happy days, isn't it? But these things are designed to be crashed. It's not like it's going to write the car off. I'm sure he'll get it all back together. And as I say, if he's modified it to the nth degree, it's clearly a race car. It's clearly a project for him. I'm sure he was prepared for this day when he.
He was at Harewood last week with Mark Lawrence, and they had their Gould GR59 out, which has got the 1300 Hayabusa in the back with a turbocharger, or it could be a supercharger, I can't remember which. And so they've got that one to go back to if this one doesn't go so well.
Have you watched on YouTube the Matt Armstrong rebuilding crash car?
Yeah, he's made a tidy living out of that, hasn't he?
He has. It was lovely when he was looking for something out of a Audi RS8 or something.
Yes.
I think it was a valve. And he said, look, it says Volkswagen on the side, and it costs 93p.
Yeah.
From Audi, it's 712.
Oh wow!
It's quite impressive, and it really is quite impressive. It's
he's very clever at winkling cheap parts.
He is indeed, and but he's got a massive following. He's got millions of following and millions of followers, and I understand he's a very nice guy. I've never met him, but I understand he's a very nice guy. Now, interestingly, I can see the front of Robbie Birrell's car, and if this isn't an absolute advertisement for Recticel, I don't know what is, because the number plate's still on it. All the headlights are still in place. I think he's got some front wing damage. But do you know what? If that was a rally car, you'd take a sledgehammer to it and you'd send it back out. That's an absolutely phenomenal job by the Recticel there.
Brilliant.
We've seen the Recticel work brilliantly well on the last British round we had here, and obviously if it had gone straight into tyres, well, that'd be a different ball game, wouldn't it?
It most certainly would.
I'm struggling to remember the name of the gentleman, and I say that deliberately, who donated the Recticel to Shelsley and used to hill climb very exotic Italian cars. Delightful guy.
I did hear his name last time, and like you, Chris, I can't remember the name, but I think he lives up sort of Rugeley Way or something. Does that ring any bells? That's what I seem to remember. But anyway, but he's, as a product, it's a brilliant product, isn't it? So are they going to pick him up and put him on the lorry, Lloyd?
No.
No.
We got a message on our screen. Thank you for getting us past 14,000 spectate subscribers. Onwards to 15k. That's a message from Rich Danby, who does the most brilliant job setting up and operating the live stream. It's absolutely brilliant, and it's made such a revolution. The worry was, why should people pay to come to Shells if they can get it on live stream? It was completely unnecessary, because actually what happened was we had a mass of people coming who said, well, I've seen it on live stream and I was determined to come and see the real thing. So many thanks to Rich and Eleanor. They've done a brilliant job.
They certainly have. I mean, they're building it up, starting from scratch, didn't they? And
really
now, as I say, we have worldwide followers, all down to Rich. I mean, he's up here several days before, putting cameras up here, there, and everywhere. And he puts a system together that would be as good as what Goodwood put out, basically, with only two of them.
Absolutely.
And you've been involved with Goodwood, Chris, a lot, haven't you? To be fair.
Well, I was lucky to be invited 20 years ago. A telephone suddenly rang and they said, please come and talk to us about commentating at Goodwood. I thought, wow, gee whiz. So I drove down breaking the speed limits, had an interview with them, and got the job.
And you did it for what, 20 odd years?
20 years, 20 years this year.
Yeah, and you did Goodwood Radio as well, I know.
I do.
Yep. So, I mean, that was, mind you, that's a bit of a poison challenge. Poor old Guy Loveridge, one of our regular commentators. I don't know if you're watching today, Guy, but he did 6 days at Goodwood recently with the radio, 4 days on with work, day travelling each way. And then when he got home, he got rushed to hospital.
Well, he had the same problem that I had 2 years earlier. It's either a bite or a sting, and the bit that gets bitten swells to enormous size and hurts like hell. And I went to the medics and they said, get to Chichester Hospital now and get on a drip, which I had to do. I was all afternoon lying, absorbing, what am I looking for?
Various fluids and
various
stuff.
Fluids.
Yep.
And it worked. It got it sorted, but I didn't have any sleep the following night.
Well, he said he had a wound. He said he had a wound, but I don't know what.
And again, the danger, and I don't know what it is that causes it, is sepsis. You don't want that.
Well, that's what he caught.
Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly what he caught. And I mean, that's a very serious thing.
It is. Usually you're in intensive care if you get sepsis.
So I did speak to him the other day. He was working at Home Firth, I think it was yesterday, that hill climb that they've just reopened up near Manchester somewhere.
Yes.
Have you ever been there, Chris?
I haven't.
No, but anyway, he was working there yesterday. That was the plan.
Good.
He wasn't probably strong enough to sort of do the 2 gigs over the weekend and all the driving. So he's sat that one out today. So if you are watching, Guy, we hope you're making great progress, and we hope to see you very soon.
I've got a parish notice from the Spectator car park. If you own a BMW M4, lucky old you. But unfortunately the headlights are on, so it's in danger of having a flat battery. That's AO71THZ. Your lights are on, I'm told, in the Spectator car park. Probably wise to switch them off.
We had one, I think, yesterday, similar.
We did. It's so easy to do.
Hope nobody's left any dogs in the car today. Obviously, that won't be good. But, but a fabulous crowd here now. The car park, it's the best I've seen all year. We've got sunshine all over the hills, all around. And in my lovely cosy commentary box, it's lovely and cool, but it's pretty hot outside if you're not in the shade.
Robbie Birrell, I saw it a second ago on the screen. The offside wing is a bit distorted. Can you see? No, you haven't got the screen, but it's slightly bulging out from further than
Be lucky if he didn't get some damage, wouldn't he?
Yeah,
He's probably trying quite hard.
It's taking a bit of time. It's on the truck. That's okay.
Yeah.
Richard Weaver was the champ
He was, wasn't he? Richard Weaver.
Scooping up cars, plonking them on the truck, and getting them out of the way.
More Recticell has just been delivered on the truck up to the top, so that probably they'll take away that old piece. It's very quick to fit, though, isn't it? You can literally slide it into place very quickly.
I guess so. It's quite heavy stuff.
Yeah, but I don't think it's quite on the sort of weight of straw bales like I saw at Chateau Impney the other day, where they had to get a Tonka toy thing in to shift them about when cars were hitting them. In fact, Chris, there was an ERA hit a square where it hit pretty hard on.
Oh no!
I know, not nice. One of the very lovely ERAs.
Which one?
At the slightly pale green one.
Oh no, David Ellison in Roger Joyce's.
Yep, sounds that
brand new ERA.
Oh no, that's the brand new one, is it?
I think so. Well, there are other pale green ones, so it might not have been that one.
Wow,
that's a most incredible job. That's a bit like the recreation of the BRM, but David, it's got an original engine and an original tail bodywork, but otherwise every single bit has been made for this car. Exact copy, a toolroom copy of a 1934-35 ERA.
Do you know about the one that Jolyon Harrison has got?
I do.
You must tell the story, because James Baxter's just rebuilt that, hasn't he?
He's just finished a 2.5-year rebuild. It made its first appearance last weekend at Prescott. First time it's run for 18 years. And when Jolyon was very brave in buying it, it was been messed around a lot. Although it had started a rebuild, so the streamlined body and the Jaguar engine had gone, but James took it right down to basics, to bare chassis, and has recreated and mended all the bits, because the GP2, incidentally, two of them were built in 1938 to compete in Grand Prix, designed by Peter Berthon, who designed the BRM after the war, and he made lots of mistakes. He tried to copy the Mercedes, and he didn't really know what he's copying. So these two cars came out pre-war to race in Grand Prix, and they were an abject failure, and sort of survived the war, didn't do much after the war, got messed around. But GP1 was rebuilt and now is in the hands of Malcolm Ricketts, and we see it racing in vintage racing. But GP2 has been an incredible 2.5-year rebuild of this car, and very shortly, I'm told by Richard, you can see on HillClimb.TV an 8-minute interview between me and James, all about the rebuild of this car.
Oh, excellent.
Fascinating stuff.
I really enjoyed doing it, and he's so articulate, and his team at Tip Top Engineering in Huddersfield do an amazing job.
Well, I was listening to your live stream, Chris, on the vintage, and I'm afraid me and Lloydie are definitely out of our depth on that one. And here comes the little Porsche. Yeah, it looks a bit of a dented wing. I'm afraid there's going to be a few bobs worth there.
I think he'll take a hammer to it, and I think he'll do his best to fix a lot of that. I'm amazed at how little damage there is actually on it, given the impact speed. So if that was something a bit more sturdy, that would have been a lot of money to put that right. But I mean, Robbie's clearly not scared to push on in it. So that tells you everything you need to know, I think.
Indeed. Next up should be James Stocks in the Yaris. Now, is it a Mark 1 Yaris? It won't be a Mark 2, which have only just appeared.
This will be a GR Yaris, won't it?
Yeah. Such a success, incredible. I've got a friend who bought one of the early ones, and he was offered double what he'd pay for people who were on the waiting list.
Yeah, there was a small overs market, wasn't there, when they first came out. But it's such an interesting car. I mean, I'm surprised no one else has really done it. I mean, it was developed by Jari-Matti Latvala and Tommy Mäkinen. It's got three differentials, 3 electric differentials, 6-speed manual, 4-wheel drive. And everybody thought, oh, it's a 3-cylinder engine. How's it going to be? Well, it turns out that 3-cylinder engine is an absolute honey. It revs, and I don't know if you've ever driven one, but they rev like you wouldn't believe. They're so, and they feel well above the sum of their parts as well. They feel like they've got about 350 horsepower, not just 261, which is what they actually have. They're super good cars.
I've reached the stage where I can't get insurance for nice cars, well, for nice expensive cars.
You've got that lovely Alfa Romeo, haven't you?
Yes, I suppose. Yeah,
that's a nice car.
It is a nice car, and I think I told you the story of trying to insure.
Yes. I'm an administrator, so because I do some paperwork from time to time. So.
Oh right. So you know all the tricks of the trade.
Absolutely. But I tell you what though, you want to try insuring one of those quadrifolios? That'll be an interesting exercise for you, and that's a hell of a car, isn't it?
It is lovely. I love it.
2.9 litre V6 turbo, and Ferrari are very adamant that it's not just a 488 engine with a couple of cylinders lopped off. It is.
But even the straight 2 litre is a quick car.
Yes, and they handle really sweetly, so I understand.
I believe so.
So we're just finishing some final sweeping after Robbie Birrell's off. I think we're going to be back underway very shortly, chaps.
Hope so. It was a surprisingly long break for a little trip into the recticel.
Well, to be fair, it dragged a few recticel bales out.
Yeah,
now, anybody will know
trouble.
they're not easy things to manoeuvre around. They're quite heavy, quite awkward things to move around. So, and they've obviously all got to be packed back into place, because if that happens again, they have to be perfectly all right.
Now, are you sick of my voice?
Never.
Well, you should be, because Billy Grace has turned up.
Ah, good old Billy. He did a little paddock walk. I saw him interviewing Damien Bradley. Fantastic record that Damien's set. I can't see that being beaten for a while. I can't think of anything on the hill climb scene that can go really much quicker. He didn't just break the record, he smashed it. Ian Rowlands had an 800 brake horsepower Metro 6R4 that took the record at 28.16, I think it was, but possibly late 27s. But either way, Damien smashed the record. Fantastic for him. Really, really pleased for him. Super enthusiastic about it all. And Billy's done his lunchtime walk, so hopefully he'll have the goss for us.
Well, I've just had a visit from hill climbing photographic royalty, Geoffrey Robinson, and he's waking his way back down the hill. Yes, Dr. Ian Rowland's record, in the late 27s, wasn't it, that Damien smashed? And that was a thrill to see that legacy going so fast. Never doubted it could do it. It's just getting it all together on the right day.
Yeah, absolutely. The stars kind of have to align for a perfect run, because that is a proper hill climb monster, isn't it? It's been in all the compilations on YouTube, that legacy. I remember in Braga in 2021 at the Masters, we had the legacy, and it was running a full 800 brake horsepower that weekend, because they could run side pipes, which reduces a lot of the back pressure. Obviously, this country we have to run silencers.
Spoil sports.
Yeah, I know, but I remember we were in our enclosed commentary box, and we knew when Damien was coming off the line, because it would shake the commentary box from a good 30 feet away.
You say enclosed commentary. Hello, by the way.
Oh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I suddenly thought, that's not Mr. Chris.
No, it's Mr. Me. You say enclosed commentary box. It sounds glorious. I spent the day in a transit van.
Yes, yeah, it was a transit van, wasn't
next to the start line. I didn't see one car, but it was a great event. Right, we're off and running. We've got James Stocks on the hill in the GR Yaris. He is with you.
Yes, he is indeed, the little Yaris. We saw loads of these last year, but gradually I'm seeing less of them, actually. Young Peter Richins, who'll be up in a Golf R, he had one of these the last 2 years, but he's gone to the Golf now.
Yes, nice car though.
Yeah, they're fantastic. And I was saying they also come with a 7-year warranty, and that warranty includes track days as well, which is just fantastic, isn't it? They must be so sure-footed in the engineering. Such a good exercise for Toyota. It's great to see those cars. James across the line.
Time for James Stocks, 37.42, 37.42. So a bit slower than he went this morning, but a long wait there, and then having to get back into it. Right, we're off and running with the Golf. It's Peter Richings in the Golf R. Off the start in 2.2 seconds. He's with you.
He is, and his wife Joy will be up the hill trying to get some good pictures of him. I think she was at Bournemouth just now, but anyway, here comes young Pete in the R. Deceptively quick things, aren't they? Four-wheel drive, about 300 horsepower, not bad.
Yeah, they are, and this is the latest version. This is the Mark 8 Golf GTR, Golf R. It's got the Haldex four-wheel drive system, so it's front-wheel drive until it needs the rear-wheel drive, and really, really clever system. Fantastic through the S's, lots of grip and across the line.
Time as he crosses the line, it's a 35.89. 35.89. Good time there. Slightly quicker than he went this morning, so he's into the 35s. He did a 36.01 this morning, so good time there from Peter. That is actually the end of the batch, so I realised that it was 2 cars and then a pause.
Well,
So,
this is quite a timely point then to ask a few questions. What did you find out on your lunchtime walk then, Billy? I saw you interviewing Damien, which is great. We're just talking about his record, which is brilliant. He's made up for that, isn't he?
Oh, he's buzzing. He was almost in tears as he crossed the line. But what I found out is that Damien is very happy. So is Simon Bainbridge, who had a great run. I also spoke to, unfortunately, Stephen Darley won't be running this afternoon, as it actually sheared a wishbone as it crossed the finish line.
Good grief.
Bottom one, I think. So they're not running this afternoon because it looks like the other side is a little bit tired as well. So unfortunately, we won't see that. Also, I've just found out that the Gummers' car is not running this afternoon. The Force TA, they've got a bit of a gearbox issue. A rattle that's getting louder and louder, so they don't want to take the risk damaging the car. So unfortunately, we won't see that car this afternoon. What else did I find out? Lots of lovely things. Had very nice, lots of lovely chats.
How was Matt?
Who did you have chats with?
Matt Ryder. Spoke to Matt. He was obviously on cloud 9. Spoke to Sean. Spoke to Toby Moody because they were just lining up the 2 Goulds to do a little photo shoot, the Genesis, if you will, and then the 59. Spoke to Damien, and I spoke to Stephen. Oh, and I spoke to our new record holder, Jonathan Langmead, who took the record in his Lotus Elise.
Yes, as he literally just comes past my commentary box now.
He was made up for that, so as well he should be. A great run from him. So yeah, it was really good. Yeah. Oh, and I spoke to Jonathan Varley, who again was also very happy, given he's just broken that record. But he's like, I'm going to have to go and try and find a 23 now. But yes, very quick run.
Good,
so it's good.
Fantastic. Lots of happy people in that paddock then.
Lots of happy people and warm people. It's boiling down.
It is hot. It's getting on a bit. It's getting a bit warm.
Lovely and cool where I am. I'm in the shade. Got a wind coming through the commentary box. It's perfect for me. I've got the best view in the house, I think, really, at Crossing. Where you can see all the way up to bottom.
View.
It is. I've got all the spectators here as well, which I love. It's fabulous when it's all buzzing like this. Everyone's enjoying themselves. What finer place to be.
Sorry, that was just I was just getting a message from
your
Rich
box
Danby.
gets quite hot, doesn't it?
Oh, it gets really toasty down here. I've been standing most of the day. I get too sweaty when I'm sat on the chair. But Rich Danby, by the way, Damien has given us the onboard already from the record-breaking run he did in the Tim Top Challenge. So next time we have a ad break, if you're watching on the stream, next time we have a batch end, we'll probably be watching that, which will be good. But yes, so it is a bit warm down here, but I'm not going to complain because we've had such a rubbish summer of weather. We're not going to complain now it's warm.
Well, you usually get personal ice creams delivered, don't you?
Well, yes.
Yeah, I'm sure that will happen, don't you?
Well, if it does, I promise not to rub it in.
But never mind, we will manage.
Yes. But you never
We're not jealous, of course. No, never let it be said we're
You're at
jealous.
Crossing now, they can bring one to you. You're
no,
on the right side
about
of
that.
the, right side of the track.
I'm a long way from the ice cream man, aren't I?
Fair enough.
You'd have to go up to bottom S, wouldn't you? So I'm not complaining, but all I know is actually it's quite shaded here at Crossing, which is very pleasant, I've got to tell you.
Yeah. Right, flags are in. Car on the start line is George Manton. Drops the clutch and away we go. George driving the Westfield. 3.03 second start. Already through Crossing. Through Kennel, sorry, to you.
Yes, indeed. It's this 2-litre Westfield. That's right. This is a dual-driven car. Becky Manton is up later as well in this car. I actually don't know much about this particular one. I've not seen much of it in the past, unless they've changed the colour scheme.
Well, quite possibly. We rolled it through bottom S and out of top S, and nice and smooth. And we head towards the finish line.
Meanwhile, Phil Fisher's now on the hill in the Westfield. Another one with you, with the Vauxhall engine.
Yes, indeed. Yes, they've got a few cars, but this is the one they're using at the moment. It's his father and son driving this one. This is Dad at the minute.
Absolutely, yeah. Just a little chirp from the front left alloy, from the front left tyre as it locks under braking, but just getting under the power. You can hear the carburetors working to draw the air into the engine, using all that power to get across the line.
And across the line in a 33.52. Graham Manton did a 35.75. We've now got Phil Fisher on the hill in the lovely Golf liveried Radical with you.
No, we haven't. We got Mike West in the Golf liveried.
Sorry, Mike West.
Yeah, Tim Valley Motorsport, Mike West, Ollie Wright, and making very good progress up towards bottom S now.
Indeed he is, yeah. Been going great all weekend. Brakes nice and early, gets it tucked in nice to the apex. Slap bang in the middle of the road out of top S and away towards the line.
Apologies, Mike, for misidentifying you there. That is, of course, Mike West. It crosses the line, 33.39. 33.39. So we're into sports cars now. Good time there from Mike. It's about 2/10 or so slower than this morning, but a good time all the same. Then we've got a Malak on the line, just had to be refired. They've had issues starting this car all weekend. I've seen it being bump started, I've seen it being restarted with batteries on the line, so they're having a bit of starter motor issues. But doesn't stop them going very quickly indeed, so it is now on the line. Samuel Nicholson aboard the Malak. They're just lining him up with the start line, and we shall, I'm sure in a minute, we will be underway. So builds up the revs in the Malak, drops the clutch, off we go. Here comes Samuel Nicholson. Great start, 2.10 seconds, already into Canal to you.
Yeah, what a beautiful looking thing this is. Proper old clubman's car, lots of history. Father and son driving this one today. 1700 crossflow forward in the front, and my goodness, doesn't it go.
Doesn't it just, I can't believe the entry speed into bottom S, it's just so sure-footed. Absolutely beautifully driven by Samuel Nicholson. A wonderful little oversteer moment in correction on the exit, but already across the line.
In 29.59, Stuart Hook now on the hill in the Westfield, so back into Westfields with you.
Yeah, we got such a lovely little collection of Westfields, don't they sound good? A lot of them got Vauxhall engines, Ford engines, 2 litres usually, sometimes 1600k series, but they're small, light, handle brilliant.
They do, and they're just such a hoot to drive, but you can really feel the extremities of the car, because you can see it all, because it's right there in front of you. Such small, light things, and Stuart's through the S's, no issues at all towards the line.
Heading towards the finish to record a time of 36.04. Simon Price now on the hill, another Westfield with you.
Yes, indeed, another 2 litre version. See his open top there. Oh, he's missed a gear. He's got a bunch of neutrals. He got it going again, and it has cost him some time, unfortunately, into bottom S.
He'll be disappointed with that, but arrives into bottom S. He's just got to remember to keep it cool now, not get too wound up by that, and just finish the job as he can, and uses all that power to get towards the finish.
And he heads towards the finish. We've now got Tim Higgins on the hill, another Westfield with you.
Westfield World, isn't it? Yes, anyway, he's from Osler Street, so not too far away. He's definitely going a little bit quicker, no missed gears for him, and he's approaching the speed trap now, 79 mile an hour.
Indeed, yeah, comes down the gears, high in the RPM, the car rolls over to get to, we've got to see that suspension compression there as it clatters the drain cover on the inside of top S, and we're out towards the finish.
And heads up towards the finish now to cross it, and records a time of 35.85. Malcolm Hickey now on the hill. It's a Caterham, not a Westfield.
Yeah, and a lovely Kawasaki green colour scheme, going very well indeed. He comes from Llandymog in deepest Wales.
Absolutely, yeah, this lovely colour scheme on this one. Just pitches the car upwards as the underpower, the front end lifts up as he turns it then into top S and out towards the finish.
Heads towards the finish to cross the line now in a 35.51. Rob Lloyd on the hill with you in a Westfield.
Yeah, Rob Lloyd, local man from Leicester, second season of hill climbing, runs 2 litre Ford engine in the front of that, getting quicker and quicker every season.
Indeed, he just gets down the gears through bottom S and gets out of it through top S. No dramas at all.
As he heads up towards the finish, I've got Jerry Neary on the hill. It's another Westfield with you.
It is indeed. Jerry's a long-time competitor, comes from Lutterworth. He's a retired gentleman of the parish now, but still driving like the wind.
Indeed he is. You can hear him as he comes into, just takes a slow entrance into bottom S, nice and smooth out of it, and lovely, just feeds the steering wheel straight and applies the power towards the finish.
Heads towards the finish now. Meanwhile, we've now got Richard Price on the hill with you.
Richard Price, always a very regular contender for class lead. A couple of them to follow. Into you.
Indeed, he's absolutely flat out. I think he kind of braked a little bit too harshly, and he just unfortunately managed to get a little bit scruffy through the S's. He's got a bag full of understeer on the exit of top S, and that's to get out of it again. He won't be too happy with that S sector.
Does a 34.82, so yes, about 2 seconds slower than this morning, so we lost some time there through the S's. Steve Garner, class leader with you.
Yeah, Steve Garner, extremely rapid driver actually. He comes from Essex, and you can hear and see how quick he's going. This has got to be taking the lead, only Ray Lure to follow.
Yeah, this is really quick. This is a quick car. Beautiful entry speed into bottom S. Clatters the drain cover, doesn't bother the car at all. You can hear the traction control working and fluffing to control that power. And we're feeding it the gears, and we head across the line.
Heads up towards the finish to record a 31.16, so quicker than he went this morning to consolidate his class lead. Here's Ray Lure, needs to find 8/10 to take the win.
Can he do it? Professor Ray Lure, Mechanical Engineering, Emirates. So anyway, off he goes now. Very well worked car, sharing this with Joy Hoyle.
Indeed, yeah, it's a wonderful car, always beautifully prepared. Just rides the curb slightly, he's on it. He just has to get out the throttle a little bit as the drain cover upset the car. Let's see what he can do. He needs all that power.
What's he going to do as he heads towards the finish? It's a 33.02, so slower than this morning, so Steve Garner takes the win. Right, Andrew Russell on the hill in the Ginetta.
The venerable Ginetta, had it about 20 years. Beautiful handling little car, fiberglass body, imp engine in the back, and he's won the class countless times in this car.
Hasn't he just? Yeah, this is wonderful. I wouldn't know this car existed if it wasn't for Millie Grace telling me it was a Ginetta. Lovely, lovely thing. Beautiful through the S's and fires itself towards the finish.
Heads up towards the finish line now. Meanwhile, Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GT of Ian Stringer on the hill. This is a beautiful car, isn't it?
It's immaculate. It is beautiful, classic Italian engineering. Twin cam in the front of it. Just everything looks good about it, and it goes well.
Indeed it does. What a car. You'd love to take this one home, wouldn't you? Absolutely fantastic. This might be the car I think I would actually like to take home at the end of the day. Stunning.
Yes, very pretty car. Heads up towards the finish now. Andrew Russell, by the way, did a 35.71 in the Ginetta. Ian Stringer crosses the line to do a record of 38.29. Simon O'Sullivan now on the hill in the Lotus.
Yes, he is. The Lotus Elite S1 race car, Lloyd. You tell me all about this one.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can see that the headlights have been blanked out. It's even lights. It's got the built-in roll cage, single seat only, no lights in that car. That is a pure out-and-out race car, and you can see the lightness in the car as it flies across the finish.
Heads up towards the finish to record a 34.69. We have an Opel Manta on the start line. They just seem to have an issue lining it up, so they're just lining up the car with the timing beams. You know that one of these still races in the Nürburgring 24-hour race every year?
It's got a cult following, hasn't it? It's fantastic.
Wow. Foxtail Manta, because it has a fake foxtail on the aerial. It still races every year in the Nürburgring 24 hours. I think that's amazing. Right, Jock Ramsey is on the hill in the Opel Manta with you.
Yes, I think this is lovely too. Jock comes all the way from Allerone, Scotland. He's a big noise on the Dune Club. In fact, I think he runs it. Anyway, he's to you.
Yeah, he's been really, really quick through the S's earlier. He's set a blistering time, and he's going to do that again. He's absolutely rapid through the S's. 9.63, went even faster than that earlier. Let's see what he does across the line.
Crossing the line in a moment's time to record a 34.27. Now we've got Stuart Reid on the hill in this lovely 205. Let's see how far up the grid he can qualify for the Tin Top Challenge later.
Yeah, I think he was just into the 32s earlier in this little car, so he'll be three-wheeling it through. He was in the Tin Top Challenge as well, three-wheeling through bottom S.
Let's see what he does. Look, this is a very, very serious 205. He's on three wheels again. Everything at the front end of this car. It's got a big wide track at the front. Needs to put that power down. It's got in excess of 200 horsepower, that car. Possibly more. Fires its way across the finish.
Meanwhile, we've got 32.06 for Stuart Reid. Stephen Moore with you in the monstrous Evo.
Yes, he did really well. I think he was about fourth in the Tin Top Runoff this morning. Got over 700 horsepower. It's seriously sorted Evo.
Yeah, it's an animal, this car, as he comes in hopping on three wheels actually into this bottom S. He's out of top S, gets on the power a bit later, and now come on, unleash all of that fury, Stephen. Cross the line.
Heads up towards the finish. 29.80. That will qualify in the Tin Top Challenge, I suspect. Jonathan Williamson with you in the Porsche.
Yes, this 40-year-old Porsche. He's just had the engine rebuilt this winter. He comes from Taunton, sharing this one with Laura Ward.
Absolutely, yeah, really quick car, goes really well. Tin Top Challenge contender for sure. Fantastically sure-footed and reliable thing. Just sounds so dependable. And he's off towards the finish.
Heads up towards the finish to record a 30. 2:09.5. Andrew Norris on the hill now with that supercharge, winding away.
So unusual, a 3.3 flat six supercharged Porsche. It seems to work pretty well. Resident of the Team Valley local man.
Absolutely, yeah. It's fantastic engineering in that car to do that. We'd love to know more about that. But you can hear it whooshing as it draws in the air to get all of that power to get the thing across the line.
Heads up towards the finish to record a 32.89. Jeff Twemlow now on the hill in his Subaru.
Got a red flag. Got a red flag. Jeff just slowed up. Yep, okay. Don't know what's happened. Anything up by you, Lloyd?
Nothing to speak of, mate. Can't see anything.
Hang on, I'm just looking at some marshals just coming down onto the track. Whether they're doing a bit more serious sweeping, I don't know.
Have you got a flag at you, Lloyd?
I've got one at crossing.
I haven't got any flags up here.
So it's between. It must be somewhere around crossing then that they.
You've got a very sprightly marshal going down the track to do some serious sweeping, and anyway, he's having a quick look around. They do a brilliant job, our marshals. If you fancy becoming a marshal, join the boys and girls in orange. Have a word afterwards if you see them down in the bar, or any marshals you can collar. You can go on the MAC website as well. You could go on the Shelsley Walsh website as well. And I think my friend Benoit is here. Benoit, good afternoon to you. Benoit is one of our regular commentators at Lowton Park. And he's come for a day's motor racing here this afternoon, so good afternoon to him. So yeah, he's back on post. I think it's going to be fairly soon. We'll be back in action.
Are they turning the Subaru round at bottom S?
Well, he's just coming up to you now. Yes. Up to bottom S rather, so probably yes.
I would suspect that's the case. Whilst we're doing that, so yes, we've got some cars that we're starting to see potentially qualify for the Tin Top Challenge later. As I said, unfortunately, we're not going to see Stephen Darley. Sadly, he's had to go home with, as I said, with that suspension issue. But so somebody else who wasn't in this morning will definitely be in this afternoon.
Was Stuart Gilbert in this morning in the MGB?
No.
No, well, he's got to be a contender, hasn't he? Because he's pretty sharp up here.
Yeah, did a 32.
32, you see, that could be good enough then if Stephen's not around.
Yeah, so what was the cut-off time earlier? I've got my paperwork here. So the cut-off time was a 32.14. However, there's definitely two cars that won't qualify, one being Stephen Darley and the other, of course, being, sadly, Robbie Birrell in the Cayman that rearranged the rector cell. So he won't be qualifying. So we'll have at least two different cars in the Tin Top Challenge compared to this morning. But who are they going to be?
You know, Mark Lawrence went up in the first batch because that's a shared drive with Robbie Birrell. So I don't know how quick he went, but if the car's not ready, he won't be able to do it either.
No, and the car won't be ready, I don't think.
You don't think so? No.
Unfortunately. What did Mark do? Let's see if I can find it. So he did a 32.01. Do you know what that might have qualified?
You know, I think it'd be tight now that Stephen's not in it. So it opens up some cans of worms, doesn't it?
Yeah, it opens up opportunities, doesn't it?
Opportunities. Points mean prizes, don't they?
Thing is, if Mark qualifies, he will qualify but then not be able to start.
Yeah, indeed. Which will be a gutter, won't it? But there you go. It is the way motorsport is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Particularly with shared drives, these things happen, don't they?
Yeah.
And they're both triers, aren't they, to be fair?
Oh, very much so. So we're getting flags in. Flags are in with me, and flags are in at the start line. They rolled the Porsche of Paul Howells back down the pre-start area to rewarm his tyres. So Paul will be coming to the line momentarily. He's still going backwards at the moment. I hope that means he's not got an issue as well. Maybe he just wants all the space he can get to do a burnout. Yes, I think it is. Yes, it is. He's going to do one. He's going to do two. So really get some heat into those rear tyres. This car has the most amazing traction. The way it sits down and squats as it leaves the start line is absolutely incredible. So, and I love the paint job. You've got the sort of green wrap on the day glow yellow. So, on the start line, Paul Howells in the Porsche, waiting to leave the line. Leaves the line now. It's a good start. It's 2.05 seconds, and he's with you.
He is indeed. This is one of my favourite cars. I was quite thrown when I saw the wrap on it earlier in the season, but anyway, I've got used to that now. He comes from the Forest of Dean. It's just a pure old school 911 with huge power.
It is, it's fantastic, isn't it? Just such a good looking car. It's driven properly as well. I think I noticed that. Just had to get out of the throttle as the bank headed towards him. We got a bit of understeer, unfortunately, so it may have cost him some time, but tries to make up for it.
Heads up towards the finish, 32.33. Jeff Twemlow back on the hill for his second attempt at his run, as he was flagged before.
Yes, Jeff comes all the way from Cornwall, actually. He's a retired gentleman, and he's had one or two health issues, so but fair play to him, still keep coming and keep enjoying his hill climb.
Absolutely, yeah, he's just with me now, popping and banging into sight as he gets himself back on the paddock near that wastegate, fluttering as it dumps the boost, which he's now using to get himself up the finish straight.
Heads up the finishing straight now towards the finish, crosses the line to record a 36.54. Right, now we've got the MGB. This sounds brilliant. Still spinning its wheels as it passes me in second into your view.
I love this car. He's got an MG business in Kent, and this one is big, freaked out MGB as you can get. 5.3 litre V8 Rover engine, spins it, goes over 100 over the line, usually about 110.
He came in very hot into bottom S and just had to get out of it. I think that will have cost him some time through the S's, to be honest. He might not be too happy with that, but let's see what he can do across the line.
It's a 32.30. Nigel Elliott now on the hill in this incredibly powerful turbocharged TR7.
Turbocharged TR7 too. Mad thing that is, isn't it? He's had a big accident to that in the past. He's totally rebuilt it, and now he's back racing.
Yeah, absolute handful. I don't think it's even running any traction control or any systems or anything like that. I think it's purely based on Nigel's right foot, which just gets a little bit out of balance, and he just has to get back on the power again. A little bit messy, but I'm sure he'll be okay.
Now on the line, we've got the current closed course record holder, Damien Bradley, rockets off the line in the Legacy to you.
Hold on to your hats, folks. Damien Bradley, our new champion of the TikToks. Listen to that car. Watch it go.
What's Damien going to do this time? He rockets into sight. He's really going well, really leaning on it. He will have found his groove. He'll be riding high on confidence. He really does chuck the car through the S's. It's really aggressive from Damien.
If he can do under a 28.18, it's a new class record. Can he do it?
Which he
yes,
does.
He does.
Another record.
28.10.
Well done,
class
Damien. Brilliant
for Damien Bradley. So, and we've got the bowling graphic on the screen. Class record for Damien Bradley. 28.10, so reduces it from a 28.18. So not only has he got the class record, he's got the closed car record. He's going home with a full bingo card, isn't he?
He'll be doing well. He needs some more space in that trophy cabinet.
Yep, and it was a 1.92 second start.
There'll be celebrations. Very good, brilliant. So he's taken the record back from Stephen Darley in the same car, set 2023. Let's get this right. Come on, Ponzi. You get word salad this time of the day. Do you find that? You've said that many words.
Word salad.
Word salad. That's the word of the day, boy.
Brilliant run there. Absolutely fantastic to see. By the way, I've just got the onboard coming up on the screen of the fastest tip-top run ever with Damien Bradley. He's coming up on the stream, and I can talk you through it from the onboard. It's absolutely amazing. He's on paddles. This car rockets into the first corner. Really neat, tidy through Kennel. No hit of opposite lock. Same through crossing, like one motion in, one out. He's working at the steering wheel between the Kennel and the King because he's going so quick. Turns it into the bottom S. A couple of bites in the cherry to get into bottom S. Lovely through top S. Carries so much speed. It was a really smooth run. Rockets up the finishing straight. Crosses the line. If you're watching on the stream, I know that the onboard's been put on mute because otherwise you'd be hearing some naughty words right now. But absolutely brilliant. He is punching the air inside that car after the run this morning. Fantastic.
And he'll be absolutely over the moon. He's got a great social media presence, has Damien. He always gives plenty of insights. Do follow them on Team Legacy UK, and he will be ever so grateful to see all of your photos, videos, anything you have that you can tag them in. They super grateful.
So that was a really good run, and I'm sure, Rich, if you can hear me, if you can put up the where we are on qualifiers for the Tin Top Challenge, if you can do that graphic. There it is. So yes, Damien Bradley currently qualified quickest on a 28.10. Second is currently Stephen Moore on a 29.80. Third is Mark Lawrence on a 32.01. Fourth is Stuart Reed on 32.06. Then Duncan Andrews, he wasn't in this morning. He's gone really well in 32.07. Then Paul Howells on a 32.33, Robert Lancaster-Gay on a 32.46, Richard Snow on a 32.49, Andrew Norris on a 32.89, and Jonathan Williamson on a 32.95. However, we have 2 serious contenders still to come. We're going to have the Skoda Fabia of Roger Moran, and we're going to have the SBR Chrono of Simon Bainbridge. So I'd expect those 2 cars to qualify, which unfortunately might knock Andrew Norris and Jonathan Williamson out. So quite a different look to that top 10, and a really good run from Duncan Andrews, who wasn't in this morning, who's currently sat in 5th place, so he'll be really happy with that. So it should be good. Stuart Reed, incidentally, qualified 4th at the minute in that little Pug, the little 205. God, doesn't he drive that well?
It's the only way to drive it.
What, well?
Fast. Well, I say fast. He really was leaning on the front end. He's clearly got it very well dialed in.
Yes, definitely, I'd agree. And then Mark Lawrence qualified in the Cayman, 2.5 litre. That's not the car that he doesn't share that car with. No, it's a different Cayman, isn't it? That is the Richard Snow, the Robbie Burrell car. Yes. No. Right. Mark Lawrence will qualify, but he won't run because, unfortunately, with. Oh no, I might be talking rubbish. We'll find out. We shall find out later on. Right, so cars all back down here. Flags coming in at the start line. Cars with drivers in the paddock, ready to run. So we've got the flags in. We're awaiting a car to come to the start line. I'm expecting a single-seater, and I'm expecting a little force of Robin Wood, and that is who I can see coming to the line. So we're in the 1100cc class now, or up to 1100 cc's. Robin going quicker and quicker all weekend after this being their first trip here. So brilliant to see. Robin did a 28.30 this morning in his first class run, and he did a 29.35 in his practice run this morning. So he keeps finding big chunks of time. Let's see how he gets on. So, visor down, sets off the line, here we go. Here comes Robin Wood, rockets past me in the little 1100cc force, nicely through Keno into your view. Carries on up the hill, through crossing, beautifully done, right in the middle of the road. Using all the roads, he goes through the kink, braking into bottom S into your view.
With me now, yeah, just takes a little nibble of the curb on the inside, goes left, goes right, and uses all of that power, feeds it the gears, slap bang in the middle of the road, he's across the line.
Heads up towards the finish to record a 28.86, slightly slower than he went this morning. Next on the hill, we've got Tim Thompson in the purple OMS 28, 1100cc engine again, rockets off the line, 2.07 second start, nicely through Kennel to you.
Yes, I've got him. Oh gosh, that's quite loud, Al. Yeah. We just had a visit from our comms royalty, Al, and it does sound a wee bit loud.
Into my side now comes Tim Thompson. Takes a nice little bit of power as he goes lovely out of top S, feeds it the gears, lovely car that. In that striking purple across the line.
Heads up towards the finish, 28.37. Steve Morgan on the hill now in the very vibrant coloured bluey green Empire.
Yes, well, not much green in it, but lots of blue and pink. Anyway, he's on his way, sparking up the hill. We're just adjusting volumes.
With me now, just takes a little bit of beautiful little bit of oversteer in and a little bit of oversteer out of the S's. Feeds it the gears, does Steve, what's he going to do?
Heads towards the finish to record a 28.05. Everyone's slightly slower at the moment than their morning run, so it might be that the hill has just got slightly too hot, almost greasy hot. Right, we're back into Formula Fords. We've got Kirsten Dodd on the line. Kirsten really going well this weekend, already down into the 34s. What can she do now? She's with you.
Who knows, because I'm just testing my mic out here now. We're just adjusting it now, how we're doing. Anyway, she's heading up towards bottom S. Sounds a bit better.
Yeah, and with me it just turns left beautifully. The beautiful line to bottom S, absolutely fantastic. Bit of oversteer correction on the exit of top S. and we're off towards the finish.
Heads towards the finish. She did a 34.37 this morning. What's she going to do this afternoon? 34.63. 34.63. Next on the hill, Paul Harris, another Formula Ford, another Van Diemen. Did a 35.53 this morning. He's nice and clearly through Kennel to you.
Yes, he is, Paul Harris, actually. This is such an even little class. It's really about the drivers. The cars are very even. They're all pretty much running the same tyres, same suspension, same engines.
Absolutely, yeah, rolls it into bottom S nicely, no drama. Avoids the drain cover on the entrance of top S, and uses all that power to get towards the finish.
As he heads towards the finish, Adam Greenham's on the hill. He's with you.
Oh my goodness, it's the Green. Oh my goodness, he is absolutely flying. These Greenham boys sparking and bumping into bottom S.
Yeah, just comes into bottom S now. It just takes a little nibble of the curve, just upsets the car, but he corrects it, no problem at all. Gets on the slippery side of the course, but no issues. He's across the line.
It's going to be a good time. It is 25.38, 25.38 for Adam Greenham. It was a 35.35 for Paul Harris in the Formula Ford. Now we've got Liam Cooper on the line. Hopefully the issue that was being had with Olivia trying to get a gear is sorted. It seems to be. Liam's off the start, 2.15 seconds in the 1600cc Force TA. Into your sight.
Yes, he is. This is the colour that I thought Chris's Mercedes might be. This rather pale, greeny, sort of ice colour. Is that the colour, Lloyd?
Not quite, but nearly. But Liam flashes into sight. It goes left, it goes right. Beautiful through the S's. Uses all that power, flicks through the gears. It's across the line.
28.15, 28.15. What did he do this morning? Liam did I'll check what Liam did earlier. He did at 27.04, so about a second or so slower. Adam Greenham went quicker in the run you've just seen. Right, who we got next? It's Alan Warburton, already through Kennel with you.
Yes, one of the first. This is this glorious Gorgia 59 with the motorbike engine in the back. The David Warburton campaign very successfully this morning in the runoff.
Yeah, Alan always goes well in this car, really does. He's gone left, gone right, beautiful through the S's. The traction control just fluffing as he modulates the power and feeds it the gears. He's across the line.
Heads up towards the finish, 26.21, 26.21. Next on the hill, we're back into Westfield Caterham land. We've got Westfield of Graham Manton on the hill with you.
Yes, it is Graham Manton. This is the shared car with Becky Manton. This is a car I don't know a lot about, but similar spec to most of the other Westfields we've got, but it looks like it had a new paint scheme.
Absolutely, I can hear it. Just a big lock-up at the front as we enter bottom S. Will have cost some time, unfortunately, but getting to grips with the car. Graham Manton is really pushing on, and he's heading towards the finish.
Okay, we've got young Ben Fisher. Here he comes now in the bright yellow one, coming towards you now.
Yeah, just flashing into sight, rolls nicely, no such lockups this time as we, a little bit of power gets up to the left-hand side between the two S's, middle of the road, use that power, go through the gears, get across the line.
Becky Manton did a 34.51. Ben Fisher crosses the line now to do a 33.15. Phil Goff now on the hill in the Caterham 7 with you.
Yeah, the Hayabusa engine one, very rapid car indeed. He drives it very well indeed. Love the colour scheme on it too, into bottom S.
Yeah, absolutely, running some trick engine management as it pops and bangs through this what can only be a sequential gearbox, I would imagine. You can just hear it, just got a little bit upset over the drain cover there, but all sorted. He's heading rapidly to the finish.
Does a 32.07. Right, Roger Moran on the hill in the Skoda. What can he do to qualify for the tin top runoff?
I think he'll do plenty because he's got a very rapid car. He's a brilliant driver, ex-British Hillclimb champion as well. Father of Scott Moran, our 6 times champion who's currently retired.
Hard on the brakes, rolls it nicely. Being a rally car, he can take a little bit of current, doesn't upset the car, goes over the drain with no issues. Couple of quads of power as he applies all of it to get towards the finish line. What's he going to do?
Absolutely silky smooth, as you'd expect from Roger Moran, to do a 29.46. That qualifies him second at the moment for the tin tops. Next off the line, we've got Steve Mundy. By the way, that 29.46 is a class record. Slightly slower than he went this morning, but the class record stands from the beginning of the day for Roger Moran for that.
Here comes the rallycross car of Steve Munday. This is 600 brake horsepower, 4-wheel drive. Mad thing, that one, isn't it? Coming into bottom S.
Yeah, absolutely. Not designed for grip, but designed for rapid acceleration. Absolutely fantastic. Turbo fluttering away as you get on and off the power. It gets it straightened up. It's trying to wiggle and pop and bang. It's all going on as he feeds the gears and goes across the line.
Heads towards the line, 32.79. John McQuillan on the hill now in the Radical.
Yes, I've got John McQuillan now, the Team Valley Motorsport car. Yes, he's sharing that with Mike West today. Lovely little Radical 1300 Hayabusa in the back, makes a lovely package.
Yeah, with me, just that Golf livery is fantastic. Goes left, goes right, nice and smooth. Go through the gears towards the finish.
Heads towards the finish to record a time of 32.87. Stephen King on the hill now in the Radical Pro Sport.
Yes, indeed. This is the early Radical, isn't it? The one that's a very basic one, but it still runs the motorbike engine in the back, the Hayabusa. Nice little car on its way to bottom S.
Yeah, absolutely. You can just hear it coming down the gears. He turns in, nice middle line to bottom S, middle of the road, the front end bobbing up and down. There's no weight, no mass to this car whatsoever. Feeds the gears, out of top S, away we go.
Heads towards the line, it's a 33.65. Matthew Price on the hill now, currently third in class with you.
Super quick car, 280 brake horsepower. This is a full-blown Radical, this one. This is first season of hill climbing and he's going very well indeed.
Matthew's not short of commitment in this Radical, clearly knows this car really well, just gets a little bit close to the back, but no dramas at all, feeds it the gears. Away we go, fifth, sixth, across the line.
Where's he going to go quicker? Yes, no, slightly slower, 29.63, 29.63, right. Oh, a missed gear for Robin Nicholson as he came under me. That will cost him time, but he's with you.
Yes, okay, this is one of my favourite cars, always has been, to be fair. I'd like to see more Mallocks on the hill. There used to be quite a few back in the day, but anyway, they're not so many, so this is a beautiful example to look at.
Always rolls in with plenty of speed. It's a beautiful line, carries so much momentum through the S's, as reflected in an S time of 8.96. Feed it the gears, let's use that power, get across the line.
Heads up towards the finish, it's a 31.53 for Robin. It's a bit slower than he went this morning because he missed a gear as he came past me. Right, rocketing under my commentary box is Alan McDonald in the Force with you.
Yes, Alan McDonald, very quick driver. Do you remember when he had that four-wheel drive Mini with the Mitsubishi running gear and engine? Well, now he's got this. This actually holds the class records in the hands of Rob Stevens, we bought it off.
Hell of a thing, lots of power, an absolute animal, this car, no doubt. And he's just turning left, turning right, so he's very close to that wheel. Elbows and arms, I can see adjusting the steering wheel as he straightens it up and gets across the line.
Heads up towards the finish to record a 28.65. 28.65, good time from Alan, quicker than he went this morning. Right, Graham Lokes on the hill now in the lovely sounding Porsche-engined Lola.
Yes, he put this engine into this car. He actually rebuilt the engine as well. Graham is a regular at Logan Park. I think he's on the Hagley committee. Anyway, he's into bottom S.
Yeah, little chirp as he gets on the brakes. No ABS in these cars, obviously. Well before then, just all about what you can do with your feet. As he gets it all sorted, he can do with his hands. He gets it through the S's beautifully. Changes gear, gets across the line.
Simon Bainbridge on the hill now in the chrono, already with you.
What a beast that is! Listen to that. He was he runner-up in the tin top, wasn't he, this morning?
He was indeed. As you said earlier, Chris, this car doesn't look like it's going that fast, but it really is. You can't really see anything. It doesn't really tell much of a story from its suspension, but it's just so efficient and quick. Fires across the line.
This is going to be quick. It is 28.29. 28.29 puts him just behind, I think, Damien in the qualification for the Tin Top Challenge. Very, very close indeed. Right, Duncan Barnes on the hill now in the lovely 2-litre turbocharged Norma. So CN chassis Norma with a 2-litre turbocharged Honda engine in the back. Currently leads the class, guaranteed the class win already from his morning run of 27.24, but can he go quicker? He's been in the 26s here, so what can he do? Right, builds up the revs, drops the clutch in this really lovely car. It's a fast start, 1.97 seconds. He's already into kennel with you.
He certainly is. This is the incredible Norma. This is the car to have on European long hill climbs. Honda engine, turbocharged, 500 horsepower. Wow, that's quick.
Yeah, this is a really angry thing. This is a really angry thing. He turns in beautifully into bottom S. The boost builds and dumps as he gets popping and crackling his way towards the finish.
This looks quick, Duncan. Is it going to be into 26s? Yes, 26.91. 26.91. Well done, Duncan. A little bit quicker than he went this morning, which is great to see. So that brings the batch to a close. I can take you through some class results if you would like.
Please do, Billy.
Have you had any?
Not to my knowledge.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll start right at the top then. So, Class A1 for road cars, series production up to 2 litres, won by Jonathan Langmead in the Lotus with a time of 32.50, incidentally a class record. Second, Robert Wilson winning the Battle of the Wilsons today on a 32.89, and then Dave Wilson third on a 33.22. So it's a Lotus lockout of the podium. Class A2, Road Cars Series Production over 2 litres. Robbie Rorell takes the class win, even though he sadly didn't fail to finish his second run, but his first run was good enough for the class win, 31.46. Robert Lancaster Gay second on a 32.08 in another Cayman, and Richard Snow in another Cayman third on a 32.1. Oh no, I've got that wrong. My timing hasn't gone them in the right order, because I can see there's some faster second runs. So apologies. It's 32.01 with Mark Lawrence in second, 32.07 Duncan Andrews in third. So I do apologise about that. Next we've got Class A3 Road Car Series Production, and we've got the win of the class going to Peter Richings on a 35.89. Second, James Stocks on a 36.85. In the Road Cars Specialist Production class, so this is all your sort of Caterhams and Westfield, the win goes on a 31.16 to Steve Garner. Second in class is Ray Lure on a 31.96, and third, Joy Hoyle on a 32.09. Then we've got modified series production cars up to 1400cc, and that is a class of 1, won by Andrew Russell in the Ginetta. Then we've got modified series production cars up to 2 litres. Stuart Reed takes the win there, which is great to see, with Jock Ramsey in second. And Jock Ramsey actually identical times this morning and this afternoon, which is quite interesting. Well done, Jock. Some other class of cars I can take you through. Damien Bradley wins C3 series production cars over 2 litres on a 28.10, which is incidentally also the class record. Stephen Darley second on a 29.75, even though he didn't run this afternoon. Stephen Moore on a 29.80, so very close behind. Stephen Darley takes third in class. Class D, this is for specialist production cars, modified, so Caterhams and Westfields that are slightly more modified. Class win taken by Phil Goff on a 31.72, followed by Ben Fisher on a 33.14, and then Phil Fisher on a 33.52. Sports Libra, we've just seen them. Roger Moran taking the win there in the Skoda on a 29.09, which is also absolutely shatters the class record, with Steve Mundy in the Ford in second. And then Sports Libra cars up to 2 litres, so this is your Radicals and the like, won by Alan McDonald in the big Force SR4, the supercharged Force, on a 28.65 that you just saw him set. And interestingly, second in class is equal Matthew Price and Robin Nicholson, one Radical, one Mallock, who both did a time of 29.49. Finally, the class of cars I can give you now is no, I think that's all I can. Oh no, I can give you Sports Libra cars over 2 litres, won by Duncan Barnes on a 26.91 that you just saw him do. Simon Bainbridge second on a 28.29, and Graham Lokes third on a 31.50. And we have our runners and riders now for the Tin Top Challenge, which I will take you through at the end of the next batch, because the flag is in, so cars are about to run in the new batch.
So I've just had a visit from Martin Bannister, our hill climbing marshal royalty, and he likes that title, I think. He's very good. He's on walkabout today. He's just cruising, and he's going to all the posts today, checking everything out, you know. So here he is. Yeah, there he is. That's it. There's the marshals looking at him now. Yes.
I'm just going to step away from the microphone. I'm going to swap so you can hear a bit more of Chris, and I'll speak to you again a little later.
Thanks, Billy. Thank you, Billy. And we will look forward to Chris again.
Now you remember the banned word, which you're not allowed to use.
What was that, tidy and neat?
Oh, that was the old one. The new one is dulcet.
Dulcet? Oh, that's quite a nice word, dulcet.
I don't know what it means. Now then, Andrew Colburn, very quick, 2.06 off the line.
Indeed, yes, this is an ex-Formula Ireland car, but anyway, all you need to know is a 2-litre single-seater, very quick, co-driven.
Yeah, they've been driving great all weekend. This car, little wing flapping about at the back. It's really close to the bank as we apply that power, and you used that pneumatic gear shift to swish through the gears and across the line.
With a time of 29.68, he'll be pleased to be in the 20s. Nicola Dearden is always quick.
Yes, here she comes now, actually, in the Gould Dallara, that's right. Yes, it's Vauxhall power in the back, about 280 horsepower, so a lot of power.
Yeah, lovely thing this, and it's quite iconic with that narrow body and the double stacked air filters out the side of it, and it looks great as we just get a couple of prods of power and get it lined up towards the finish.
And it's a 34.02.104, Paul Alexander. Very pretty car. Everyone says that Dallara's got a very narrow body. Well, they all have, but this one doesn't have sidebox.
Well, it is a pretty little thing, the Force PC, 1300 turbocharged bike engine, it's always going to go well, isn't it?
Yeah, rolls it into bottom S nicely, rolls out of top S well, now unleashes that turbocharged engine, pops and bangs, just misses a gear as he gets across the line. That happened yesterday to him as well.
109 over the line, time 28.86, good time. Now then, Zag Zamet all the way from Malta.
And this is effectively in the Works Empire race. My goodness me, 1300 turbocharged, sparking, bumping into bottom S, fantastic sight.
Come on, Zach, absolutely fantastic. Go on, Zach, he's properly done a three-wheel drift almost between the S's as he powers his way up towards the finish line. Incredible.
Wow.
No way.
23.93.
23.93, that's astounding.
And it's a record in this class, isn't it, K1?
Fantastic.
Josh Goodyear's got a 22.86, but it's still a brilliant time.
It is.
Here comes Kelvin Broad. This is the car that Alex Coles drove earlier so well and brilliantly. Kelvin driving it very well. Never driven it so quick, I don't think.
Absolutely, yeah. This car's an absolute monster in the hands of both Alex and Kelvin. Brilliant car. A little bit of understeer as he goes towards the back, but gets it all sorted out. Traction control does its thing. Feeds the gears. We're across the line.
26.72, 123. And off goes Gary Warren. Good start, 2.05.
Yes, Gary comes from Aberdeen. This car is very quick. It's an elderly version, but by goodness me, that doesn't stop him going quick, does it?
You can hear it screaming up the hill as it suddenly arrives at bottom S, gets on those brakes and turns around. The high airbox on this car, very distinguishable. Little bit of wiggle out of top S. Feeds it the gears, across the line.
27.07. I spoke to Alex. He's thrilled to be sharing this car, having such fun. Anthony Wood, car number 77.
Yeah, I've got him in sight now, Chris. This is another one of those little forces, a very impressive little car indeed. He's got to come all the way down from Newcastle, so come a long way.
YI man, as he arrives pretty quickly into bottom S, may have overbraked himself and just uneased himself between the two S's, but I think he'll get away with it. And he's feeding it the gears again as he goes over the line.
Class I we're in, racing cars up to 1100, and Anthony's time 30.06. Who've we got on the line? 1778 is Gavin McLaren, not far from home, Starbridge, in the earlier OMS, but going nicely.
Yes, this is the one with the exposed engine at the back there. Doesn't make any difference at all to him. He's flat through the crossing, flat up to the bottom S there, nothing held back.
Absolutely, yeah, rolls it into bottom S, just has a little wiggle. Unfortunately, the bank was looking like it was heading to him quite quickly, so he just had to get off the power. Had a bit of a pendulum effect, but he's saved it and he's across the line.
Nevertheless, 28.96. Richard Matosian in this incredible Predator with a tiny little BMW engine. It's sensational.
It is sensational. Over to you, Lloyd.
Super quick, yeah, arrives really well into this, into the S's. Lots of grip. You can see the tyres asking a lot of those to grip it up before it hit the bank, but no problem at all across the line.
26.72, 114 for Richard. It's taken him a little while to get the hang of this car, but my word, he's going well now. Who's on the line? 81 is Jonathan Flesher, down from Harrogate in the 1100cc OMS 28. That'll be a bike engine, of course.
Yes, everything's bike engine in this particular class. We're in the racing cars 600cc to 1100cc.
Yep. Excellently off the line.
pretty car too, isn't it? Well put together. Running on methanol too. You see the orange mark on it, that denotes methanol.
107 bottom S.
Absolutely, yeah, rolls it nice, takes a little bite of curb, has a little bit of oversteer as he heads back towards the bank, and again he's on top of this car like you wouldn't believe, is Jonathan. Really, really having a good go.
With a time of 27.2, 27.20 for Jonathan. Now then, 82, Nigel Pitt.
Yeah, he comes now.
A younger OMS.
Indeed, yes, it's actually quite a recent car, only about 3 or 4 years old. Anyway, this is a full carbon-bodied job, so very nice indeed.
Nigel's so committed, he just over-rotates the car slightly onto bottom S. I don't think he will have lost any time there, which is good. Really neat out of top S, and we're powering towards the finish.
With a 27.62, speed 105. So he's losing a bit on the straights. But 1.96 off the start is pretty good. And 100. Now then, who have we got? Tom Morgan.
Such a distinctive car with Tom Morgan. This is the sun, and he's very rapid indeed, sparking his way up the hill. My goodness me, he's trying hard, not lifting at all.
Absolutely furious up the hill as I can hear, and he just has a little wiggle at the top S, just gets on the power, uses the throttle to get him around top S. Absolutely brilliant from Tom, and he's going towards the across the line.
26.74, 26.74, 109 for Tom. Good time. Now then, Clive Austin lives at the top of the hill, doesn't have far to travel, got a lovely collection of cars, of which this is the quickest.
It is indeed, yes, little bike engine car, but he loves driving it. It's so precise, so nimble, keeps his foot flat down.
Yeah, really precise, nice and tight into bottom S, a little more power between the two, and just opens up that steering to straighten the car up. Third, fourth, fifth, do we get to sixth? Yes, we do, across the line.
27.9, 105 over the line. Now then, Tom Weaver. Tom is turning into, or has long turned into, a brilliant young driver.
Quite right, sensational young driver, I reckon, from local man, from Ludlow, but this car suits him great. It's very quick and he drives it brilliantly.
Tom has been full of confidence and competence all weekend. That is so quick through the S's, 7.69. He's really up there with the big boys in terms of S approach.
Has Richard decided to leave it to Tom?
Do you know what? He hasn't raced this weekend, has he, thus far?
No.
Well, he won't be now.
Wow, dipping into the 25s as well, 25.98 quick.
That's good.
Brilliant.
Really good. David Tatham, always quick. Neat and tight. Oh, I mustn't say that.
We caught you out, Chris. Anyway, yeah, David Tatham, our farmer from Malton in Yorkshire. He also, his brother's here as well, Pete, so have a look at him as well.
Yeah, Dave's one of the really quick guys in the 1100 class, and he's just tipped the car beautifully, takes a load of bank, gets up the bank, but gets away with it. He's across the line.
26.24. They should be sharing a combine in this weather.
Yes.
26.24, 107, 113 into bottom S. Good run. 26.24. Oh dear. I need my sunglasses on. Is this Stuart Binkley? It is. You wouldn't miss it on a dark night.
Here he comes, Stuart Binkley, another superb young driver. Sometimes his dad's out with him too in the Radical, but this is Stuart's car. My goodness me, he's quick.
He's arriving into my sight absolutely furiously quick, absolutely a lesson in how to go through the S's there from Stuart. 7.68 through the S's, that's so quick. What's he going to do over the line?
He's going to do a 25.74. And we're into Formula Fords, almost a Van Diemen single make series, with a Nike and a Pringett intervening.
Yeah, young Max Hawk's driving this one today. This is they've got a couple of cars in their collection, but this one is the family Formula Ford. Very nice too.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a stealthy looking car, this one. It's all black. The paintwork looking absolutely pristine as Max negotiates through the S's and heads towards the finish.
Do you know why they're called Van Diemen's?
No.
Because the guy who started the company, whose name escapes me, came from Tasmania, which used to be called Van Diemen's Land.
Oh, I thought it was like a Dutch exorcist or something.
No, something like that. Max Hawk's 34.41. Carol Nichols, whose dad was a great car builder, built lots of Nikes and repaired lots of Lotuses.
Indeed, well, she's through the S's and heading to the finish.
So Carol bought this in memory of her dad and competes all over the place. 40.1 for her. Mike Gallery is quick and nearly there.
He is indeed. There was a flag shown to him on the at the S's, which doesn't seem to have been adhered to, but I don't really know why we had the flag.
We got a flag down here at crossing.
He still records a time, but I, whether that put him off or not, I don't know. I would be forgiven for not seeing. There was I'm just seeing a marshal picking up what looks like a fairly sizable rock.
Ooh, wow!
I shall try and find out.
Trouble, it doesn't really work to show a red flag in front of the car.
No, and it did. Well, it was a bit late, but it obviously come off the back of. Well, it obviously been flicked up by Carol's car, but yeah, there was a reasonable rock, I suppose you could say. It'd break a window either way if you threw it at it. So, but it seemed to not fuss Mike, and he carried on. So whether he'll just count that, it would make sense for him to.
He'll say it only cost him 5 seconds.
We can be really cheeky and say it cost him 12, so he got 22.36.
Flags are in, Chris.
Flags are in, and a car on the line is a Pringet Mistral. You don't see many of those on a dark night. 14 of them were built. Only 2 or 3 survive, of which this is the best one.
Yes, Les Buck, our regular competitor in this little car. Lovely to see it. It's an old car too by Formula Ford standards, but still pretty competitive.
A lot of them went to driving schools, race schools.
Yeah, it carries wonderful speed through the S's. It looks like a really, really competent car. Must have been so competitive back in the day.
And Les is nearly there to achieve a 34.82, which is pretty good. Sarah Bosworth is always quick.
Sarah Bosworth just going by me now, making back. She's really quick. She's the Demon Barber of Sheffield.
Absolutely rolls into bottom S really well, nice and smooth. It's always good to see what time Sarah and Caroline Ryder can exchange between each other. So Sarah's about to lay down the final marker of the day.
Here comes Caroline, Matt's mum.
Yes, indeed. Caroline, she's on her way now. Always a close battle between her and Sarah Bosworth.
Well, Sarah did a 33.86, which is, I think, the quickest Formula Ford so far.
Well, let's see what Caroline has to say about it. Looks like she's carrying similar kind of entry speed into bottom S as Sarah, if not a shade quicker. But let's see if she got the horsepower to get her up to that finish line before a 33.86.
No, sadly not. 34.08. Jimmy Harris, car number 93, is the last of our Formula Ford Van Diemens.
He was the quickest earlier, I believe.
Was he?
Yeah, I think so. It sounds about 31 earlier.
Sounds notably higher RPM as it heads up the hill, so maybe it's got a slightly spicier engine, who knows, but uses all of the track as we just flick a little bit of dust up on the exit of Top S and we're across the line.
394 is Gary Hill, Jimmy Harris, 32.77, car number 394. Search through the program to find that.
Absolutely, yeah, rolls nicely and really gets it stopped on a dime as he just has a little pot of power. Beautiful through Top S, really changes the direction very well indeed. And let's get across the line.
27.62 is a really good time.
Mark Schlanker in the ex-Iron Price, absolutely flying in the little force. He would be pleased with this time. I think he did about a 26 earlier.
He did indeed, yeah. The front end of this car's looked really, really sharp all weekend. It just turns in beautifully, as he's just demonstrated to me there through the S's. 7.99, that's really quick through the S's. We'll cross the line.
25.80, 115, that's a really good time. Steve Potter in car number 95.
Yeah, Stephen Potter just going by. He's not long had this car, little Empire Evo, 1600cc, on his way to you.
Yeah, driving really well. Gets a beautiful line through this. He gets it facing back towards the bank and then flicks it back around to slingshot himself at the final straight and across the line.
To record a time of a good time, 26.92, off the line. Andy Greenans. The Greenans are always extremely brave and extremely quick.
Electric, these guys are. I tell you what, he has absolutely got beautiful lines going up the hill, flying into bottom S now.
He's so quick. What's Andy going to do? He's actually quite tame on the entrance of bottom S, and a big slide now. He uses all the track, just about got away with that. And he's across the line. I said that last year, I'm sure, of Andy Greenan.
24.59. Does that get him in the runoff? We shall see. Olivia Cooper in the Force TA, daughter of Richard Branner, the record here for a long time, and sadly died a couple of weeks ago. Lovely guy.
Absolutely, yeah. And with me now, Olivia's just such a great driver, all round fantastic up at Shelsley in that Force, and she's through the S's nice and I almost said nice and neatly. Does that count? But across the line.
That's all right. That's allowed. 27.17.
Well, we may have David Warburton, Chris, do we, in a minute?
We should do, and he's on the line right over on the left-hand side of the start line. Assumes there's less rubber there, so perhaps more grip. We shall see. Well, it's 2 seconds exactly, which is pretty good.
Yes, coming into Canal now. He's good lines through here. Coming through crossing. Not lifting a jot. He's absolutely on it. Can he get through the corner?
Dave is like Scale Electrics in real life. Wow, what an entrance into bottom S. Fantastic. That's the quickest I've ever seen anybody go exit out of top S. That's fantastic. He's going to power himself towards the finish line. Come on, Dave, what can you do?
Wow, 24.53, 146 into bottom S, 116 over the line. That is incredible. Absolutely brilliant.
I think if he was doing 146, I think that's a little ambitious from our speed trap there. But either way, very impressive through the S's.
Sean Gould ticked me off for quoting the recorded times here into bottom S. He said they're all wrong. He said
I think they've been a bit hit and miss.
He says the commentary is all wrong. I said,
Well, that's nice of Sean.
Yeah.
Anyway, they've got all the telemetry on their car.
Well,
haven't
that's right.
So they got big computery typey things, particularly on his fancy Gould.
He said his car's never been more than 156. Only 156.
Only 156.
Time for David Warburton, 24.53. Excellent.
Some amazing times through there. I mean, little Tom Weaver's just absolutely flying in that Empire, isn't he? Really was. I mean, he had an S speed there of 7.69 through the S's. That is up there with the real big boys. That is. That's a lad that knows his car.
To be under 7 seconds through the S's is just amazing. David Warburton 7.52 is pretty good. Andy Greenan 7.62.
Well, we've only got 2 more batches. I think that's the end of the batch, isn't it? So we've only got 2 more batches before we're back into those runoff things. Wow, that's going to be good, isn't it? It's quite shady up here now, Chris. Obviously, the trees and the sun moving over. Well, the trees haven't moved, but the sun's moving.
It's the later runs in the September meeting where you're head on into the very low sun. And poor old Simon Taylor got really blinded and went off the road in the Stovebolt. Luckily, it did no damage. So he just couldn't see a thing.
Oh, wow, yes. Well, this is what the bravery of our drivers here today, and, well, any hill climb, but if you look at that and the speeds they're going and where you get light patches and dark patches, it's got to be really difficult to see where you're going.
But what a perfect day we've had. We're moving on to Class K1, which I used to call the gentleman's class, up to 2 litres, normally aspirated. 2 litre class was launched in, I think, 88, and it was always very competitive. March 782s against Cobeams and things, and Billy is back, and Billy can take the privilege of commentating on the next few batches. And I'll have a go on the tin tops.
Wonderful, we'll catch you later.
Cheers, Chris. I'm actually just going to step off for a quick comfort break, and I'll be back in just a moment.
Hill climbing is one of the most popular forms of motorsport. Drivers compete against the clock over a tarmac course, typically around 1 to 1.5 kilometres long. It attracts a whole range of cars, from road-going saloons to specialised single-seater racing cars. The British Hillclimb Championship is the pinnacle of the sport, with over 150 drivers tackling 14 events around the UK, including Northern Ireland and the Channel Islands. The contest for the title of British Hillclimb Champion is dominated by powerful race cars, with reigning champion Wallace Menges driving a Gould single-seater powered by a 3.3-litre Cosworth engine designed for the Indy race car series in the USA. The BHC Cup runs alongside the main championship and is fought out between a wide range of cars, all running in classes of similar type of vehicles, from road-going saloons all the way through to specialised single-seater race cars.
Great to see. How are you getting on in middle box?
Well, I'm having a lovely time. Do you know what? I was just having a cheeky. One of my missus made some sort of homemade sort of muffin typey things.
Oh, lovely.
Well, they're very nice actually.
Oh, good.
And I took them home yesterday because I never got time to eat them. But today I thought, do you know what? I'm going to eat these.
Oh, brilliant.
I have to tell you, in addition to send me with the smoked salmon and cheese, what is it? Cheesy spread or whatever it is, I don't know. And she sent me chicken legs as well. How about that?
Oh, very good.
I tell you, she does look after me, doesn't she? She's a keeper, you know. She's a keeper.
Yeah. I'm just looking, by the way, at those two runs by Andy Greenan and David Warburton, and they are separated by hundreds of. They were identical at Kennel, 6-100 split at Crossing, 6-100 split at the S's, and then 6-100 split at the finish. Absolutely nailed together, those two in that class. Brilliant to see. I can hear engine. I can see a P40, AFS P40, which sounds brilliant as it does its burnout coming to the line. Love this car. Sounds fantastic. Built by the Summers family. Simon Mather driving this afternoon, engineer and good friend of Alex Summers, and he's had a smile on his face. Yes, yeah, Lindsay Summers made the nose cone of this car. Right, we've got Simon Mather on the hill. Let's see if he can go lower than his mid-27 he did this morning. He's with you.
Yes, he is indeed. Yes, and it sounds beautiful, that lovely V6 engine here, but it's a proper race car built at home. How clever is that?
Good afternoon, everybody. Toby here, top S, over the drain cover, and now shades of the DTM with that 2.5-litre V6 go all the way to the top over the line.
And a 27.07. Well done, Simon. Another half a second quicker than he went this morning. Almost into the 26s, so he'll have to come back again. Great run there from Simon Mather. Next on the line, Sandra Tomlin, the big 4-litre Hillbeam, Judd-powered Hillbeam. She drives this brilliantly well. She leaves the line, she rockets past me, and she comes into your sight at Kennel now.
Yeah, one of the prettiest hill climb cars you'll see. One of the last of the big Hillbeams that were produced for hill climbing. This one is an absolute picture, not a mark on it. Lovely paint scheme, very quick.
Yeah, really takes us all back. The sound of that Judd is wonderful, isn't it? Once it really starts to breathe and the fuel starts to pour in and the power goes all the way to the wheels and to the top of Shelsley.
28.63, so almost identical to morning time. 136 across the line. Now we've got Bernie Kevell on the hill, goes past me into Kennel, into your view.
Yes, indeed, sharing with Simon Andrews this OMS with V8 in the back. Certainly sounds the part, going very well indeed. Into bottom S now, Toby.
Yep, here he comes from the shade into the sunshine, back into the shade. Oh, it turned the wheel, but the front wheels didn't want to play ball at top S. Already to the top. There you go.
Heads across the line, 27.75, about 0.2 slower than he went this morning. For Bernie, next on the line, Lynn Owen in the factory, the works OMS in this distinctive green with the Radical engine in the back, V8 power, with you.
Yes, it is indeed. Now we're in the shade now, virtually all the way up the hill here to bottom S now. And as Lynn goes by there, but lovely big crowds, lovely to see. Over to you, Toby.
Here she is with the factory car, OMS, of course, Steve Owen's initials, the other way round. But Lynn on her way. They've been competing in hill climb since Billy Grace was a boy.
Yes. I don't think it officially counts as a hill climb if they're not here. So
correct. Yeah, good one. Yeah,
yes,
it's in the regs.
It's in the regs. Indeed. Yes, 28.90 for Lynn Owen there, 120 miles an hour across the line. On the line, we've got the Gould GR55 of current ladies record holder Nicola Mingus. Rockets off the start. They had a bit of problems yesterday with the car, but it's playing nicely today. She's with you.
Yes, our lady hill record holder too in this iconic car that used to be run by Martin Groves, who held hill records and the British Championship.
Yeah, 4 times British champion Martin Groves here today, but it's all about Nicola on this run. She did a stellar time here 3 years ago, 24.7. What can she do this afternoon?
She does a 26.30, 135 across the line. Lindsay Summers on the line now. She went really well this morning. She did a 26.17. What can she do this afternoon? She's already passed me. She's with you.
She is indeed. This is the Firestorm, of course, that Alex is driving later, that was so quick earlier. My goodness, that engine note sounds brilliant, doesn't it?
It gets better, doesn't it? It just gets better. It really epitomises, 2020 hill climbing, doesn't it, in this decade? Lindsay to the top.
It's a quick time. She's into the 25s, 25.86, 25.86. I need to ask Alex later if that's a PB, because that's a really good time from Lindsay. Next on the line, we have the Gould GR59, driven by Sean Gould, maker of the car, record holder here at Shelsley Walsh. The car that he sat in, that he shares with Matt Ryder, won the runoff earlier today in the hands of Matt. What can Sean do this afternoon? He bogged down ever so slightly off the start, so it's 2.03 seconds start, but he's already with you in kennel.
Yeah, probably the fastest car in the British Hillclimb Championship at the moment. My goodness me, and this is the maker of it, and he can still really pedal this car, can't he?
Well, it says 144 on S approach. It probably is. He's having a go over the drain cover, gives himself space on top S exit. Has another gear, to the top.
Into the 23s, yes, 23.93, 23.93, just 1/100th of a second slower than he went this morning. That's all qualifying, no problem at all. I think that's identical time to Zach Zammit as well. Shows how quick Zach was driving. Right, Amanda George on the hill in this beautiful Chevron B19, 2.42 second start. She's with you.
Everyone's been eulogising over this car all weekend, haven't they? It is a wonderful piece of kit, isn't it? So unusual. Apparently there's quite a few in Europe, but not many over here.
Here we go into the bottom S, the sunshine glinting off the chrome. Oh, goodness me, we could be at some Swiss hill climb. We could be on the Targa Florio. We could be in some Corsa Salita in Italia. Wonderful.
It is beautiful, isn't it? 32.59 for Amanda, so just a 10th off of the morning time. Next on the hill, Anna May Furness. She's been going really well today after some gremlins in the car yesterday. It's back on 4 cylinders and she's driving it brilliantly. She's with you.
Yeah, she's hoping to go under 30 seconds. I think she has done that in the past in this car, so she'll be Team Valley Motorsport car, of course, Ollie Wright and Mike West.
Yeah, come on, Anna. You got underneath 30 seconds at the beginning of the air. Looks good. Get the power on. Come on. Here we go. Up the gears. You've done the hard work. Now you've just got to pull the lever and get to the finish.
Hey, I think it might be. Let's see. It's going to be very close. Yes, 29.67. Well done. Very good time. Much quicker than she went this morning. Ian Tucker on the hill now in the OMS 28 with you.
Yeah, travel from Cornwall. He's just crossing back. Goodness me. Gets away with it. My goodness me. He's tried really hard.
Turned in a bit lively, did it?
Didn't understeer.
Yeah. He's had a bit of a fright and he's just getting it to the top and he's just checking that the steering is good. So a very sensible option. It's weaving around a bit. He's had a fright.
Yes.
Haven't we all, by the way?
Yes.
You've gone through crossing as I have crossed up.
Yes. Still does a 30.48, so well done, Ian. Right, Aaron Colburn on the hill now, going really well in this Van Diemen, the ex-Formula Ireland car, with you.
Yeah, Ben Alline doesn't touch the inside of the bank this time. He's got a good line into bottom S, sparking into bottom S.
Oh yeah, this is quick, this is, isn't it? Nice little drift, lifts the inside front on the way in, dirt on the inside front as he goes through top S already. He's up a couple of gears, all the way way to the top of the 1,000 yards.
Let's see a 27.45, 27.45, quicker than he went this morning. Well done, Aaron. Right, Tim Elmer on the hill now. I love the look of this car and I love the sound. 2-litre V8 in the back. It's a beautiful Dallara.
It certainly is. We haven't seen this one for a while, but it's certainly worth the wait, isn't it? It's immaculately turned out. It's a damn good driver as well. It's already way to you now, Toby.
Yeah, lovely car this. 2-litre V8, 2 motorcycle heads that make it whirs, and it just sounds so right. It's nice and wide. It fills the road.
It does. It's going to be a quick time. There we go, 27.87, 27.87. Ever so slightly slower than his morning time, but great to have Tim back at Shelsley. A great weekend's work there. Right, so it's Andy Bagood on the hill, all the way over from the Channel Islands. 2.01 second start in the little Force with you.
Yes, it is. He's got this Hayabusa in the back that's poured out about as big as you could possibly do a Hayabusa. He's travelled all the way from the Channel Islands, comes regularly. Over to you, Toby.
On this approach, 100 miles an hour. Oh, that lifts an inside front, the front lifts, and then again towards top edge, but already he's on his way.
Heads towards the finish, crosses the line now, 27.16. Right, Mike Tregonning on the hill now in the Pilbeam, which sings its way past me. It's to you.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think this could be the ex-Bill Morris car, but either way, it's a beautiful car, isn't it? Turned out like he's another one comes from Cornwall.
Yeah, Willem Turret is here today. He used to drive an MP88 as well. Willem, I hope you're well. I hope you're enjoying your afternoon here back at Shelsley. In the meantime, Mike Tregonning with the Pilbeam crosses the line.
To record a time of 29.94, 29.94. Right, Andrew Henson on the hill in the Gould Dallara, and this car just looks so planted on the top half of the hill through Kennel and Crossing, and he drives it really well. He's off the line, he's through Kennel, he's to you.
Yes, he is indeed. It's a very potent machine too, isn't it? Quite an unusual machine. He actually sells race cars for a living. And he's over to you, Toby.
Yeah, 109 on S approach. Nice exit of bottom S. Had to back out of the throttle underneath the commentary box. We've all had to do that, but it's all okay as he breaks the beam.
27.64, 27.64 should be good enough for third in class today. Right, Jonathan Varley broke the record in the class this morning. What can he do now? Uses all the road through Kennel.
He's in off, yeah, absolutely. My goodness me, he is trying incredibly hard. What can he do?
No, he's always been quick, Jonathan. Brilliant bottom S, brilliant top S. Get the power on, the lights are shining on the wheel that I can see from up here in the commentary box. What's the time, Billy?
Can he lower it further? His record just 24.64, just outside his new record. Still under the record as it stood this morning. A tenth slower than he went this morning. He may qualify with that. Great run, well done, Jonathan. Right, Richard Alexander on the hill now in the turbocharged Force. We're back in the forced induction class. He's with you.
He certainly is, yes. This is potentially a very, very rapid bit of kit to be fair. Sparks its way up towards the S's. Over to you, Toby.
Yeah, it's all lots of whoosh. Okay, get it round here. Takes a big load of drain, unsettles the car. The rear wing judders somewhat to massive bangs as he's struggling for gears actually as he hit the finish line, but he got to the top as you can see.
27.56, 27.56.
Right, stand by your beds.
Yes.
Because we've got some quick runs, ladies and gentlemen.
Now we've got Pete Tatham on the line first. Pete going quicker and quicker in this supercharged OMS 28. Pete tries fantastically hard, very impressive to watch. And then after that, we've got the... by the way, Toby, where did that time from Zamet come from? 23.93.
I'll tell you later. Concentrate on Tatham,
right,
because this is going to be
he's off the line.
This is going to be a banger.
Yes, he's into the first corner. He's with you.
Banging Tatham. Here he comes. He's always an absolute try. Him and his brother. My goodness me, who's going to get the honours this weekend? Pete Tatham in the bottom S.
Here he is. Come on. Oh, understeer in bottom S. Has to give it a load of oversteer to get out of it, and he's lost drive. He didn't have the gears, unfortunately. So he's lost time, he's got it to the top, but the absolute time won't be there.
Yes, 27.34, he did a 25.6 this morning, so yeah, a bit of an issue through the S's. Right, we've got William Luffridge on the line now in the Empire Wraith that he shares with Zach Zamet. This morning, William did a 25.79. They've had a few gremlins in the car this weekend, but it clearly cleared its throat looking at that time from Zach. Oh, he stalled it on the line, but he pressed the brakes, so the rear wheels didn't cross the start line, so he'll be able to restart it and go again. So they will restart the car, bring the car back up to the start line as it had rolled back ever so slightly.
I'm not insanely jealous.
No.
Honestly.
I don't believe you.
Sorry, I used to own part of this car.
I know you do. Right, he's off the line. 1.98 second start. Great start. Already through Kennel to you.
Yeah, I believe they do own half shares in this car. Zach owns the engine and William owns the body.
It's a lovely thing to drive, and it's very close to my heart. I've had a great run in this. Come on, William! Oh! He gives it a load of oversteer. He's trying to get the power on. He'll be okay. He's to the top.
He's crossing the line. 25.21. 25.21. He still went half a second quicker than he went this morning, but he did use top S bank to nudge him back in the right direction.
Yeah,
I reckon that'll be a PB for him.
No, he did a 25 flat yesterday. The irony. Yeah, he was only a smidge away from a 24.99999. But 25 is wonderful stuff. Yeah,
he just showed it on the replay. God, he got away with that, didn't he?
I really did think it was just going to be a little bit too much. You want to look at the bank when you come out of top S, a little bit further up from where the marshals are sweeping now. That's the way you look, and where you look is where the car will go. And I always kind of went, okay, just unravel the steering, drive at the dirt that is the kind of semi-quarter pipe curve on the left-hand side before it comes down to the tarmac from the grass above. So it's really where the shadow is finishing at the moment, and then you're going in the line of least resistance. With a 600, you'd have to dip the clutch in third and get the back out to get the drive, because it wouldn't rev, so you'd have to dip the clutch. Graham White Jr. trick, by the way. Taught me, thank you, Graham. But I think he turned in a little bit too early.
Yeah, they showed the replay again. He turned in quite early to bottom S, which obviously always sends you towards the exit of the bank on the exit of top S, doesn't it? But he got away with it and still did a quick time. Flags are in. Flags are coming down the hill. So it was just a bit of sweeping. We've got Alex Coles on the line. Alex this morning did a staggering time in this car. His PB, he was over the moon with the time he did, which was a 24.21. Rightly so.
Can I just say, Billy, for those of you watching mid-hill, watch him on the exit of Kennel. It is just brilliant.
Yes, right. They fired up the car. It forced TA with the supercharged 1300cc engine in the back. The car he shares with Kelvin Broad. It's running brilliantly well. He's got the car on the start line. He's driver's side left of the start line, so the sort of less traditional starting position favoured by some. His visor is down. He awaits a light, which he will have momentarily. To remind you, did a 24.21 this morning, which was by far and away his PB here. Let's see what he can do this afternoon. He's off the line. It's a good start to 1.99 seconds. He's already into Kennel and disappears out of my view.
He's looking really good, actually. He's really smooth driving Kennel and crossing, going through the kink now into bottom S now, absolutely flying.
He says at 139, I believe it, big oversteer, a little bit of oversteer on the turn into top S, traction control, pulls another gear. Here we go from Alex, 19-year-olds, loads of speed, future champion.
24.70, 24.70, a bit slower than he went this morning, but still very quick indeed. Now, what can Paul Hames do? He has to do a 23 to wrestle the class win back from Zach Zammit. He has done it in this car. Can he do it now? He's on the start line, the visor's down, he builds the revs in the turbocharged Gould 59, and it stalls as he tries to leave the line, but his rear wheels don't cross the line, so he will restart.
23.93, the target.
Let's see what he can do. He starts the car again. It's going to have to be pushed back up to the start line, relined up with the timing beam, go through his process again, see what he can do. He's visor down, visor just being checked. He's in launch control, building up the boost, building up the rev, drops the clutch. Here we go, good start, 2.23 seconds. Let's see how he does. He's with you.
He certainly used all of it coming out of Kennel there, tight line through crossing there, going up through the kink now, everything looking very quick.
133 on S approach, not quite as quick as Coles. Nice top S, now the power unleashes from underneath the Gould. He's on his way, 23.93 to beat.
Let's see if he can do it now, 24.28, 24.28. He will most likely qualify for the runoff with that, but the class win goes to Zach Zammit on a 23.93. Well done, Zach. Fantastic effort. I tell you, the Gould coming into the bottom S, he was right on the limit of braking as he hit the brakes into bottom S. Really good run, very committed, but Full credit to Zach for that. Right, that's the end of the batch, which means I can give you a few more class results. I can give you, we've already done the 1100, so let's give you the 1600 class. Won by David Warburton on a 24.53. Second, Andy Greenan on a 24.59. Third, Adam Greenan on a 25.38. Then the 2 litre class, won by Jonathan Varley on this morning's time of a 24.55, which is also a new record. Andy Bogood in second on a 27.14, but an absolutely dominating performance from Jonathan today. And third, Andrew Henson on a 27.38. In the up to 2 litre forced induction class, 23.93 for Zach Zammit takes the win. Well done, Zach. 24.09 for Paul Haynes in second. 24.21 for Alex Coles in third, which again is a PB. So great drives from all 3 of those drivers, and I suspect we'll be seeing all 3 of them in the runoff a little bit later on. So that is that. That brings the end to a very fast few minutes. And Toby at Top S, who caught your eye for speed? And obviously impressiveness was William Luffridge, how he kept it out of the bank, but who caught your eye for speed?
It was actually, and I'm going to sound biased, but I'm not, because the data says as such. I was here for a batch before I jumped into the commentary box, so I stood by the marshal's point. Zach came out of Top S and he gave it a proper hoof, and it went proper lock stops, and I thought, are you in trouble here? Because that's a long way to get the back of that car out, but it was I'm getting a shift on here, and it worked. It worked. That car goes well through the S's. I was just saying to Lloyd, I've been lucky enough to drive it here. I've had a good run in it, and but actually, you need to do a 7.5 through the S's. And when I did my best time, you cannot believe how fast Top S comes at you. Actually, almost scarier than Kennel, Crossing, S Approach. Yeah, I kind of enjoyed that, but yeah, I had to make my time at Top S, and I was going into bottom S in third, and then going and then boom to second, and getting it on its toes, and kind of opposite locking out.
Yep.
And Zach said, no, just leave it in third, and I went, but I've got to fling it in, and he goes, you've got to fling it in, and he said, you've just got to fling it in. And you know that look when you give your other driver, you go, oh dear, have I got to do it? Really? Have I got to do it? Because I wanted to get a particular time. And I went, I remember coming up going, right, and I can remember coming out of bottom S going, well, Zach says.
He said, Simon says.
It was. I remember, Zach says third, not second, third, and fling it in, and I never forget the grip.
Yeah.
And it just hunkered down, and it went, and I got to the top, and I did my time, and it was done. It was brilliant. It was just fantastic.
I can imagine. Well, you said about an S sector. I just looked up Zach's S sector, 7.42.
I did 7.5 that day.
Yeah.
So I was happy with that.
Yeah.
7.5 dead. But I cannot stress enough how quickly Top S comes at you. Yeah, Kennel's great because you're in the mood, you've done a good start, there's no push of the front of its grip, and then you give it a little bit of oversteer, give it a little tweak, and then you pull another gear, so you're in fifth. You're going up to Crossing. That's intimidating. It's blind. It's off camber. I was never flat. Don't get me wrong. I'm not one of these heroes who can do it flat. I don't know how they do it flat. I mean, the Alexes and the Hameses they are proper good drivers. Come out of Crossing, sixth, and then you sit there for 30 seconds. It feels like you sit there for 30 seconds. Whatever I did, 115. It feels like you're doing 60.
Yeah.
Because your brain is doing 50 frames per second, not 24. You just want to go faster. You want more power, and your foot is bending the throttle. It is bending the metal, and all you want to do is get to bottom. But it takes in your mind's eye 30 seconds, and then you go through the kink and you go, right, come on, right, don't brake, don't brake, and then you down three, fling it in.
I'll tell you, the impressive ones for me are the 1100 drivers who are flat from the moment they leave the start line to the moment they get to bottom S. Because Kennel, how you go flat through Kennel, I don't know.
Yeah, it's
really tight.
Yeah, when we had an 1100, the car would have done it, but I wasn't quite up to it at the time because I only drove an 1100 twice here.
Yeah.
But it's great. Well, new tyres on a good day with warm tyres. Fantastic.
Nowhere else you'd rather be.
Nowhere else you want to be.
So flags are in. We've got Graham Wynne on the line in the Gould GR59. He did a 20. What did he do this morning? A 25. No, he did a 24.88. I mean, he did a 24.88 and that didn't qualify. It's bonkers the times you had to do this morning. What can he do this afternoon? Can he get into the run-up? He's off the line now. 2.03 second start. Good start from Graham. Already into Kennel. Nice and neatly tied through. Kennel disappears out of my view.
Yes, he certainly does. Only Graham. Oh, he's really tight through crossing there. He used all
down. That will come to a stop. Oh, commentator's curse. I'm sorry, Graham. I'm so sorry. Yeah, he had a huge moment up here this morning and he just got away with it, but it just stepped out. The car it's on its wheels. It's just coasted to a halt. It's about 80% up the finish straight. The front left is damaged. The rear left is damaged. The rear wing came off. Doesn't matter about that. He's already out of the car. His heartbeat will be the proverbial 186 at the moment. He's perfectly all right, but just the bank came out and jumped at him, unfortunately.
So as Toby just said, if you are in the paddock, just so you know, he's perfectly all right. He's out the car. He was out the car before the team got to him, so he's okay, which is good. That's a shame because I thought that was a good run up to that point, but hey ho, these things happen. It's as you said, 3 wheels on the wagon, Toby.
It's 4 wheels on the wagon. He went by the time he came back down onto terra firma with a bit of a thud. I mean, it was a kind of 35 degrees from the horizontal, a little bit of wall of death on the left, but it was all contained. Didn't hit the wooden barrier at all. At all.
Good. He did well to keep it out of that then.
Yeah, he did. He did well. Yeah, there is a skill in having an accident.
Yes.
And that's not a flippant throwaway comment. You know, good drivers know what to do with the car when it's not capable. So we're going to have to do a bit of sweeping on the exit of Top S. So those with a broom will be in full action. The rear wing will be removed, and we can return that later. I've been off at Top S, but your heartbeat is coming out of your chest. You know, you have a bit of a fright.
Yes, it's
because you're, as I said earlier, you know, your eyeballs are out on stalks. Your mind is running at 50 frames per second, not 24, and all of your senses are hyper heightened. It's
a funny corner, isn't it? Because you can see home, if you will. You come out of Top S and you think, finish, good, go. Yes.
Yeah, which is why I was annoyed when I went off at Top S, because I was on course for a class record.
Oh no!
And I kind of. Okay, I did the start. I did Kennel. I did crossing. I did S-brake. I did bottom S. Okay. Oh, I've done it. And you know when you're on a good run. You know when you're up.
Yeah.
On a good time. And with hindsight, it took me till about the Wednesday after to realise, but with hindsight, I kind of relaxed. I thought, oh, I'm there. And yeah, there was some other circumstances that there was genuinely oil on the racetrack because some Quattro had disgorged its lunch everywhere.
Oh dear.
And I kind of sat there going, what happened there?
Yeah.
I just couldn't believe it. So yeah, spinner at Top S and managed to drive it back down the hill, which
that's impressive.
I don't think I can do again. Simon Fido's another one of that, and Mark Budgett. They spun and kind of wedged the car in, and it was one of those Austin Powers in the tunnel, 28,000 point turn to get the car back.
I love that clip. It's impressive. It was. I've seen some impressive pirouettes at bottom S as well, where they've not touched anything and managed to stop. It takes some skill doing that. Whilst we're waiting, let's just look at some times for the runoff. At the moment, as it stands, on the bubble, is Adam Greenan on the 25.38. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars under 25 seconds, so it looks like that's probably going to be the cut-off again. Stuart Bickley is on 25.74, so he's currently looking good, but I think we've got some very quick cars to come, so you'll probably have to do a 24 again to qualify. At the moment, joint fastest on a 23.93 is Zach Zammit and Sean Gould. They did identical times to qualify. I expect though Sean will run first because he shares the car with. Well, let's see what Matt does. But I don't know who runs. If they set them at the same time, who runs first, Toby, in a runoff if they do an identical qualifying time? Is it whoever set the time?
Whoever's first time. The first one up is the one. If it's identical, the first one gets the points.
Of course, for a runoff, it's less important, isn't it?
Oh no, I just meant who runs first.
That's what I meant.
Yeah,
That's what I meant.
yeah.
Unless there's a big black cloud hoving over the horizon and it's going to rain and the back end of the runoff are going to get a wet track, but that's not going to happen here today.
I think it's unlikely.
Correct. Yeah.
So anyway, so those two share the fastest qualification time so far. On the stream, we can see the recovery work continuing. A marshal, actually a member of the ambulance team, carrying a Gould's rear wing in his hand. How light is it, sir? You can probably lift that above your head, but yeah, very, very light. Actually, the rear wing, apart from the fact it's no longer on the car, looks like it's in one piece.
You're right. It'll be the mounting point underneath the bottom plane that will be ripped out so they can disassemble the wing and then that bottom plane can be replaced in some way. It's horrible when nice cars get damaged, isn't it, Billy?
Yes.
You know, it's a nice thing. Everything's nice in this. Well, every car here is prepared with love, time, and affection almost, if I can say that. And they're lovely things. They're pieces of art, particularly that front wing of the Gould. You know, they're beautiful.
They're absolutely stunning.
Can I just interject a second while we've got a little bit of a downtime? I actually got something from the marshals earlier, because if you fancy becoming a marshal, joining all the boys and girls in orange, obviously have a word here or go on the website. But I just wanted to shout out some of our marshals, so some of the you know who they are. Well, they're the heroes that you never know who they are. But our chief marshal today is Mick Robbins. He's usually up on bottom S. FRV, what does that mean? Gareth Jacobs. And our chief fire marshal is Martin Bannister. He's wandering the hill today. In the bottom paddock, Dick Miller, Colin Moore and Carolyn Darby are doing their best. Post chief at top S is Philip Gardner with Michael Price and Mark Britt. On S approach, we've got Ian Warrilow and Gordon Lee. It did say Simon Vido, he might have moved. Kennel, post chief is Philip Brian Rutter and Clive Reed Robert Speak. And post chief at the start is Spencer Colquitt, maybe, Michael Evans, Glyn Barn and John Millard. Triangle, we've got Davina Wilkinson and Wayne Fenney. And at crossing, we've got Alan Wilkinson, Andrew Higgs and Will Green. And at bottom S, we've got Chris Thompson, Tobias Kazmierczak and Andrew Richards. Top paddock, Philip Spears, Tom Clay and Sue Conaghy. And course control, we've got Brian Sanders and Kathy Bayliss. Paddock office, Kathy Warner and Margaret Blankstone-Scholber. And hill clearance, Kipley. So big up to all you folks who are doing your bit to help us all out. Without you, we wouldn't be running the event, and thank you again.
Well said, and just getting a replay, by the way, on the stream of the incident, and it was so unlucky because he'd exited top S, and then he just clipped the bank, and it sort of pulled the car in, didn't it, Toby? And
yeah,
that was unlucky.
But you know, I was watching inside of top S this morning, and it was a whoa moment. You know, the back came out a lot. He gave himself a lot of room, but the back came out a lot. And I thought, I'm not an expert on traction control with these cars because I've never run traction control on any car I've driven on a hill climb. But I thought, that's quite a long way out. That's quite a lot of slip angle. That's the engineering expression, isn't it, Billy?
Yes.
And I thought, but of course, the same slide happened this afternoon, but he was 3 foot over to the left.
Yeah.
So he's going to hit the bank.
Yeah, unlucky.
Unlucky, yeah.
Have you ever timed a vehicle reversing up Shelsley Walsh?
No.
Because I think
we're not going to start today.
Well, the record's about to go to that lorry, bless him, because the tow trucks had to reverse all the way from bottom S to halfway up finishing straight. Getting another replay. Yes, it was just unlucky. He carried loads of speed through top S, and then it just went over very wide at the exit top S and just caught the bank. He's back down here, by the way. He's just got out of the recovery pickup that's pulled him down, so he's looking all right. In fact, obviously very disappointed, but perfectly all right, which is great. The car looked after him. And I'm guessing they'll have to use the HIAB to get that car on the truck.
Yeah, as Lloyd pointed out, who stood next to me, it's difficult recovery position there.
You can't, yes.
You can't get alongside it, but the HIAB is, and as we've discussed ad infinitum today, it only weighs 420 kilos, doesn't it? So it's not exactly a golf estate, Passat estate that's broken down on a March Wednesday evening near Ludlow, is it?
No.
So it's relatively easy to pick up.
Yes.
And then on its way.
Yes, but as you said, the can't get alongside it, which means that the arm has to go a very long way out. But they'll get it. Hopefully, most of the sweeping is complete down where the accident took place, so we should be good to go as soon as we get the car tidied up. I'm also just going to pop off in a second. I'm just going to well, actually, maybe Rich on the stream, you can just pop up who's qualified for the top 10 Tin Top Challenge, which comes immediately after this batch, because we should have our runners and riders for that now, which is great. I love having 2 runoffs at the end of the day and at the end of the morning session. To have 4 runoffs in a day is absolutely fantastic. Rich is actually just running a piece of paper up for me. Thank you very much. So I'll take you through the runners and riders for that, if I may, while we've got a second. First to run will be Richard Snow, who qualified on 32.49. Richard in the Cayman. Then we will have Robert Lancaster-Gay in another Cayman, who qualified on a 32.46. Paul Howells, who qualified on a 32.33. Duncan Andrews, great result there to qualify on a 32.07. And then Stuart Reed, the number 50, who qualified on a 32.06 in the little Peugeot 205. Mark Lawrence would then run, but sadly, as Robbie had that incident at bottom S, I suspect Mark will be a non-starter. So then we'll have Stephen Moore, who qualified on a 29.80. Roger Moran, who qualified on a 29.46. And then Simon Bainbridge, who qualified on a 28.29 in the SBR chrono, and Damien Bradley, who qualified on a class record 28.10 to go with the overall closed record he had earlier. So there's only 2 tenths between Simon and Damien. So let's see how they get on this afternoon. So
what was the sorry, Billy? What was the closed car record in the runoff this morning? What did 27.77?
He did a 27.77, yeah.
That was it, yeah.
And then the record at the beginning of the day was
an 8.7, 8.9, yeah.
Yeah, 27.89. So he's taken a tenth off it, and he was absolutely over the moon, as he should be. That is it's a prestigious record. That.
Hannu Mikkola held it.
Did he really?
Yep, Hannu Mikkola held the closed car record, July 1986. He took it away from Mike somebody or other in the Skoda before your time. He had a space frame Skoda.
Mike Meredith?
No. It'll come to me in a minute. There'll be people shouting at the commentary going, it was Mike, somebody like that. And he had a Skoda with a V8 in the back of it, and it was a space frame. So it was just
and
he got sponsored by he had a white Skoda, and
was
he just
it Graham Hickman?
No, he never drove a saloon car really of note, and he had a massive, great big Mobile 1 down the side. White car, 1 sticker on the side, Mobile 1.
Oh right.
And he was quick, and Mikkola turned up in July 86, and that was a celebration of 50 years since Hans Stuck came in 36. So Mikkola turned up in a current Group B car, remember. It was 1986.
Yeah.
And Audi UK came along. They painted it silver rather than the Shell Oils colour that it was in the British Rally Championship at the same time. But nobody told them it was a tarmac road. They all thought it was a gravel road. There was a sweepstake bet on what time he would do. And it was like, I think it was like chucking a quid, and you had a bet, and there was a piece of paper, and I wrote 29.5, and he did 29.51.
Did you win so you won the sweepstake?
I won the sweepstake.
Brilliant.
And I was 86. I was at the time 13 years old at that July meeting. In the footage, you can see me leaning on the fence at crossing as he came past.
Oh, wow.
And Audi UK had a sponsorship, hospitality, should I say, Billy, that day on the flat bit in the car park. And they brought along a road-going Audi Sport Quattro in red, with grey leather, with a very velour centre to the seats and everything. And I took a picture of it, and I found the picture, and I've got it in my phone and everything.
Oh, brilliant.
And I've been doing some work for Evo magazine this week.
Yeah.
And they brought along a series of Audis to Cadwell Park.
It wasn't the same one?
And it was the same Audi Sport Quattro, B-Reg in blood red. And I stood there and I went, you want me to drive this around Cadwell? So I did. Wow.
I'm just looking on the stream. I know that the truck's coming back down the hill. I think the front wing has survived, Toby.
It has. You're absolutely right. Yeah. It's relatively
good.
Okay.
Yeah. Rear suspension and rear wing, but actually not too bad.
He's got away with that.
Yes.
He's got away with that. So
we kept it out the sleepers. That was good.
So Mikkola held the record that day, 29.51, for a closed car record, and it stood for some years. And then Tom Hammonds broke it, who bought a replica of the correct bits for a Pikes Peak Audi Sport Quattro, and he then took the record and he took it into the 28s. Mike Endine then took it into the 28s further with a 28 kind of 4, or was it? I can't
Is that with the car in the paddock?
With the car in the paddock, with the Puma, with a 2.2 Rallycross Ford RS200 engine. And then that stood for some years, and it was then the MG6R4 that took it in September 2 or 3 years ago. Help me out here. Where's the?
That's Mark Lawrence, isn't it?
No, Ian Rowlands.
Oh, Ian Rowlands. Sorry.
Ian Rowlands in September 21, and he got back to the paddock, and I said, "That's fantastic. That's real Shelsley history." And he said, because it's turbocharged, he said, "I did literally turn it up from 4 to 10." It was my last run of the year. I was either going to get the record or I could rebuild it all winter.
It was a win it or bin it run.
And he did it. He absolutely did it.
Oh, wow.
And Dom Babek took a picture from the inside of Top S of him absolutely crossed up with 800 horsepower, 4-wheel drive on old tyres. Brilliant Shelsley picture.
It sounded great, that car as well. Absolutely brilliant car. Right, so we've got flags coming in. Which is good. That means great work from the marshals to get everything tidied up. Flags are in. The next car we will see to the line will be an OMS. It will be an XD powered OMS. So the same engine as you see in Jack Cottrell's DJ Delara and in the back of Alex Summers' Firestorm. This car is the OMS, which is into its sort of second season. So just really getting to grips with the car. Beautifully packaged. Driven, of course, by Harry Pick, who's getting quicker and quicker in it. I think he's been in a couple of runoffs this year. I think he's had a point or two in the car, which is great to see. So he fires up the car. They are just into the pre-start area. He's not going to run any burnouts. They did have issues with the gearbox of this car this morning. He kept stalling every time he tried to do some tyre warming, so I think he's just sensibly brought it to the line. He's in the middle of the start line, visor is down, awaiting a light, car ticking over. Let's hope he gets off the line after, as I said, there seemed to be some issues with the gearbox earlier on. Builds up the revs, drops the clutch, no issues now, good start, well done Harry, 2.36 seconds, off the start, into Kennel to you.
Yeah, doesn't it sound good too, the screaming Cosworth engine in that one. Very new car, new driver, young charger really, over to you.
Yeah, he's getting quicker. A little bit of oversteer on the way in on the brakes. Turns it in aggressively. Nice little bit of oversteer on the way out. You can see his right hand higher than his left. To the top.
Heads towards the line. What's he going to do? A 26.05, 26.05 to round out his day in 10th place in class. So gets into the top 10. Next, who are we expecting? I await. Let's see, it should be Jack Cottrell. Now, he thinks the issue he had in the runoff this morning was an overheated throttle motor, because what was happening is the data showed no issues, but no, there's something not quite right. every time he tries to do a burnout, the car just dies. So he's rolling back down the start area. I hope it's a case of Control-Alt-Delete. Let's see, because he's been driving so well in that car this year. Really good chance of putting a number on it for the year, for next year, which would be brilliant. For those that don't know, the top 10 finishes in the championship get one of the hallowed numbers. Let's hope that the car has refired now, by the way, so let's hope everything's all right. He's just bringing it to the start line, not trying to do any burnouts. Brings it to the start line. Let's see how it goes. His visor is down. Not easy preparation to have issues like that when he's then got to try and do a 24-second run. Let's see how Jack gets on. He's blipping the throttle, building the revs further. Popping a bang, no, he shakes his head. I don't think he's happy. And it's stalled as he tries to drop the clutch. He's not happy. He's getting out the car. He says it's not going to run. That's really disappointing for poor Jack. So I don't think they're going to run. There's an issue with the throttle, and it is not working. So team come up to push him back. They're going to push him into that little triangle of tarmac to the side of the start line, I think, unless they try again, but I don't think they will.
Best thing to do. Billy, could I just jump in? I was struggling to remember the guy who drove the Skoda, Mike Kerr.
Well done. Did you remember that, or did someone tell you?
Thank you very much. Former chairman and current president Nick Harrison. He's good with stuff like that. Nick, thank you so very much. And I also must apologise. Graham Hickman did drive Skoda. Maybe he bought that off Mike Kerr, but it was Mike Kerr who was the original kind of Skoda V8 animal car.
Yeah, well, Hickman did.
So I apologise for that,
He had
Chris.
the Escort as well, actually. Before that, he had an Escort, and because he was rolling road auto tune at Martley, and I bought an engine off him.
All right. He then shared a Pilbeam with me, Dan.
Oh, really?
He did.
And he had some big accidents, didn't he, Graham?
Unfortunately, in front of me. Yeah.
So they've pushed the DJ Delara to the side. Poor Jack. If he didn't have bad luck, he'd have no luck at all. So that car's moved to the side. We have an AFS P40 on the line with the 2.5 litre engine in the back. It's Richard Summers on board. Builds up the revs. I love the sound of these cars. They sound brilliant as they howl past me, rockets past me into second, into third, and disappears into Kettle into your sight.
Well, you could call this a Shelsley special, couldn't you? But this is a bit more than that, isn't it? Wonderfully built motor car, designed and built by the Summers family, with Alex designing it.
Yeah, good call that, Chris. It is a Shelsley special. It's a one-off, and it's the same kind of engine that Graham White used when he broke 25 seconds here at Shelsley for the very first time.
Time for Richard Summers, 27.39. Good time to round out his day. Morgan Jenkins off the line now in the family Pilbeam with you.
Yes, it is the family Pilbeam, and I think he's married to Amy Tomlin, son's daughter. Anyway, over to you.
Here we go. Keep it neat, keep it tidy. It's a big car. You're still learning, but it's all good. Yeah, perfect. On his way up to the top of Shelsley.
This is a quick time, could be into the 25s. It is 25.69, 25.69. So takes 3/10 off his morning run. Well done, Morgan. Good run. Simon Andrews on the line now as he drops the clutch in the OMS 28 with the TKD engine in the back with you.
Plenty of V8 in the back there. Yeah, very quick car, lovely OMS, actually beautifully put together. Sharing that with Bernie Keppel. Over to you.
Time, speed, 107 miles an hour. They're getting quicker here, ladies and gentlemen. Shelsley is not finished yet for August here in 2024. We've got some quick speed hill climbing still to go.
Good time there. What is it? It's a 27.48 as he crosses the line. Good time. We have another OMS 28 on the line. It's Steve Owen. He was just waiting for the light. This one is the RPE powered car, the works car. Drops the clutch off the line. 2.15 second start for Steve. Rockets through Kettle into your view.
Yeah, Steve's been having a good go this weekend, hasn't he? He's also a massive motorbike fan as well. But anyway, he sparks his way up now into bottom S.
At 105, here he comes with the lime green car. Big opposite lock, very Steve as he comes over the drain cover. Soaring away at the wheel, swatting flies inside the cockpit there. Already up towards the blue sky.
Always impressive to watch Steve, and he does a 26.54. Right, Dave Uren on the line. Another car we would expect to qualify for the runoff. Dave goes brilliantly well in his GR55 here at Shelsley. Drops the clutch, big stab of power as he goes past me, rockets into Kennel into your view.
He certainly does, yes. Martin Groves will be watching this with interest because he drove this when it was a yellow one and with brilliant success. Hill record.
Yeah, come on, David. Oh, wide on the exit of bottom edge, but he holds it all together. He's a former best time of day man here in the British Championship round. He said he loves winning at Shelsley. What can he do?
23.94, 23.94. That will see him qualify just 1/100th of a second slower than Sean Gould and Zach Zammit. He also had a big moment at exit at top S, so uncharacteristically scruffy S's from Dave there, but he's qualified, he's in. Right, Trevor Willis on the line now. Winner of a runoff in the Channel Islands, which you'll not believe this was his first runoff win in 5 years.
He won it. He had a hair win.
Oh, that's what he told me. He said he hasn't won for 5 years, which was incredible. Trevor is with you.
Yes, he won at Harewood actually earlier in the season, but oh my goodness, he was close. He's close to everything. Sparking. That's a quick run.
Yeah, watch him through the S's, ladies and gentlemen. It'll be stellar. Oh, it's visibly quicker. He's visibly quicker through top S.
That's really...
What a brilliant drive.
Let's see what the time is. It's a 23.89, 23.89, so fastest qualifier so far. Next on the line, Will Hall. Will's having a brilliant weekend here. Previous runoff winner here multiple times. Now in the Gould GR59, love the colour scheme on this, and it's almost Williams-esque, matte dark blue. He's on the start line, he drops the clutch, he's off. It's a 1.9 second start, very quick indeed. Will storms into the first corner to you.
A revitalised Will Hall now with this magnificent Gould. My goodness me, he's trying really hard. What's he going to do?
And 128 on S approach. He's been coming here forever with his dad. When his dad was racing, gives himself lots of room through the exit of top S. He's got something in the bag for the runoff.
This will be in the 23s. It is easily 23.21, 23.21. Next on the hill, we're going to have Alex Summers. Alex goes incredibly well here at Shelsley. Very, very impressive to watch. Let's see what he can do. Rings the neck of this car. He's off the line. Rockets past me, storms into the first corner, disappears out of my view.
My favourite engine noise of the weekend. It's screaming up the hill. My goodness me. He's going to do enough to qualify. He doesn't need to win the qualification.
Oh, he's going to have a go though. 130 on S approach. He's jabbing, he's fighting the car. It's all inch perfect now as he's pulling the levers to the top of the hill.
Another quick time. What's it going to be? 23.18, 23.18. Quick, fastest car so far. Just 4/100ths of a second quicker than Will Hall. Now we've got Matt Ryder on the line. What can Matt do? Runoff winner this morning. 6/100ths of a second off the record in one of the most impressive runs I've seen at Shelsley since that incredible weekend a few years ago. So he's lined up on the start line, driver's side, right at the start line, drops the clutch, off we go. 1.91 second start. It's a good start from Matt. He rockets through. Kennel, he's to you.
Such a talent, this young man. He drives this car absolutely superbly. His lines are impeccable. Into bottom S now.
129 mile an hour. He's about level with Alex, but he's quicker through the S's. Oh, he's confident with the understeer through top S. He chucks it in and already to the top. Here we go.
It'll be a 22. It is 22.84. 22.84. Fastest qualifier so far for this runoff. He's lived in the 22s today. It's absolutely remarkable.
And he's giving away top speed at the top of the hill as well. So there's something maybe still left for the runoff. Don't go home yet.
No, exactly that. Right, final big car of the class. Wallace Mingus, reigning and 4 times champion in the Gould GR59. Different engine in this, so 3.3 litre Cosworth, so the stretched version of what Alex Summers runs. Sounds amazing, this engine. Pops and bangs in the launch control. Reese popping and banging off the line now. Let's see what the start is. 1.88 seconds. That's quick. He's to you at Kennel.
Got to be the most beautiful car here today. Look at those scintillating wheels on that. This looks so magnificent, like a Ferrari on heat, isn't it? Go for it, Wallace.
Here comes the 4-time champion, popping and banging on the overrun with the Cosworth. Oh, silky smooth through the S's. My goodness me.
That's going to be quick. Is it going to be in the 23s? Yes, it is. 23.75. 23.75. Qualifying safely on that. So I can give you our qualifiers at the end of this batch. They're all in the 24s again. Meanwhile, Simon Derling leaves the line in his Alpine. Quick, the only driver who's closer to home at the top of the hill than he was when he left the start line. He's with you.
Well, it's all going to calm down a little bit before the runoffs, but anyway, Simon is learning in this lovely Alpine. Yes, excellent rally car. Beautiful thing, isn't it, Toby?
Yeah, Michelle Mouton used to drive these, didn't she, in her early days in the 70s, through the snow of the Monte Carlo up the Turini, yeah, she had that. She had a good run with that car, and she went on to very nearly win the World Rally Championship in '82.
Time for Simon Derling, 39.08. Stephen Palmer into bottom S in the Lotus 51B.
Here comes the Lotus, the sunshine sparkling off the chrome as he makes his way up the finishing straights. The finishing straight shaded about 30% in shadow from the barrier on the right-hand side as the sunshine dips over the horizon little bit by little bit.
Sarah Thorne with you now.
Yeah, pretty little Lotus 2022. Residents of Team Valley, they've got several Lotuses, and this is one she really likes driving.
Here comes Sarah, she's always been quick in these cars. Oh, struggling for a gear, got it. Okay, the run has gone, but everything is all safe, and that's the main thing. So she will accelerate hard and get the car to the top of the hill. She'll be quicker another day.
37.46 for Sarah. Stephen Palmer incidentally did 33.87. Next on the hill we've got Richard George, so co-drives this beautiful Chevron B19 with Amanda. Amanda currently quicker, so let's see if Richard can find some time in this run. He's with you.
Certainly is. Well, he's going very well indeed. Comes all the way from Kent. Amanda lives in London, and this.
I think that's Richard, not Amanda.
I'm sorry, I apologise profusely. How embarrassing.
But
thank you, Billy.
No,
I'll just put my JCB away, shall I?
Heartbreaking to think that car's gone into the Rector cell, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
A light touch, though, from what I could see, which was good.
Yeah. Just a little bit too far over to the right, little bit not quite on line, and when you lock up, and we've all done it, it just feels like you're accelerating, doesn't it?
Shall I give you the runners and riders for the runoff?
Far away.
As we have a bit of rector cell maintenance to do at bottom S.
Because we haven't done enough so far.
Yeah. Yes, it's a good time to be in rector cell.
Christian Manif is here.
Is he?
Yeah, I saw him yesterday, Mr. Recticell himself.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's the name we couldn't remember earlier, who was Mr. Recticell. Christian Manif, yes. Didn't he come from Minchinhampton originally, Toby? I seem to remember that name in the programme.
Sorry, Chris, I was distracted.
Yeah. Christian Manif, when he was he from Minchinhampton originally?
Correct. Yeah. And then he moved up north, Cheshire way. Very gentle soul, Christian. I was a little lad and polishing wheels and sitting in the driver's seat going brum brum holding the wheel, and he'd let me sit in anything. He was in the Ferrari class, and then he had an ex-works Lancia 037, as you do.
Did he really?
Oh yeah, proper ex-works 037.
I kind of remember him in a big sports car.
Then
he had a big V8 Pilbeam, didn't he?
Yeah, he had an MP43, but then he bought the SPA.
That's the one.
The lovely Matthew drove it, SPA, all red. Matthew, somebody drove it with a black crash helmet, and it was a beautiful thing with a big 3.5 litre V8 in the back of it, and it sounded fast, didn't it?
It was a monster, that car.
Matthew, he was a brilliant time trialist, cycling time trialist.
Was he?
Yeah. And then he just disappeared. Such a shame.
Just so you have an update if what's happening, I've seen that Richard has stayed in the car, so it may be that if the wheels are still pointing in the right direction, they'll just try and push it straight into
rolling back.
Yeah, straight into the area.
There you go.
Not too. I mean, it need a new nose cone, but.
Hey, if it's a Targa Florio, just carry on.
Yes.
You know, there'll be Fiat 500s and rotting Lancias on the side of the road and donkeys in the distance and somebody picking olives from the groves, and it would be 1970, help me out too.
Yeah.
And they'd just carry on to Montecito or something, you know?
Yes. I'll tell you that he's got away with that. In that there's a bit of bodywork to be fixed on the front right of the nose section, but really, not much damage at all, and well done, Christian Manif, and for inventing Recticell.
I did smile when I went to Suzuka in Japan, and I walked around the circuit on the Wednesday afternoon, and there's Recticell. Christian has a good business here.
Yes.
Because there's a lot of, it's very difficult in Japan for runoff areas, so there's a lot of Recticell foam. They don't have tyres.
Well, it's kind of in a mountain, Suzuka, so they can't just...
No, it's not a mountain. It's a figure of eight.
It's very hilly, though. Yeah, it's really hilly.
It's not as uphill down dale as you think. The place that's in the hills is Motegi.
I've been there. I bet we've been to all three, actually.
Yeah, but Motegi, they scooped the mountain away, took it away in a truck, and then built a circuit in the middle.
Yeah.
And an oval.
Of course, you've been to Motegi countless
20 times, yes.
Yeah. It's a shame they can't use the oval anymore.
No, I think it kind of crumbled, and
it was the
creases and
it was the big earthquake that caused the tsunami there that damaged it beyond repair.
Right, because that was the win for Danica Patrick in the IndyCar race there.
Yeah. So they've rolled the chevron back into bottom S, so I think he'll stay there. He'll get a lovely view of the runoff if he stays up there, but no harm, no foul. I think he missed a gear because I don't think he braked too late, and there didn't seem to be a lock-up till quite late, so I reckon he missed a gear and didn't have the engine braking he was expecting.
That adds up.
As far as I'm guessing that. Right, well, flags are still out, but I think... the driver of the Brabham wants to go home because he's already at the start line, so he wants to get his run in.
The quicker we get the cars up, Billy, the quicker we can finish.
Yeah,
it's really easy.
He's ready for his a pint of finest beer from the bar, I think. But this flags are still out at the moment, so we're not going anywhere for a minute. Flags are coming in at the commentary box at Vox. Flags are coming in at the start line. Our driver is ready, installed in car, done his warm-up of his rear tyres, is ready to go. So builds up the reps, leaves the line in this lovely 3.5 litre Brabham. So the Rover Buick engine in the back. Sounds great with you.
Yeah, isn't this a beautiful sound and sight? Classic old motor car. One of the first cars to go sub 30 at Shelsley was one of these. Over to you, Toby.
Here we go. Blip on the down change. Through the shadows, through the sunshine, through the sunbeams, and back into the sunshine as he beans it up to the finish.
Finishing now with a time of 31.74. Good time for Andrew, 31.74. Next on the line, Malcolm Thorne. This is a very pretty car, the Lotus 69 Formula 2. And I love looking at this car as you go past because you can see all of the drive shafts and the diff all working as there. It's a beautiful car with you.
In the lovely Lotus colours as well. Malcolm's got that very distinctive helmet as well. Doesn't it sound well? What a treat to see a car like that on the hill.
Yep, here he comes, squeaking brakes as always. Through the S's, one way then the other, takes the drain. Careful on the throttle, now opens the throttle bodies.
Heads up towards the finish. Malcolm Thorne crossing the line now, 32.06. Roger Deans in the big Formula 5000 loader, bellowing and booming his way to you.
Yeah, what a sight and sound again, isn't it? Magnificent. Growling, burbling. They don't look so quick, but they're nipping along. Into bottom S around about now.
Here he comes, I can hear it obviously before I can see it. This is a big motor car, isn't it? It's all about torque. As it's sucking in half the air over the top of Worcestershire.
I love Formula 5000. Yes. Lightweight European chassis, big booming American V8 in the back. It's
Detroit pig iron.
V8 motor.
Got a motor bill.
Yeah, there ain't no substitute for cubic inches. That's what they say. Right, Peter Herbert off the line in Porsche 911. Lovely car, this, very pretty. I think one of your favourites, Chris.
Oh yes, I'm just drooling as he goes by me. He drives it so well. This is proper old school 911, very powerful engine in it too. Sounds magnificent, looks great, not mucked around.
Yeah, and he drives it well, and you know that's quite something to drive something so nice so quickly up Shelsley. But he does it well. It sounds good. It looks good. What a way to go racing.
Fantastic. 35.09. By the way, he's in a class of 1, but didn't stop in trying because he broke the class record this morning. Took best part 2 seconds out of it.
Once a racer.
Exactly. Well, that's the thing about hill climbing. You're competing against yourself and the clock, aren't you? So a class record for Peter Herbert. Well done, Peter. Great way to finish the class runs of the meeting. This will end the batch. The recovery truck is just going to return to kennel before the cars come back down the hill. So what I will do whilst that's happening is just take you through. Firstly, I'm just going to take you through the cars that have qualified for the runoff, the top 12 British Hillclimb Championship runoff. Then I will take you through the top 10 Tin Top Challenge cars, and I'm going to hand over to Chris to do the top 10 Tin Top Challenge. So, you know, you had to do a 24 again. 24.64 was the time you needed to do to qualify. But the first car to run will be Sean Gould. He qualified on a 23.93. He will then come back down the hill in the Gould GR59 so it can be prepared for Matthew Ryder. Then you'll see Jonathan Varley in the GWR Predator, who qualified on a time of 24.64. Then Andy Greenan, who qualified on a time of 24.59 in the 1600cc Empire. Then you'll see David Warburton in the 1600cc Gould GR59. He qualified on a time of 24.53. Then Paul Hames in another Gould GR59, this the turbocharged version, who qualified on a 24.28. Then Dave Uren in the Gould GR55, who qualified on a time of 23.94. Then you will see Zach Zammit, who qualified on a staggering time of 23.93 in the turbocharged Empire Wraith. Sorry, Toby. Then you'll see Trevor Willis in the OMS, who qualified on a time of 23.89. Then Wallace Mingis in the Gould GR59, who qualified on a 23.75. Then Will Hall, who qualified in the Gould GR59 on a time of 23.21. Then Alex Summers in the DJ, who qualified on a time of 23.18. And then the final car to run will be Matthew Ryder, who qualified on a time of 22.84. Really, really tight in there. There's battles all the way through that field for position in the runoff. It's going to be brilliant. But before that, sorry, Toby, or was it? I heard a microphone.
No, I was just saying. You know, we've got 22 cars remaining. 10 tin tops, 12 runoff cars for the single seaters. Don't go home quite yet. It's not a school night. There is no school tomorrow.
There's work though. It's really annoying. But anyway, I'm actually going to step away from the mic for the minute so that Chris can do the Tin Top Challenge, and I will talk to you for the top 12 momentarily.
Look forward to it. Thank you, Billy. And thank you, everybody, for coming here today. And thank you for everybody who has worked hard to make the Shelsley weekend what it is. You thanked Chris earlier, the marshals. Can I give a shout out to the catering team led by Wayne in the courtyard? It's his second year of working with us here at Shelsley, and he's doing an excellent job. Well done, Wayne. Well done, the crew back down there in the courtyard. Also, the bar led by Tim with all of his crew as well. He's been running around up to Liz's bar at Bottom S. The Gould celebration last night. Everybody's enjoying the cool beer, the cool drinks, and the atmosphere in the courtyard. Thank you, Tim, and everybody. Thank you, Rosemary, who has been manning the shop. We've had our special August t-shirts specially made here for this weekend with Matt Ryder and Alex Summers on them. Panda in the office, Sarah, Annie. I can't thank myself, but I do work with these guys, and thank you very much. Panda, Rara, Annie, thank you very much for everything that you've put together for this Shelsley meeting. We've got more Shelsley competition days in September. We've got the opportunity with Chill on the Hill for you to drive the hill in your car. There's an advert in the programme. If not, go to the website. And we've got breakfast clubs, cars in the valley on Thursday evenings, dotted around the latter part of the summer in towards the winter. Just keep in touch with ShelsleyWalsh.com.
Well done, Toby. Thanks also for remembering to say a big thanks to all the team who worked so hard. Let me take you through the runners in the Tin Top Challenge, and if you want to note them, page 35 of your programme is the place to do it. Second runoff. They go in this order. First, number 27, Richard Snow in the Cayman GT4, qualified with a 32.49. Second run, Robert Lancaster Gay in his well-known Cayman, 32.46. Third to run, Paul Howells in the wonderful 911 RSR, 32.33, all very close. Fourth to go, Duncan Andrews in his Cayman, 32.07. And then for a change, car number 50, Stuart Reed in the incredible Peugeot 205, who he swears to me has never been through a hedge backwards, which is a record. Next to run, which will be sixth to run, Mark Lawrence. Well, will he run in the Cayman GT4? We shall see. After him comes Stephen Moore, number 39 in the Mitsubishi Evo. Fantastic power. And then Roger Moran in the incredible International Rally Skoda 29.46 to get a little saloon car into the 20s is incredible. Penultimate runner Simon Bainbridge in the extraordinary RBR Chrono. It's effectively an Audi RS6 in fancy dress. And then our brilliant tin top record holder Damien Bradley, who's had a fantastic day, loaded to 28.18 and then to 28.10 in the Subaru Legacy. So lots of excitement to come, and up to the line doesn't come Richard Snow, but does come Paul Howells in the RSR with its new wrap colour and looking really smart. Not sure whether Richard and Robert have decided not to run, which would be a shame. Robert's got to get back to the London area. So let's see how Paul Howells gets on. Beautifully off the line. And I haven't got a screen at the moment, so Paul Howells rushing up into...
I've got him now, try and find me now, through crossing, beautifully turned out Porsche. It could be the other boys have gone home. Either way, this is a treat to see this one. In bottom S.
Isn't it just? This RSR is absolutely fantastic as he turns in left, turns in right. This is fantastic. Listen to the gearbox now in this car, if you can hear it. Short ratio gearbox, third, fourth, fifth, maybe sixth across the line.
Something has gone wrong with the timing, and I haven't got a time on either of my screens.
Nor me, Chris.
So we'll have to wait for it to come back to life. Maybe we'll get a summary at the end, but on the line, Duncan Andrews in his Cayman. Still showing Paul Howells with 0, but car number 52 is Duncan Andrews. Qualified with the 32.07.
Yeah, no time shown at all, Chris, are they? So
no, it's embarrassing, isn't it?
We have a bit of a problem situation, Houston.
So they might hold Duncan until the timing screen is back in action. Rerun due to timing issue. Now a rerun for Paul, perhaps.
Yeah, Paul, I can see his car is just at the brow of the hill. He's coming back down the hill now, so about a Control-Alt-Delete required.
Yeah, so no time recorded for him. Be annoying if it actually broke the record. And I wonder if that tells us why Richard and Robert haven't run, but I suspect it's a need to get home, probably.
Possibly. I mean, I was absolutely amazed at how little damage was done to Robbie Birrell's car, given the impact speed into the rector cell. It really is doing that job, and it was a shame to see the Chevron have a small meeting with it as well, but looked relatively undamaged. So
a relief to see just a dent in the top of the bonnet.
Yes, absolutely.
But that could be deceptive. We're talking expensive supercars, really, aren't we?
Well, of course, but you know, the thing is, the Cayman is a mass-produced car, so it's not like it's a GT3 RS with the winged carbon fibre. It is a pretty mass-produced car, and I think it'd be more reasonable. You think? Don't get me wrong, I don't want to pay the bill, but I think it would be not quite as scary as you think.
And under the Chevron is a pretty simple chassis.
Yeah.
Well, it's a monocoque or space frame?
I would imagine is it a monocoque, is it?
I think so.
Yeah. Either way, these are race cars. Race cars are designed to be fixed, aren't they?
Yeah,
that's the whole point of them. But better this than them sat in a garage somewhere in a collection never moving.
In a museum. I once went, years ago, I went to the Le Mans Museum, and all it was dusty old cars sitting rotting away.
Exactly. And you see, I'll never forget one of the best things I saw. You'll probably remember this, Chris. You were probably there. Was Jean Alesi at Goodwood Revival sending a 250 LM up the inside of a Cobra, putting a big dent in the wing of it, and it was just like, well, it's Jean Alesi. It's allowed, you know. Fantastic to see these cars.
Yeah, historic racing isn't meant to be like that. Some of these F1 drivers or really serious drivers don't. Oh, we've got time. Time for Paul Howes is clicking up. So maybe he won't need to have a rerun, although he's coming for it anyway.
Well, good value for money for
I've got
Paul
nothing
today.
here, but maybe that was the.
I think he's being told. He's being told, no, go back. You're not getting a run. Oh, hang on. Dell boy. Oh, don't say it's gone off air again.
Yes, I'm not seeing anything up here. Well, you got anything up there, Lloyd?
No, screen is blank, I'm afraid. But having fixed it once, they should have an idea how to get it going again. Paul comes up to the line. Hopefully that means everything is ready for him when he takes off. Interesting colour scheme. It's actually very effective, isn't it? Yellow and green. I like it.
You didn't like my shirt though, Chris, did you?
Well, it wasn't yellow and green. Yeah, great. So we got a time running for Paul. 2.06 off the line. Swoops it into Kennel.
Yeah, I've got him on site, but I've got nothing on my screen. But anyway, he's going right up the track here. That lovely flat 6 Porsche sounds actually terrific. Heading in towards bottom S.
Absolutely, yeah. And once again, Paul is neat and tidy. Sorry, Chris, into bottom S. He clips the drain cover, nice softly front suspension, doesn't upset it, gets on the power again. We're heading towards the finish. What's he going to do?
32.21, 32.21. Timing is a bit erratic. Let's hope it keeps going. Perhaps they know what the problem is. Duncan Andrews, Cayman GT4, huge power. 2.44 off the line.
Fine looking Porsche, as I say, got the little side lights running here, but he's smooth line through there. The typical Porsche sound, the modern Porsche sound, absolutely terrific. I'm getting no times. Over to you, Billy.
Chris, are you at you're at crossing, aren't you?
Yeah, and I'm up at the top edge, Lloyd here, and we've got the 981 Cayman GT4, which is blasting its way across the finish line.
The times have come back now, Chris.
Good, 32.7, 32. Is the shade at the exit to Kennel, or is it straight into the sun?
It's shade just coming into Kennel, actually, well, just at the exit, and it goes all the way, shaded all the way up to bottom S.
That's probably a relief, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's fairly consistent anyway.
Now we've got the Peugeot. Stuart Reed.
Yes, we do. This is this electrically quick Peugeot. Come down from Scotland now in this car. It'll be 3 wheels on my wagon through bottom S for sure. He's got about 200 brake horsepower at the wheels. Over to you, Lloyd.
Absolutely. I'm not sure what the front wheel drive record is here, but I know it's held by a very serious 205 already. Perhaps someone can enlighten me. He's all arms and elbows as he crosses the car up. Bit of lift off oversteer there. Synonymous with 205 GTIs. I don't think there's much 205 GTI left in it, but he's across the line.
He is, and he records a 32.34. Not quite as quick as his qualifying 32.06, but pretty good. Next up, well, will it be Mark Lawrence? No, it's not. It's Stephen Moore in the Evo. Gosh, is this quick.
Yes, he's the farmer from Wiltshire. He's been absolutely on it this weekend. I'm sure it's a PB for him this weekend. His lines are impeccable going up the hill at the moment. I've not seen all the puffing and banging and spurting smoke earlier.
Well, let's see if he's turned the map down slightly. One wouldn't have thought so. This evil Evo, Steve Moore gets very tight to the inside at top S, but he sticks it in the middle of the road and he unleashes hell as he crosses the line.
To record 29.69, quicker than qualifying. 29.69 puts him in top spot. 108 over the line, and on the line, ex-champion Roger Moran in this incredible Skoda Fabia. Wow, 2.04 into Kennel.
Permanent four-wheel drive as well. Roger is such a well-known driver here. Look at that, lines impeccable. If anyone want to show you the way up the hill, it's Roger. Looks so smooth as well, like he's going to the shop, but he's going like
he's taking loads of speed into bottom S. This is really quick. Roger is on it. That's beautiful. That's the best I've seen him to go through the S's all weekend. Roger, what are you going to do? This is quick.
It's going to be quick, and it's a 29.44. quicker than.
It looked quicker than that.
29.
It looked quicker.
I know.
It looked quicker. He carried loads of speed into bottom S. That was phenomenal.
Now here comes this incredible chrono. Audi RS6 in drag.
Oh my goodness, what a beast this is. He goes quicker and quicker all the time. He gets to learn the hill better. No, look, watch out for this one. He's a serious contender.
Can he threaten the Tim Top record?
Let's see what he does. He was close to it not so long ago. He just clips the drain cover, gets a little bit of oversteer. Really needs to get that power down. Come on, Simon, increasing the tarmac because he heads over the line.
27.95 is a new record, isn't it?
No, well, I don't think it is. Damien did 27.77 earlier, so not quite.
28.10.
Magnificent.
He did in his practice run, but in the run-off he did 27.77.
Oh right, okay.
Okay, we've got Damien Bradley on the hill. Here's our new record holder. Look at him go. This fantastic legacy, AET turbo sponsored. Huge power in that car. Big flames coming out the back. Into bottom S.
Absolutely. Damien arriving on 3 wheels pretty much. Takes a little bit of curve. He's turned in nicely. This is looking good. This is a lot more composed than the record run. Is it going to be faster? Come on, Damien.
He's down a little bit. 28.3.
I feel like he may have had something going on over the line there. I think he had a misfire or something happened. Something happened over at the end there. That was misfiring over the finish.
Was it? He was bouncing a little bit going into bottom S, but
I think that had a bit of a moment. It just dipped. I can hear it just through my headphones. It just went less like an impressor, more like a misfire. I'm afraid by the sound of it. So
straight into the championship runoff. First runner Sean Gould. Winner of the tin tops, Simon Bainbridge, 27.95. Here goes Sean, rushes into Kettle, 1.98 to the start.
Oh my word, that was close. Oh, he's doing all the track. Sean, he's really trying. My goodness me, into bottom S.
He is indeed the fastest man we've ever had here in this car. 22.37 is the record held by Sean Gould. He's really tidy through the S's. What's he going to do over the line? What's he got in his tank?
24.45, that's a surprise actually. 24.45, it looked a quicker one.
It looked quicker, didn't it, Chris? I agree.
Billy is back, which is good news. And I shall hand over him for the rest of the runoff. Enjoy.
And I will do the absolute same. Enjoy, it's been a pleasure.
So, Simon Bainbridge takes the win in the tin top runoff. That was quite something, wasn't it? 27.95. Fantastic time. I think Roger Moran got second and Stephen Moore was third. Fantastic stuff.
Hello everybody.
Hello again.
So that was what a tin top challenge we had. I think also, just so you know, they sent Sean Gould immediately for the start of the top 12 runoff because of course he has to come back down so that Matt can now use the car. A great tin top challenge. Well done, Simon Bainbridge, dipping into the 27s to do a 27.95 to take the win, which was brilliant. And then Damien Bradley second, was it? On 28.30, which was great to see. And then Roger Moran, a fantastic run, 29.44, slightly quicker than he qualified, so well done him. Give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to the Tin Top Challenge competitors as they come back down the hill. It's a relatively new phenomenon, if you will, the Tin Top Challenge. It's fantastic. It's great to have 4 runoffs in a day. The competition is fierce, and the cars are brilliantly driven. So a big round of applause to all the Tin Top Challenge competitors as they come back down the hill. Then we had Sean Gould went up and did a 24.45, which was about half a second slower than he qualified. Is that, did he have a mistake somewhere, or is that just the current state of the hill being not as grippy as it was earlier? We shall see. So big round of applause to all the Tin Top Challenge guys. As I said, first was Simon Bainbridge in the SBR Chrono, second Damien Bradley in the Legacy, and third Roger Moran in the Fabia. Yes, Simon Bainbridge got very close. What was the...
He was only a couple of tenths away, I think.
So at the start of the day, it was the closed car record was 27.89, so he was only 6/100ths off the old closed car record, so only about tenth and a half off the new one. So brilliant result there for Simon.
He's been doing that all the time in this Tin Top Challenge. He's going to these hills, he's getting quicker and quicker through the weekends, and by the end of it, he's right there.
Yeah. Then we had fourth place was Stephen Moore, wasn't it, in the Mitsubishi Evo. Fifth, I'm looking for the time, I think it was Stuart Reid in the Peugeot, 32.34. Oh no, it wasn't, it was Paul Howells, 32.21. Then Stuart Reid in the Peugeot, and then Duncan Andrews in the Cayman. So a great Tin Top Challenge, really, really close, and a great way to start the evening's runoffs. So flags are in, car is started. We should be having Jonathan Varley to the line. Jonathan already has had a brilliant day lowering the class record. Let's see what he can do now. In the runoff this afternoon, this morning, he couldn't quite repeat his time, but let's see what he can do now. Qualified on a 24.64 in the GWR Predator, 2-litre TKD V8 in the back. Sounds brilliant, looks stunning, fast driver inserted. This is going to be impressive. So 24.64 was his qualifying time. The time to beat that Sean Gould said is a 24.405. He's off the start. Good start. 2.02 seconds, and he's into Kennel to you.
Yeah, he is. He's had a fabulous weekend. He's broken his own class record in this marvellous little Predator. My goodness me, he's parking and going up to the bottom. Over to you.
123 on S approach. Here comes Jonathan Varley. He's always committed. Here we go. A little bit of opposite lock. Now pulls the levers, going all the way to the top. Got to beat a 24.4.
What's the time? It's a 25.04. 25.04 slots into second place in the runoff. He was actually 2 S's, only a tenth down, but then the big power of the 4-litre Gould really told for Sean up the finishing straight. But good time for Jonathan, capping off a brilliant weekend. Now on the line, Andy Greenan. He's set personal best after personal best today. He's been into the 24s for the first time. He qualified on 24.59. He leaves the line. Good start, 2 seconds flat. This is going to be impressive. He's with you.
He'll be holding absolutely nothing back. Oh my goodness me. Oh, he was sparking all the way up there. What a run this is. Come on.
It's always a run. It's always a run. 119 on its approach for a 1600 is massive. That's the kind of speed that you've got to do. Load of opposite lock on the exit of top S. Here we go, sparking all the way to the line. Brilliant.
Up the finishing straight, 25.12, 25.12, slots into third place in the runoff, just a tenth or so behind Jonathan Varley. That was a good time. He was wide out of Kennel. He was millimetres from the rectocell on the exit of Kennel.
But you got to be. You got to be.
You do.
You got to lean on it, and you got to drift it, and you got to use all the road.
And he did. He used all the road, as you would expect from Andy Greenan. Right, David Warburton on the line. What can he do? Qualified on a time of 24.53. Has been quick all weekend from the moment they unloaded the car on Saturday morning. He's lined up driver's side left of the start line. He's been inched back into position. He's already got his visor down. He builds the rev. He engages the launch control. He drops the clutch. Here we go. 1.99 second start. That's it, David. Into Kennel. Let's see how he can do.
Well, I tell you what, he's doing well, and his lines are impeccable. He's not clipping any backs. He could be very quick indeed for one of these little 1600s.
Yeah, 117, 2 more an hour less than Greenan, but he'll be more agile through the S's. He runs out of road. He had to get completely off the throttle because he took way too much drain. He'll be struggling. 25.06.
25.06 still goes into third place. That was a shame because to the S's he was a quarter of a second up on Sean Gould, which is amazing. But you're right, he had to get out of it coming through top S. So a 25.06 slots into third place at the moment. Right, what can Paul Hames do? Qualified on a 24.28 to qualify for the runoff. Finished second in class today after the incredible run of Zach Zammit. So let's see, he engages the first gear in the turbocharged 1300cc Gould GR59, builds up the revs and the boost, drops the clutch, off he goes. 2.18 seconds to start. It did bog slightly, but let's see how he does. He's with you.
He's very clinical, is Paul. It's a very rapid car. He's calculating. He's going up the hill at an extremely rapid rate or not. Into you.
Here we come into bottom S. He's lifting the inside front. Super silky smooth on the exit of top S. Has to think twice underneath the commentary box, but now the power kicks in.
This will be quick. What is it? 24.57. 24.57. slots into second in the runoff, just behind Sean Gould. As you said, he got quite close to the back on the exit of top S, Toby, which might have cost him a shade or two of time as he got onto the power, but a good run nonetheless to slot into second place. Right, Dave Uren, what can he do? He's won runoffs here in the past. He is a Shelsley specialist. He always goes well here in the GR55 Gould.
Coming here since he was a very young lad.
He has indeed, and it's the oldest car in the runoff, and it's still phenomenally quick. Lines up driver's side left. Doesn't have launch control, this car. That's all Dave's foot when he leaves the line. Lines up driver's side left of the start line. His visor is down. He adjusts his visor. Hands back on the steering wheel. He engages first gear, builds up the revs, drops the clutch. Here he goes. It's a good start. It's 1.97 second. He's already at Kennel. He's with you.
He certainly is, and this is the history car, Martin Grove's car. This has done 22s before now. Can he do another one now? He's a great driver over the
132 on S approach, struggling for grip on the bottom S. Has to take it steady. There's no grip in the S's. There's no grip in the S's, if you can hear me down in the paddock.
It is slippery, isn't it? Anyway, still 23.92. That's a pretty good time given that the S's look slippery. 23.92, which is actually quicker than he qualified by 2/100th of a second to take the lead in the runoff, which means that Zach Zammit, who qualified incredibly on a 23.93, has to find a whole 1/100th of a second to tie for the lead, 2/100th of a second to take the lead. What can Zach do? One of the best drives I've seen for a long time, his run to qualify. He's off the line, 1.99 second start, storms into Kennel with you.
My goodness me, Zach, come on then, lad, come on. This little M car is absolutely on a mission. Oh, he's sparking, he's bumping, look at the flames coming out of the back.
112 on S approach, beautiful bottom S, beautiful top S. Come on, my boy, come on.
He's quick indeed. I think Toby's excited. Let's see what the time is. It's a 24.51, 24.51. By the way, he was so close to the arm car on the exit off crossing, millimetre perfect. 24.51 to drop into third place as it stands, just behind Sean Gould. So as it stands, Davey Wren leads the way, Sean Gould in second and Zach Zammit in third. Trevor Willis on the line in the OMS 28, in the launch control in the OMS 28, drops the clutch, off he goes, great start, 1.95 second, he's into Kennel, he's to you.
Here comes one of the masters of Shelsley, and everywhere we go, what a fantastic driver he is. Sparking, he can't do no more. Oh, he's so close to the arm coast.
128 on S approach for the three-time British Hillclimb champion, giving himself lots of space on the exit of top S, bit of a puff of dust from the verge, finish.
23.90, wow, 23.90. That was the S's. That's where he got that time compared to Dave, who, as you said, it went slightly wide through the S's, Toby. So the time there was in the S's. Trevor takes the lead on 23.90. And by the way, you know when he's close to the Rectus on the exit of Kennel, when you can see the covers sort of waft in the breeze as the car goes past. He was millimetres away from it. Right, 4 times Hillclimb champion, current Hillclimb champion Wallace Mingus on the line in the 3.3 litre Cosworth powered GR59. He qualified on a time of 23.75. If he can repeat that, he will take the lead of the runoff. Slap bang in the middle of the start line, visor down, builds up the launch control, popping and banging in the launch control, drops the clutch. Here we go, here goes Wallace, 1.94 second start, storms into Kennel, into your view.
Can Wallace take a runoff win? My goodness me, this car sounds absolutely incredible. He's not lifting off, he's going up into bottom S now, over to you, Toby.
114, pop and bang on the overrun as he comes underneath my commentary box. Now here comes the power, 3.3 litres of Cosworth, spearing to the top of Shelsley.
Over the line, 23.79, 23.79, takes the lead of the runoff, 23.79, and he was almost a half a second down at the entrance to the S's. He was so quick through the S's and so good out of them, and then used all the almost, 650, 700 horsepower of that Gould to fire his way into the lead of the runoff. Right, what can Will Hall do? Will having a brilliant weekend and a really strong season as he gets to grips with the Gould GR59. 4 litre Judd V8 in the back. lovely sort of Williams-esque F1 colour scheme that Will has on the car. He's lined up driver's side right at the start line. He builds up the revs, he drops the clutch, off he goes. He's been good starts all weekend. It's another one, 1.87 seconds, he's to you.
He's certainly not hanging about as well, my goodness me, lovely lines. He's getting it all, everything together. And look, come on, Bill, into the belt.
122 on S approach, the splits are good. This is fantastic hill climbing. This is motorsport at its best. Will Hall getting to the top of Shelsley.
This is quick, that was so neat and tidy through the S's. It's a 23.03. His S's were so good, so neat and tidy when it's looked a bit slippery for others to take the lead of the runoff. 23.03 seconds. Well done, Will. Now, what can Alex Summers do? Alex in the DJ. 2.65 litre V8 in the back, so the unstretched version of Wallace's engine revs to about 1 million, I think, this engine. Sounds incredible. Alex, phenomenal driver. Let's see what he can do. Rockets past me, 1.84 second start. He's already into Kennel, he's with you.
14,000 RPM this car does. What a fabulous driver he is too. He's absolutely lines are brilliant, Toby.
136, he's up on the splits, 14.43. He's going to lead this, he's going to lead it, but can he win the runoff? Alex Summers, top of the hill, here we go.
He's going to be into the 22s. Yes, he is. 22.89. 22.89 seconds to take the lead by a tenth and a half over Will Hall. 22.89 seconds to beat. Matthew Ryder comes to the line. Current fastest time of the day. Winner of the runoff this morning. Knows what he's got to do. Qualified on a 22.84. If he can repeat that, he will take the win. But that is easier said than done. Lines up, on the right-hand side of the start line. Car is poised and ready to go. Builds up the revs. His visor's down. He drops the clutch. Here we go. Here comes Matt Ryder. 1.96 second start, so he's slightly down on the start. What can he do?
Hill record at Wiscombe last week. Anyway, here he goes now. My goodness, Matthew, he's so calm, collected. Lines look brilliant, Toby.
130 miles an hour. He's giving away 6 miles an hour to Alex Summers. 14.4. They're level at bottom S, but it's all about V8. 4 litre power to the top.
22.62. 22.62 to take the win. Another incredible run from Matthew Ryder to take the win. That was all done from the S's to the top. Incredible skill. Brilliant runoff. 22.62 seconds, and apparently, according to the system, 158 miles an hour across the line.
But Billy, he made his time in the S's, 7.2 in the S's.
Yes, he did.
7.2. There we were talking about 7.5 seconds as the split bottom S to top S, etc. He was level at the bottom S to Alex, and then he marmalised the top S, and then utilised 700 horsepower up the finishing straight. Wow.
He took 3/10 out of Alex in the S's. Absolutely brilliant.
That's proper hill climbing. Wow, what a day, what runoffs, what speed, what sport. We hope you've enjoyed your day.
I'm just going to hand back over to Chris briefly so he can sign off for the day, and then I will take you through the results of the runoff.
Excellent. Thank you. Chris. Thank you indeed. What a fabulous weekend it's been. I've loved every single minute. Brilliant runoffs. Thank you so much, guys. You've been so much fun to work with. Thank you to Shelsley for a fabulous weekend. I'm signing off.
Indeed, yeah. We'll see you next time, Chris. In fact, I'll see you next weekend. It's been a magical Shelsley. You couldn't wish for better. The speeds are incredible. The weather's been fantastic. Do watch it on HillClimb.TV. You'll get lots of lovely comments from all around the world. Lloyd and Chris and Toby and Billy, got my brain. Thanks very much for your contribution. It's been terrific. We'll talk to you at Chelsea next time. Thanks, everybody.
So what a result, Toby. What a runoff. I'll just take everybody through the results so that you know where we were. The runoff win for Matthew Ryder, 22.62 in the Gould GR59. Second, Alex Summers, 22.89. I don't think he could have done anything more. That was an incredible run. Third, Will Hall, capping off a great weekend, 23.03. Fourth, Wallace Mingus on a 23.79. Fifth, Trevor Willis on a 23.90. Just ahead of Dave Uren in 6th on a 23.92. Sean Golden 7th on a 24.45. just ahead of Zach Zammit in 8th. Great result for Zach, 24.51. Paul Hames in 9th, 24.57. And rounding out the top 10, and the final point goes to Jonathan Varley, 25.04. Dave Warburton finishes 11th on a 25.06, so just 2/100ths of a second off a point. And the final finisher, Andy Greenan, in 12th on a 25.12, but he's had 3 PBs in the 24th this weekend. Toby, if you're still there, what a brilliant weekend.
Yeah, oh, fantastic. Yeah, it's a lot of work to put Shelsley together, but it's all worth it when the sun shines, isn't it? So thank you, everybody, for persevering. We have a lot of runs to get through, and we organised the weather well, didn't we?
We did indeed.
We got on the same telephone that Bernie Ecclestone used.
The weather phone.
He always used it to make it rain. We like to use it to
make it shine.
Make it sunny and warm and nice, and some great hill climbing. Thank you very much for everybody. Keep in touch with Shelsley between now and the end of the year. If you've liked what you have seen here at Shelsley, become a member and see it all next year with 2 passes, and enjoy all of the advantages of being a member of the Midland Automobile Club, who run Shelsley. Speak to you soon.
Thanks, Toby. Cheers, and thank you ever so much for a brilliant day. It's been fantastic to be here. Thank you all for the organisers and to all the marshals, to all you spectators for coming, and to all the competitors for putting on a scintillating 2 days of sport. The next British Hill Climb round is next weekend at Prescott, where battle resumes, and it's as tight as it's ever been at the top between Matthew Ryder and Alex Summers. It's been a pleasure speaking to you. Have a safe journey home. Speak to you soon.